USA. Everyone's told they're just kicking off a relegation match. They're all nervous, the system telling them they're on a defense mission. Then, out of nowhere, a monster bursts from the sky, pretty damn charismatic, if you ask me, tearing through the fabric of time and space, showing 2 eyes and a terrifying claw. That's the Berremof of the apocalypse being summoned. When it steps out, it smashes everything around, freaking everyone out. One kid screams while another says the Berremof is already here. And honestly, the look on his face, kinda weird, right? We gotta admit, his face is pretty damn strange, more like a villain from a final showdown. Then the system orders them to take down the Berremof before it wipes out the world. That thing starts screaming with a deafening roar. One of the guys with them tells everyone to hold formation, because if they fail here, it's game over for the world. That ugly-ass monster stands tall in front of them, raising its hand, ready to kill everyone, while the kids jump up to attack. They say the battlelet started back in 2010. At first, it was just a competition between countries, but everything changed when the Space League opened in 2022, kicking off a survival battle among different life forms across the universe. Humanity, representing Earth, took a bunch of losses. Now, in 2023, Earth only has 10 countries left and is on the brink of extinction. While that Berremof fires a bijodama at all those guys, the adventurers don't have much choice but to take the hit head on. It looks deadly as hell. But then, one person flies right onto the Berremof, forcing the monster to lift its head to look up. Dude looks totally wasted, charging at the Berremof, diving straight into its attack, ready to punch it in the face. When he lands the hit, the monster starts punching through the ground with just the impact, slamming the creature down. One of the scared adventurers looks ahead, thinking this can't be real, because that guy just soloed the Berremof, and the system marks the USA mission as successfully completed. They start wondering if that's some kind of martial saint power and say, the kid did a good job, that's Sundan, ranked 7th worldwide, a member of the America First Guild. Then some guy up top says he did great, and that once again, America, their great nation, came out on top in the battle. He says this historic moment will be remembered by all Americans and their leader, Baron. Aquil is the head of the America First Guild, #1 in the global player rankings, Baron Williams. Imagine that. A girl jumps off a building screaming, Jan, and one of them tells Santa she shouldn't be coming down now. But Baron says to let her. Still, they think there's leftover Berremof energy on the ground. Baron says it's fine, she can handle herself. He keeps thinking it's insane, her energy radiating off her body is enough to knock out regular players, and a bunch of them are already down, feeling that same crazy power. Baron thinks that when he was alive and moving around, it was probably way more intense. Getting that close makes Ran completely ridiculous, and the girl lands asking if he's okay, but the protagonist's arm is injured from the guy he fought. She starts freaking out, but Sophia quickly activates her regeneration, telling him it's gonna hurt cause of the Berremof's evil energy, but he has to tough it out. He starts feeling the pain until something weird happens, and he shoots a look telling her to check below. They say it's the reward for beating the boss that appears in front of the still injured protagonist. Then he tells the two to go up there and says he'll handle the reward himself. He wants to steal the loot. Can you believe that? The guy kills it solo and comes down to grab the loot. Seriously? What? And still acts like he's part of the group. Then one of them says he's acting like he actually killed the monster. They wonder what they can do. With humanity on the edge of annihilation, they're the only hope left, and everyone surrounds the chest. Baron tells everyone it's America first. He says he'll announce the guild members who'll get the reward with him. Everyone agrees. He says Santa will be number 4 and also number 5. But then Sophia asks Baron to wait, saying it was Jirhan who killed the Berremof, and asks why he's not getting any reward. Baron asks why she thinks that, saying it's 'cause he's not American. He says Jirhan might be a naturalized citizen, but he's not the ideal true American. He's just a useful dog. Man, seriously, I'm not getting any of this. I just can't wrap my head around it. What are you seeing? That level of stylophobia against a guy who just killed a monster that came from another dimension the size of a megazord? No way, man. That dude must have some seriously compromising pics of song. I'm telling you. Sophia keeps complaining, but the protagonist says it's fine, telling her to just go, saying he doesn't care. He thinks Baron's right. He's just a refugee who ran away after losing his homeland. And even though he has an SSS-Rank skill, the Divine Arts Without a Name, which is just a fragment of the full Divine Arts Without a Name, and the evolution condition is to modify the 3 divine theories to fit or discover the name of the nameless art, to awaken the full divine arts without a name. He thinks that even with this skill and climbing to S rank among global players, he still wasn't accepted as a true American. He faced all kinds of prejudice and xenophobia, but what hurt the most was the guilt of being the only one who survived. Even with his arm injured, he keeps his head down and accepts his situation, just thinking about waiting it out and healing his arm, because the mission results have to come out soon. Then it's game over, and they say they'll announce the results of the Bronze League relegation mission. The mission type is defense, and the win condition is surviving with at least half the players alive. Barron says the U.S. was a success. China succeeded too, but Russia failed, Japan failed, and several other nations flopped. They ask if that means only 2 out of 10 countries made it. They can't believe it, since humanity lost. So humanity number 421 fails the relegation match. It said there are other players who also failed their relegation missions. A final relegation match will be held against 4773K. Then they ask about Urk while the general population is left confused. Sophia knows what's going on and tells Baron that if they're facing the ZKS, they need January. She says they only won the last match because of him. But Baron says no, they're going to compete like this anyway, and the system starts summoning the representative from each planet. The match is about to start. They face off in some kind of virtual reality, and Baron shows up with 2 other busts in front of those pigs. He talks to those things like it's been a while, calling them filthy, disgusting pigs. Look, I'm just guessing here, but I think Baron's about to get wrecked. Here, he's the crew from planet 4773. Baron notices it's just the 4 of them, plus the Chinese ranker, and asks if they're 5 in total. Then he thinks it's gonna work out, saying they can kill those damn arcs without Jirhan. He starts summoning some power, all hyped up, thinking it'll do something. He says he's more than enough on his own, and tells those pigs he's about to start flying like Magneto, shooting out these little red bolts, thinking it means something, claiming he's humanity's representative. But then, as he charges, he gets smashed easily by that filthy bastard, who rips his head off with a single hit. The other 4 survivors are shocked seeing him go down. The folks back on Earth also notice they lost in a humiliating way. Jihan sees it but doesn't react much, while Baron's left headless with no complaints. The system announces the player's death, and everyone screams in panic. As the other pigs kill off the remaining humans, wiping out everyone who went there, only Sophia is left standing in front of that filthy beast. She begs them to wait, asking him to leave. But then he raises his axe, thanking the humans for being so weak because they're the ones who will survive. Then he kills Sophia, ending the game. Humanity number 42 out of 12 is defeated and relegated from the Bronze League. There are no lower leagues left, so humanity is classified as a lendable race, and everyone starts freaking out. The system says that as a lendable race, they've been kicked out of the Space League. A strange hole appears at the foot of a girl, a black hole shooting out purple lightning, and that's how the elimination begins. That hole keeps expanding through the ground, and the protagonist, who was already on edge, starts getting pulled inside. In total darkness, he realizes this is the world's annihilation. The planet begins getting sucked into a black hole that pulls everything from the inside out, destroying all its mass. They all end up in that dark place, starting to disintegrate amid screams and panic. At the end, as it said humanity's elimination is complete, an error pops up saying there's still one human alive. The protagonist keeps going, well, alive might be pushing it, but he's glowing like a Christmas tree, and complains about surviving alone again. So the nameless divine arts resist elimination. The system says it's surprising he resisted the wipeout. The protagonist is shocked that the nameless divine arts are holding on. He starts getting more info about his art and thinks about it, wondering if things would have been different if he'd gotten it earlier. The system says he's pretty weak, but represents an existence with potential. It says they shouldn't ignore even the smallest possibility. The protagonist thinks if he'd learned his true name, things would have been different. The system asks what would happen if they gave him a chance to challenge again. The protagonist imagines maybe Korea wouldn't have been destroyed. He wonders if he could have protected the ones he loved most. Then all those celestial beings start agreeing, saying it's a waste of effort not to, and they agree to give the protagonist a new chance. It's said the votes are counted, and player Sun Jihan will return to the league's starting point. He wonders what that means, asking himself what's going on. Then the total darkness starts turning into a white room, and he wakes up somewhere else, totally calm. They say we're about to hear an interview, and when he wakes up, he's hungover with a bunch of liquor bottles around him. He wonders what's going on because he swears he heard something about going back to the league's start. When he notices, he thinks this place looks familiar, wondering if he's back where he began. This is South Korea in the year 2020. He sees some kids playing, one claiming to be the Sword King. Another kid says he's Saenda, a dual wielder, saying he's the Sword King here. Lots of people are happy, dating, and enjoying life. The protagonist starts thinking he really did come back and activates his status window. He sees he's level 2. Realizing he's back to when he first joined the league, he starts getting excited, thinking this is his shot. He says if he uses all the info from his past life, he can change the future. But he thinks this chance to change things isn't just acceptable, it's necessary. He says he'll protect everyone this time, and that it'll be different from before. He made it to the end of the game, and now he's back. And the year is 2020. Back then, Korea was still stable because it had one of the strongest players in the world, a top 11 member, and the third-ranked player globally, the Sword King, Yosejin. They say he was Korea's pride and national treasure. Thanks to his achievements as the strongest warrior, South Korea always ranked high in the East Asian League. But people say no, that actually, they could have ranked even higher. Then Seijin announces he's changing his name to Ryo Rei and becoming a Japanese citizen. So, in July 2020, he joined Japan's new defense force, and that was the biggest shock in Baronet Korea's history. He says now says he came back exactly to this day. He says he always gets pissed off when he sees his own face. He says after he left, Korea just fell into chaos, and the news says that after that chaotic message, the Sword King left them. Lots of people started worrying about their country's rank in the league. The protagonist says South Korea, which was always near the top in East Asia, dropped several spots and ended up in a terrible position. He says it was like falling into a bottomless pit, but some experts still say the rankings won't change that much and believe the country still has plenty of talent and rising stars. They need to hold on to hope to stay in the top 20. The Prota says they're screwed because all they did was comfort themselves and no one talented showed up to replace him, and he thinks it could have been different if they'd stayed longer. But Baronet is pretty merciful, and so, they say the Space League is starting. He says at first, Baronet was just a game, but 2 years later, when the Space League kicked off, it turned into a survival war. And if you die in the game, you die for real. And a bunch of low-ranked players popped up in different countries and started an unimaginable massacre. After Yoon Se-jin left South Korea, as expected, they couldn't handle the low-rank monsters and eventually fell apart. He says the survivors all said the same thing. If the Sword King had stayed in South Korea, things would have been different. He thinks the Sword King Se-jin was a great player, and also his brother-in-law. I'm telling you, that's something else, man. The dude marries your sister and he's still a jerk. Can you believe that? He gets super pissed thinking about that guy, punching his photo. The Prota says he still wonders why his older sister fell for that jerk and wonders if things would have been different if she were still alive. So, sometime later, they're barely noticing and saying it's good to be back in this time, but they say his stats suck. But he thinks having those stats makes sense, since all he did back then was drink and play games. He thinks he was a total loser in the past, and didn't even realize how amazing it was that he had the gaze of an F-rank wanderer who could analyze other players. He says everyone becomes a player at 18, but only a few get gifts, and he got an F-rank gift the lowest, and only used it in betting games where he had to guess the winner. He didn't know it back then, but the real power of that gift only shows after awakening, and he says no matter how much he looks back, he just finds more problems. He says with those stats he should be level 1, wondering how he even survived. Now he remembers it's the experience potion, saying right. Some idiot accidentally drank the potion and leveled up, and he thinks he was really dumb. Then he wonders what's up, asking why his achievement points are so high. He says he has 100,000 achievement points and says it's like, if you ignore the fact that he's a total loser now, why does he have so many achievement points when he didn't do anything before joining the league? He wonders if something changed when he went back in time, opens his inventory, and gets a huge shock. There's a KX, a voucher to exchange achievement points, a privilege given to the last survivor who chose to try again. He says he has the right to trade achievement points, and it's a non-tradable item. The Prota is surprised it's a special item just for him and an X rank, so he uses the achievement points exchange voucher. The achievement shop is added to his status window, and he can't believe it never thought something like this existed. In the level 1 achievement shop, there's an upgrade for the shop, status shop, expansion, and extra class space. He wonders if upgrading the shop will unlock more stuff, says he needs something useful, and says what he can buy now isn't helpful. So, he decides to upgrade the shop, moving to level 2. Then inventory expansion is added, and he says he'll upgrade again to level 3, adding extra title space. He says he can't use that now, but he's left with 50,000 points and thinks if he upgrades the shop to level 4, he'll only have 10,000 points left. Only now does he realize the cost goes up as the level rises and thinks he can either buy the items he unlocked so far or upgrade the achievement shop to level 4. He wonders what to do and thinks he needs to unlock as much as possible, so he goes for level 4, and emergency recovery is added. He's shocked by that, wondering what's going on, and emergency recovery can fix broken items. He says he's screwed, that's why he can't stop playing, saying everything worked out. Then he goes to a place with tight security, uses his fingerprint to enter, and it says recognition complete, calling him a family member. Then he goes straight to that chair that's player Yasa and Jin's multi-screen room, and he says the machine still recognizes him as family, even though he left them all. Then the inventory starts opening, connecting to Baronet, and he says that's why he'll get his first key real quick. And that's Don Funchuro's broken brush. It's a weird broken brush. He starts emergency recovery on it, installing Don Funchu's broken brush, and when the brush snaps back to its full form, 2 jewels appear, and it's restored perfectly. The Prota grabs it, saying it's flawless now, everything's ready. That Don Funch shoe brush is ranked SS. It's the brush that the guy who lived for 180,000 years formed a bond with. As soon as he grabs it, the system says the Baronet League tutorial is about to start. 10 seconds left, and he quickly opens his status, saying there's no time to waste. He starts writing with that brush on his status window, saying that's how he climbed to rank 7 in his past life and got called a martial saint. He says it's a unique trait, a rare one, combined with his strength, agility, and vitality. While he writes, some crazy effect kicks in. He says all that combined turns into martial power, and thanks to that brush everyone ignored because it was broken, the two characters he drew mark the start of his awakening. While he's doing that insane fireworks show, all his stats start changing, and he enters the Baronet. The tutorial mission is to survive that mess. He has to survive against the Coliseum Masters and 100 players, killing off opponents until only 50 remain. When he gets in, he wonders if this is really the Coliseum and keeps asking where the martial power is as he opens his status. That's when his strength, agility, and vitality combine to become martial power. He's shocked it actually worked. Then he says he's got martial power again, with 5 points, and he earns the Onic Attribute achievement, getting 10,000 achievement points. He's happy, saying he missed it. He says he knows this is just the start to get the nameless divine art, but it's more than enough to finish the Bronze League. The system warns he joined without connecting to a baronet and will feel pain directly if he's not linked to a connector. He says that rings a bell, mentioning how the money world can reduce the pain you feel. It's insane. He says that nowadays you can lessen the pain in the game with a connector. The Dejin connector is top tier and cuts pain by 99%. After that, he decides to chill, and the achievement window pops up with the system saying a limited mission was added. He's unsure about it, and the mission is to finish first in that tutorial, rewarding 1,000 achievement points. He says that didn't exist before, feeling pumped, thinking it'll be super easy since he's got martial power. The system kicks off the game, and he's all cocky. Then some dude appears behind him with a sword, putting the Prota on alert, telling him to die and attacking. But then he senses something weird and stops that sword with just 2 fingers. While doing that, he looks back with a psycho grin, saying the coolest thing in the game is wiping out newbies, thanking that cocky guy for his first kill. The Prota explains about guilds, saying they're organizations that take care of and train players. And since people worldwide dove deep into Baronet, countries started investing in training their players. Thanks to aggressive backing from big companies, Korea also created tons of small and big guilds, like Turtle and some others. This here's an apple, huh? I think it's Apple, he says, noting they trained strong players early in the league. This place is the Bronze League of Gangnam, and he says it's the debut phase for the best from each guild. The system says the game's about to start. One of the guys was already eavesdropping on everyone. He says, as expected, the Gangnam League's on another level, and thinks he needs to stay calm, not get nervous, saying he'll do fine, because he's the luckiest guy alive. This dude's name is Du Ryok Gu. He starts saying he can do it, and it's said he was part of the Twin Stars Guild. Twin Stars is run directly by the Twin Stars Group and is a named guild with lots of promising players. Du Ryok Gu, an average young guy, got into Twin Stars after earning an Agile Rank A gift. He says that's a rank, a gift only a few can get, and that with it, he can at least crack the top 50. But then he wonders who his opponent is, looking around and noticing people are already fighting nearby. He says he gets it, not wanting to fight those guys yet because they scare him. Staying alive is the most important thing here, because everyone's going wild over there, and he doesn't want to get knocked out after touching someone he shouldn't. He says most of their gear is good since they're from big guilds, wondering how this is the Bronze League. But then he wonders what's going on. Looking to the side, he spots the Prota and freaks out, wondering if he's some noob summoned by mistake, seeing he entered the Gangnam League like that, wearing sweatpants and a tank top. Thinking he's clearly the noob who got summoned by accident, meaning a free kill, he gets ready, already putting his sword in position, gearing up for a charge. He wonders how lucky he is to get a free kill. Yeah, he doesn't know who the Prota is, but thanks him. When the game starts, he rushes in yelling for the Prota to die. But we cut back to when the Prota's holding his sword with 2 fingers. Then he wonders what the hell is going on. What the hell is this? Because he stopped his sword with just 2 fingers, asking how he's doing that against rank agility speed. The Prota flicks the kid back with just his fingers. He says the kid's way too cocky, asking if he got into the Gangnam League with a gift like that. Got it, he says. What are you talking about? Asking if he's calling his agility a gift like that. Questioning if the Prota thinks rank A gifts are lame, and he says he won't deny it. The kid gets totally pissed, cursing the Prota, saying that bastard dares to mock him, telling him not to get cocky just because he stopped him once, saying he'll hit him with his fastest attack this time, starting to summon even more aura, glowing like Pikachu. To hit like a thunderclap, he grips his sword tight. That's when Jirhan realizes this guy's going all out and admits, Honestly, his speed wasn't anything special before either, at least now he's sure this dude's faster than him. Just as he senses the kid closing in, the sword's almost at his neck, but Jan, with all his experience, dodges easily, pulling his neck out of the way and ducking low, dodging every strike the kid throws with ease, not letting him land even a scratch. Jan thinks his body's way too slow now. It's tough to get used to after dropping straight down to level 2. And he realizes it's not that Gok's fast, it's that he's just really slow. He knows this won't be easy, but he also thinks if it were the old Will, it'd be a breeze. After all these fights, though, the paths become simple and easy. He can see the kid's attacks like they're in slow motion. He says he can catch every move, and Goo's getting more and more desperate trying to throw the sword at the protagonist again. But the guy just turns his face and bats the kid's sword up with a slap, disarming him. Gok notices his sword's left his hand and wonders what the hell's going on. But the protagonist quickly leaps, grabs the sword, lands behind the kid, and drives the sword into G's neck, killing him while the kid's still thinking this can't be real. But while he's in denial, he drops to the ground stinking, saying he'll definitely beat him next time they meet, making sure the protagonist won't forget it. Jan thinks that being able to think about a next time while dying means this really is a good world. And just like that, he gets his first kill in the tutorial, earning 100 achievement points. He says when a player dies, their weapons vanish with them, and now that he's warmed up, he needs to pick up the pace. To snag first place, he needs 5 or more kills. Then he looks back and says, as expected, no one's even paying attention to where the monsters are. They're all just grouped together. The protagonist says inside the baronet, besides players, there are monsters too. But since each monster counts as Lee Rowan as 0, 1 kill needs 10 of them. So most players avoid monsters and go after other players, especially those SS guys moving in groups. He says only idiots would fight that, but he gets a new mission that's been created. Wipe out the URS group. This gang of about 30 is the strongest monster pack in the Coliseum, and he's got to take them all down to show off his strength and earn warrior rewards. He says even with the inefficiency of hunting monsters, that reward's pretty sweet. He notices the prize is 5 times the bonus of the first kill, and says, if that's true, there's no reason not to take the mission. He adds that in the end, monsters are just monsters, and compared to real arcs, this is nothing. He thinks he's gonna have some fun and go all out on those monsters. And those pigs, they're freaking out, wondering what's going on because a naked human's coming at them. They realize this guy's crazy and wants to kill them, but the protagonist moves so confidently that the orcs literally throw their axes at him to try and kill him. Noticing their axes, he catches them in his hands, wanting to use them as weapons. He says since they're thrown like that, he throws them back, killing the monsters with ease. Seeing that, they get scared, and the whole group starts freaking out. The protagonist appears in the middle, grabs another axe, and beheads several with a single swing. They get more and more terrified as death closes in. One of those orcs gets so panicked he charges full force. The others decide to do the same, trying to surround the protagonist while he's holding just one axe. So far, 5 out of 30 have been wiped out. As all those pig-sized orcs rush the protagonist, he quickly spins around, killing several with a single strike. He makes a line of bodies twitching but still lying there, standing his ground while they all try to take him down. But he spots an incoming attack and catches a spear that nearly hits him, breaking it easily with his hand and disarming that orc. The orc's terrified seeing how easily the humans handling his army. The protagonist calls them pathetic and asks who taught them to scream in the middle of a stealth attack. Then he charges the orc for the finishing blow. But as he hits the wood the orc's holding, the orc's axe shatters into pieces. He's left holding just the handle, watching the blade fly off. He tells those orcs to use better weapons, saying all their gear's trash and not fit for their size. The orcs think he broke their weapon, but their own weapons broke too, and now they're gonna kill him. Charging the protagonist, he says they never change. The guy just stomps the ground, lifting the earth and throwing them all into the air. No clue where he got that strength, but this little dude's seriously overpowered. When they all get up, he grabs the flying weapons and attacks everyone around, wiping out that whole pig army. They say they didn't even see his attack coming. He quickly spins that spear and throws it at one of them, killing another, then another, making a kill streak. The last one left says the protagonist's probably not even human, he's a monster. But the protagonist doesn't stop there, rushing past him and ripping his head off. He completes the orc group annihilation mission, earning achievement points and leveling up. Then he says he leveled up mid-game, thinking normally experience is calculated at the end, and wonders if it's because his level's low. But he doesn't care much. It's great for him. Since he already leveled up, his stats will increase. He glances over and says if he's gonna boost one, it has to be martial power. Then he talks about martial power, a unique stat that combines strength, agility, and vitality into one, keeping all those attributes balanced. This stat is at least twice as strong. But more importantly, There's another reason why martial power is so special for him. So, when your martial power hits 30, the path to unlocking the unknown divine art opens up. He says he needs to grab that unknown art as soon as possible, but warns this tribute comes with a fatal downside. Because martial power doesn't just level up by smashing a button. So he finds it weird because when he presses the button, it actually goes up. He sees his power really did increase. He says normally, you gotta rack up tons of combat experience, go through intense training to boost your martial power, and putting points in just raises your capacity. Then he wonders if this is actually awesome, because he has no clue what's going on. But if it keeps going like this, it's gonna get way too easy. But then some archer girl nearby aims her arrow right at him, and he spots it quick, dodging out of the way. He's wondering if that's a magic arrow, and the girl gets hyped that he dodged it. He finds the tank guy, calls him a damn lucky bastard, and she says they don't have much time left, wants to wrap this up fast. The tank agrees, saying like they agreed. The kill goes to whoever lands the last hit. The protagonist notices they seem teamed up and says that kind of thing happens sometimes. He says the survival map's original deal is only one survivor, but there's no rule stopping players from teaming up. Judging by their logo, they're from one of the top 10 guilds in the core, the Turtle Guild. He notes their group is solid, with a warrior and an archer. He sees it's a combo of close combat and long range, so if they're from the same guild, that explains it. Then they say only 60 survivors are left, and the tutorial's about to end soon. The protagonist should be shocked that so many people have already been wiped out. He thinks that means now you can survive just by dodging fights, but since they stepped off their path for him to grab that, he feels like he's turning into an easy target. Then the warrior has the nerve to turn his back on the protagonist, telling the archer if she agrees to dinner after this, he's willing to give her that kill. And she obviously shuts down that dumbass's offer, while the protagonist pulls up his ranking, saying he's got a total of 4 kills, still holding first place. The second place has 3, but he says honestly, that's good, it means he can use it to climb the ranks. Meanwhile, the archer's complaining to the tank about his shamelessness, considering their age difference. But then, while she's got her bow raised, the protagonist slips a dagger through her, killing her easily, and says he's gonna test something. The comfort of being able to soften level 6 power. Now there are 58 people left, since 2 died while he took out 1. The tank starts freaking out, asking how the hell he pulled that off, and how he could do that to a woman trying to play White Knight in the middle of a fight with someone he swore to kill. But the protagonist suddenly appears behind him, landing a single strike in his back. The guy actually feels it, but the protagonist senses something's off. The tank says he's exactly what you'd expect from a rank B exclusive armor from the Turtle Guild, saying it's super tough and a serrated weapon like that won't do squat. But the protagonist just keeps hammering him with attack after attack, and the tank starts cursing, asking if he's hitting the same spot non-stop. The protagonist manages to punch a hole in that armor from hitting the same spot so much. He says who cares if it was a woman or a rank B armor. He asks if the tank came here to play around, calls him worthless, and says they should stick around a bit longer, then he kills him. Meanwhile, 2 women are watching the fight, and Rayon asks if that's not pretty impressive, saying it's really a relief. Then the other asks what she means, and she says it's a relief that guy wasn't summoned near her. It'd be embarrassing to get eliminated and not even hold second place in the rankings. She tells Gayong that if she ends up in the same match as that guy, she thinks she should avoid him, and Gon's not happy about that at all. Rayon starts noticing what's up with the girl and tells her not to forget, saying there's no way around it, Gon just has to lose, and all they gotta do is knock him down. Then Gon says it's fine, she'll avoid him, but Ron says no, that's an order she has to fight him to get info. So she agrees again, but looking at the boy, she says she feels like she's seen him before. Later on, Gayan's doing his blade technique, throwing a bunch of Sora flowers everywhere. So, he can get his basic class at level 5. He talks about this class acquisition, saying it's a big deal for classless players, and that there are 4 options: warrior, archer, mage, and support. He picked warrior in his past life, and says he's got a lot of experience with it, so he'll level up way easier if he picks it again. But he got the achievement shop from his regression. Then he says thanks to that, he can add the warrior class anytime he wants, even if he picks a different class now, since it only costs 10,000 points. He wonders if that's not awesome, saying there's no reason to grab warrior at the start anymore. Thinking that over, he goes for a class he should have picked ages ago. Sometime later, he finds himself in a sea of zombies heading back to Gangnam in the bronze class. His mission now is defense. They gotta protect that crystal behind those guys in the tower. Gaelon's up there watching everything going on below in the sea. Meanwhile, the 5 towers are about to start getting targeted. Gon apparently picked warrior this time. She says even though it's a game, it's disgusting looking at all those rotting zombies, totally gross, drooling, falling apart, almost collapsing, and more people show up behind her. That crew looks pretty tough, so they figured the maps had to be like this. They ask about the defense, and Gon says the people she's got for the mission this time are an archer with rank B gear, who's part of LK, and a mage who doesn't seem affiliated with anyone but has great gear. She thinks that's not bad, but says the most important thing on this map is the support. The support starts coming down near them, making a huge ruckus. She says defense is basically a war of attrition, and the support's help is absolutely crucial. Then she gets shocked seeing who it is, realizing it's Suiran coming out looking all chill in workout clothes. He wonders what's going on, asking if this is a defense mission. He picked the support class 20 minutes ago and is sticking with it. They warn him the class doesn't suit him, asking if he's sure about choosing support. Then he says there's only one reason he's picking support first, even though the system says it doesn't fit him. They say he completed his class acquisition and really becomes a support. He says he unlocks the divine power attribute as soon as he picks support. It's a key component that needs to be developed to unlock a new, unique attribute. But that attribute is pretty complicated to level up and can't be trained like the others. He has no method besides investing achievement points, but he thinks he can't waste those precious points, since he's putting all his points into martial power. He says he knows another way, a perfect method no one else knows. Gaon's surprised, asking if he's really a support and almost can't believe it. But then the mage starts laughing, saying that's crazy. He says that's why he wasn't going to join the tutorial season, mocking his clothes and gear, asking if he's some homeless guy, and if Jonando, his kid, really thinks he bought that expensive gear just to carry losers like him. But another guy says he thinks the mage is getting way too hyped, telling him to calm down. But the mage keeps taunting, asking if he'll still say that after seeing the kid's current state. He tells him to stay out of it, that he's not joining, and to deal with it on his own. Gaon starts thinking the mage is way too loud and wonders if he had to end up in the same room as that troll, saying the mission's gonna be kinda tough. Then everyone's surprised, and the mage starts begging the prota to let him go. The guy holding him lifts him with one hand, saying he already told him to let go. The prota says since he's pushing it so much, he's gonna toss him off up there, into that sea of zombies, throwing the kid down. So, as he falls down there, everyone's watching. He asks what the hell that means. Says there's no need to throw him since they'll do fine without that mage. Damn, this kid's got not just a short fuse, he's totally reckless. I'm liking this prota. At first, he switches his approach, begging Prar, saying he'll try harder, asking if he hasn't killed him enough already. Prar says the name of the guy begging for mercy is Kung Gil Rook. He says there's a reason that Troublemaker suddenly changed his attitude. In a Bronze League defense game, you get 3 lives, and after Sujinan killed him, King Ryuk revived right away. The prota, realizing he can revive, throws him down again, and after the second death, he only had 1 life left. If he died one more time, it'd be over. Then the prota asks what he wants all of a sudden. He says he'll give it his all from now on, says he'd end up last if he died, says he has to avoid coming in last, because if he finishes last, his level drops due to penalties and the skill he spent so much to buy disappears. They say if you lose a level and don't meet the minimum requirements, the skill vanishes. The prota says his attitude changed way too fast, asking if he's trying to use that skill again like before. He tried casting a spell on the prota, but he easily deflected it. Then he says he used fire really well. Says it's fire, yeah, saying the fire mage is more subtle on maps like this. Says it's him and that he's level 15, asking if he's planning to lose a valuable ally. Gon, watching from afar, feels disappointed because she knew she'd seen him before, saying that's Gil Ryuk, the troublemaker who belonged to one of the top 10 guilds, but he failed 4 times to light the silver and became a troublemaker, a piece of trash. The prota starts feeling more at ease about that guy. But then he says there's one condition, asking him to apologize for throwing him, saying if he does, he'll join. The other guy says that's great. They say they're gonna do better now. So the mage gets pissed at the prota, telling him to just wait, cause next time, he's gonna die. But then the prota grabs him by the collar again, ready to throw him, and asks if he wants him to apologize. The mage doesn't really get it, but the prota just tosses him again, saying people will think he's the one looking for trouble. While he's hitting him like he's playing baseball, throwing that guy down again, and he dies once more. Then the prota tells them next time to have some manners. And that polite dude in the back notices the prota actually killed the guy and just freezes, not wanting to get involved with that psycho. Meanwhile, those zombies start climbing the wall while the other team's mage burns them with fire, and everyone's hyped because they're desperate for a fire mage, saying that's some seriously destructive power. They say if they keep this up, they won't finish last, suggesting they should just back off and roast some marshmallows. Meanwhile, Meloda's Blondie says that's exactly why they needed the mage, asking what he's gonna do now and saying he should have forgiven him, warning that their pride's gonna screw them over. So the prota just opens his status window and sees his mission is to finish first in all 10 towers, with a reward of 1,000 achievement points, and it's a chain mission. he's kinda unsure about it, and that's the source of the zombies. He has to kill 1,000 zombies solo, with a reward of 3,000 achievement points. He thinks about it, saying it's an impossible mission because of the time limit, but the reward's too good to ignore. While he's weighing the pros and cons, Gaon keeps staring at him, silently playing Sunji Rand, thinking this is terrible. Because, putting aside that he's doing whatever he wants, thinking he'd become a support with those stats, she says even casual players don't do that. She says the Twin Stars Guild shouldn't waste time watching him. So while he's looking down, Blondie starts freaking out, begging him to say something, asking if the prota's ignoring him, saying if he keeps this up, why doesn't he just fight alone? Then he asks and says yes. The prota thinks maybe he can finish the mission if he monopolizes the zombies, but Gaon says she'll stay in the front line, telling the support to hang back. She says the game's been ruined, but as a player, she has to do it. The prota says it's fine, and she asks what he means. He says he already said it's fine, he'll take care of it, and tells the warrior to protect the Lady Archer. But while they're in this crazy fight, a red zombie with a huge head like Megamind shows up at the edge of the tower. Blondie says those are blood zombies, saying they're different from normal zombies, and that their bodies are made of liquid, so you can't kill them with physical attacks, saying you need the opposite. But then, as the zombie charges the prota, he just gets ready with that little staff in his hand and starts pounding on the zombie, killing it, passing right through it. Gaon wonders what's going on, eyes wide, surprised as chunks of zombie fall nearby. Then Kelly, the White Holy One, calls out, wondering if that's divine power, and the prota, getting more and more ridiculous, puts his plan into action to combine the two classes into one. As the zombies come at him, he kills them all with just his staff, going down and clearing them out super easily with those insane staff moves. He says he's not sure if he can do it, but he has to try, and as he climbs, the prota already has 6 zombies dead out of the 1,000 he needs. As he charges all those undead, he kills them one by one with ease, since they die in one hit. His count climbs fast, but he's still only at 26. He thinks physical attacks won't work on blood zombies. He figures he'll unleash his divine power bit by bit when he sees those zombies and kill them all at once. They're shocked because that support is insane. Blondie thinks if he's a mid-level player like this, who cares if he's a little rough around the edges? They gotta respect him, saying he's doing great. Gaon's speechless, thinking he's fighting while freely controlling his divine power, not wasting a single bit. That kind of control doesn't even make sense, and she thinks the most important thing is that guy's been aiming straight for the head the whole time, and the zombies are dropping one by one. He hits 210 kills, meeting the conditions. He fully understands the otherworldly relic. His divine power rises to 7, and he starts laughing, saying he knows a different way to level up his divine power. He says this method is perfect, and talks about the relic being a sacred object. Back in 2010, when Earth's tutorial started, they were sold for high prices, promising they held a secret. But after 10 years, no one figured out the secret. So eventually, their value kept dropping, and that otherworldly relic had no real worth. So, tons of people didn't even know it existed. But Sophia told him she boosted her divine power using that relic, and she was the top rank in America. The prota's shocked by that, and she tells him about her divine power, saying she managed to level it up thanks to the otherworldly relic. But she says it won't be possible once the tutorial ends. He asks if that's really possible, and she says of course, how else would she become a saint? She says if you hold the relic for a long time and pray, you can increase your divine power. And of course, each relic's conditions are a bit different. He's surprised no one knew about such an easy method, and she says there's nothing to do. Even if someone heard rumors, since otherworldly relic supplies are scarce, she thinks it'd be hard to even find one. He thinks besides that, it's only possible during the tutorial period, and says thanks to that, she managed to keep all the relics for herself. She says that's right. And now that she's stopped to think about it, she doesn't think so. She says she had exclusive info nobody else knew, and that someone else bought a bunch of relics from another world. He figures it's a player who knew about this, and after getting back to the Sword Palace penthouse, he realized all those relics were from another world, and that their divine power had already been drained. So most of them are empty. That's what he thinks happened. He notices the other player who collected that otherworldly relic was another saint he knows, his sister, Sungya. He says his sister, along with Yoon Sejin, were the best supports representing Korea and kind of heroes themselves, and the fact she died because of something from the past. So, he thinks that among the otherworld relics his sister left behind, he found that metal blade. The description says, if he hits the heads of the heirs, his divine power will increase. He says the way to use it is pretty simple. Even though its rank dropped and it can't absorb divine power anymore, it's still as tough as ever, perfect for smashing stuff. Gon says his physical skills are clearly exceptional, but wonders if it's really possible, because that K control doesn't make sense. Then the blonde guy says, it's amazing, since the warrior from that tower already fell too, yet they still got a solid rank 5. He asks why they don't join the fight to help, but then he almost gets bitten by a zombie while spacing out, but Gallon barely saves him. When the protagonist looks back, still killing zombies, he wonders what the hell just happened, because he thought there was something familiar about her and that plum blossom sword. He recognizes it's gone and says she was a promising player who could have become the Sword King, but it didn't end well since she died at the hands of Ansa Agent, not the real king. He thinks it looks like she's about to save the plum blossom sword, and she calls him asking if she can join the fight, saying if they fill up, they might get a higher rank. The Prota opens his status window and sees he's got 398 kills at rank 5. He notes there's still a long way to go and not much time left. He says since she's the Plum Blossom Sword, even without him, she can do more than just stand around. He says that sounds good and sets off to try, telling her he'll take the upper part and then jumps down, leaving both of them shocked. As he falls, they're left speechless, and the Prota channels his sacred energy into that staff, activating it and telling it to gather everything and explode. When he hits the ground, it causes a massive shockwave, raising a huge number of the undead. The blonde guy is stunned by what the Prota did, saying it's incredible because they're in first place, and he managed to survive all the way to the end. The first mission across the 10 towers is complete. He says it was totally worth it since the Prota killed 1,500 zombies out of the 1,000 needed. Then the game ends, and the blonde guy comes up to him, saying he was amazing and thanks him for everything. The Prota says he'll do it again once he gets stronger, while the blonde thanks him for turning it on, and the Prota wonders if he'll even be able to do it again, if the mission will pop up. Meanwhile, the blonde says he wants to team up again, and Gaon is shocked looking down, thinking this is unbelievable. That's why those enemies were killed by a player not affiliated with any guild. He says he's a support, lower level than her, and starts asking if this is a bug. The Prota says he's logging out first, and everyone leaves. He says he has to claim his reward too, until she talks to the Prota. He asks why she's talking to him, wondering if he knows her, saying he doesn't think they've met before. She thinks she needs to talk to him, saying he's got potential. The result they showed in the 2 tutorials, this guy is someone the Twin Stars Guild desperately needs. As a star player, she just asks for his number, thinking it's for a recruitment offer, but she doesn't say it. Then she gets embarrassed about what she just said. The Prota is confused about what she means. The girl's face turns bright red, and she tries to explain, saying she messed up the story, that the first thing she asked was for his number. In her head, the plan was to get his number after their first meeting. She says she skipped a bunch of steps. She says she's from the Twin Stars Guild, and it's for a recruitment offer, but the Prota just refuses, saying he doesn't remember her number right now, so she's stunned, and he says he'll give it to her if they meet again. He says goodbye and takes off, and the girl's left behind wondering what kind of nonsense it is to not remember her number. She wonders if she just got rejected, while the Prota walks away calmly. Thinking about it now, he used an American phone number for a long time and wonders what his Korean number was. He says it's not like he can just ask someone else for his number, but he thinks the important thing is he got a recruitment offer and seems to have stood out a bit. He thinks maybe he could have gotten her number too, but he's not planning on joining a guild right now. So he opens his status window and says what matters now are the rewards. He says his level went up by 2 and he got 10,000 GP, including the boost to his divine power. It's not so bad. Then he goes into the GP shop and says he can't buy any relics with just 1,500, and says back in 2020 it was probably cheap, but now everything's expensive. He says he should head home and check his sister's warehouse a bit more. Back at home, he goes straight there, but when he enters, he feels something's off. He sees a shoe lying around and can't believe it, because everyone has moments in life they regret. He says since he had another life, he's got plenty of regrets too. He almost shakes, not wanting to believe what's happening. He says what he regrets most is not being able to protect someone. Inside, a girl says she's surprised he's awake and that she was out asking how his hangover was. He says there were so many things he wanted to say if they met again. And that girl tells him everything's gonna be alright, but he tells her she's the strong one. She fires back that, yeah, she's strong, and that's exactly why she's worth protecting. Then he thanks her for protecting him and apologizes for not being able to protect his niece, who just asked him to trust her. He freaked out back then when he lost her and says it almost feels shameless on his part, but he really wanted to see her again. Then she asks why he's not saying anything, telling him to come in and wash his hands, calling him uncle, smiling at him, and she's Sa. He talks about Yeon Sa, saying she's 17, and that niece was born from Yeon Sae-jina, his sister. He asks if she's back from Joe already, and she explains she actually came back earlier than the others. He says when she was born, his sister was busy with work, so he took care of her since she was a kid. She says everyone's talking about her dad, and he says he lost his whole family when he was just a little kid. The girl says it's just the two of them left now. Meanwhile, the protagonist thinks she's his precious niece and asks if she got any calls from her dad. She says, yeah, he called, but he presses for more, and the girl says he said he fell in love. He tells her that's all she needs to know. She asks what he means by fell in love, questioning if he's lost his mind. He says he's not going to ask for her understanding, and she asks what he wants her to do if he's going to abandon her and walk away. He just answers yes and says that was the condition she set before accepting those feelings. Then she asks if he really accepted such a ridiculous condition. He just says he's hanging up while the protagonist gets pissed off at that piece of shit. Then he tries to calm down a bit, saying he's always been like this. He's a piece of trash but responsible, saying he left his country and his daughter because of a woman, asking if he even knows how much innocent Sa suffered because of that. He starts getting really pissed off about it. Meanwhile, the girl asks if he was the one who broke that picture, and he accidentally lets it slip that he did. He apologizes, saying it was because he got really mad. He says he's still her dad, asking if he went too far. But then she asks why he did it before her, throwing another punch and breaking it even more, saying she was thinking about doing the same and telling her uncle not to apologize because she's totally fine. The protagonist thinks Sa has always been like that. Even when her mom died and even when her dad left her, she always put on a big smile and cared more about him than herself. But she doesn't have to be like that anymore, saying that from now on he tells her she's already grown up, hugging the girl, saying she even knows how to take care of her uncle. He says it's all good, telling himself he's going to protect her. He tells her not to push herself so hard. Then the girl lets her guard down a bit, thanking him, but says he's stinking of sweat, and he finally notices. And so, if I'm at Gangnanga, branch of the Twin Stars, Rayon starts laughing at Gaon's face, who looks all down, and tells her she can't laugh that loud. She starts apologizing. Then the girl tells her to just laugh already and bursts out laughing, saying this is super serious and that he's pretty funny, while Gaon stays really annoyed. Ryan's surprised he refused to give his number to Gaon, saying he doesn't remember it, noticing that's a pretty lame excuse. The girl says there was nothing she could do because first impressions are based on looks and, unlike her, she's not that pretty and even looks like a guy. Rayon stops laughing right away, noticing the girl's serious and asks if she doesn't realize how popular she is, since everyone's staring at her. Then they talk about the plum blossom sword with the kid, wondering if he should ask for her number. But one of them says she'd reject him immediately. Rayon says if she says that in public, people will roast him. When they head to the room, she says, how can you expect that place to be more comfortable? Gaon asks if she's thinking about recruiting Sung, and she says she has to, no matter what, saying the old folks said the method doesn't matter, and she's just stressed out by all this pressure. However, Gaon says she also agrees that Sung Gi-han is someone who should be recruited. She starts finding that weird, but looking at her phone, sees a live stream started and wonders why that person went live, saying there wasn't any important match that day. Gaon asks if she's going to watch a betting live stream. She questions what she means by betting, saying it's strategy analysis. Gaon asks if that's really true, noticing that person is Sun. He asks if he's live on camera right now. That's right. Tell him the live stream looks good on the phone. Then Gaon asks if this isn't the prediction live stream she used to watch. She says that's not important. Noticing Sun Jan saying he's the brother-in-law of the Sword King, and everyone wonders if that's for real. He's recording in the middle of the street. He asks to get out and go behind quickly, and she agrees. Meanwhile, the protagonist lifts his leg, summoning his sacred power, getting ready to stomp on the spot where the statue honoring the Sword King stands. He smashes the whole place, leaving everyone shocked, destroying the monument. But as if what he'd done wasn't enough, he prepares to punch and break that sword even more. Everyone's freaking out, disliking, liking, everyone commenting. It causes a huge stir on the internet. Then he gets an achievement while thinking he's feeling recharged now. He gets several achievements, super pissed. He says now he's going to talk about his stance on the Sword King's naturalization. And look at that, folks. Anyone who says this protagonist isn't badass is crazy, crazy, crazy as hell. This dude's insane, insane. I'm telling you. He's one of the best protagonists I've ever brought to the channel. And then the protagonist explains about BattleTube, which is like a streaming service for Battle.net. It's a video platform with equal market share, part of Berremof. Players can earn tons of achievements and rewards through views, subscribers, and similar tasks. Check it out. It's like those losers who keep posting videos on that platform. He tells Sin he's the brother-in-law of the Swordmaster. He never had a better chance to grab his rewards, and in the end, he racked up viewers and 10,000 dislikes. Everyone's wondering if that crazy dude actually broke it with his bare hands. He glances sideways, just like you'd expect, and gets pissed off at the crowd. Says that, in the end, that idiot Dejin might actually come in handy. He scores a bunch of other achievements, and also gets a comment from some guy with a black logo themed around two twin swords. Noticing someone from the Sword King's fan club, realizing these fanatics dragged Saya to her death. He says they supported Saya more than anyone else. But over time, resentment and anger just kept growing. His feelings started pointing at his only blood relative, Saya. They say the Sword King abandoned his country because of his daughter's sins. They said Saya had to die for the Sword King to come back. They started trying to kill her, and in the end, they actually did. He says if they need a target for their anger and bitterness, he'll be it. Tells everyone to listen up carefully, then smashes the sword again with a punch. Then he says the king's not coming back. That's when everyone starts flooding the chat with insults and asking what the hell he's talking about. As he moves closer to the camera, he says he's about to spill something with Lee Roan. As Zero filters the conversation the king had with his daughter after changing his citizenship. Shows that call where he talks about a woman he's in love with, saying he only moved because of her. He shows the girl asking her dad if he's going to abandon her because of that. He agrees, saying that was her condition for accepting his love. While showing this, the girl calms down and finally faces the camera, saying Syriansa is the Sword King's daughter. She admits the whole situation is super shocking and confusing for her too, but she's here because she has something to say. Says her dad told her he's passing the Sword Palace to her, but she can't accept an inheritance from someone who abandoned his family and nation. So she's donating the building, the Sword Palace, to the nation. She hopes this donation will help the growth and development of Korean players and says she'll explain the details another day. So, 30 minutes ago, while he was planning, he tells her she has to donate the building. She hesitates at his request, noticing the protagonist doesn't seem drunk. He says it hurts and asks why they should donate their entire fortune, asking if he's lost his mind. He says he's fully aware now. Honestly, he's not sure he could convince her. Wonders why she'd say yes to that, donating not selling a building most people could never afford, even if they worked their whole lives. But for Saya's safety, he had to convince her, because after Saya easily crushed Korea as Japan's representative, the Korean people's anger spiraled out of control, and in the end, the government had no choice but to seize all of Saya's fortune. In the end, Saya had nowhere left to go. Unable to handle the stalkers and terrified of the Sword King's fan club, she ended up taking her own life. Since it's going to be confiscated anyway, he's going to use it to secure his safety and buy the public's goodwill. He says that right now, he's just some unemployed uncle, but thinks he can't tell her he's the future Will. The girl starts noticing he's serious and says it's okay. He asks if she's really cool with it, and she asks why he's changing his tone now that she said it's fine. He says it's because it's a ridiculous suggestion, but she points out he's not the kind of guy to suggest something without thinking it through. More importantly, she says, it's been a while since she's seen this confident side of him like a confident uncle. He's shocked, wondering who she takes after. Back in the present, he thinks she's amazing, and everyone keeps flooding messages while he figures that's how it's supposed to be. They should keep their focus on him, and if things keep going like this, those damn fan club idiots won't mess with Saya anymore. But he thinks he needs to make that crystal clear, so he tells Syriansa that honestly, he thinks this is for the best. Says he might have said it's all because of a woman, but only those who truly know him understand. The girl starts getting nervous about what he's saying this wasn't in the script. He talks about the past Saya and asks Saya, who must be watching from somewhere, if she thinks he didn't know why he ran off to Japan. He says it's because he wasn't confident he could live in Korea. Everyone's shocked, and he tells Syriansa to watch out in Japan, because once he sees him, he's gonna wreck him, tearing off his shirt sleeve and throwing down a serious challenge. After that, everyone's buzzing. But at home, the question is whether he really had to go that far. Says both Korea and Japan are in an uproar, and he says it's all good. Tells her not to stress over it, and just ignore it. But the girl says there's definitely something different about him. Like last night, he was a whole different person. He says, of course it seems that way. How could he be the same after dying once and going back in time? He tries to play it off, asking if he seemed like a drunk loser lately. She asks why he's bringing that up now, because, even though it makes sense, it's not the time. Then someone rings the doorbell, and both get alert. She wonders who it could be. The protagonist thinks it's a surprise, wasn't expecting this yet. She asks if they came for him, but he tells her to chill. It's nothing like that. Says now's the time to make some cash. Meanwhile, in Tokyo, Japan, they're talking about the Korea-Japan relationship, which is going to get tenser because the king's naturalization as a Japanese citizen. They say Koreans must be pissed since they lost their best player. Everyone keeps talking about it. But that woman asks Saya if all this is bothering her. He asks if she woke up, but she says she's fine, thinks she slept enough. Says she doesn't need more sleep and tells Syriansa she's more worried about how hard this is going to be for him. But he tells the treasure she doesn't have to call him sane anymore. Then he says he decided to become Rito Rio Rei, but she shuts him down, saying no way, he's Saiden Sim. And judging by the vibe around them, I think this woman cast some kind of spell here. It's a weird place to be. This guy's definitely cursed. She says he is Yoon Sejin, Korea's top hacker, the Sword King. Then he looks at her, and she says that truth will never change. She says she loves him, kissing him right there in that suspicious snow that's not suspicious at all. Right? Yeah, definitely true love. Love at first sight. Then she keeps calling him darling, all lovey-dovey. At least on her side, right? The other side's just a puppet. Meanwhile, the main guy opens up to the dude waiting outside, welcoming him in. That guy talks to Song, asking to be excused, saying it almost seems like he knew he was coming. Song asks how he could possibly know that, all cynical, saying things got way out of hand. Then he guesses the government would send someone, calling that guy Park Sake, the session chief. Then he says the office shut down right after Sidon left, but no one took care of the EA more than him and that guy. Then the girl greets the session chief, and the main guy says things need to be clear, asking if they're going to get everything they need. He says it was a bit rough, but he liked the broadcast, saying thanks to it the government managed to come to a conclusion one way or another. That conclusion was they can't bring the Sword King back. Then the main guy thinks at least they know, and Park says it's not like they can pressure people. He says this had to happen right before the war between Korea and Japan. Then he asks if they're getting straight to the point or not. He says he's here to ask for the Sword Palace back, and that probably once they get it, it'll be common knowledge the Sword King won't return. Park's surprised by that, noting his assessment was spot on, wondering if this really is that loser. Ain, saying he clearly remembers him as a lost, unemployed guy in Alaska. He tells the main guy that's exactly it, since they haven't completely given up on the Sword King's return. They'd like to put the palace under consigned management instead of putting it under the government's name. This consigned management means running an organization, group, or company, or entrusting responsibility to someone else. Then the main guy thinks they came up with a good idea. They'll manage it until the owners come back. He asks if they'll return the title deed if the Sword King returns. Park says yes, that's exactly it. That's why they want them both to keep living in the Sword Palace, saying the conditions are good for both sides. He asks him to read carefully and give a yes. The main guy thinks they're really putting a lot of care into this. With the situation so complicated, he says he was thinking of just giving the place to them, so it's good they can get some benefit from it. He says he totally understands the government's situation, but before signing, he has to ask a favor. He asks what the main guy means. The girl also looks doubtful, and the main guy says what he wants. Sometime later, the Golden Light streamer goes live, congratulating everyone. He says it's good to see them from the top of a statue, and that today he's talking about the Dust Blood Coliseum, says his usual shiny streamer, deep sea specialist, is dropping in there. He makes a grand entrance pulling a huge sword, striking a badass pose, but apparently, this guy's not much. Then he starts acting crazy, saying that was a donation right after the game started, from the CP. He starts thanking forever, shaking his butt side to side, and everyone thinks it's ridiculous. Then they get pissed because he was praying for that guy to get hit by a car and die. But it's him again. And they talk about that streamer, saying he's the famous streamer with a pretty face and endless energy, but also a vicious troll. Once he was a promising gold, but dropped to bronze on purpose to make content called Deep Sea Exploration. A guy who put the game aside to have fun, a genuine troll. Then he thinks he knew some people live way down in the deep sea. He says, even though he's in Bronze League, his stats and gear are all gold rank, and he was known for loving to massacre and bully weaker players. But he starts saying he's not that bad, but everyone says he's even worse, calling him a damn psychopath. Then he says enough bullshit, asking who's going to be the first victim of the Golden Lights today, and says he'll check out the players. But then he notices there's some good stream material with the main guy holding who knows what. Everyone in chat starts roasting the main guy, while Golden goes straight to him, asking if he can have a moment for an interview. Then Silver asks, what the hell is this? While the guy says he's the Sword King's brother-in-law, the strongest player in Bronze League and the destroyer of the twin sword statues, saying he's been charming people lately with a huge variety of names. Then he notices he's a Barrow streamer, saying he's loud and stopping to think, he still has a bunch of Battle Bee achievements he hasn't gotten yet. Then he says he might as well start a stream too. He also goes live, and meanwhile Golden stays by him filming his face, saying he's being totally ignored. That everyone in chat keeps talking about Song and notices he started a live stream jumping on him. The blonde guy gets pissed because it'll look like he's boosting his career and says he has to turn him into content fast before he loses too many viewers. But then a mission pops up. It's the Sword King's love asking him to kill Song and make him finish last. The reward is 2,000 GP. He's shocked because 1 GP is basically $1, so that's $2 million, and he asks who would give a mission like that, wondering if it's the Sword Fan Club. Everyone there starts raising the reward. He says he knew he had some grudge when Sung Jinan, but when he asks if it's really that much, and with the bounty rising, he gets more and more shocked. The mission reward jumps to 31,978 gold pieces and keeps climbing. He's surprised it's almost hitting 40,000, and if it keeps up, it could reach 50,000. And so, all the players get summoned, and the game kicks off. He ends up with 42,000 and gets pissed about it, thinking he was just a bit away from hitting 50. Then one of the King of Swords fan club guys says if he actually kills Sun Jian, he'll throw in an extra 10,000 gold pieces. That fires up the golden guy completely, saying the fiery wish of the viewers hit their streamer hard. So he thinks about squeezing a good chunk out of those suckers and tells Jan it's cool if he freaks out, saying from now on, the golden light's gonna wreck his game. And that active skill boost that, when cast, instantly propels the user forward at high speed, does just that to send the protagonist off to another world all hyped up. But then, the prota quickly spins around and hits him with a crazy counterattack, tossing that blonde's sword up, leaving him stunned, wondering what just happened. The prota says his little sword is way tougher than he thought, and that's the kitchen set's club, a rank D weapon. He says it didn't break, even though he hit it hard, and it'd be polite if he returned the favor. Then he charges at the blonde, charging the club with his sacred energy. Then, he quickly slashes the blonde with the knife, shredding him to bits. The blonde can't believe what's going down, just like the chat folks asking if this is really the sword's power and saying this might even be divine power, claiming no way that guy's a support. And just like that, Jirhan scores his first kill, earning 10 achievement points totally B1 wrapped in that sacred energy. And that's the rank D kitchen set knife. With that, he kills the blonde who was gold rank. And he thinks about something, saying it's been a while since he last cooked, and apparently he hasn't just finished cooking a chicken. Then the blonde starts talking about falling into the dark void of death, where he couldn't see a thing and all his light was lost. But the darker the night, the brighter the light shines. He says he returned to all of them, full of grace. And that's the Resurrection Cross, which can only be used once and can't be used in the National League, promotion series, guild battles, or any big event. He comes back to life after dying and says he let his guard down and showed his weak side. But if they wait a bit, they'll see him beheading Jirhan. But the prota's right behind him. When he notices that, his smug little grin fades, and the prota kills him again, pulling off a double kill. He says it's been a while since he saw anyone using that thing, and in the future, instead of penalties, people use it because of glitches. But he thinks something more important is going on nearby, since it sounds louder than usual. Turns out, they've got some seriously strong spectators there. He notices it's the elves this time and calls them damn annoying, saying those guys also played a big part in humanity's destruction. But whatever, he figures he was going to deal with that later anyway, and says he needs to handle what's right in front of him first. So he asks if he's being left out by the others or something. Everyone watching him bolts, and one of them yells it's not time for them to fight each other, just to run, saying Sunjian's gonna kill the Gold League players too. He thinks the hunting efficiency's gonna drop a lot and says he went over there. He even grabbed a rank D relic and says he needs to fill it up more to see if it has any activation condition. Then a mission pops up. He wonders what it is, and it's a normal mission. Goblin subjugation. He has to take down the goblins gathered around the goblin champion. He says that's a nice surprise. As the goblins rush him, he starts scaring them all off, killing each one face to face. He hits with the club, then finishes with the knife, wiping them out easily. The system says he's using the relic right, since the rank D kitchen set reacts. He notices, just like he thought, that's how you use it. First break the head, then cut the heart. He says since they're a set, there's a proper order to use each piece. He says it's good he figured that out before the game ended, but thinks he took too long if he'd known just a bit earlier. Some goblins might have survived, but whatever. It's not over yet, since that goblin champion's right in front of him. It's almost a 2-meter ogre. I was gonna read the description for you guys, but like the prota, it's way too long, so we're skipping it. He just charges at the goblin, knocking him out with a single hit, slamming his face into the ground. Then he asks, so what if he's big? In the end, that's all he is. He quickly goes for the heart and finishes the subjugation mission, earning 500 achievement points. And just like that, he gains another divine power. Those things start reacting. The set's rank jumps from D to E. He thinks since they're ranked now, he'll be able to get their divine power again, but thinks hunting with them will take forever, and realizes he really needs to hunt players since they ran far away. He says it's tiring, but there's no other way. If Muhammad won't go to the mountain's gotta come to Muhammad. And this guy's seriously B10. And his sacred energy ain't sacred at all. This is pure hate. Everyone in the chat starts saying they can finally breathe since they were holding their breath and say he's way too serious. Meanwhile, in Yoki-san, Gangnam So, the blonde is at home yelling mad, cursing the prota, saying he just attacked him, asking if he wasn't the one who praised him for being a good streamer, and questioning if he's weak, then saying no, he's insanely strong, asking if he's really trying to analyze that. So the prota's estimated stats are Strength 33, Agility 37, Vitality 36, and Magic Power 34. The blonde says just the estimated stats he gained fighting the goblin averaged 35. And the attribute cap for the Bronze League is 25. So how the hell does 35 make any sense saying he must be hacking? But then he hears a noise. He looks at the computer and sees Jan just killed another one, wondering where the hell that pig squeal came from. When he looks up, he gets a shock because the main guy's doing the exact same thing he did to the goblin, right in front of the players, hitting heads first, then hearts, throwing down some seriously terrifying punches. So he's like, What kind of random massacre is this? And the dude's racking up double, triple, even quad kills. Everyone's thinking this is pure skill, asking how the hell he killed 4 guys in one push. Then he just keeps going insanely, landing a penta. Everyone's saying now's not the time to fight each other, begging to give him their buffs and gear, cause they gotta team up to take this guy down, and that's when they start calling the main dude a hacker, telling him to get lost. But he quickly deflects every arrow flying at him, hitting each one back, changing their paths, and everyone's freaking out thinking that was straight up insane. After the main guy pulls off a double kill, almost no one's left. The whole chat goes wild. They say the rank E kitchen squad started fighting back, and he just gained another divine power boost. But the squad's rank just dropped from E to F, and just like that, the 10-minute Coliseum mission is done. He ends up getting 5,000 achievement points. He says divine power and achievement points he got everything he wanted, but also says he's still far from what he really needs, cause he's gotta get something big. Then he notices something: the epic mission to find the Shadow Queen among the Coliseum spectators and provoke her. He's surprised an epic mission popped up in Bronze League, but figures the reward comes first, the interest of the Shadow Queen constellation. He thinks about this constellation's interest, talking about constellations being absolute beings, representing stars and the gods of Baronet. He says getting the interest of one of these constellations could mean sponsorship and powers you normally can't get. And that's only possible after hitting at least diamond rank, but it just showed up for him now. He says he has to earn it, no matter what. And if he gets the constellation's interest, other constellations will start noticing him too. But he wonders if he can even find her, thinking she's hiding somewhere among all those elves the Shadow Queen is in disguise. So all he can do is stare and wonder who she could be. They say the achievement Sunho got this time in the Coliseum was 10 kills, finishing first. And in the country, it was the first time anyone pulled that off since On left Jin, and news about it started blowing up on forums and social media. That's why the live stream hit 10,000 subscribers and peaked at 4,000 viewers at once. The Sword King's fan club, who wanted Sunirhan to lose, ended up helping him. So all the heat got redirected to Golden Light. He's at home, pissed off, saying the internet's full of crazies. If this keeps up, he won't get much done. He says from now on, he's joining Ran's vibe and is now a fan. They say streamer Golden Light decided to become Sun Jan's editor and said he's gonna make him the best battler. And of course, Jihan's opinions didn't matter at all. So back at home, his niece is shocked, asking what she just saw, when her uncle got so strong, saying people are calling it pathetic, cause it looks like he's smurfing. He says war's always been cold-hearted, but the girl scolds him, saying that sounds like something an old dude would say. For those who don't know, smurfing means a pro playing on a newbie account to win easily. Hopefully that's what's going on, right? Cause if not, this is gonna be embarrassing. Damn, she says. Putting that aside, it looks like everyone wants to donate. So she asks why he keeps donations blocked. He says he just forgot to turn them on and asks, while she's sitting there, what she thinks about setting a minimum donation amount. She says if people can donate whatever they want, he'll get bombarded with notifications mid-game. He agrees and asks how about 10,000 GP, but she says 10,000 is a lot of money, so she's torn about whether to accept his idea. But he's thinking about something more important, the epic mission he got this time, which is to find the Shadow Queen. He says no matter how much he thinks about it, he can't figure out how to spot her in that crowd. Then his niece offers to help, saying he always screws up when things go wrong and can call on her anytime, promising she'll always be there. He thinks he always says she looks like her mom, but right then, she really did. So he wanted to be serious and said he wants to see her skills, telling her he has a mission to find the Shadow Queen in the Coliseum. She asks who that is, and Prem has no clue. Plus, she's supposed to be in the audience. She thinks these missions are weird and says she has an idea. She'll watch the replay slowly to see if she can spot her. He just wishes her good luck and says he doesn't know why, but he feels kinda guilty for asking her, cause finding the queen is like looking for a needle in a haystack. But he figures it's fine. Yeah, like Sa said, he can always ask her for help, and since he's got some extra time, it's time to check out what he left on the back burner. So, he heads to the class slot. The system asks if he wants to add a class, and he says since he bought the extra class slot with the achievement points he saved up, he can have an extra class, so he checks out the classes he's missing. He says the class he's picking is Mage. They say he managed to switch to the Mage class. He says he can feel waves of new power flowing through his heart and says it's different from divine power. He wonders if he should test the new class. He says the reason he picked Mage as a support class is because of its unique attribute that you can only get after having those two classes, wondering if he should try out the new class. He says the reason he picked Mage instead of support is because of its unique attribute that you can only get after naming both classes. So he starts summoning the attribute, some kind of purple Rasengan thing. I'm not even sure what he's calling up. He says this is strength. Before he went back that day, he was sitting near the Baron, listening to his drunk ramblings. He talks to Jan, saying it's really sad. The main guy asks how many times he said that. He says, if he'd naturalized earlier, he'd have called him American and been more careful with him. The main guy says that when he was drunk, he accidentally blurted out some stuff he'd been holding in his heart. The main guy says that day he was saying some pretty weird things. Then he starts talking about the day he gained his strength. So he asks if this strength is some kind of skill. He says he's never said it before, explaining that strength is an attribute that shows up when magic power and divine power perfectly fuse. He says, of course, it's not easy, but no one's tried because he's the only player with 2 classes. He says he only managed it because he has 2 status windows. That was the rank SSS gift the Baron was so damn proud of. He wonders if that's the only way to do it. He says you have to be level 10 too. The main guy starts wondering if he should have known this even as an American co-player. He says he's never said it before, saying he's the one with 2 classes. He doesn't care if others find out. He says even if he sounds cocky, he's not lying, because the awesome power that lets you claim your spot is strength. He's the only one who could have that power. But now it's not just him. He starts feeling strength infuse his body, but it hurts like hell. He says now that he knows how to get it, he's got what he needs to test it out. He says it's a skill that made the Baron, who could barely control it, stay on top. It's a power he needs for what's coming. He says he needs to get it now, saying he's got to put all the divine power into his hands and send the magic power from his heart there and fuse it all into one. He thinks this is going to end badly. If he doesn't blow up like a mushroom cloud, it's going to be a disaster. He says he can't let this power slip from his hands, so he needs total focus. Then he says he did it, but boom, an explosion throws him back and he smacks his head on the door, feeling a brutal pain, thinking he failed. He says Noel can only be controlled with brute force. Looks like he still doesn't really get how to control it. He wonders if he needs to boost his magic power, since after just one try, he almost ran out. He goes on saying he has to fuse it all in his hand, and says it's not like he can keep all that power in his hand afterward either. Then he thinks about storing it, and notices something trying to shift position, saying you can't control power once it's been released. But what if he keeps that power inside his body? He should take the divine power from the upper elixir field and fuse it with the magic power in the middle elixir field, then bring the 2 clashing powers since they can't mix to the lower elixir field that holds martial power. It's a perfect setup that doesn't waste either power. If he combines them like that, it's going to be insane. After trying, he starts feeling excruciating pain all over, screaming. The system says he's trying to integrate the 3 elixir fields. The kid keeps screaming while the system warns him he's reached a state no player can handle. A life-threatening danger is detected. Meanwhile, his niece isn't hearing a thing with her headphones on and wonders if something's wrong with her uncle. Look at him, he's about to have a heart attack. But hey, it's chill, right? If it's meant to be, it'll be. What he's doing is called combining the 3 elixir fields because he wants to gain strength by mixing power and magic. Sunghan even used martial power and unconsciously tried the combo, but the conditions for combining the 3 elixir fields were insanely strict, needing perfect control over 3 different powers. You also had to have attributes over 100 at least. If someone far from those conditions tried to combine the 3 elixir fields, they could even lose their life. Coincidentally, our guy is just in pain. That's the real deal. A scream comes from the uncle's room, someone rushing in asking if something's wrong, begging him to at least answer. When she opens the door, she notices something weird, eyes wide, calling out to her uncle. He tells her he still can't understand it, and she asks if he was screaming because of a headache. He says that's true, but she asks how he just left like that out of nowhere. He says that's one of the mysteries of the human body, but she yells at him, saying he's serious. Then she apologizes, saying she didn't mean to get mad, and admits she was really scared, afraid something bad might happen to him too. The main guy thinks he never thought about her at all, that he should have considered her feelings. She asks if he's really okay, and he says yes, apologizing for making her worry. The girl wipes her tears and says he doesn't have to care, saying she's good too. Relieved nothing happened to him, then punches him hard in the chest, saying she'll keep hunting the Shadow Queen. He just thanks her and says he can never show his weak side to her again. He says obviously the 3 elixir fields combo failed and he lacks experience and level. Then he thinks about it, realizing it wasn't a total failure and he can use a different power this time. Lifting a towel and twisting it with just one hand, saying he got the power he wanted, and the divine and magic powers merged and were replaced by the unique attribute, strength. He says he failed the elixir fields combo but successfully combined divine and magic power, which let him gain strength. So, the connection between the 3 fields was weakly maintained. Finally, he finds it weird and wonders if there's something strange about his strength attribute, questioning if the strength was there from the start. It said the connection between the 3 elixir fields was weakly kept and the martial power and strength attributes interacted, sharing their points. And so he's totally caught off guard, realizing that if he boosts one stat, the other one goes up too. He cranks his martial power up to 14, and his strength shoots up as well. They explain it's because of the elixir fields interacting. He's stoked, saying this is way too OP, that he's at this level just from strength alone, and starts wondering just how much stronger he'll get when he combines all 3 elixir fields. But then he thinks maybe he should forget about it for now, because if he tries again at his current level, he might actually die for real. He says he got what he wanted too, wondering if he should try casting some mage magic and start summoning fire. But then it's said he doesn't have enough power, and he's bummed out seeing that lighter flicker on. He calls it cute. Sometime later, he wakes up in the morning with sunlight on his face, realizing it's already dawn. The system tells him his divine power has increased to 10. From now on, he can only absorb divine power from relics ranked C or higher, and it urges him to use those relics. So those 2 rank D and E items lying nearby, totally useless now. He says he was hoping there'd be a chance they'd still work, but nope, that's not how it is. He thinks it's kinda stingy, saying all those items were bought with his points. He figures he'll just sell that junk secondhand on the market. Then he asks Sa if she's awake, wondering if she's still asleep. But actually, the girl's wide awake, staring at him like a zombie. He asks why she looks like that, begging her not to say she stayed up all night. She says she was just researching, and before she knew it, it was morning. He tells her she doesn't have to push herself so hard. Still, she says it's fine and that she found something good. He asks what it is, wondering if it's materials about other races. She says, yeah, there are people with evaluation gifts who make content about other races. The protagonist gets a little freaked out, asking if they're like using their gifts. Then she tells him to check out the video, saying it's a replay of the game he plays. While watching, there's a dark elf sitting on a throne, and they say elves are the best. But the protagonist says the sound is creepy and mutes the video. The girl says both seem to be high rank, but one of them is a dark elf. She wonders if the title Queen or something fits her look, and asks if the term Shadow Queen makes dark elves a potential candidate, asking what he thinks. He says it makes sense, telling her she did a great job. She says it's too soon to draw conclusions, and that she'll dig a bit more. But the protagonist starts thinking he doesn't believe that celestial being will be uncovered that easily. She says she'll start checking videos made overseas tomorrow. He says she sounds like a pro, and she replies, of course, since even editing videos for him will turn out cool. He asks if she knows how to edit, and she says, yeah. Though not great, she used to edit her dad's videos as a hobby. He's shocked, thinking about Sane, wondering if he really just abandoned his daughter like that, calling him a pathetic bastard. 2 days earlier, while they were with Park, he says he thinks he knows who the Sword King's woman is, and Sa asks who. He says her name is Ito Zoro, with an SSS-Rank gift. Both are shocked, and the protagonist asks if he's saying Sane fell for her ability. He says honestly, the admin office believes it might be true. He thinks it's the first time he's heard that. Park says he needs to be careful too, because they say beauty can overpower mind control and might even be on the level of brain remodeling. There were similar cases in the past where prospects suddenly left their country and went to Japan. If that gift has no limits, then there's no telling when she'll show up and snatch strong people away. He thinks after that, he searched about Beauty and Zoro but found nothing. He says Japan is probably protecting any info that might leak. He says there's nothing he can do right now and he has no choice but to follow Section Chief Park's advice, to be cautious. He thinks he should prepare ahead just in case, and says what Park said is true, they might already be making their moves. At that moment, a suspicious plane is carrying something under Japan's name, and that self-defense force ring is landing in Korea. Sa talks to her uncle, asking how much longer, saying if they keep this up, they'll be late. The protagonist says he's ready and calls her to go welcome the guests. Check out this guy's style. Watch how he moves. Keep watching. He goes to 32 and asks if the girl's nervous, telling her she doesn't need to be, just chill. She says she's shaking a bit because it's her first time in public since her dad's time. He says they need to keep their confidence like the last interview, and if they don't mess up, there's no reason to be like that. She just nods. As the elevator goes down, they arrive at the hotel, and the protagonist says most people there already know what they want to hear. They say they were waiting for Sude, saying they prepared what he asked for, so they think they can start now. The protagonist thanks them, saying he'll leave everything in their hands if things go smoothly, talking to Park. He says at first he was confused by that request about an auction for the Sword King's collection. But now he thinks he gets the point. Is it to lure Japan? Because the self-defense force is sitting at that separate table over there. The protagonist says that's exactly it, since the items in that auction were picked just for that. The Onsaijin Baronet connector and his battle record are the best. They say Onijin's battle record should please them. They say Japan will obviously want to get their hands on that, and depending on how it goes, the person in question will have to come with them. Whether willingly or not, people will have to face reality and take this chance to move forward. So Park's thinking about Sunhan, figuring that even though he's a player, the dude always seems to be thinking ahead. The protagonist says this is their last shot to sway public opinion. He asks Park, please, to tell the reporters to keep an eye on the new seat of the defense force. That way, everyone starts noticing Sa's there. He tells the girl to wait, but the guard says they can't go in there. Asking them to stay put, the three look back, while the girl says they just need a minute, because they're her relatives. Then she spots her uncle and aunt, and asks if the girl's okay, saying no matter how urgent it is, she needs money. She asks if the girl's sure she has to hold that auction, asking what she's even doing. Then she turns to Sangue, calling him a bastard, asking if he messed with her head. He's not happy about that at all. She keeps grilling him about how he's always selling other people's stuff, but then she fires back, "Who are you calling a bastard?" Because she remembers damn well they used her dad's name to scam people until they got caught. There's got to be a limit to how much they can look down on someone, and she asks if she looks like some humble nobody to them, asking if they really think she doesn't know they're doing this because they want a cut of her dad's fortune. Then her aunt asks what she's talking about and how dare she talk like that, but the girl says everything her dad left is totally hers and they don't even have the right to argue about it. She begs them, please, to get out of there, because they're not family anymore, and calls the protagonist to leave. That woman keeps throwing a fit while the guard kicks them out. Apparently she's fierce, and he says she really was something else. She replies, of course she was, because when she does something, she does it right. Park says they've arrived and tells him he'll see him later. Then the two get on stage and everyone starts wanting to snap pics of them. Then they ask Suji Dean what the deal is with that auction, saying the protagonist let other countries join in and asking if there's a reason for that. They tell Yeon Sa to look over there, asking if it's true she was pressured from outside to donate the Sword Palace and hold this auction, asking if they've given up on bringing back the Sword King, and complaining about what they think of people who see the Sword King's property as just a cash cow. They talk to Son Daren, asking him to share something interesting about his recent battle results. But the protagonist just raises his hand, using his power, shattering the lenses of the reporters' cameras right in front of him. They're freaked out, wondering why their cameras just broke, saying they don't get it at all. The protagonist cuts to the chase, saying this is an auction, not a press conference. He asks for a little more quiet and says he's starting the auction. If there's a phrase that sums up what this guy just did, it's that he literally put it all on the table and dared them to measure up, showing who's boss. The protagonist is insanely pissed, seriously fired up. He says there are 3 items he prepared exactly for this auction. The first is the Baronet connector reduced by 99% that Sane used, which also has his entire battle history. Plus, there's data from Sane's own self-analyses and data collected from analyses of top players in Korea and East Asia included. Everyone starts saying the Sword King's data is pretty interesting and comments that since the Korea-Japan match is coming up, the other players' analyses are worth considering. The protagonist thinks they won't want to miss any of it. He says you can't get analytical data from high-level players just anywhere, after all. Then someone raises their hand to ask permission, and he's startled to see those two standing there. The man says they're affiliates of the Nell Self-Defense Force and that he's the recruitment team manager, Takeda Kaso. He asks if the auction has started and if he can place a bid. He says he'll offer 5 billion yen for all the items in the auction. Then he tells the protagonist he'd like to arrange a personal meeting with Yeon-san. The protagonist thinks he already knows what he wants with that, so he apologizes but says that's going to be tough, because if he has any issues, he should say it right there. He says there's currently no chance for a personal meeting, and of all countries, Japan should know that best. Then, Takeda asks the protagonist not to look at him like that, saying he gives off that cold vibe, that he's just a guest, and asks him not to treat him that way. He flashes a sly grin and says if he keeps acting so rude, someone's gonna have to step in. Then that kid, girl, whatever, presses a sword against the protagonist's chest, while Kuroa says only the shadow bodyguard's gonna have to step in. She says she's not on the Sword King's level, but she's a great player. With that sword drawn at the protagonist's neck, he stays dead serious. Kuroa says he's being honest with him and just asks him to be careful in a really threatening tone. The protagonist doesn't do anything, just activates his sacred energy in his eyes and looks at that person, saying she looks a lot like Yoon Sejin. This is definitely going to end in bloodshed because this guy's pissed at his brother-in-law. In the blink of an eye, a shadow appears before Sun January. He says she drew her sword, and Sun Duran quickly lands a brutal punch to the girl's jaw, totally taking her down. She starts staggering back, realizing she messed up. He asks if she plans to keep raising her hand over her head. At that moment, she feels real terror, and the protagonist says she can stop now, telling her she did her best. She's shaking like a leaf, totally terrified. He says this auction's being streamed worldwide on Baronet's live feed. Everyone's watching that mess live. He asks if she's planning to draw her sword in front of everyone. That guy says there's no way she'd do something like that, totally sarcastic. Then he says his bodyguard went too far, apologizing on her behalf. He talks to Song, saying there's something that needs to be said first, mentioning that with 50 million, a private meeting is included. He's gonna hear Miss Yeon's proposal. And just like that, he throws the responsibility onto the girl, saying she's the daughter. Miss Ion is the one who should get the inheritance. The main guy notices that's true as the older man walks right past him, saying Ion's the real winner of that auction. He tells Sa the offer for a private meeting is for her, and asks if she's curious about how her dad's doing. The girl gets stirred up. Meanwhile, that slick bastard says she can ask anything. And, of course, there's a lot he wants to tell her, then asks what her answer is. The girl from Tubia and the older man both think she doesn't need to overthink it, because even if she's a total idiot, she wouldn't say no to the offer. But then she shoots him down flat, refusing outright, making him glitch out again. Nobody gets it, not even him, so he asks her to hold on a sec, wondering if she's really gonna turn down that much cash just over this, saying it's $50 million. She says, like her uncle said, the offer sounds promising, but she's not curious about how her dad's doing if the only way to find out is through a deal. The older man gets a serious slap in the face and says, besides, she's still a minor and her uncle's in charge, so she's just doing what he says. Everyone breathes easier, because they were worried she'd be taken to Japan. But some think they can't relax yet, since it's true she turned down the private meeting, but the new defense forces might throw money at her again. So that Italian mobster, with nothing else to do, is shocked she refused the offer and says there's nothing more he can do. Then he says the defense forces will buy it for $50 million. Everyone's confused while the older man says the private meeting wasn't even planned, it was an option he added himself. The main guy gets furious, saying he was trying to scam them. He says he was ordered from the start to get $50 million from the Sword King himself. So he just hands over that letter with money, saying it's a special letter straight from the Sword King, and says the auction should be over by now. But the girl now sees her dad's name, Taito Rio Rei. The older man is shocked, thinking they'd get the Sword King's stuff that easily, wondering if the Korean baronet even has that kind of cash. Everyone there is freaking out, cursing him silently. The older man says the auction ended way too fast, and the main guy's super pissed about it, but says that before he left, the US government banned the head of the new defense recruitment team from entering the country because he made recruiting players from other countries way too easy. People started calling him the Japanese disaster. He talks to Song saying they need to sign the contract as soon as possible. The main guy thinks there's a chance he's connected to the player with the beauty gift. He says yeah, thinking he's someone to watch out for, feeling the vibes really bad, saying the auction ended way too fast, like the result was rigged. If this keeps up, public opinion's gonna turn against them. They think $50 million right off the bat makes no sense, wondering why they weren't invited if that was the case. Everyone thinks it's rigged, and the main guy thinks they need some kind of twist. Then a letter from her dad comes out saying he heard she's gonna donate the Sword Palace, saying he doesn't know why she made that decision, but it's really bad. This is the last inheritance he'll give her and hopes she uses it wisely. He says with that, their father-daughter relationship is over and not to expect anything else. She says that's what the letter says, that it's her dad's handwriting. The main guy gets super pissed again, thinking about the beauty gift, saying it's a power beyond just mind control, saying he rewrote it and it seems true, because he really never liked him. But when it comes to Sa, he was a good and reliable dad. Thinking he just hammered the last nail in the coffin like that is insane. She tells Takeda to say something to Ito, saying she got the last inheritance loud and clear and will gladly cut ties with him. She says it's true, and if she tears up that letter, it'll piss off the cleanup crew. The main guy tells Sa not to worry, using his power to grab that letter, saying he'll clean it up, gather everything, and burn it with just his hand. Everyone's shocked, cause he just summoned fire, even though that guy was supposed to be support. They think he's a mage, saying he's got fighting skills like a warrior, divine power, and magic too. Takeda starts looking at Sujihan, asking what he wants. Things weren't good with him, just annoying. Now he wants to bother the main guy in a different way. He says the main guy has someone they gotta get their hands on, and everyone rushes over loving Sujihan, asking if he's joined a guild yet, saying they'll do anything he asks. Everyone tells him to consider it. The main guy just tells them to hold up a sec, saying it's kinda a problem if everyone shows up all at once and he's still a bit worried. Handling things like that is too much. Then she goes to her uncle. He talks to Saya, apologizing and asking if she can go ahead, saying he'll just handle things there. But she says that's not it. Her head's kinda messed up, it hurts a lot, and she falls to the ground in front of him, totally freaking him out. He yells for the girl, running to catch her in his arms and begging her to wake up. She slowly wakes up, talking to her uncle. He asks if she's okay, telling her to hang on a bit longer because he's gonna take her to the hospital. But she says she's just faking it and thought he was having trouble with the crowd, so she decided to help the little troublemaker. Everyone's wondering why she had to get sick right now, asking how they're supposed to get them to join the guild in a situation like this. She asks if she did the right thing, and he says she's like a sister to him. He quickly apologizes, but says they'll have to end the event there because his niece isn't well and she needs to rest. He asks if she can walk, and she says yeah, she just wants to go home and sleep. But then Takeda talks to Song, asking him to wait, apologizing if his presence is the problem, and says they want to formally invite him to a meeting where they can get to know each other better. He asks if Song could get in touch with them, but the main guy just uses force to grab that card, calls it a joke, and tears it up right in front of him, saying that's his answer as he rips that invite apart. And everyone thinks the recruiter from the fourth biggest guild just got rejected by some bronze-level Korean, and he's left standing there all hyped up. I think he's kinda masochistic, saying the main guy really is the best. Thinking that power is insane, saying it's some unknown ability that can wipe out a card visitor from that far away. He figures that power alone makes him crazy valuable, and he's thinking about the Ultra B10 main guy, wondering what else he can do. He's convinced the main guy isn't just some bronze scrub. He's a rising star worth watching every step of the way, getting even more hyped, saying he's gonna recruit him no matter what. Meanwhile, the two are all happy, saying she's acting super well because he totally fell for it. She asks if he's ever seen her do anything bad, and he asks if it's in the kitchen, but she can't even answer that. Then he gets an unread message from the system. He wonders what the hell it is, because it's quietly giving him 10,000 GP, saying it was nice meeting him. Then he thinks, damn, he really donated all that while his stream was off. But what catches the girl's attention is how he writes, saying he sounds like a psycho. And the main guy asks why his first donation had to come from that dude, saying he's gonna block him. Then Ron shows up and talks to Song Sa, asking to introduce herself, and the two stand face to face with kind of lost looks. She says she's the director of the 3rd RP division of the Twin Stars Guild, Ron. She says she came because she really wanted to see them in person and apologizes for showing up out of nowhere. But the main guy remembers no one's allowed in there and wonders how she got in, also noticing her voice sounds super familiar, wondering if he's seen her before. Then she says she's got good connections with the people running the Korean Baronet administration, so she just used her contacts and says she's pretty famous in her guild for having tons of connections. The main guy starts recalling her bold talk and confidence, thinking he definitely knew her before. Then she suggests they cut to the chase and talk about the battle schedule for Song. Then he starts realizing she's someone he saw a long time ago when she said she's been a huge fan of his forever. He realizes it's her, someone he knew in his past life. And then Saya asks what's going on, why he looks so shocked. She wonders if it's because he's just too damn handsome that he's breaking down. He says when the world's full of possibilities, it's hard to just ignore them. He says that's a quote from Dostoevsky, a famous novelist known for being addicted to gambling. Both girls are surprised he knows that. He asks if they like that kind of situation. Then Guyon tells Rion to stand behind her and asks who he is, how he knows her motto, and says only a few people know she's addicted to gambling. Asking how this foreigner knows. Now the main guy says he's sure, saying she's the first American manager Lee Rowan, as Zero, and she's another Korean besides him who got hooked on booze and gambling. But with her nurturing gift, she managed to become the master of the reserve team guild. Normally, nurturing boosts the experience others get, but after the tutorial, it could also boost other stuff like stats and talents. So he says she started shining when she began raising everything a person has, and the one with that gift is her, Lee Rowan, as Zero. He asks if she's been hitting casinos or something, and she gets super pissed off. Trying to chill, she tells Guyon to stop him, please. Then he thinks about the Plum Blossom sword up to Lee Rowan, as Zero, saying the Twin Stars are doing really well. He says he met her in one of his first streams, and that was the most memorable message he got from a fan. Then he says that just to be sure, apologizing if he scared her. Then Gon asks if she's been chatting in the streamer's chat, and Ron blushes hard, telling Gon to shut up and tries to tell him it's not cool to be known as a gambling addict. He asks about that reputation, since she is one. And next to him, Sa is surprised because her uncle smiled, thinking he must like her. She says it's fine, saying starting with a chill vibe like this isn't bad. She also says she doesn't know why, but it seems like they've run into each other a bunch of times before. Yeah, that's right. She's all giggly next to him, grabbing her phone thinking she likes her uncle. Then she says the Twin Stars Guild wants her, asking what she thinks about meeting up somewhere. And once again, the little girl's all goofy, wondering if this is what it feels like to gain an aunt. Meanwhile, Ryan's in her own world, thinking she just got super sexy, talking about balancing her personal and business sides. Then she tells Gaon to pay attention, asking her to watch how she totally controls the guys, but Gaon couldn't care less about what she's doing. And Ron starts thinking this is her example, someone with experience. But the main guy says, sorry, he doesn't remember her number. Both girls are shocked. He asks Sa what her number is, and she starts wondering what kind of lame excuse that is. Then she starts writing it down, asking if he's trying to play hard to get, but he clearly isn't. He really doesn't remember her damn number. Then she asks if this is his uncle's plan, saying he's gonna help, and she says she's getting dizzy again. But this crossed-wire phone thing between them isn't working. He wonders if she really wants to rest and says he'll go with her. Then he says he's heading out now because his niece isn't feeling well, and he says if she gives him her business card, he'll get in touch later. She's too shocked to react much, just handing him her card, and so Saya thinks she won't have to worry about her uncle's love life, all happy as she walks away, leaving the main guy clueless about what's going on. Then Rayon talks to Gayan, who's about to blow up next to him, saying she can laugh, and the girl starts teasing. Ron says she's already pissed anyway, so go ahead and laugh, and she starts teasing her. Ron says that girl really has no chill. Then she talks to her uncle, asking if he knows what unexpected means, saying she never thought he'd wear something his dad used to wear. He says he's getting older and there's nothing he can do since his clothes are too short now. Besides, he says those are good clothes, and she agrees, saying that's true because he just has to look good in them. But then she tells her uncle what he said earlier was really sad. He asks what she's talking about, and she says it was a super outdated burn, questioning who even uses the "you're the first to reject me today" move anymore. Then she starts imagining what he said. He asks what's going on, and she says playing hard to get was fine, but lying about not knowing her number was a terrible excuse, saying she only helped him because she's just that good. He says he really doesn't know. The girl doubts it, asking what he means and if he's serious. He just says yes. There's this huge awkward silence between them, and she even lowers her hand, saying he's starting to show signs of Alzheimer's, but he thinks it's not like that. After that awful moment, he goes back to the Bronzongna League, and his mission this time is defense. He has to protect the crystal while surviving a zombie attack. He says he's tired because he got exhausted trying to calm things down. Then she says she ruined her uncle's future love life, saying she messed up because she misunderstood everything, calling herself dumb for crying over nothing. He asks if she really thought he liked Elle, asking who'd like a gambling addict like her, but he thinks he didn't expect to meet the Lee Rowan as Zero like that either. Then he remembers a time when he caught her drinking. She started yelling at him while watching a game, telling Jan it made sense, asking how a loser like him could win. He says since they both lost their homeland, they quickly became friends and would go out drinking during breaks, always betting. Zebra was totally hooked on it. He tells her he already said Diego Masade was gonna win. She asks how that's possible, and how such an old football talent can be so damn rigged. He tells her not to focus on the name, but on the rank. It's an SSS-Rank talent. She says she'll win next time, but he tells her to stop betting. She tells him not to say that, saying when the world's full of possibilities, it's hard to just ignore them. She says she's getting annoyed with him saying that every time she loses. But he asks if she'll ever take off that mask. She says she never will. Because like he said, it's something she paid for after making a deal with the devil. He explains that besides both being naturalized, they had a lot more in common. Then she calls Jan, asking why he got so strong, saying if he'd been that strong when Corey still gave up, their friend wouldn't have died like that. He says what they had most in common was guilt. She thinks she can't say that, because she's guilty too. He thinks they both had self-hatred and carried heavy guilt and self-hatred for not protecting the people important to them. So they both ended up with those sour faces he still wears now. He says that's what happened. Meanwhile, tons of people are messaging him in chat, and a huge sword appears in his hand. One viewer says that sword is seriously about to come right out of the screen and hit us in the face. It even went beyond the comic panel. Here, it's the priest's executioner sword. I'm telling you, that's a top-notch blade, okay? He says he was wondering why a rank C relic was so cheap, but now it makes sense. It's way too heavy and big for a normal person to lift, not to mention how you'd even attack with that thing. He thinks it's awesome and starts swinging that thing all over, not even looking like a mage or a healer. He says that's easy for him, swinging it everywhere, and everyone watching thinks that guy's strength is insane. They say he's definitely at gold level, and everyone asks him to do a status reveal, to show everything. He wonders about revealing his status window. Then he slams the big sword into the ground, saying more people are joining. They're starting to ask for stuff. He says he has about 12,000 subscribers and it's way too early to reveal, but he doesn't think he can ignore them now. He completes several missions, wondering if he should do a frontal attack, and introduces himself to everyone as Sungan. He says a lot of people are curious about his status window and that he'll show it, but only if he hits 200,000 subscribers. He says it's a promise. As expected, everyone's bummed because he's only going to reveal it way later. He says there's more if he loses any match from now on. He'll reveal his status window right when he loses. He thinks that settles it since they're easy to manage. Meanwhile, his teammates arrive, and he grabs his big sword as they drop in beside him. He starts wondering if it's really possible, and what are the chances those three would show up here. Honestly, it's hard to believe, because it's the same mage he killed multiple times, the golden guy who's his lapdog, and that dude who plays ball. What's that guy gonna do, man? What's that crazy guy gonna do? Kick a ball at a zombie? The golden guy's all happy to be with Jirhan, saying destiny brought them together. The mage is freaking out about being in the main guy's group and thinks about the last one, saying it's the first time he's seeing him in person, that crazy dude literally kicking a ball, Diego Masid. He says he can't believe it, can't picture what the hell he's gonna do. Then he says he was the top man, Argentina's player #1 before he came back. But the Prota thinks back and realizes he didn't have much back then. Though he was physically solid and his B-bar was all messed up, he wonders if something's off, saying if he's the support, then Sparkler's the warrior, and the last one's the mage. Something's definitely wrong, because he remembers Diego being a mage before he came back and wonders what the hell is going on. The mage says he didn't expect to see Jirhan again and ended up losing a skill because of that guy, saying he's super pissed because he doesn't even want to look at him. Then the Sword King's fan club sends an access request. He asks why the hell they're doing that out of nowhere. He asks what kind of weird person just sent a request, and when he notices it, he wonders what the hell is going on and what kind of mission this is. The mission is to destroy the crystal and stop Sun from taking first place. The reward is 50,000 GP. Someone's definitely trying to screw over the Prota, huh? The match starts. Diego Macid kicks the ball right in the zombie's face, and somehow that ball does damage, almost knocking the first one down. The ball quickly bounces back to him. He traps it on his chest and looks back, telling the Prota to give a buff, saying he needs more power. Then he says in teamwork, everyone's got to play their part. So the Prota asks about this buff skill, saying he's never used one because he lacked the attribute. Now that his divine power's gone up, he has to try and boost everyone. The blondie starts getting hyped with Jan, thinking he's actually gonna buff, saying he really is a support. Everyone else doesn't believe it. The mage asks how the hell that bastard gave him a buff. Then he talks to the mage, asking if he's gonna play right wing this time. He says yeah, of course. Blondie asks if something happened between them, like if they're friends or something. But the mage thinks if he doesn't listen, he's gonna throw him off again and gets really pissed. And the Prota says he'll leave the top lane to them. So heading down there, all three are shocked. Diego Macid asks if the Prota's crazy, and the mage says, isn't that obvious? He says honestly he doesn't like him one bit, and asks if he's his damn subordinate or what. But then he thinks about something, saying it's better to leave him alone and see how long he can do whatever he wants. Thinking about that mission, he already has 51,818 points. Then he crashes into that horde of zombies, using his fire still in the air to launch at them. He says his magic power got stronger after fusing and turning into strength. If he adds divine power to that, it gets even crazier. Let me tell you, those Rasengan moves he's pulling off in this MROA are absolutely sick. He says a group of zombies is nothing, throwing a blue fire at them, reminding him of our monarch's Tage. He says they're nothing but rag dolls to him, burning them all. Still in the air, he spins, grabs his sword firmly, and slams down hard, stabbing the ground and sending out a wave of power, blasting several zombies away. Diego thinks that Korean bronze support is nuts and really strong. Blondie asks if his stream viewers are seeing this, saying it's happening live. With that opening, the Prota gains space. As zombies rush in, he starts analyzing the terrain, and the live viewers wonder where the hell this guy came from. When the red zombie charges at the Prota, he stops instantly, not knowing what's happening. The Prota starts smiling, saying like he expected. Winning this was tough but totally worth it. All the zombies around him freeze. He says spatial control is the real meaning of strength. Total domination. No way. Ready. Jujits now. Now it's Jujit. The guy's doing simple domain. No way, man. I'm getting a weird vibe from this. With that simple domain, nobody moves. He says anyone who steps in will have their movements restricted and controlled. Zombies within his reach become easy targets. The Prota looks like a true assassin. He says most people aren't used to this kind of power, but Jan is. He was Baron's practice partner, who had terrible control compared to his skills. After facing Baron countless times, Jirhan finally understood how the power worked. Then he pulls his sword from the ground, grabs it, and activates the sacred fire on the blade. It's said Soniran is currently an absolute Yun Seijin. He can use divine power and magic power at the same time, and has as much strength as martial power. Something at bronze level can't stop him. He slashes at all the zombies, killing many with one swing, racking up 124 kills so far. He says the 1,000 kills he couldn't reach before, now he's gonna nail it perfectly. The mission is to kill 1,000 zombies solo. The reward is 3,000 achievement points. He thinks he needs to speed up a bit, charging through all of them, pushing forward through the field faster and faster, almost getting hooked. These eyes remind me of something. He's clearing them out. Everyone up top can't believe what they're seeing. Even Diego is impressed. Everyone on the stream says it looks like he's gonna stay in first place. Blondie says he's curious to see Jihan's status window. The mage really likes that, giving a wicked grin, ready to cause trouble. Blondie looks back talking to the troll, saying people are asking him to check it out. When he looks back, he sees the mage summoning fire near the crystal. They ask what he's doing. The mage curses at Jirhan, and the Prota hears the insult from afar. He says the Prota's in the public eye right now and even seduced his niece. Dude, wait a sec. That's crossing the line, man. Let's chill. I know you're a jerk, but let's have some discipline for God's sake. He starts asking Yan when he twisted her mind to be so obsessed with him. Meanwhile, the Prota surrounded by zombies stands still, and the mage wonders if he's treating her well enough to make her obey him that much. Jirhan stays super quiet. Then he asks what the two of them did, and that's when Jan flips into full-on psycho mode, totally different from what everyone thought, because he seemed chill before. But now, yeah, not so chill anymore. And so it's said that Gil Rio raked in 55,000 GP just from all the folks who hate Jan teaming up. A reward like that was enough to spark some serious guts in that idiot, so he keeps trash-talking the main guy down there. Jan figures he knew this, and there are two reasons behind it. Either he got hyped up by something, or just got a dumb burst of courage, calling him annoying, thinking it looks like he's trying to screw him over and slip away. Then he says that lately he's been the center of attention, even claiming he seduced his niece. He says it's fine to insult him, but when he talks about his niece, Jan thinks back to when he came back and saw Sa. He couldn't help but remember his past life. Something he wants to forget but just can't, and the nightmare was just her last memories. Seeing her all hurt on his arm, he asks to leave, waking up totally hopeless, saying that because of the Sword King fan club's terrorist attack, she got really scared. Her face was covered in bandages and her body was ice cold. And that day, he lost her and couldn't do a damn thing to stop it, crying his eyes out. That's when pure rage filled him. He says he burned it into his head that he won't let that happen again, that he'll protect her no matter what, and make damn sure no one ever lays a finger on her again. Everyone can tell things are seriously bad. He says everyone's gonna learn what happens when they mess with her. He says when he gained his power, he realized something after trying to fuse the 3 elixir fields. Now he can use the nameless divine art. Seriously, look at this frame, man. What a badass. Dude, what an art, my friends. Him holding that great sword is just insane. I'm totally hooked on this art. Then he says his martial power isn't even at 30 yet, so he can only pull off this art for a short time. But he knows he can do it, because the moment the power of the 3 elixirs merged into one, he felt something like when he used the nameless divine art, and his eyes started glowing gold. And you know, white hair, golden eyes can only mean one thing. Main character B10. He quickly switches into that mode, and zombies show up behind him. He starts charging electricity in his feet, and suddenly a thundershock crackles all around him, burning every zombie. He says if he becomes like lightning, he can make it all the way to the top of the tower in less than a second. He says he'll be able to walk on air with lightning speed. Meanwhile, that idiot's up top, thinking he did good by trash-talking him. The blonde tells him to stop, but the mage quickly throws a fireball at him, telling him not to get in his way, warning that if he does, he'll be the first to get burned. Then the blonde tells everyone that if they want Jay to be okay, they should hit like and subscribe a lot. But honestly, I didn't really get it, right? The guy's just a mercenary, but he's using the main guy's name and trying to help, so I guess it's manageable. Meanwhile, Marco gets a bit more serious, summoning 3 circles and launching a bigger fireball, tossing that crystal to God, throwing it at him. But then, Diego puts his ball in front to protect the crystal, blocking the fireball, which comes out all singed. The mage looks back, wondering what's going on, while Diego stares at him dead serious. Then the mage asks what he's doing. Diego says he always sticks to the rules in his matches. He can't let one end like that. Plus, he insulted the guy carrying the team on his back, and not satisfied, he insulted his relative. He can't let people like that do whatever they want. Man, I'm liking this guy more and more. Scratch everything I said, kick the ball at everyone, do some keepy-uppies, whatever you want, but you're free, buddy. You're tough. So while the mage gets all pissed off, cursing Diego, the main guy shows up behind him. Guys, what an entrance. He's right up in the mage's face, who's totally clueless. And the blonde is shocked he's there. When the mage looks back, the main guy's right there, saying it's cool because it looks like he really wants to talk. Honestly, if this dude looked at me like that, man, just kill me. Go ahead, take me out, because I'm already dead. I've stared death right in the face. The mage trembles all over, wondering how this is possible and what he should do. He thinks he'll just trash talk him a bit more and talks to his Jirhan, but the main guy quickly uses his power to shut him up. Damn, just 2 fingers shutting him up and telling him to chill. I don't think I've been this hyped about Manhwa in a long time. The mage tries to say something, but the main guy says he really wanted to kill him as soon as possible but changed his mind, saying he's not gonna let him off that easy. Then he says the pain is filtered through the connector, but if he kills him, it'll just lower his level. He says that's what he was thinking. And from now on, he's gonna teach him some stuff about this new world. If you wanted main character B10, here he is. Drop 15,000 likes, and I'll bring the next part right away, because this is fire. Then he puts his hand on that guy's shoulder, saying he probably won't kill him fast even knowing all that. He says he's already lost all his skills, so he can't go any further than this. Losing his reward sucks, but at least he pissed him off, so in the end, it was good. But then the main guy's hand slams down hard on him, He wonders what the hell that was because it hurts like crazy. He starts groaning in pain, talking about his body while the main guy stares at him with that look. Then he asks if he's already screaming, saying they haven't even started their game yet. While the mage starts begging to get out, screaming in pain, asking the main guy to stop, saying, "Isn't it enough already? Please stop," yelling for everyone to hear. Then Luis Estrella tells Jirhan he's way too cruel, and even Messi from Chapaco agrees. But then Luis Estrella asks if it's weird, because normally people use Battle.net connectors, so it shouldn't hurt this much. But Messi says that Korean is brilliant, telling him to take a closer look, saying, that guy's using healing with his other hand. So they start noticing what the pro's doing, and Luis Estrella realizes this side effect is real. Everyone's wondering what the hell it is. Then he says, to sum it up, it's like a bug, and if you use healing skills on constant damage effects like poison or burn, it just makes the burning and stinging way worse. He explains the connector gets overloaded and lets some damage slip through, so you feel every bit of the pain. The pro starts screaming from that unbearable agony. Loreno thinks that's terrifying because it looks like it hurts like hell, wondering what the hell he's doing to feel that much pain. Meanwhile, the pro's thinking to himself that this is displacement, a technique that breaks bones and twists muscles. It's a martial arts move only a few know how to use. If you send energy inside your opponent's body, you can wreck them from the inside out. That guy's being destroyed and rebuilt in real time, right in front of the pro, feeling insane pain. He thinks he's using the best Berremof connector possible, which cuts pain by 95%. So he wonders what the hell is going on, because it feels like his organs are being torn apart or like 1,000 needles are stabbing him all over. He thinks, instead of making him suffer so much, he'd rather just be killed already, cursing Jirhan. And then he does just that, ripping the mage's head off with a single sword strike. The dude's totally lost it. While the mage dies, he wonders if the guy will respawn there, and Loreno hangs back, scared, saying it's better not to talk to him now. It's said that one of his fans, Luz Durada, indirectly experiences just how terrifying Jan really is. But then the mage comes back to life, screaming again. Someone in the chat even asks if this is deja vu, begging someone to save him. Everyone starts thinking Jan's way too scary, and the mage ends up dying, but this time, he just dies from shock and fear. The pro wonders if the guy couldn't handle it and just gave up, telling him to control his strength better. When he revives again, he begs Jan not to come near, pleading for him to stop. But the pro says he shouldn't have tried that if he wasn't ready for the consequences. Man, seriously, this pro is insane. He doesn't give a damn about anything and is totally ruthless. But then Sa donates 10,000 Dipero to his uncle to make him stop, please, saying he's gone way too far and warning he'll lose viewers if he keeps this up, since everyone's complaining in the chat, saying they're traumatized, calling it overkill, and just wanting to see him achieve big things. She tells him to focus on the game. The pro thinks Sa's calmer than he expected, but still doesn't think that's enough. He figures it's better to stop here since they're still in peaceful times. That's definitely enough to teach a lesson. Meanwhile, the mage keeps begging for help, asking to be killed. The pro says, putting that aside, there's still something to check, and asks the mage who encouraged him to do those things. Just that look almost scares the guy to death. The mage says he'll tell him, claiming he has a good memory, and says it was the Sword King fan club member, that bastard who offered him 50,001 GP, and he says he lost his damn mind after that and deserved to die, apologizing profusely to the pro. He says he lost his senses for a moment because the Sword King's fan club kept attacking non-stop, so he asks the pro to forgive him, but the pro thinks something's fishy here. Someone offered 50,000 1,000 GP, so maybe there's an organization behind this, not just some guy. He's got to keep that in mind. Grabbing the mage by the collar, he tells the mage to thank Sa for stopping him. The mage gets all happy thanking Sa while being thrown down to die on top of the zombies. Loreno starts talking to the live viewers, saying that's how they trolled the control, telling them if they had fun to leave a like and subscribe. The pro thinks it's time to keep hunting zombies, and says he would have finished the mission if not for that interruption, since he was killing tons of zombies easily. He was at 921, so he opens the status window thinking he can kill the remaining 80 real quick, so whatever. But then he gets a shock because there's an unread notification, and he ends up completing the mission. He wonders what happened looking back. When he looks down, he sees a trail of lightning spreading everywhere with a bunch of zombies burned up. He thinks it was the electricity from his lightning step. He notices the electricity generated by his jump wiped out the zombies around him, and he failed to control it. The leftover energy exploded. He says it wasn't perfect because he used 3 elixir fields instead of the nameless divine art. Even though the result was good, it was embarrassing. He thinks he needs more training until someone calls him. Loreno asks if he's going back down and if he can come along, but the pro says calmly, thanking him for protecting the crystal. He says he just did what he had to, and ends up becoming friends with the pro. He says he'll reward him later because there's something he wants to discuss, But then he starts shaking, totally freaked out as the whole place gets hit by an earthquake. He wonders what's going on since this never happened before. Lorino says it looks like something's about to blow and asks what everyone's gonna do. Masid tells the pro to look ahead, and when he does, he's totally shocked by something bursting out of the ground and breaking through the soil. When he sees it, it's a massive finger, and they're scared it might be Deidara's hand, after being dead for a while. Right? Maybe pretty dark by now. It's still a huge hand with a mouth, and that thing starts screaming at the pro. Everyone wonders what the hell it is, calling that hand disgusting. And Lorino says if it looks that big from here, it's gotta be even bigger up close. That hand starts smiling as zombies crawl up from below. With that scream again, the pro remembers something and gets terrified, and the zombies get swallowed by that hand. He thinks that thing's devouring the zombies, killing everyone nearby, eating them up. What was already gross gets even worse, with zombie bits stuck on its tongue and teeth. After chewing those zombies, something sticks to the tongue, and whatever was on it falls to the ground, spawning an even stronger zombie. The blonde dude's shocked, asking why that thing showed up in a Bronze League game, wondering if it's not supposed to only appear in Gold League or higher. But the main guy's freaked out, saying the monster created after the hand devoured the zombies and reshaped them is a flesh golem. Man, these things are insane and disgusting too, he says. Just like the guy Brilla mentioned, it's never popped up in Bronze League before, so he wonders if it's because this is a chain mission. Then he reads the status window telling him to defeat the flesh golem without the crystal's help, and he's left wondering what that without the crystal's help part means. But the system says he completed defense map 102, and he's weirded out by that message. Then it says a bonus mission unlocked, and that mission is to take down the flesh golem. Everyone's stunned by this bonus mission, realizing bronze maps usually don't have stuff like this. So they ask if they're seriously being told to kill those things, and the system orders them to stop the flesh golem created by the Apostle of Destruction, the Black Hand. Those things start charging forward while the hand pulls back into the ground. Then it says they can narrow the power gap with the crystal's blessing. The blonde guy wonders if it's just a mission that has to be finished, saying even the Gold League players struggle against those things. The main guy thinks there's no way this should be a mission you can just finish. If it wasn't tough at this level, they wouldn't hand out those rewards. And the rewards are 10,000 achievement points, plus a crystal fragment. He says the crystal fragment is the main prize, and honestly, getting achievement points as a reward is the usual thing. That means this mission's at least epic level, and he looks at his sword. The blonde keeps saying it's a bonus mission, so they gotta give it their all, telling Sung to grab the blessing first. But the main guy just grabs his gray sword, says he's good, and starts charging up electricity, staring down and heading straight for that golem. Then he talks about it, saying the flesh golem is undead by nature, so it's super tough, and you can kill it by destroying the core in its chest. But because it's massive and made up of so many different bodies, it's easier said than done. On top of that, the flesh golem's considered a mid-level boss in Gold League, and even though Jan's level is higher than Bronze League, the situation's still rough. So, while he activates his moon mode, he tells the two to back up a bit, and they're left wondering what's going on. As the main guy powers up his electricity and charges full force at the beast, he leaves a footprint that sinks into the ground, and when they see this, they're sure he's no joke. While he's airborne, diving at those golems, he talks about a technique called the Foundation, the most basic of the nameless divine arts, which are the 3 talents. He says this martial art is based on heaven, earth, and man. He explains it has 3 meanings. Heaven represents the sky and a vertical slash, earth is the ground and a horizontal slash, and man is people and a piercing strike. That's the foundation of the nameless divine arts. Then he raises his sword, saying that following this is a technique symbolizing the destruction of Mount Tai. He uses this insane move to cut the golem clean in half with a single strike, hitting the core dead center. The 2 guys left behind can barely believe it, dropping their guard as they watch the main guy break the core with just an attack. He says the name sounds grand, but it's really just a vertical slash. Still, that vertical slash, my friend, ain't just any move, because what you just pulled off definitely wasn't easy. And it's announced that player Sung Han eliminated the flesh golem, and the 4th tower completed the bonus mission, leaving everyone shocked at what the main guy pulled off. It's said that the moment Sung Jihan swung that sword, Blinker Blink felt a mix of emotions, fear and despair, hope and desire all tangled up, so he dropped to his knees out of respect, gasping as he witnessed what the main guy was capable of. He says it's the first time he's felt something like this, because at first, he only thought of him as good content for his stream, but now, it's not just some shallow feeling of wanting to record this guy. Man, I want to stream the main guy too. The main guy's seriously badass, no joke. I'm really digging this manhwa. And the blonde dude's already thinking of the main guy as the one who's gonna hit the top among players. He thinks he has to record how he becomes a legend. Then the main guy bolts back to the tower like lightning, and it's said that despite the Golden Light's firm resolve, giving all of it to Jirhan was tough, because that moment marked the start of the relationship between Sung Jihan and Diego Masid, and apparently, they're gonna be bros down the line. Meanwhile, the other players are super impressed watching that tough fight, thinking the game's really brutal, while the flesh golem smashes their tower, wiping everything out, and the third tower starts failing like the others. And just like that, the bonus mission ends, and players who finish the missions get triple XP and EP. The main guy thinks the rewards in this game are awesome, and of course, there's still one thing he needs to grab. So he tells Diego they'll meet outside, but Diego says he doesn't need the reward because thanks to him, he got a great bonus. But the main guy says he wants to tell him some info about his skills, asking if he's curious. Diego asks how the main guy knows about that, and he says the hints mage and spilling everything now would ruin the fun. So they agree to chat more over dinner. Masid asks about the mage class, wondering if the main guy's gonna ask him to switch classes. It's said that if it were anyone else, he'd have refused right away, calling it nonsense. But Jan just showed some insane stuff, and Diego can't help but be interested in what he means by that, saying, if he really has a class that suits him better, he'll send him a message. The main guy says, that sounds awesome, asking what kind of food he likes, saying he'll find a good spot for them to grab dinner, so Luro asks if they can come along. But Jan says that'd be a problem since the reward's really for mid. Then he brings up the streams, saying he wants to tell him some stuff about streaming. So he keeps turning them down, and then Luz Dorada says he wants to be his partner, also wanting to be the editor. The Prota says it's fine, making Luro think he's agreeing, but actually, he's refusing and just walks off, leaving them behind. Luz Dorada almost breaks down crying. Back home, it's said he completed the mission in the zombie source chain 2, earning 10,000 achievement points and a crystal fragment. The next mission in the Apostles' Dresses chain will unlock in the Silver League. He thinks about those 10,000 points, saying no wonder that mission was so tough, and the reward's way too good. He's glad he got that power boost earlier, but he complains the crystal fragment's kinda disappointing and grants the player a one-time use of Divine Blessing. This item can only be used in the Bronze and Silver Leagues. He talks a bit about the Divine Blessing, saying it's something only holy supports can use, and it's one of the best buffs, boosting all stats by 50%. That's why it's super important in the higher leagues. He says it can only be used once and only in bronze and silver, which sucks. He thinks the next reward is for completion, guessing that since he finished first in the GP, his experience goes up by 50%. Leveling up to 3, he gets 6,000 humble GP and says he's at level 3. His martial power and strength are at 17, and he thinks he still has 12 levels to go before he can join the Silver League promotion match, honestly thinking those are insane stats for him. He wonders if any player in that game's history has ever leveled up that fast, until the otherworldly relic, the Executor Sword, starts reacting and he fully understands the otherworldly faith. No increase in divine power. He realizes his divine power is integrated with strength and says the otherworldly relic, Sword's rank dropped to E. But then he starts feeling something's off. Noticing the stats didn't go up, he wonders if divine power and strength aren't a one-to-one deal. While he's thinking this over, it's said the otherworldly relic failed to hold the power inside, and it starts breaking apart completely, the equipment shattering right in front of the Prota with a small explosion. He ends up getting hurt from it. He thinks the power from the 3 elixir fields inside the sword is exploding and that blast is pretty catastrophic. He thinks it couldn't handle the destruction of Mount Tai and he's cut by the shards. He knows this is dangerous because he has to reabsorb that power, but that power's way too much for him. A huge flash goes off in the building he's in, then everything settles down. In the next building, someone's watching the Prota closely, thinking this is a problem. That guy Takeda from Japan says he moved close to the Prota, but he thinks his plan's gonna fail. At first, he remembers he was the one who sent the message to the mage offering money, so that mission was his idea. He wonders why the mage is asking what's going on, saying it's a helping hand from someone with shared interests, that he gets his revenge, and he can see his status window, calling them a bunch of idiots, because thinking they'd fight each other after losing their biggest advantage makes them super easy to manipulate. He says he got Jan targeted just by pretending to be a member of the Sword King's fan club and says it couldn't have been easier. Thinking Sung seems pretty cautious around him, but he should worry more about his own people. This finds the mage Tan being malicious toward the Prota, but he never breaks crystals. Then he says they gotta teach Song what real defeat looks like. But after the plan fails, he starts thinking maybe it's better if he stops messing with other people's games and says it'd be great if he'd just gotten lucky. Thinking Kay's a terrible player since he couldn't even troll the game and says he should have smashed the crystal right away instead of wasting time, saying if he'd done that. The dream was that he'd have shown his status window. Then he gets super pissed, saying things aren't going as planned, totally bipolar. He says it's annoying, because if this keeps up, someone else might snatch Jirhan, and he's almost there, ready to beat the crap out of his chickens. It's said Takeda, the Japanese self-defense ring powerhouse, is in a tough spot. And thanks to his experience, he realized Jirhan was someone they had to recruit at all costs, but his superiors wanted solid proof before moving, so they asked for more evidence to back up Takeda's claims. What Takeda needed was for Sungjan to show his status window. That way, he could provide a basis for his claims. So he thinks there's not much time left and notices it's better not to use that kind of setup strategy anymore, saying Song should just wait a bit longer, because once he gets his status window and company approval, just like the Sword King, he'll make him his with that special method. Already thinking about that woman who spreads her charming scent to the guys and leads them all to Japan. As the divine power scales up, Jihen notices something, realizing 3 divine power equals 1 strength, and so the martial power linked to strength rises too. He thinks, thanks to that, his martial power went up to 18. He wonders if the leftover divine power from the sword was absorbed after it broke, saying it's sad the sword got destroyed. But the outcome was good, and his strength goes up to 18. From now on, he can only absorb divine power from relics ranked A or higher. He immediately wonders if that's too much, because he can't even imagine something like that. Hey man, how long you planning to keep scavenging trash hacks? You're nuts. Leveling up by grabbing rank F stuff and still want to keep going? Gonna have to spend some cash, cause life ain't all sunshine and rainbows. And right then, he starts feeling a headache coming on. Then his niece shows up, saying they transferred 50 million to her. He's shocked they already deposited it, but she gets freaked out seeing her uncle's face, asking what happened. He says his gun just blew up out of nowhere and tells her not to worry, but then blood starts leaking from his head, scaring the girl. She says this is serious, telling him to clean up so she can treat him, adding she thought he'd finally started acting like an adult, but nope, he's still a kid. He gets all goofy around her, wondering if that's really true. Sometime later, she asks if he's sure he's okay, and he snaps at her about what she's saying. She says she got a ton of money, so she figured Samsol would be kinda cheap. Then the professor asks if she doesn't like it. She says it's not that. She likes OPC blood, but asks if he prefers meat. He says he used to, cause he ate so much meat he started missing OPC blood since he lived in the States for a long time. He says it's the first time he's had real food since coming back, and that eating out once in a while isn't bad, but in the end, Korean food's the best. Still, she says she's the one paying. He could have ordered something pricier, but he says it's cool. They'll be having all their meals together for a while, so she shouldn't worry. But she says they shouldn't do one of those meals together. He's confused about that. While she talks about planning to go back to the academy, she says things might be like this now, but she's still student council president, and just chilling like this feels kinda off. But the professor asks why she doesn't take her teacher's advice and rest for a week. She starts saying the day she's gonna get her blessing at the Hall of Gifts is coming up. He starts thinking about it, saying SA's birthday is really close. August 22nd, and today's the 8th. He says it's the girl's 18th birthday, and even in her first life, when everything was hell for her, Sa waited for that day with hope. She got a blessing at the Academy's Hall of Gifts and held on to the hope that things would have only gotten better if she'd gotten a good gift. But that hope didn't last long because the gift Saya got was rank F, and the girl totally lost it. In the end, it was a breaking point where her mind just snapped. The main guy isn't happy thinking about it at all and says she'd be disappointed if he told her she'd get a rank F gift. He says he needs to slowly lower her expectations. Then he asks if she's coming back tomorrow, and she says yeah, since it's Monday, and it'll be perfect. He says he'll drive her, and she's like, wait, you're just gonna do that out of nowhere? She thinks it's weird and says she's not a kid anymore, telling him not to worry. But he says she knows their situation well. He's already made up his mind and asks her to listen. Then the girl asks why he suddenly started acting like this, saying it's not like him. But then he notices she's still happy and starts laughing at her. She gets annoyed, but he just tells her to drop it. When he gets home, he wonders what the hell happened somewhere totally different, asking where all the cars went. Someone says they heard he sold the cars, but asks if he sold them all. The main guy thinks that's why he didn't see any keys. Then she tells her uncle she's taking the bus, but he thinks there's a car right there. They head to a beat-up car, and she says it's her mom's car. The main guy thinks her dad couldn't get rid of it. He ends up remembering that he probably didn't manage to sell that one. He wonders if it's unlocked, noticing the keys inside. She asks her uncle if they're gonna use it, and the car looks more like a meat smoker, puffing smoke everywhere. The thing doesn't look too good. He asks the girl about her question, wondering if she's embarrassed. She says it's not that, she's just worried. He asks why she's worried. A little later, some cocky dude tells the main guy to move the car, and she says that's exactly what was worrying her. The guy keeps telling him to move it. They're already at Baronet Academy, and the main guy says he thought the cheap car would attract attention, but he's surprised someone would even try to start a fight. He asks what's up. The guy asks how he dares park that crappy car there and tells him to move it. The main guy asks what his problem is. The guy says that spot is theirs. The main guy says he better watch what he says, because he has just as many rights. He's also a legal guardian of one of the students there. Everyone notices he's Jan, the bronze assassin, and that he's at the academy. They're all hyped, wanting to post his photo online. At the Twin Estelas Guild office, Ryon tells Guyon to follow her right away. She asks what's going on. Ron says they're heading to Baronet Academy because Sung-Han showed up there. She asks why they're going all sudden like this. Ron asks how he dares ignore, all dolled up just to look good in front of him. She says she's going to make him obsessed and that she's going after him, telling Sang-Daran to stay put and wait. Seriously, dude, no way. She just got rejected. She's never going to leave the main guy alone. She insists that guy keeps saying the beggar liked that beat-up car, telling him to kneel, ready to punch the main guy in the face. But he quickly activates his power. While the guy throws the punch telling the main guy to kneel, his niece looks scared. Everyone around asks if something's off, because the guy's fist stopped right in front of the main guy's face, who doesn't even move. The crazy dude wonders why his punch stopped, asking what the hell that was. The main guy, quickly, with his hand raised using his power, shuts the guy up and throws him straight to the ground, saying that guy's way too rude and must be a guardian of a student too. He's not just failing to set an example, he's acting like a delinquent. Then he says people are watching, telling his uncle to stop. A girl inside the car calls out to Yoon Sejin, saying, it really is her, totally surprised. The main guy is surprised it looks like she's Yoon Sejin's friend. She talks to Ryul, saying it's been a long time. She asks her bodyguard what he's doing, and he says he just slipped. The two think that's way too convenient. She apologizes, but then Risu wonders where all those cars from before went, asking why she's coming in a car like that. She says her dad sold all the cars. The girl says she really should have told her something like that, saying this won't do, and that she's going to give her a ride every day when she comes to school. She asks if she's going to do that out of nowhere, but she says, when it comes to her school, you gotta have a good car. She says that's true, but doesn't want to cause trouble. The girl asks what kind of trouble, saying she'll talk to her dad, and she just agrees. The main guy wonders if anyone was that close to say, thinking it's weird. Meanwhile, Ron arrives at the scene wondering where Jirhan went, saying he got there in less than 10 minutes and there's no way he went home. The guy there says Yan left a long time ago. Gon tells her he already said this would happen. She's super pissed because two powerful men started a fight, but couldn't even keep it going for 10 minutes, saying this is a huge mess. She asks what she'll do if foreigners start coming after him. She starts biting her nails nervously, but Gon tells her to stop, holding Ryon's hand, saying she asked him to do this because when she bites her nails, things go wrong, so she can't let her do it. She wonders if that's true, almost feeling bad for the girl. Gayan asks what she's gonna do, wondering if there's another way. He joins the main guy's live stream, saying he's hunting him while he's live and wants to see who wins by jumping into the main guy's stream. Meanwhile, the main guy is wrecking everyone in the game. A guy with a shield gets stomped so hard by the main guy that the shield breaks completely, making everyone in the livestream shocked that he broke the shield with his bare hands. Then, two spots on him start glowing. He activates some unnamed divine arts. It's like a lightning strike, zapping through everyone, tossing them up in the air, taking down a bunch without even blinking. He thinks it's not bad at all, saying focusing on his senses really helps him adapt faster and wants to keep going a bit more. Everyone around is wondering if it's going to happen again, trembling with fear. So Jirhan, who took down a Gold League boss, a meat golem with a single hit, made all the Bronze League players shake in their boots. That was totally unexpected for them, with this guy activating his lightning, zapping everyone like Pikachu, wiping out that bunch of nobles without even letting them know where the threat came from. To them, he was like a sudden natural disaster. The game ends and the main guy snaps back to reality on top of a building. They say he got first place, and everyone's shocked since it's the 5th time he's pulled that off. The system announces he's taken first place 5 times in a row. The experience and gold he's gonna get will increase by 200%. He thinks that's unexpected, but his level also doubles. He hits level 15, then the dungeon unlocks. He figures level 15 is when this place opens and talks about the dungeon, saying it's game content unlocked at level 15. Unlike the rest of the game where you just fight, the dungeon has traps, mazes, and puzzles. He says there's a limit to how far you can go alone, and even in the dungeon, teaming up with a group is recommended. That shows how important teamwork is in dungeons. But he thinks a lot of people are hunting him. If his group members enter the dungeon just to screw him over, there's not much he can do. He complains about whether he should join a guild, but he thinks it's better not to, since it's obvious they'll get pissed when he leaves. So he figures, even if it's a pain, he should just tough it out for now and says he should reach the plate soon. Once he gets there, he's going to start his own guild, already with some people in mind to have by his side. Later that night, while he's making food for his niece, he asks if she can set the table and calls her to eat. At the table, she asks why he cooks so well. He says it's kind of weird to call it cooking, but she says it tastes amazing. Then he says he'll cook properly for her next time, thinking to himself that cooking 1 meal a day in the States was worth it. She says it's awesome, but he asks if she's going to catch a ride with her friend that day, and she wonders if it's the wrestler, saying no, That's out of the question. Then he asks why she's saying that, and she says she doesn't even want to talk about it because that girl made her really uncomfortable on the way home, and she felt kinda intimidated. She remembers the girl talking to Saya, asking what she's gonna do now since it must hurt a lot, asking if there's anything she can do to help, wondering how a dad could do that to his own daughter. The main guy thinks that's really annoying, but she says there's more, saying her mom's car is better and comfier. The main guy just accepts what she's saying, agreeing that's true. He takes her again in the callback BB to school, and everyone notices it's Sun Jian arriving. They complain about all those scouts and reporters. She thinks they draw too much attention, but the main guy says they look more like stalkers than reporters. They say this is private property and ask everyone to leave. He says they better use another car, but then looks ahead and sees those people they already know. Rayon and Gaon are there, and she notices the main guy came wanting to talk to him. He's not sure why the vibe is so serious. He's surprised to see him in a place like this, and she says she got there early and waited around. The girl thinks she's kinda obsessed, and Raon says he even gave her his card, but she never contacted him. The girl says she won't bother her uncle this time. The main guy, on the other hand, remembers he forgot his card. She goes straight up to the main guy, asking if she can have a moment of his time, all full of attitude. Everyone notices she's up front again, since he even got a gold-level contract, asking if he'll manage if he can't present it. And he's gonna eat with Riao. He says it looks like they're drawing attention just by being out in public. He asks her if everything's okay, and she says she doesn't care because she's used to the stairs. The main guy says she seems more comfortable than usual, and she says it's because she also graduated from that academy, so it's a familiar place, and she says she's finding it harder to accept his reaction. He says if she means the lack of contact, he's sorry he got super busy and just forgot. But she says it's okay, saying this is kinda new for her, and it's her first time chasing after someone. That's why she prepared a proper contract. She asks Gowan to hand it over, saying she's offering a platinum contract. Everyone's shocked because she's giving a platinum contract to someone from bronze, and one of the guys already starts backing out on the spot. The main guy thinks this is unexpected, since she prepared so much for him, and says he can say with confidence that this contract only happened because of her persistence, asking if he gets it, striking a suggestive pose to mess with the main guy's head. She says that's how she feels about him. Gown starts looking shocked, noticing she's really determined. The main guy says besides that, her perfume smells like the perfume Lee Roan, as Zero, used to wear. Meanwhile, Rion's thinking in her head, doubting how he can be so chill in this situation, wondering what's gotten into him. The main guy's sure in his head that Lee Rion is Lee Rowan, as Zero. He even wonders if it's the same person, and she thinks it hurts her pride since she didn't even give him her number, and says she can't just leave things like this. She says she'll send him a sealed copy without checking it. And now she's asking how they're gonna keep in touch. So he asks if she's trying to get his number, and she totally freaks out on him. Gowan says he hit her right where it hurts. She asks what he's gonna do if he is. He suggests they make a bet. She thinks that's kinda weird. He explains the bet, saying he just hit level 15, and his next match is a dungeon. He figures that once you hit level 15, the next game is always a dungeon. She's shocked he's already level 15, wondering what the hell he did to get there so fast, thinking he made it in just a month, but then asks why he suddenly wants to make a bet and what exactly they're betting on. He says he's going into the dungeon right now, and if he doesn't finish first, he'll sign a contract with the Twin Star Guild and give her his number. She says a lot of people have their sights on him, and Gon's surprised he'd enter a dungeon solo without a guild or group. The protagonist says it wouldn't be a bet if he was a sure thing. She agrees, but says that actually scares her too, asking why he's even asking for a bet. He says if he wins, she has to show him her status window. He thinks he needs to check it out himself and see if she still has that stimulant gift she had before. She gets all shy about his request. He just says yeah. He says that right now, people consider the stimulant gift useless. And judging by her reaction, it seems like that's true, but he needs to be sure. And she agrees, warning him not to regret it later and telling him he needs to log in now, asking if they're heading somewhere else. But he says they don't need to, just tells her to wait right there. He starts a Berremof stream, saying he'll be back soon, then disappears right in front of them. That's how he arrives at the Conqueror's tomb dungeon. When he enters the tomb, it's said the difficulty there is high. This is the underground tomb of a legendary conqueror. The dungeon is known for the sheer number of monsters that show up and basically has no traps or puzzles. Even so, the dungeon is known to be insanely tough. To beat this game, every member of the group has to survive until the end. He thinks his allies in this dungeon are super important, and Jirhan joins in. Player summoning is finished because the game's about to start. He says at least these random members don't look bad, and everyone's shocked to see Jan there. He thinks those three look like they're from the same guild. Their gear isn't bad. They say it's an honor to meet the protagonist. The commentator Ralph says the Black Eagle Guild, But the other guy's surprised. The protagonist's already in the dungeon, noticing he's level 15. One of the group wonders if they should try to finish first, and the other agrees, saying if Song's here, they can do it. They tell Jirhan to go ahead, but the protagonist says no, telling him he'll go first. They say he's not the warrior, but the protagonist says he's chill, trusting his own fighting skills. Everyone's surprised, but they agree and follow him. The protagonist moves forward calmly, saying luckily there don't seem to be any trolls this time. He's worried about the finishing condition and wonders if he should start running, thinking the tomb's first floor is at the start, where several statues stand before them. They start getting scared because here, they're the tomb's guards, face to face with those statues. They ask Gyero what to do with the mage, saying he could probably clear the way with magic, but the protagonist says it's fine, telling them just to follow and he'll go ahead, killing everything with his bare hands, doing stuff they didn't even think was possible. He's taking down everything just by punching man. His hand. He wonders what the hell that is. The protagonist tells all of B10 to keep moving forward. He says the conqueror's tomb has 10 passages, and each team is placed in one of those passages. All the passages connect to the 7th underground floor, which is the dungeon's final part. Jan's team got the 8th passage and is leading the dungeon. He moves forward calmly, reaching the 3rd floor. They say it's even more amazing to see him in person, thinking those soldiers must have crazy high endurance. But to see him destroying them like they're made of sand is insane. The protagonist thinks, as expected, it's pretty easy. The commentators are shocked he hasn't used any weapons since the last match, but Ralph wonders why he'd bother with a weapon at bronze rank. They say he even managed to beat the flesh golem, and Takatan gives the protagonist another 10,000 dip. He finds it weird, asking what Takatan's trying to do. He knows very well that Takatan is that weirdo stalking him. Not in a good way, he's literally on his tail, right behind him. Everyone notices that writing style and realizes he's seriously obsessed with Song. He keeps killing monsters, moving forward calmly, tells them not to worry because no matter what happens, he's not going to Japan, and says he's going to block that guy. Everyone's touched, and Jan's cheering him on. He says they've cleared the 3rd floor, and normally they'd just be finishing the 1st floor if it weren't for Jirhan, saying they're moving faster than a jet. The warrior wonders how he broke such a tough enemy, while the mage thanks him, feeling guilty for leaving all the work to him. Jan says no need to thank him, saying it's already a huge help, not screwing things up for everyone. He hopes they can keep playing together. Then the protagonist takes a hit, reaches the 4th floor, and sees it's a straight path. He's puzzled, saying he can't even believe it, and asks them to check the walls and floor. The mage says, obviously, there are traps, and it looks like all the dungeon's traps are in this room, but he asks if they mind if he goes ahead faster. They say of course not. The protagonist says he'll handle the traps and leave the rest to them. But as the protagonist moves forward, that suspicious warrior starts messing things up. He tells him to just go and leave him alone, because the moment he does, that million is his. He gets the mission from the Sword King's fan, ordering him to commit self-dismemberment and not let him find out. The reward's 1 million GP. Then he says every member of the Black Eagle Guild got the same self-dismemberment mission, and it's said that the one Jan just blocked is behind all this. He says it was done saying he didn't plan to use the same move twice, but blowing cash is all he can do right now. He says he had no choice, asking how Jan plans to get out of this, because he bought them all and gave the most direct orders possible, asking if Jan gets what that means, while Jan, totally clueless, moves ahead, saying the moment he goes all in, he'll fail. Takeda thinks he's got this in the bag, but his whole plan's gonna work unless someone warns him in time. While Tequila's sure nothing can mess with his plan, that blonde guy, that golden light, shows up. While the protagonist pushes forward, dodging traps and getting hit by them, he watches the arrows closely, and the mage tells Jan to dodge, saying he'll handle the arrows with his skill. But the protagonist says it's all good. He activates his power to control space, absolute force and territory, creating a simple domain that stops all those arrows from hitting him, making them halt mid-air. Everyone wonders if he really stopped the arrows. They ask what the hell kind of skill that is. The mage asks what that was, shocked seeing what Jan did. He asks if the others saw that too, but when he looks back, he sees those two traitors. One with an arrow, the other with a sword at his neck. The mage yells at Jirhan, telling him to look at those guys. Jan notices they're trying to kill each other and asks what the hell they're doing, telling them to stop. But before they can do anything, the protagonist uses unnamed divine arts, activating electricity, and the archer's shocked. The other guy wants to kill himself too. Then the protagonist uses the shining skybird to get close to them. He destroys the weapons they'd use to kill each other before they can do anything. They feel pain in their arms and the other guy falls to the ground. The protagonist grabs him using just his strength, tossing them to the floor. The mage asks Jan if he's okay, wondering if the game's not over for them. Jan says he barely stopped them, and that knight says they could have killed each other. The archer asks why he's saying that, asking if he got the self-dismemberment mission too. He tells him to shut up, asking if he's blind. The mage, the only sane one, asks why they're fighting. The protagonist says it makes sense they're arguing since both got a suicide mission, saying if one kills himself first, the game's over right there. The mage feels disappointed, thinking it's pathetic. As a guild member, he apologizes, and the protagonist says it's a relief he stopped them in time, telling him there's no need to apologize. But then the mage tries to cast a spell on his own chest while pretending. But before he can do anything, Jirhan raises his hand with force, stopping him from shooting that lightning at his own chest. He says he said that because he already knew they were in the same boat. Like the narrator said, every member of the Black Eagle Guild got his request. He says there was nothing suspicious about him, asking how Jan knew. That question hits everyone, wondering how the protagonist could know that. Everyone's shocked and wonders who's narrating. Turns out it's the Golden Light. He sends 10,000 GP to Jirhan, telling him to be careful because the Black Eagle members were brainwashed. They're gonna kill themselves for 1 million GP. He said it was all thanks to him, Jirhan's trusted assistant. He says, as a Rank fan, he was watching the live stream in real time, plus other streams from the group members. That's when he saw the moment they got the Sword Fans mission. He says he told everything with a 10,000 donation, and says if it's for justice, then it's not a waste. He asks Jan to accept that loyal lackey as editor, but wonders if something's off. Then he throws them down with force, saying no matter if there's beef with him, spending 1 billion long on just one mission is crazy. Says even if his life's on the line, it's definitely not worth that much. Everyone starts agreeing, saying even the Sword King did that. It doesn't make sense. He picks up that sword on the ground, saying the conclusion is that it's at least a guild rank name or the Sword King's special influence that got tricked. Everyone thinks that's possible. He says thinking someone would spend 1 billion OS just to check a status window is insane, and their obsession with him is nuts. One guy in the live chat starts thinking maybe it's that weird dude, and the protagonist asks who that could be. Takeda starts sweating cold and everyone thinks it's him because he's way too quiet. He says it looks like he tried to peek at that status window by playing dirty like this and says he'll change his promise from 200,000 subscribers to 1 million subscribers. The first place promise stays the same. He says he was worried he'd get tired of 200,000 subscribers soon. Thanks to that, he made some money and got attention. He says he's going to make the most of it until he hits 1 million subs. He grabs a rope and strikes a B10 pose. Everyone starts saying even holding the rope, he looks crazy. That's a rank F restraining rope. It's a rope that binds defeated enemies. He says it's great because it's strong and durable and they get stuck there. They wonder what they think about moving forward. Carrying the three like kids, dragging a dead beast around, hitting it from all sides. He reaches the last room. They wonder what that thing in front is, and that monster tells them not to disturb its rest, saying the Emperor is eternal. They start repeating that endlessly in front of the protagonist. That's how the 6th underground floor begins. The three are being dragged like dogs. They ask, "What the hell is this?" So everyone's cracking up, wondering why those guys aren't saying a word. And that warrior's just sitting there, wondering if the main dude's really as tan as he looks, asking why he's so damn strong. Then, like 10 minutes earlier, they're talking to the main guy, threatening to kill him, even though they're just floating in the air by his telekinesis, can't move a muscle, throwing weak-ass threats. They say it's the last warning, begging him to let them go, saying if he doesn't want to become the Falcon Guild's #1 enemy, he better set them free. But the main dude just uses some martial arts move with his finger and pierces right through the warrior's armor. The warrior's all confused, wondering what the hell the main guy's doing. Then the main guy asks if they really think his guild would help trolls like them. Suddenly, they feel their strength draining, and that warrior goes all limp, just hanging there, held up by the main guy's power, his body all floppy like overcooked noodles. Then the main guy does the same to the others. The warrior's freaking out, trying to make sense of it, saying the main guy's hitting his pressure points, and the main guy's like, it's been a while, but he hasn't lost his touch. The warrior recognizes the technique. It's something only an advanced martial artist warrior can pull off. He says he thought the main guy was just support. He warns if they keep this up, they're toast, and remembers when that mage screwed up by bringing up the main guy's niece, knowing how sensitive he is about her. The mage tries to show off his skills from back in the Twitter days, trying to say something about the niece, but the main guy quickly clamps his mouth shut with insane strength. The mage wonders why the hell he won't shut up, and the warrior's already totally wrecked, dragged around like a trash bag. He complains that the floor hurts like hell. Meanwhile, the main guy's healing them even as he's hurting them with the floor. Then the archer starts saying it feels kinda good, but the mage tells him to shut up. They all think it's crazy that he keeps healing them on the regular. Another viewer says he can't let them die no matter what. The main guy says he's on the 6th floor now. He says if he can finish this floor, he'll be at the final stage, right before the boss. While dragging them, he reaches another room. Seeing the place, he already knows shit's about to go down, saying he can barely see because it's dark, but there are clay soldiers everywhere. Then he senses something behind him, more soldiers, and they rush at those 3 losers on the ground, trying to attack, but the main guy barely saves them, stopping a soldier's sword right in front of their faces, grabs them, and throws them back, saving them from getting hit while stopping the soldier's sword, killing him, and charging at the rest. He cleans house super easily. Everyone's shocked because it's insane. They say it's been a while since he used a sword. Then another soldier reanimates, its eyes glowing. The main guy trembles at that. They say the whole tomb is shaking, and those guys are stunned. Then he starts talking, and all those soldiers activate around him. He thinks their eyes are glowing and they must be in a frenzy. His mission is to kill all the guards, and the reward is 1,000 conquest points. He says it's been a while since he got a mission. The last one was on a defense map, and he ends up using a shield around those 3 idiots. And when he puts the shield on them, he throws his sword at them, scaring the hell out of them. But then he wonders why he gave them a shield if he's gonna beat them up. But the main guy says he's even stronger than he thought, because that move proved the shield can easily block the clay soldiers' attacks. He says now he doesn't have to protect them actively, so he uses his absolute territory around him, making anyone who enters slow down. He says no matter how many times he uses it, he's still impressed, because everyone inside the absolute territory moves slower, and with just one hand, he can destroy everything he sees. Man, this dude's like Gojo. Feels like I'm watching a pro gamer fight. This guy's way too OP, and it's way too easy. He says this is an area he totally controls. Honestly, if you're not digging this, I've got bad news for your sanity. Look at this bastard's pose holding that sword. He says it's a shame for Baron, saying he used such a good skill just to boost his mana, but now he's done playing and is gonna wipe out all those soldiers with just a blast of his power, breaking everyone around him, and just like that, he finishes the mission ridiculously easily. They say the Conqueror's tomb can only be completed if all party members are alive. Then the Conqueror opens his eyes, welcoming the looters, saying gold is what humans steal and get stolen in return. He'll give them what they want, and the main guy says it's the condition to clear the last stage, and the looter warns them to watch their manners. The main guy says the final clear is always a respected reference among all players. Everyone's shocked he's at the boss, and the main guy faces the floor's final challenge head-on. Then something glows on the floor, and he throws the 3 pasfos forward. He just snaps the ropes holding them, setting them on their feet. Then he controls them like puppets. He says it's possible, and they all move at his will. They nod as their bodies move on their own, and he gets closer, saying Jirhan's total strength attribute is at 18, and the absolute territories area, along with its effectiveness, has increased. Then the Conqueror tells them to start while pointing an arrow at them. The main guy thinks the distance is a bit far, but if he stays in the middle, it's close enough to control them, and he gets them all to kneel before the Conqueror. Then he slams their faces into the ground, making them bow down. The main guy thinks this should be enough for a perfect finish. Then the Conqueror says that was great, telling them they can now return from where they came. He clears the 7th floor's underground, and everyone's stunned. So he ended up alone, and the return gate starts to open. One of them says he didn't get his 10 billion, but at least he finished first. The mage thinks it's good they managed to finish, but he wonders why the guy isn't moving. The Proto looks disappointed about something, then laughs it off, saying, "This is ridiculous. What kind of mission is this?" Turns out the secret mission is to show genuine respect to the Conqueror's statue, rewarding 5,000 conquest points plus the Conqueror's arrow. He thinks 5,000 points is a big deal, and he'd also get that arrow, which is as big as a spear. He wonders if he can really get that as a reward. He thinks about genuine respect. Then he looks at the mage, who's wondering what the Prota's thinking and what they'll do if the runners-up arrive. But then the Prota pulls the mage toward him with just telekinesis and talks to the Conqueror, calling him the King of Raiders, saying this is the only way to show genuine respect. The Conqueror pays close attention to what the Prota's doing, and the mage hates it. The Prota just grabs the mage and hurls him toward the Conqueror, throwing him onto his horse. But the horse is so smart it manages to rip the mage's head off before he even gets close to the Conqueror, killing him instantly. The knight's shocked by what's happening, and everyone notices the mage got eaten alive. They ask how that's even possible and what the mage was doing. From atop that killer horse, the Conqueror asks about being called King of Raiders, if that was meant for him. The Prota says a conqueror is the ultimate raider, and that he's just showing his most genuine respect. Instead of gold, he wants something truly valuable, the arrow the Conqueror's holding. He talks about the Conqueror's arrow included in the reward, saying knowing its value and aiming for it is a true sign of respect. That's the secret mission's completion condition. The Conqueror laughs heartily, just like the song statue there, saying this is amazing, and he respects that. The Prota activates his power, raising his sword. The Conqueror says he's touched and will give his true treasure as a reward for showing genuine respect. The Prota thanks him, ready to accept and prepare to attack. Then he orders the conqueror to shoot, pointing the phoenix arrow at the prota, ready to launch it at the kid. With that clash about to go down, the tension's insane, and the chat's wondering how Jan knew all this. That traitor archer from the prota's group starts sweating like crazy, gasping for air, saying he feels like he's gonna die. Then he notices something: he's on fire, man. And everyone around him starts dying. The viruses say it's terrifying because he's suffering spontaneous combustion from the heat. They scream as the prota also starts sweating hard, feeling the effect. He thinks this is dangerous if it keeps up. He won't handle it and will die like them. He says he doesn't care about those guys, but the problem is once they die, their weapons vanish with them. He says he needs to fix this before that happens. Then all that heat melts the gold, turning it into liquid. They say it's already like that, and he hasn't even shot yet. That archer ends up dying from the heat. He says the heat's brutal, and he can feel it instinctively. Then Jan says his current self can't face that arrow. No matter what, his only way out is to aim at the bow, hitting it before the arrow's fired. He says long, long ago, a man wandering lost met a sage who promised to show him the way, asking him to follow the path with the full martial devotion of the 3 talents. The prota says this is the most refined of all the ultra-fast strike. He pushes himself to the limit, almost becoming lightning as he charges the conqueror, taking a big chunk of the guy's face along with the arrow. That attack stops the arrow from firing, breaking the bow. Then he activates the immortal sage's path, halting the conqueror's attack, making him swallow the bow and the arrow stick into the ground. Everyone wonders because the bow's destroyed. The conqueror asks the prota his name, while the prota thinks it worked. Introducing himself as January, the conqueror repeats his name, calling him admirable, then throws that spear at him, saying he showed the greatest respect. The prota just catches it, holding the spear thrown at lightning speed, saying he'll earn the right to inherit the phoenix arrow, which he's holding like a spear. Everyone in the chat goes nuts, thinking the same thing I am, because that's not an arrow. The conqueror calls the prota a raider, saying he looks forward to their next meeting on a more honorable battlefield. Unlike this one, he leaves with the prota, agreeing he definitely wants to meet again. Then he thinks the Baron said they'd meet on battlefields, so they might cross paths again. Then he starts really forming that spear, using it like that, saying it's perfect, since all it needs is to shed the feathers on the back and use the arrow as a spear. They ask Jan what that skill was because they couldn't keep up, and even slow-mo didn't catch it. They go down to quarter speed to watch, but it's no use. The prota says there's no way they saw it after all. The Immortal Saint's path isn't just insanely fast. The technique precisely targets one point with a thin sword, so he can ignite it from afar. He raises his hand, saying he's improving his control over unnamed divine arts, and that the first time he tried using it, it was unstable and drained a lot of energy. The more he uses the skill, the more refined and stable it becomes. He thinks if he keeps this up, he'll be able to manifest the basic forms of martial arts. It's said he was recognized by the conqueror and exempted from the 7th floor's test, and he wonders if he ended up shocking everyone in the chat by staying neutral, saying all his team members died and he still won. But he thinks that other guy survived, and that night was complaining about what happened, asking when the archer died. Then the pro lifts his spear, saying he's going to keep it clean and apologizes, because he's not generous enough to let the guy who stabbed him in the back take first place. So he just kills that warrior, not letting him finish strong after everything he did. Then the game finally ends, and everyone outside waiting for the pro is shocked to see him come back with that spear. But they're wondering if it's really not a glitch, and he actually got first place. They ask how he pulled that off in a bronze dungeon, questioning if they were watching the stream. He says he finished first again, and Gown says she still can't get used to it, no matter how many times she watches. Ron says he's amazing, so like he promised, he asks her to show him, saying she can't back out on her word. She says she gets it, but starts to get sad and asks if he can lower the spear so they can talk, saying it's kinda scary, cause he's looking pretty intimidating. Gown says that power is just overwhelming, and she's almost pulling her sword on him, even though she'd probably die if she did. Raon hates that and says, like he said, he might end up regretting it. But the pro just laughs, cause as he knew, she has the stimulus, a Class A gift that lets the user boost another player. It's a support gift, helping other players get stronger, faster. She tells him not to tell anyone else about it, while Gon asks if it'll be okay, since she hates talking about her gift and says she got pissed off wasting all her money on a crappy gift. Then she thinks the guild newbies have great gifts this time and starts feeling jealous, cause she blew all her cash and prayed for days to get something like stimulus. She asks why she even went to that crappy academy. Gon thinks she's always talked trash about her academy and her gift whenever she got the chance, but still lives there. Gifts at that academy are way too good, and he thinks you can't predict what happens in someone's life. She gets all shy, asking why the pro isn't saying anything. Then he starts laughing, making her even more nervous. She asks if he doesn't think it's kinda rude to laugh right in someone's face like that. Then he says he wasn't laughing at her, just happy. She asks what he's talking about, but the pro asks for her number. She says she lost the bet, asking what that means, but he thinks her question is weird, saying he just wants her number. She says her number should be on the business card he gave her last time. He says he lost that card, so she gets super pissed about that. And Jonan ended up saying he wasn't interested and lost the card. Plus, now he's asking for her number, wondering if he's interested in her gift, but questions why he would be. She starts feeling like he's messing with her and says her ego can't take it, saying she can't just give him her number after everything. Then she says, whatever, she'll do it, putting her name, her position, and even a little heart. She asks if he's done, and the pro asks about that heart, but just stays quiet. She calls Gaon so they can leave, asking what he thinks, saying she didn't expect that, asking if he's gonna delete it. He just shrugs it off and laughs, saying he'll call later. She starts getting pissed, asking what the hell is wrong with this guy, saying he's annoying. He really just walks away. Meanwhile, back at school, Gaon is watching the pros live stream, and they say her uncle is amazing. She says, yeah, looks like he gets stronger every day, and says she didn't know you could finish the conqueror's tomb like that. Meanwhile, her jealous friend is fuming, and another girl talks to her, cutting off her jealous vibe, saying he looks way different from the last time they saw him. She says it was a month ago when they went to the CEA house, saying he looked like a drunk loser back then. One of the girls asks to meet her uncle, but her boyfriend is right there and doesn't like that much. He's my friend, and I've got bad news for you. Inicio is grateful her uncle has grown up a bit, and Riso tells her the day is coming, saying her birthday is 18, the day she officially becomes a player. She says it with a fake smile, like a snake. It's said everyone awakens as players when they turn 18, letting them see their attribute window. Then she starts thinking she's pretty nervous, while that girl who was crushing on the pro says they'll get into Baronet together and says students at Baronet Academy look forward to this day by taking tons of classes and training. The gift room is the biggest reason the academy exists. All the students are also more interested in gifts. My boyfriend asks if she'll get one, and she says she bets she will. It should be at least level S, since her dad had an SS and her mom had an SS, plus she's a saint. Rumors say her uncle's gift is at least level S, but she says no, saying it's been ages since they announced DNA doesn't affect gifts. But then they say stats say otherwise. The girl starts hoping she gets something good. Meanwhile, Riso says her opponent is on the 22nd, and since it's the 13th, it's pretty close. She says that's why she's been anxious. But she tells herself it'll be fine, asking her not to worry, saying she should look forward to the gift she'll get. The girl's happy while Riso looks at her with that snake-like glare. Man, seriously, this woman's so fake and tells her to accept something. Meanwhile, over in Tokyo, Japan, a guy is getting cut by the former Sword King, and he's in the training room. They say what he's doing is amazing, asking if the Sword King was always that strong, but they say no. You can see that in this round, saying the Sword King got even stronger, and with that enchantment, he's way more serious now. All his skills better than before. They start to get it, saying they're hyped for his first appearance as Iti. I'm really rooting for the main guy to beat him up. Like, so much, that this hypnosis crap only ends with a good old fight. And guys, if Gangron's yelling at his dad, asking how he could even think about trusting his daughter to a guy like that, saying she can't just do whatever she wants. When his dad tries to argue, she snaps back that's exactly why she left, saying whether she marries or not is her call. And he keeps trying to say something, but she shouts she already said she doesn't want to get married now, then hangs up on me. Gon asks if she's okay. She says not at all, asking if she looks okay, saying she's super pissed. She says she seems really worked up, and Ron thought it'd be that chubby guy from the new defense force. She was already mad about being dragged into that lame arranged date like that. And on top of that, he's bald. Look, I get why she's so pissed, right? It's rough. That's textbook, guys. Textbook. Then Guyan says it must have been awful, and guesses being rich probably doesn't make life easier. Look, I gotta disagree. If I were rich, half my problems wouldn't even exist. Man, that'd be awesome. Oh my god, I'd still mess around, still make videos, but I wouldn't lift a finger for anything else in my life. No way. Then Rayon thanks her, saying she's the only one who gets him. And Guyan says she must be tired, asking why she doesn't just rest at home. She says she feels more comfortable there. Guyan gets it, admiring the beautiful view. Then she apologizes to Gayan, saying she barely has time for herself because of work, and talks about how as a Dade-ranked S with her talents, she'd do just fine on her own. She thinks about it, saying being just a bodyguard is her purpose, and she'll forgive until she loses company. But Rayon says she really doesn't want that and plans to become independent, saying she'll make her own money and live wherever she wants. That way, her parents won't keep pushing her to get married. Gayan says that's fine, but adds it's a shame her way of making money is through betting. She says, whatever wins is legalized. It's a kind of investment, but she thinks it's legal, even if she doesn't get anything back for it to count as an investment. Then she gets hit hard with a no-hands punch and says this time she's gonna score big. Then someone asks if she's talking about the battle between Korea and Japan, and she's like, what else would it be? She says it's a pretty safe bet. Yeah, kinda sad. But all the Koreans are betting Japan will win 3 to Lee Roan as 0. People don't say it out loud, but everyone knows Japan's gonna win. She says an easy win is still a win. Ron even agrees, but then Jan calls her, and she's surprised, asking why he's calling so late. Then she gets shocked, wondering what he's talking about. Meanwhile, Diego's eating with the main guy, tearing into that barbecue, and says it's his first time eating Korean B, and he's super happy. But he wonders if it's not too expensive. The main guy says it's fine, just asks him to say if he wants anything else. Then he asks if he can order a drink, and the main guy says, sure. So he downs a big beer, and the main guy's totally lost, thinking he's better than him at mixing drinks. Diego keeps shoveling food in, thinking it's really tasty. He's even speechless. The main guy's glad he liked it, telling him to just talk casually since it's better that way. He says he feels more comfortable too. And after the meal, Diego says he's a bit bitter because if it weren't for the baronet, he wouldn't be living like this. He was a soccer star, but in the blink of an eye, he hit rock bottom. No money, and his wife and daughter left him. Then he thinks this guy's Korean isn't great because he doesn't understand most of what he's saying. But then he realizes, because Masid was a star and he was from Argentina, a world-famous soccer star who had everything anyone could want. But when the baronet was born, people lost interest in sports and he lost all his fans. So people forgot about soccer, and he says nothing more needs to be said when a famous pro player is in Korea teaching kids how to play. Then he says he's had enough to drink, telling him to get straight to the point, asking if he wants him to become a mage. The main guy says that's exactly it, saying his gift is boosting all the gear that looks like a soccer ball, and he's the SSS level god of soccer. And he says, yeah, that's why he carries a soccer ball around, and he'll tell him now, but he doesn't get what a mage has to do with it. Then he says his mana is pretty bad. But the main guy tells him to check out that item, and he notices it's a 1B class orb of Ain. They say that Sacred Orb of Ain is a magic item made by the Anijaya tribe, and it's wrapped in spider webs, making it super elastic. And since spiders only have legs, this orb is considered a ball, making it perfect gear for Diego. He asks what he thinks, if it's not cool. He says this item will bring out the best in him, the real him, who in his past life was the most powerful mage ever. Then he asks the main guy how much it cost. He says about 500,000 1 GP, 1.5 million. Diego's shocked, saying that's pricier than the house he rented, and he couldn't buy it even in 10 years of saving, but he thanks him for the info. But the main guy says he's not done yet, saying his real intention was to give it as a gift, saying if he needs it, he can help him out financially too. Diego asks, what do you mean, and why? The main guy says he wants him to join his guild. Diego's surprised, and the main guy says he'll start his own guild once he hits silver. Diego asks if he has the money for that. He says yeah, but he's gonna make even more soon. Diego asks if the main guy's lost his mind while showing him a cell phone. Meanwhile, Ryan's watching and says this makes no damn sense, asking what kind of choice this is when the score's 1 win for them and 3 losses. The first win's for Korea, the other 3 for Japan. She's like, yeah, right, like that's gonna happen, there's no way Korea's gonna be the Sword King. So they're face to face with Edie, who opens his eyes all amazed and says it's a pleasure to meet the Quarank reps, and welcomes fans of the Baroness from all over the world, saying the competition's about to kick off. Then Diego asks if he's crazy, saying he's claiming Korea's gonna win a round, and that he's not underestimating Korea's team or anything. But the Sword King is a force that can take down an entire team solo. He says someone like that's gonna be on the enemy team. The protagonist says he gets it's hard to believe, but a picture's worth 1,000 words. He says they're gonna watch and see the results for themselves, and so they face off. They say the overall win goes to the team that gets 3 wins out of 5 rounds. The Japanese start reading, but they say they're not gonna read, acknowledging him as a TM member but saying they just can't do that. Then he asks if it's because he's Korean, and he says it's more than that, explaining that the position he's taking isn't his real spot on the team. He says when he showed up, Sade, his longtime friend, was sacrificed so he could be there, asking how he can act like that without at least apologizing to Sade. That kicks off a serious beef while Ito says that's what it looks like, they're all confused about something, but then he gets hit dead on by an attack, divine punishment killing him. They ask if they're already there, and the guy who launched the attack can't believe he actually hit him. It hits him full force, and they think the Sword King just got nailed by a support skill. They say it looks like they were too busy fighting each other to notice him. Ito comes back to life while they think this is their chance, saying they'll take down the Sword King first and charge full force. Then Ito says they're annoying, slashing the ground in front of them, but yeah, he hits them, stopping their charge. Then he wonders what's going on and what he's doing as he just plunges a sword into his own chest. He asks if he didn't say they wouldn't follow him. He says if that's how they're gonna treat him, then he's out. So South Korea gets the first kill, which is basically a self-kill. They say it's unbelievable the Sword King died right at the start of the first round, and the last person to damage him was Lin from the Twin Stars Guild. So this guy ended up MVP of the first round. Diego asks if he knew this was going to happen, how it's even possible, but he says he can't tell him, because that's just how it goes. He says they'll finish watching the first competition first. The protagonist thinks everything's happening exactly like he remembers. Even the bets are the same. He can win. He says people were already complaining about the low multiplier on the bets before he even did, suspecting a setup. So they're wiping out the competition easily. The first round ends with Korea winning and MVP Linjuk, who killed the Sword King. They say they're sure players from both countries are confused, and after a while, they confront it, asking why he did that, how he dares kill himself. Because he's supposed to represent his country, and they ask if he thinks he'll get away with it, but he says that's pathetic, that he can't keep watching this, calling them trash with no professional mindset, saying it's no surprise they lost to the South Korean team. When asked what he means, he says he's not playing their little friendship game, saying if they don't properly recognize him, he'll keep self-killing. They have to decide either win with him or, like they just saw, keep losing. So there's no point in staying stuck in this shitty situation and having to listen to this crap. The second round starts, and the Koreans say they don't get it, asking why he killed himself, wondering if maybe he's even a double agent. But that Korean says it doesn't seem like that's the case, then wonders if he'll do the same thing again. But they say probably not, since the vibe's totally different now. He tells them not to let their guard down, saying they're fighting the Sword King, and if he wants, he can wipe them all out. And he really does it with a single attack, slicing the whole team in half. The only survivor realizes things just got way too serious as they're all slaughtered. Even the protagonist thinks it's weird because he's way stronger than he thought. Then in the next round, he raises his sword and kills 2 Koreans at once, cleaning house super easily. But the archer dies way too easily, and the rest of the Japanese team keeps telling them not to underestimate because they're still in the game. Meanwhile, acting all tough, he gets a shock when he sees Ryo Rei right next to that last wizard, sword pressed to his neck, floating in the air. When the wizard notices, he calls them a bunch of losers. Then he mocks the celestial sword, saying it looks like he only practiced to look cooler since coming to Japan, saying his celestial sword technique is definitely more showy now. Ryo Rei calls him pathetic, telling him he wouldn't be struggling so much if his fighting skills were as good as his mouth. The wizard asks if that's so, then tells him to watch this, summoning insane electricity and hurling a thunder shock at Ryo Rei. But Ryo Rei just grabs his sword and says, "Perfect." Raising both swords, he says he needed to test his new move, then summons a massive beam of light and slashes the wizard with a giant sword made of light. The arena splits in two, and everyone's stunned by what they just saw and the destruction Ryo Rei caused. Then they announce the match is over. Japan wins 3-1. The commentator's shocked. He didn't expect such a crushing defeat in times like these, saying it'll be hard to swallow, but they'll bounce back stronger. Diego asks how it all went down, because the result came out exactly like he predicted. He says people will claim he dreamed it, but Diego says he can't buy that and asks how much he won. The prota says it was just a little, but winning some cash is nice. But he didn't expect that last move, saying Ryo Rei's stronger than he remembered. He admits if this keeps up, he won't be able to beat him. They say unnamed divine arts might not cut it. He says he's got an SSS-Rank gift after all, the peak of twin swords and an insane technique. But the prota thinks it doesn't matter. No matter how strong he gets, he'll still get stronger, asking Ikuar while thinking about facing him head-on, saying their reunion is close. Meanwhile, Ron starts shaking because her bet paid off big time. She hit an insane number and realizes she won 5 times 5,000 turned into almost 200,000. She says she never thought this day would come, thanks Jan, and says thanks to him, Ron got almost 200,000, but unfortunately, she ended up 20,000 in the red when they checked her total earnings. After following Jirhan's advice, Rayon was sure South Korea would lose 3 to Lee Roan as 0 and bet more. She put 200,000 on 3 to Lee Roan as 0, and that's how she lost. She says she didn't just lose 20,000, but also her bright future, and she's really not cut out for this. She thinks this sucks. The Prota and Diego say, now it's time for the main topic of the day, asking if he's going to make a contract with him. Diego says honestly, he doesn't get why someone like the Prota would want to make a deal with someone like him, asking if he's really that valuable. Then he asks if he saw what happened, saying he predicted exactly how the match would end and that he's confident about this decision. Diego asks what he means, and the Prota tells him he's going to become the most powerful wizard in the world and that this contract is an investment, asking him to come along. Diego hesitates, wondering when was the last time someone trusted him this much, saying he misses having someone vital on his team, especially since Baronetti showed up. He thought he'd never feel that way again. It's no big deal. Then he says the Prota showed him new hope, saying there's no reason to refuse him and that they'll do their best. He promises he won't forget this and will pay back the favor with interest. The prota says he likes that determination and will be waiting for that day. Sometime later, in a match with Gaon, she easily kills people, leading the game, and everyone wants to take her down, saying they'll team up for a moment and rush the girl. But she calls them pathetic, uses her fencing skills, and wipes them all out easily. The game ends with her in first place. She says 5 kills for first place isn't bad at all, but she can't be satisfied with just that. She needs to get stronger, because compared to the great Sword King who showed unmatched power in the Korea vs. Japan match, or else Janam, her path to becoming an immortal legend, is doomed. She's way behind and thinks she started falling off after joining the Twin Stars Guild. She knows she needs to improve. Meanwhile, Sa is watching a report about her dad and starts trembling. Rua asks if she's okay, and she says yes, but her friend clearly sees the lie on her face. She says it's only been a day or two and she's fine. Resu asks if he should stay with her today, wondering if it's not good to have someone by your side in moments like this, but she says it's okay, telling them not to worry. She thanks them for taking her home and says her uncle's busy. Then she worries about how she'll get back, and the driver asks her to let him know if there's anyone he can help, admitting he really messed up the other day. She says at least he owns up to it, while Resu asks what she thinks about his suggestion. She says if everything's okay, she can start preparations now. She admits she's not sure, and Resu says she has no reason to say no. She says things could go wrong, and the car suddenly brakes hard. Resu hits his face on the car, asking why the driver stopped right then. The driver tells her they're at the Sword Palace. But who are those people at the door? Meanwhile, the prota's doing parkour, running full speed from building to building, jumping straight down to the ground. He says he definitely feels lighter than before and seems to have improved a bit. Looking at the horizon, he thinks for sure a place this high is way better. Then he sits on a building like Spider-Man. He said he remembers going to a high place like this to get lost in his thoughts when he was in the States, and that it brings back memories. Now he thinks he gets it because a spot this high reminds him of it, and honestly, he's never actually fought it before. Back when half the countries in the world vanished, the top-ranked fighters started teaming up. Yon Seijin, who was considered the best warrior, suddenly disappeared, and he still doesn't know why. But the current Seijin is just as strong as he was at his peak. He can't afford to slack off and get better slowly. He's got to get way stronger than he ever was in his past life. He says he needs to master those unnamed divine arts faster, so he has to head somewhere, and literally vanishes off the roof of that building. Meanwhile, that driver's telling everyone to get out of his way. Then some folks say they're from Nox TV and ask her to say a few words. Rest tells her to ignore them, but those guys keep going, saying people think her ranking just pissed off the Sword King even more, and they want her to comment on it, cornering the girl. Then they tell the driver to move, let them talk to her, and ask what's gotten into her. They say they need an interview while Jihan's not around, and that they're doing this for the world, asking for a little empathy. Then the main guy shows up, pissed off, asking what the hell they think they're doing. Now with enough power to take them down, he starts making them all disappear with just telekinesis, slamming them straight to the ground, leaving them flat out. Everyone's groaning about their backs and talking to Jan, asking if he dares to lay a hand on reporters and if he even cares about his image. He says he does care, which is why he went easy on them. This is their first time, so they should be grateful he didn't do more. Everyone feels the weight of his words and his intimidating vibe. Then he opens the door, telling them to get up, saying they're heading home, and thanks the driver for protecting the girl. The driver says it's nothing. Then Riso asks her uncle to take good care of her, and he thanks that sly snake for worrying he's probably involved in all this. As they leave, Rose stays behind, lowering her head and laughing, saying it was hard to keep it hidden. Then someone asks if she's that student, the granddaughter of the Sei from the news. She starts thinking to herself that it's probably over for her. Meanwhile, King It gives an interview saying he has nothing to do with a daughter and that he left all his past behind to come to Japan, so he doesn't have any daughter. He asks them not to waste time with pointless personal questions like that. The protagonist says that's exactly why they came here. She says yes, and he suddenly really wants to beat him up. He complains about what to do, since she seemed to be getting better. But that totally ruined her mood. The girl gets really down but ends up talking to her uncle, asking if he remembers when he said he'd grant a wish. He asks if it's about finding the Shadow Queen. She says yes, probably knowing what she wants to ask for. He's shocked as the girl says she probably already found the Shadow Queen. He's freaked out by that and by how smart she might be. The next day, the game starts. Everyone's wondering if they got into the right room and asks Jan what he's doing. He says he's going to break the stands. He says he wants to see if she really is the Shadow Queen or not. The day before, Seiya was talking to him, saying here she's the Shadow Queen. Of course, she's totally purple, right? Covered head to toe. Maybe it means something. She says she's not sure, but that she's a strong candidate. He asks if she has a reason to think that. I already told you, she says. Originally, they suspected the Elf Queen sitting on the throne. The protagonist says yeah, because both acted openly like queens, but she says that one is more like a shadow. He asks about that, and she tells him to watch the video she just sent, saying first, look at her eye color, saying it's not that elves can't have black eyes, but it's weird that even the whites of her eyes are black, so he thinks there's definitely something going on. She says that's not the only strange thing, saying she's been watching her at the top of the rankings even before the game started. He asks about that, and the girl says she always looked at him weirdly, and even checked other matches. She was always staring, and in every match, she was watching to see who was the strongest. She says she was staring at players who would end up first even before the game began, like she knew the future. He asks if that's not weird. The protagonist thinks it definitely doesn't seem like a coincidence. The girl says the most important thing is in the last video, telling him to watch the shadow under her feet. That shadow's pushing something out. The girl says it's not clear because of the quality, but it seems she's not the only one who finds it weird. The protagonist asks if it's worth checking and tells her to wait, asking if she put all this together by herself. She says yes, that she gathered everything over time. He asks if she's not overdoing it because of him, and she says it's not like she has anything better to do. He thanks the girl, saying he'll check it out next time he goes to the Coliseum. She says she hopes she's right, but he says now he also has to keep that promise, asking what her wish is, telling her she can say it because he'll give her anything. She just thanks him and says her wish. Meanwhile, the protagonist is already at the Coliseum, killing everyone, hitting 10 abad, and says that should be enough to secure first place. Now he wonders if he should break the barrier on the stands like he planned. He says there's a barrier between the stadium and the Coliseum stands, and its strength is like a diamond tier support's barrier skill. He says its job is to block all attacks and skills from the stadium, but he can see its true state with the floor's eye, and just needs to create a gap that lets him see the other side of the barrier. And he gets into attack stance right in front of her, while everyone starts thinking it's just a bluff. But he says no way, that it's actually possible with that thing right there. And with the Phoenix arrow he got from Mora, he can't use his full power because of the risk. But if he just wants to break the barrier, just piercing it is enough. So he wants to see the queen's face, and uses the martial devotion of the 3 talents, the path to immortality, piercing the barrier and making a small hole. He keeps attacking the same spot non-stop, using the path to immortality until he manages to tear it open. They notice he really broke through, and quickly he uses the Anderello's gaze, saying he needs to act fast before the barrier heals. And when he does, he orders the queen to reveal herself, asking who she is. Then he falls into total darkness, wondering where he is. When he looks back, there's this crazy bright light that shocks him. Those super demonic eyes stare right at him. The next day, he's passed out, saying that day was exhausting. He says he still can't relax, that there's no way to chill after facing something like that in a bronze rank body. He thinks it was terrifying, and it would have been scary even in his old body before he regressed. He figures this power's gotta be pretty useful. Heading to the achievement shop, he says a reward he collected so far raised the shop's level to 5. At this level, the constellation slot option was added. Now he can pick various constellations, but he thinks, of course, it's way too early for that, and he's still in the tutorial. He says he doesn't need it now, so he won't buy it, and will add a title slot first. So he goes to the attribute window. It says he reached level 22, just 3 more levels until he can promote. Now that he has strength, martial power, and a title, he's basically a silver rank, and says there's a reason he chose a different slot for the title. It says it's for the successor of the martial god he'll get soon. Soon, Saint Jirhan's martial power will hit 30, and he'll acquire unnamed divine arts. His power's at 27 now. In this process, he'll connect to the martial god and get the title of successor of the martial god. It's a title he used until his death in his past life. He has to get it this time, no matter what, because soon he'll have to fight him the badass, the guy who abandoned his daughter. But whatever. It says it's right in the heart of Gangwon, in a great spot. There are also several prestigious schools in the area. At that moment, the protagonist is trying to buy a house with his niece. The realtor says 200 square meters should be more than enough for them, but she thinks it's too small, so she keeps looking. The protagonist says she probably didn't like it, which was expected since she lived her whole life in the Sword Palace and no normal apartment could satisfy her. Anyway, he thinks her wish was to move out and remembers the day she asked when she was really sad. He thinks C wants to get out of the Sword Palace, and seems like she wanted to leave as soon as possible because that place is full of memories of Sejin. He's sure it's suffocating. The realtor says the rooms are big, and the layout is perfect. But the protagonist thinks he'll have to find a place she likes, and says they need more space. He says she'll soon become a player too, so they need room for the connector. The realtor notices and says he'll keep looking, saying she must be really happy to have such a reliable and strong uncle like him. But the protagonist says there's still a lot missing, and he'll always be rooting for him like a fan. But he says it's him who should be thankful since he was part of the Sword King's family. Even though the news about the Sword King going to Japan was shocking and made him leave, he was really worried about her when he left. He thought about how hard it must be for her now and was concerned about her condition, but he felt relieved seeing how she's doing. She still has a long way to go, but he congratulates her on her awakening, saying he's sure she'll get a good gift. The protagonist thinks he's worried because attention on the SA increased after the Korea-Japan match. He's sure everyone's interested in her awakening and her gift, but soon she'll get an F-rank gift, and all that attention will turn toxic with everyone talking trash about the girl. He says he needs to stop that from happening and keep people away from her for a while, especially those reporters. Meanwhile, that snake voice echoes, telling everyone that August 22nd is the girl's birthday. He'll be at the center of the ages, going to school, and tells them not to worry because he helped her get an interview. Her friend says she's so fake, perfect for the granddaughter of a CEO of a journalism company. She says no one asked him to stick around. He tells her not to be like that, saying how would he have met her if not for him, but asks why she hates the girl so much. Resso says she's not even from a good family, but people keep comparing, saying she'd just be a commoner if it weren't for Bharat. Then he asks, why interview her? She says it's good for an article, saying she's doing something good for that family, and it'll be pretty fun to mess up her life if some bad gift shows up. Seriously, man, what a disgusting girl. Ever since she showed up, I knew something was off, dude. Hey, radar. It's the smell, people. It's the smell. That one's a viper. That one's, you know those things, slimy. That's bad news. Evil stuff. Definitely evil. So he says she's a demon. I totally agree. Hope that girl gets swallowed by that nasty hand that made that sludge zombie. Seriously. She says that's why his role is so important, saying Jan is that bitch's uncle and always with her, asking if he's confident he can win a fight. That guy asks that. She calms down, saying she's not worried about that bug, just telling her to keep her promise. She says he's definitely a scary guy, but tells him not to stress once her job's done. She'll let him do whatever he wants with that girl. And yeah, they're at the Battlette Gang gym, right? 14 hours left until Seer's awakening. Then the snake talks to the girl, telling her not to be like that. But she asks Resser to stop it, saying she already told her she's not doing the interview. The girl begs her to reconsider just once more, saying it's all for her own good, but she insists she doesn't want to. So R says she's starting to get disappointed, saying that lately, because of the Sword King, she's been getting flack even though she's innocent. They need to cover it up with something better, saying she begged her grandpa a lot to help out. Ro says, it's fine, thanks for worrying, but she doesn't need that right now. Then she says she's heading to the bathroom and leaves, while Resser curses the girl in her head, saying she doesn't like her one bit. Seriously, man. Damn, this girl is unbearable. She says she should have just accepted the interview, but then thinks it doesn't matter since they're already waiting for her outside the gift hall, so she's gonna ambush her there, and wonders which gift she'll get that night. She says since the awakening's gonna happen anyway, it'd be great if they could snag an item that throws her straight to hell. Then she says it'd be even better if it's a rank F. So she heads to the bathroom to think, saying it was really tough to hold back and that she actually already knew everything and knows what Resser thinks of her. She remembers when that snake was talking about herself and asks if she still hangs out with Yoon Sejin, saying it seems like they're best friends, but tells that girl to cut the crap. Then she asks if she's not going to tell her to fuck off after cutting all ties with her. She says before doing that, she needs to milk every last drop, but the girl next to her says she heard the girl's dad is a lost cause, asking what she's trying to get from her. She says they're way too kind, asking if they don't know her family owns a media company. Says the best time to take everything from someone is when they're falling into hell. She's hoping she really gets a rank F gift that totally breaks her, saying she wants to snap a bunch of pics of her desperate face. They call the girl crazy, but think it'll be interesting. Meanwhile, C keeps overhearing all their bullshit. She says the shock of seeing Resser's true face only lasted a moment, then she started feeling insecure. She's scared of actually getting a rank F gift. She says Resser wasn't the only one hiding her true intentions and thinks she needs something that's not rank F. She starts begging the heavens for a good gift. At that moment, she's face to face, sensing something weird, and the glow of the gifts shines in her face, making her jump. But sometime before that, 5 hours remain until her awakening, and the protagonist thinks there's not much time left. They call Song, and he asks if everything's okay in the gift hall. They say yes, telling him he's under guard. He thanks everyone, asking them to make sure no one gets close to her, especially reporters. They tell him not to worry. They've set up measures so not even people from the school can get near her. The government's paying extra attention to this. He says yesterday, around this time, he got a call from Park Onik about the problem with the Sword Palace donation. Reminded the protagonist that the next day is when she awakens as a player. He says yeah, asking if he's aware. Park says the current situation isn't great. He's worried someone might break into the gift hall. The protagonist thinks Manager Park really knows what's up. He says if that's okay, he'd like to request extra security there. The protagonist says the government's already arranged guards to keep her safe. He says he needs help once again. but they tell him they've shown him the gift hall and set up some chairs inside, so all he has to do is sit and wait. He thanks everyone, saying he'll see them after midnight. For safety, he asks to be informed if anything's needed. Jirhan sits right by the door, sighs, and thinks he shouldn't worry too much, since this time he'll be by her side to protect her. At that moment, all he can do is hope this gift can comfort C. He gave her a kind of mirror attached to a necklace. Then, 5 minutes before the awakening, they say he's really there. Resser shows up with a guy holding a camera, and the snake says they must be seeing each other pretty often. The protagonist remembers her with a Yoon Sejin friend asking if the person with her is a reporter. He stands up pissed, asking how she got in, saying the entrances should be locked and no one should be able to get in. She asks if he knows how media companies have tons of connections, saying she got help from an acquaintance. But the protagonist notices she's not even trying to hide that she snuck in. She asks about that, saying she only came because she has something to do at school, saying she needs to do an interview with Yoon Sejin. The protagonist tells her to stop talking nonsense and get out, saying he's going home right after the awakening and this is her first and last warning. The reporter starts getting scared, asking if everything's really okay, since it looks like they're gonna have trouble. Resser says this puts them in a tough spot, saying they need to do the interview. The protagonist says if she insists on that, he won't just stand by and watch. She asks what he's gonna do, saying she can't beat him in a fight, and asks, how about this? She says the level 27 Jan, who was protecting this niece, got attacked by an unknown level 50 warrior, who's already right behind the protagonist, ready to throw down. Meanwhile, inside, C's on her knees on the floor, broken. So the system congratulates her for awakening as a player, and she gets the awakening gift, a rank F gift. She says she really hoped this wouldn't happen. Meanwhile, the protagonist takes a solid hit right to the head from that guy. And there he is, stuck inside thinking it's all over now, while the protagonist's way too hurt to take that hit, staring at that guy with a killer look I can feel from here. When that scrawny blonde hits the protagonist, he tells him to stay down because he's gonna make sure to give all his love to his girl. The protagonist snaps, furious, asking how he dares say her name. He wonders if the guy's still standing after a hit like that, saying the guy's tougher than he thought. The protagonist quickly throws a punch back, but when it lands, he notices that blonde skin feels like stone and says it looks like he did his homework, but then asks why he's not surprised, like, is he really that confident? The blonde slams the protagonist hard in the side, and Rasu asks if this is for real, wondering if he's actually winning. The blonde says the protagonist doesn't know his place because people keep calling him a rising star, asking if that's not true. He orders him to answer when spoken to, all while pounding on the protagonist. Meanwhile, he wonders how many more hits he'll have to land before the protagonist spills. The protagonist calmly lands a punch right on his chin, sending him flying up like a star, almost spinning him out. The way he hits is so chill, it looks way too easy. Both of them are left wide-eyed. The protagonist uses his strength to form a hand and grabs that punk's hair. He starts holding him up by the hair and asks what the hell happened. The protagonist makes a point that the guy's acting like a tough guy on the outside, saying he's gonna make sure he never pulls a stunt like that again. He almost rips the blonde's scalp off, yanking him brutally to the other side. The cameraman starts running, while Resu gets a little scared, and the blonde crashes face first near her feet. Seeing that, she starts freaking out, terrified, and lets out a scream because her plan's starting to fall apart. Inside, while she's devastated, she begins to cry, but then she thinks, now's not the time she needs to stop because crying won't change a damn thing. She has to get up because her uncle's waiting. As she heads toward the door, she wonders what she should do next, knowing that even if she tries to become a player, she'll be stuck in bronze with just a rank F gift. That's obvious. She reads about late awakening, saying big vessels take time to mature, and wonders what kind of description that is. Meanwhile, she hears Resu scream. The blonde is already down. Damn, that guy's gonna go bald, man. That's ridiculous. Looks like a bigger shaved bag. She comes over with that wig made from some organic material ripped off on the spot, gets scared, and asks her uncle what's going on. Jihan says it's karma coming back around. R yells at the protagonist, calling him crazy. They both look at her. She wonders how he dares do that, asking if he even knows who her grandpa is, saying he's the kingpin of the Taiwan scene. The protagonist asks, so what? Tossing the rest of the blonde's hair in her face. She's totally freaked out. The protagonist asks what her family owning a news conglomerate has to do with anything, asking if she's going to try to turn public opinion against him. She asks if he thinks it'll stop there, saying she'll start spreading fake news and ruin his family. No one will be able to look at them without disgust again. After all, people don't care about the truth. He says he already has a bad opinion of the Sword King, so that's just perfect. The protagonist just tells her to go ahead, saying all they gotta do is get out of South Korea. She starts realizing she's in deep trouble and asks what he's gonna do, wondering if he can handle the fallout, since he'll have to pay for his crimes. He starts conjuring a fireball in his hand, ready to roast that snake. She tells him not to bluff, begging him not to tell anyone, saying if it weren't for Baronet and Seijin, he wouldn't even be able to look her in the eye. He says it's fine, throwing those flames at her, and says since she can't reflect on her mistakes, he'll teach her a lesson himself, and says this is what happens when someone messes with your family. Then he sets her on fire, just straight up sets her on fire. This guy is seriously savage. Back in his ride, the little yellow beetle, she asks her uncle if he's really okay, saying it's good he got revenge on Resu, but she's worried. He asks why. She says the Taeon News is the biggest media company in the country. He tells her not to worry, saying nothing's gonna happen. He says precisely because they're big, they can't act without thinking. The fact that a media company would do something just because the president's granddaughter asked doesn't make sense. He says if they have any sense, they won't touch a player getting this much attention. She asks how her uncle can be so confident, saying that's pretty cool. The protagonist says that's not the important thing right now. He asks what gift she got, and she looks down, saying the Late Awakening gift, a rank F gift. He thinks it's exactly as expected, and she starts saying she thinks it's going to be hard for her to succeed as a player. The protagonist asks if she can take a look at something, and she realizes he's showing his attribute window, and says it's the first time she's showing it to anyone. When she sees it, she jumps, asking what that is, noticing he also has a rank F gift, and asking how he got so strong. He tells her to check out the attributes above hers. She asks what that is, martial power and strength, and wonders if those are really Baronet's attributes. He says those are unique attributes, and most people don't know about them because the conditions are secret, as you can see. So Prada's talking about the second place in the global rankings before the regression that was Jinirua from Shine. Her gift was also a late bloomer, but she was pretty damn strong. He says back then he couldn't believe it, even seeing it with his own eyes, that the rank gift that drove her to despair and death had a secret like that. When he used that item, it revealed a bunch of info about the girl's awakening, like how many times she had to participate and what the upgrade conditions were. It said the daily participation count in games goes up by 1, and her natural attribute growth doubles like 100% increase. She's like, what the hell is this? Can you actually improve a gift? And notices the base effect is already pretty sick. The main guy asks if it's not an amazing gift, and says that item works just like it's supposed to. That's the Hermes monocle, a one-of-a-kind bone item that can see the true nature of a gift. He says he got it after fixing a broken rank C item, the messenger's broken monocle. Then he says he did that the day before as a birthday present for Seer. He says it's crazy she can even boost her rank, but the skill itself is already really good, and with the growth bonus, she can double the efficiency of her training. She notices the insane effect, and the main guy says, with this, she can get that rare attribute he mentioned super fast. She's shocked, and he tells her he thinks she's got what it takes to be a top-tier player. She's like, are you serious? And starts crying, asking if she really got a good gift. She's shaking, crying from emotion. He says yeah, and he keeps thinking about how much she wanted this, saying not only did her dad abandon her, but he even started saying he didn't have a daughter, and people only talked about her for gossip. After all that, she's gotta want to prove herself, not as the Sword King's abandoned daughter, but as an Yoon Seijin player. She must have been scared all this time that a useful gift would show up. He throws her a handkerchief hard to wipe her tears and says she's been through a lot and it must have been tough. She can cry if she wants, but says it's okay, that she didn't even have time to laugh, then starts saying she's felt this way for a while, saying her uncle's really amazing and sometimes seems like he knows the future. He gets poked right where it hurts because he really does know. He says he's just lucky, and she says she's not anxious anymore. Now she's starving. He calls her to eat, saying he'll make something. She asks if it's gonna be now. He says he promised next time he'd make something even better, saying he already prepped her birthday dinner. The girl gets all happy. Meanwhile, somewhere else in the city, you're gonna see a scene that's gonna make me super happy to narrate. That snake. The snake you're used to hating comes home bald, like totally bald. He burned all her hair off, making her look like a chive with even less hair and a little uglier. She starts screaming at Sev, saying he really burned her hair, eyebrows, everything, and starts cussing Jan every name under the sun, wondering what she's gonna tell her mom and dad. But then, security shows up, handing her the phone, and she's shocked, asking if he doesn't know how to knock, saying she's pissed and putting on a beanie so no one sees she now looks like Migle. She tries to hide it, and he says he brought the video she asked for. She keeps being rude, telling him to scram while he thinks she's really a rude bitch. She says she can't just let this slide, like she's not happy just being bald. She's about to lose an arm. No doubt. She says she needs to find something to take them down. Then she looks and notices something about air, saying she really can't hide her feelings. That video shows the girl's high status and says that expression, like she's about to cry any second, is perfect for an article. It says it looks like she got an F-rank gift. The girl wonders how anyone can handle such a perfect, destroy me expression. It said Resu, who still hasn't come back to herself, will get a lesson soon. I'm really looking forward to that. She says the girl's sharp, while laughing evilly. For now, what's hers is kept safe. Now with Luis Estrella, the guy who was forgotten for a while. He's thinking about unrequited love and a broken heart. Everyone in his chat feels sorry for the dude. He says he's been lost ever since he wasn't picked by the one he wanted most. He's spouting this crap while Jan's in the background. Then he thinks about that damn fire mage and those cursed falcons. He says the golden light will deal with anyone who pisses off Jirhan. He says he realized he's destined to be Jirhan's manager. Everyone's shocked by the nonsense he's saying. He talks about Jirhan asking him to check this message. Meanwhile, the main guy's chill, killing tons of monsters on his ride. People say it's time to be impressed as he clears everything in sight. The crew who ended up on his team is starting to get used to it, because everyone's just munching popcorn while the main guy solos the whole stage. They say watching Janta on the same team has become a habit, and say as long as they don't piss him off, they'll stay in first place. The main guy's really living up to his rep, activating his lightning step with those unnamed divine arts, killing everyone with the Thunderbird's bright sky. The game ends with him taking first place solo. One player says it was tough eating all that popcorn and they'll bring caramel and onion next time. He hits level 25 and can now join the promotion battles for silver. Everyone's surprised he's still bronze, saying he can stop humiliating everyone and just rank up already. The main guy holds the bronze ruler title for finishing with the highest score. He got picked as top 100 global in the bronze league. It's said the top 100 global promotion battle will happen on August 25th. He talks about this global top 100. That means your results are ranked among the top 100 in the world. If those picked for the top 100 join a promotion battle, they're definitely moving up. In that precious top 100, you become a target for promotion to silver. On top of that, these promotion battles have a special twist. They fight until only one person is left standing. The promotion battle is a survival game that only ends when there's one survivor, not half, and a stage that decides who takes first place. That's supposedly how the top 100 list was made. The main guy thinks, as expected, that person will join this time too, and says he's been talking with Baron Williams for a while now. Here, he's number one in America. The main guy says he thought he'd run into him sooner than before, but not this soon. Still, he thinks that's bad, wondering if he's gonna lose to him. It's crazy, but he's never fought Baron before. They say the key factor for Jirhan hitting the top 100 is his unique strength attribute. And of course, martial power is a killer unique attribute too. But before unlocking those unnamed divine arts, it's just strength, stamina, and speed combined. You can't compare that to the power of strength, which transcends reality like absolute territory, mana reinforcement, or telekinesis. Even so, there are different classes. Baron can use that power insanely well. The strength power Baron had was totally different. Strength is an attribute that fuses mana and divine power. Baron was born with tons of mana. His strength is way higher than Jan's, at least twice as much. Jan might have precise control, but that's nothing. Strength is absolute power, and Baron hit number one using just that. Meanwhile, the main guy's training hard doing one-handed push-ups upside down, handstands, and walking on his hands. He says he didn't keep first place by luck. He's famous for his diamond-level mana. Even though he's bronze rank, a straight-up fight would be suicide, so obviously, he needs to unlock those unnamed divine arts. He sits down to think while staring at Baron's profile, saying he can't believe it. No matter how much he looks, he wonders if it's really the same guy and says he heard Baron tried to act more mature when he became guildmaster. But he questions what made him change so much. Let's just say there's not much difference, right? The dude just aged, like, that's it. Then someone calls him, he notices it's Ron, and wonders if she's calling to say thanks. But she asks Jan if he can tell her who to pick again. He's totally lost. At her guild in Gaion, he calls Ryan, and she asks what's up. Gaion says he's there to escort her to the next meeting. She notices it's time and asks for 5 more minutes. Gaion asks if something's wrong, and she says she asked Jan for more picks. Gaion asks if she's not embarrassed, and she says she already feels bad for losing money. She asks if she can cut her some slack. Gaion asks what the guy said, and Rayon asks if she didn't hear the news that Jan's in the global top 100 this time. She says she heard the US Baron's in too. He said to bet on him for first place. Gon says that's what she calls confidence, and it makes sense. But Gon thinks it's Baron, wondering who could beat someone who flies around and rains down a storm of blows. Rayon agrees with her, asking if she thinks the same, and says Baron's a safer bet. She says she was doubtful because he nailed the Korea versus Japan battle result pretty accurately. She thinks she should bet on Baron. Gon thinks for some reason she wanted to disagree. Rayon asks how she's been, her Baronet score, asking if it's good. She says the girl seems to be giving it her all. She gets a bit down, thoughtful, says she was going to tell her, being as honest as possible with Rayon. Meanwhile, the main guy looks at this status window, still kinda down. He thinks all conditions are met now, boosting his martial power by 1 point. That hits 30 points, and the Wanderer's gaze starts to react. His eyes glow golden. The martial god Wanderer constellation appears before him and detects him through his traits. He thinks there's only darkness. He can't see anything but can definitely feel it, thinking it's the same feeling as last time. The martial god wanderer looks at the main guy and says they finally meet again. The system says the martial god wanderer recognizes him as his successor, and his power flows into the main guy's body. He says he also got a lot of help from him in his past life, so he gains unnamed skills and divine arts. Usually, a constellation sponsorship comes with all kinds of consequences. But the martial god wanderer didn't ask for anything. The martial arts technique, 3 talents martial devotion, is acquired by the main guy. The bright sky technique, thunderstep, is also acquired. The main guy thinks if he can hit 30 in martial power, something will happen. Then he gets the news that the martial god frowned. He wonders if the connection was cut. It's said the martial god is unhappy, his 3 dantians are already open. The main guy wonders what's going on, and the system says the martial god wanderer has serious doubts about him. The main guy is shocked, wondering if it's just because his dantians are open, saying someone basically divine is on alert because of that. He starts feeling something's off. He begins canceling the martial technique succession and notices something really bad is happening. The martial god wanderer constellation takes back its traits and leaves, stripping the power it gave the main guy. He wonders if it's back, opening his attribute window and realizing he's a total mess here. The former 7th in the global ranking, Sejin, with the top 100 promotion round right ahead, just lost his blessing. He says it disappeared, becoming a non-existent gift, and he loses his most important edge. Okay, I definitely wasn't expecting this plot twist. What do you mean taking away the dude's hack? After that bombshell, the girl arrives at her uncle's car, and he asks if she's feeling better. She says yeah. So he explains that after waking up, Sa decided to ditch the academy. And honestly, most students only go there for the perks. So quitting after awakening? Totally normal. Everyone's been saying, even online, that while he's still at the academy, the friends who quit are signing contracts with other guilds, getting training, and moving on with their careers. And the main guy says since he's gonna train Sa himself, they figured there's no point in her sticking with the academy. So she starts off doing basically strength training with him. He says she's doing fine, but the real problem now is him, cause he's thinking about tomorrow's top 100 match. He asks what he should do, cause besides losing the Wanderer's eye, he also didn't fully get those unnamed sales skills. And he says it's annoying that the skill is rank S instead of SSS. He ended up only getting the 3 Thunderspace talents and says he can already use them. Then he wonders if this is for real, but the girl notices he's not in a good mood, asking if it's because of the top 100 promotion match. He says, yeah, but the truth is he's more worried about his future. She asks if he's still gonna win, saying he always finds a way, and that's why she's not worried, she already knows he'll win. She says he just won again, and asks if she should go ahead and place a bet. She says she only needs to bet on him, but he tells her not to. Then she asks what's up, because he even found the betting streamer before, and asked if he could bet, but she couldn't. He says betting's not for kids, so she says she can't believe it, but ends up saying she won't do it. Meanwhile, the main guy gets hit with a crazy shock and acts weird, staring at his eye and asking what the hell that was. Then somewhere else he goes to a plaza to meditate. He says it was a weird feeling, some unknown sensation in his left eye, saying he's never felt that before and needs to get rid of the energy causing it. So he starts gathering power in that eye, saying he's gonna lock onto it and find the exact spot before destroying it. That power goes straight into the core of that stone, and he ends up feeling a brutal pain in his eye. He says it hurt like hell, wondering if his eye exploded, but he ends up completely removing the rest of the wandering martial god, so Sungear is totally free from the constellation's control. He wonders what just happened, asking if it's a leak and what that even means. Then the system says from now on he can be sponsored by other constellations, but he thinks that's weird, wondering why he couldn't get help from other constellations until now. He says the system and the attribute window don't lie, and he realizes that means the martial god was being a pain, and he laughs, happy about it, because he never thought that guy would ask for anything in return. Hard to believe he was just a parasite, and the wandering martial god gets even more alert about January. He wonders what that was all about. The martial god quickly hides its trace from the guy. He wonders why a constellation's acting like this, asking if it's so worried it's running from a bronze. He starts questioning what kind of wandering martial god this is, thinking it's the second time but still clueless. But he figures he can't use the martial god's power and has nothing to do, so he decides to take this chance to find other constellations. And at the perfect moment, he gets an epic mission to find the Shadow Queen hiding in the Coliseum crowd and provoke her. The reward is 50,000 conquest points, plus the interest of the Shadow Queen constellation. Seeing that, he starts thinking maybe he wants the Shadow Queen to become his constellation. He wonders what he should do the next day, saying he needs to fill the empty space the martial god left behind, but then he thinks there's something he can use. The next morning, the top 100 promotion match is starting. The system says the game will last until only one player remains in that packed arena, and he has to prove he's the strongest. Everyone starts rooting for Jirhan, and he says he's not planning to face randoms just yet. Then he tells everyone to come at him and says he's going to end this once and for all. He quickly starts wrecking everyone with just his staff, but while fighting one guy, a purple fireball comes flying at his back, and he quickly channels power into his staff to block it, and also takes down another NPC behind him. He chases after the guy throwing those purple fireballs. He says he can't believe the dude's coming at him unarmed and starts throwing a bunch right in the main guy's face. But he quickly lands a punch on the guy's face, going full One Punch Man style. Punch. Seriously. He says it looks like Baron's the only one he needs to worry about and that he can't waste his energy. But while thinking that, Gaon's sword nearly grazes his eyes. He barely dodges, blocking a trick from the girl who was about to hit his head, and she passes right by him. He's shocked it's her, realizing it's Inga, looking super serious and trying to kill him. He says that after the Space League started, as people got used to dying in the game, meaning dying in real life, things got deadly, and everyone started realizing this could go south fast, and so the game is about to start. He says the Northeast Asia Final League has begun, and the player representing Japan in the final is, of course, the Sword King, E.T. Back then, no one in South Korea could fight the Sword King. Scared of dying, the Korean rankers avoided fighting him. The one who fought the Sword King as South Korea's representative was the Sword of the Flowering Tree, Ningaon, the Sword King's successor candidate. But he starts wondering why she's here, since she's never been in the top 100. And right then, she's going all out against the main guy, totally crazy to kill him. So he wonders if his future changed. Oh man, who would have thought messing with the future would backfire, huh? Who would have thought? Meanwhile, the girl keeps trying to hit him. The prota ends up hitting the back of the girl's hand, knocking her sword to the ground, using the bright sky of the thunderstep to strike her and slam her backward with insane force. Then he uses his strength to pull the spear back and grabs it, thinking this isn't all there is. She's way stronger too. As he tries to hit her, the girl jumps back, dodging his attack, but she quickly comes back at him again. He wonders if she's always been like this. As she throws everything at him, putting insane pressure on the prota, he keeps defending but doesn't have many options. He thinks she's grown, saying she's on a whole different level than the last time they fought, and notices she's cut out all the unnecessary moves. Every attack hits hard, and her steps are getting lighter and lighter. The girl keeps pushing him, putting crazy pressure on him, forcing him to just defend while she attacks. Then he wonders what happened to her during the time they were apart. Sometime earlier, Raon asks how Gaon's Battle.net scores are going, saying she seems to be doing really well these days. Gaon looks a bit down and says she's in the top 100 of bronze. Raon's surprised, asking if the girl is really already level 25. Gaon says yeah, she thinks so, and mentions she always took first place whenever her Jirhan wasn't around. Raon's shocked by that, asking why she never talked more about it. But Gaon says she wanted to ask a favor, and Raon's surprised. Hesitant, the girl asks if she can request new gear from Raon, saying she doesn't want to blame her equipment, but after so much use, the sword's gotten way too heavy for her. She tried to get used to it, but her hands just can't handle it. She says it's a precious sword Raon gave her as a gift, so she apologizes for saying this, but Raon asks Gaon if she's lost her mind, wondering why she'd say that since the sword's been holding her back the whole time. Gaon says she still has great scores. She thought it might sound like an excuse, but Raon says that just means she could have done even better, promising to get her an even better, lighter weapon, and even use her own money for it, telling her to ditch that old weapon right now. But Gaon asks if Raon didn't blow all her cash on bets. Raon says she didn't waste it and calls Gaon an idiot, saying she'll get something else, as soon as possible. Then she asks if her name's really Raon, just to be sure. Gaon says it's fine, just asks her to make sure she shows everything she's got in the promo round. Gaon thinks Raon knew she'd been comparing herself to her Jirhan all this time. Raon says she definitely could beat Jirhan if she really tried. She says no matter what anyone says, she's always been a star in the Bronze League in Korea, just needing to prove herself. Gaon thinks she's always been rooting for her, saying she could be even bigger. She invites the girl to push harder in the top 100, and the girl lights up, thanking her boss. But now, in the current situation, she thinks maybe she can't keep that promise, while the prota throws everything at her, starting to turn the tables and making the girl feel the heat. She says she can't beat Jirhan right now, and the prota quietly says she really knows she can't win. Then he asks why she's trying so hard, still attacking him non-stop. He thinks she could have survived longer if she'd fought weaker opponents. He thinks it was the same in the Northeast Asia finals and now. She says she knows she can't beat him as she is now, maybe never will, but if she gives up, it's over. The prota's surprised by what she says, and she says if she can't surpass herself, she'll at least try her hardest to catch up. Then she summons a cherry blossom tree in front of him, raising her sword ready to unleash her fencing art. She throws her attack at Jirhan. He thinks she's always been like this, a player who keeps fighting to get better, even knowing she can't beat her rival. And in her past, The Sword King killed her with 2 blades, but in this life, she's in the top 100. He's curious how much her regression will change things in the future. He says he's always thought about this, feeling he needs Linga by his side, and she activates her secret technique, Cherry Blossom Hurricane, charging full force at the Prota, even creating afterimages. As she unleashes this secret move on him, he says it's not meant to be used with a spear, but he has the perfect skill for this situation, preparing an incredible counterattack and using the martial devotion of the 3 talents, Earth. So he literally cuts down that cherry blossom tree she summoned, using the fury of 1,000 layers. You gotta feel how insane this is. He's literally using a sword technique with a spear. You can feel it, right? I definitely want her to join the Prota's guild and become part of that crazy squad he's building. Meanwhile, a guy with a perfectly oval bald head says he ran into Baron again, and that's Clark Jr., a warrior, American player ranked 3 in bronze. Meanwhile, Baron looks at him like he doesn't care at all, and it's said the game will go on until only one's left standing. And of course, they say the world's ending and get pissed that some coward who just huffs and puffs is out there talking about showing the difference between them. But then, Baron starts yawning, asking why they keep talking crap about people when they all gang up on them, and that just pisses them off. Baron tells them to shut up and get on with it, summoning his power. While the system tells him to prove he's the strongest, egging him on, Baron says he's gonna turn them all to ash, totally psychotic. It's said he's a total battle addict, and everyone charges at him together, but he grabs that bald guy and blows his face off, hitting all 3 behind him. They shout to kill him first, as they all rush in. Baron asks if they really think they can kill him, especially bugs like them. He keeps attacking everyone full of rage, telling them to die and calling them inferior. So, the strongest player, full of confidence, is someone nobody can see a shred of humility in. But even a guy like that gets shook while Prota's sweeping through everyone with his spear, slicing through Gaon and a bunch of others with just 1 strike. As Baron watches Prota, he starts realizing Suniran, just like before he came back. So he walks up to Prota and asks if he's that guy, some indestructible Jirhan, totally butchering Prota's name. He corrects him, saying it's Jirhan, pointing out that Shin doesn't mean anything good. It basically means harassment over in Korea. So yeah, it's a really bad word to say. Then Baron apologizes, saying he doesn't know the language of some underdeveloped country. What the hell? The dude was straight up xenophobic, laughing his ass off, totally enjoying himself. He shows this grin, looks dead serious at Prota, and says he hopes he gets it, calling him Shiran again and attacking him point blank. But then he's shocked when Prota uses his lightning-fast step to appear right beside him. Baron asks if that's all he's got, while Prota moves like a bright flash cutting through thunder to strike him. Baron disappears, saying now he gets it, that's his level. They show up in the sky, summoning a bunch of magic circles to attack the kid and hurl tons of fire down on Prota, but he keeps dodging, using his speed. Baron says, "Of course it can't be just that," dodging Prota's punch. Then he says some bug like him has the nerve to call down the heavens, hits Prota, and slams him straight to the ground. He says he's gonna happily give them a worthy end, summoning tons of magic points in the sky. He calls it a worthy end for a bug, getting ready to blast the whole arena with that magic alone. While doing something that massive, he raises his hand, telling everyone to die under that rain of fiery meteors, and they really start dropping in that firestorm Baron's creating with his power. Then he says, "This is the end for bugs like you." But Prota just thanks him, a golden glow rising from below, making Baron freak out. Then Prota just slices diagonally, cutting through that whole fiery whirlwind Baron unleashed down there. Everyone dies along with it, and Prota wipes out total annihilation. And he says thanks to him, he got easy kills, and Sujian racks up double, triple, quad, and penta kills, hitting #1 in kills. Now he's in first place, way ahead of Baron. They face off Baron in the sky, Prota on the ground. Then Baron wonders how Jihan survived that, saying his flames are infused with power, so they shouldn't stop until he's dead. Until he notices something the flames aren't touching him, seeing Prota raising a shield dome around himself. He can't believe Prota's also a power user, shocked, saying there's no way, that's impossible. Like someone with 2 attribute windows, he's the only power user, asking what kind of joke this is. Prota fires back, saying that joke just means he's not the only one. Now that he's experiencing it firsthand, he can see how lame Baron's skills really are. He feels that taunt, but it feels good, totally unbalanced, glowing, shooting lightning and everything else he can throw out. Then he throws a fit, blasting energy everywhere, calling Baron a bug who can't do anything but limit, asking how Jihan dares to unleash that. He lets out more flames around the kid, saying he'll burn him until he's unrecognizable. But Dean on the ground says he can't let that happen, because he hasn't shown everything he's got yet. grabbing a crystal shard in his hand. He remembers the night before when he was prepping something. He says even if he picks the Shadow Queen with his constellation, he wonders what to do about the match the next day, and says he needs to fill the space the martial god left behind. Then he remembers the crystal shard that grants a divine blessing to a player only usable in bronze and silver leagues. He smashes it, saying it's perfect. He uses the crystal shard and gets a divine blessing. He says he's been waiting for this moment with Baron. All of Prota's stats go up by 50%. He says they're gonna duel it out, ready to go down with Baron to the death. It said Baron used to be a coward. He wasn't muscular or big like the others, shy, and scared of fights. Others said he was a waste. He had 2 attribute windows and 2 classes. If he used that to his advantage, he could dominate the Baronet. But Baron chose support and mage. In other words, he stayed in the back of the group. But Baron changed when he discovered power. He started dominating the field with his mana, and a bunch of rising stars fell because of him. Players who fought him said Baron holds 2 disasters in his hands. The first is the Wave of Flames. It lets him wipe out multiple enemies at once with a single wave. Nobody survived after getting hit by that skill. Then he says that's the truth, all hyped up, thinking the fight's over. But he complains about what just happened, while Prota cleared that wave of flames with his attack, making Baron lock his ass down with 17 different keys. He used the Path of the Immortal to screw with bland Baron. He says Jirhan ended everything with a single piercing attack that cut through all his flames and punched a hole straight to his body. He wonders how that's even possible. Jirhan says he knew Baron looks all-powerful on the outside, but is nothing inside. From the ground, he uses electricity to get face-to-face with that big shot. Jirhan says Baron's too busy hiding his lack of skill. Instead of trying to get better, he just charges at him full force for a melee attack. Then Jirhan says he's totally off target, and with one strike, he slams Baron straight to the ground, smashing his back into that broken floor. As Jirhan moves closer, he says Prota talks like he knows everything about him. He says he knows someone who looks just like him, and no matter how much he pretends to be tough and totally confident, deep down, he can't hide that feeling of being less than everyone else. I knew it the moment he tried to steal the loot from the main guy after killing that creepy monster, basically kicking him out of winning just because he's not American. And Baron hits the ground, hearing all that raw truth Jihan's throwing right in his face. And Jan talks about that guilt buried deep in his heart, making Baron's eyes go wide. He says bulking up, changing your look, and flashing all those flashy skills are just for show. And they're useless if you don't change who you really are inside. Baron says he didn't like that arrogance of his. But Jan fires back that he could say the same about Baron's arrogance. He says he hopes they teach him a lesson and that they'll cut the crap and end this fight, going all out with his electricity. But Baron quickly raises his hand and points 2 fingers at the kid, catching Jan off guard and blasting him back, hitting him with point-blank thunder. He ends up with a nasty burn right in the middle of his chest, but manages to block part of the attack with his spear. Baron says people call that the second disaster. Baron's second disaster, Thunder, unlike the Wave of Flames, is a wide-area attack. Thunder's a high-level skill that channels mana to pierce through your opponent. It's perfect for Baron, since it focuses more on raw power than control. Baron starts floating again, charging at the main guy. He's shocked that the kid took the full hit and survived. Then he notices the boy blocked with his spear at the last second to avoid a fatal wound. He admits Jihan's got seriously good reflexes, and even though he didn't block it completely, he's still standing. Baron says maybe he got lucky once, but there won't be a second time. So he gathers his power, saying he's going to put everything he's got into this attack, using both brute force and that thunder. He builds up power in his palm, ready to launch it at the main guy. The remaining fighters start talking, saying they want to see the main guy try to block this, claiming it's over for Jirhan, no one can block that. Jirhan gets thoughtful. Everyone's expecting the kid to lose, but he's predicting his own win, glancing back at the Shadow Queen behind him, because she's staring right at him. Then he starts smiling, straightening up and getting ready to shoot that arrow he uses like a spear. Seeing that determined stance and smile, Baron keeps attacking, aiming his thunder at Jirhan. But then the Phoenix's arrow leaves Jihan's hand, punching a hole through Baron's body. Baron doesn't hesitate, even knowing the Phoenix arrow will vanish after 5 seconds. But he still smiles because the arrow wasn't aimed at him. It was aimed straight at the Shadow Queen. She freaks out seeing that arrow coming at her, and it smashes into the protective barrier of the entire stands. And just like that, for the first time in history, the Coliseum's barrier breaks. They say the strange rise of South Korea Jihan is beating the all-powerful Baron. Rayon asks what's going on and how Yan is so good at fighting. And he's the sucker who can't see the slime in Baron. She asks how it's even possible for him to beat Baron like that, saying it makes no sense. She thinks if this keeps up, she's gonna lose all the money she won last time. Gon notices she really didn't expect him to win and is surprised to see the girl there. Gayon says she expected this, but is kinda sad. Ryan tells her not to be, because she basically lost the moment the fight started and says she needs to step it up if she wants her attention. Gon gets all shy, but Ron notices she still seems in a good mood, like a weight's been lifted off her shoulders. That girl says she feels that way, saying she learned in this fight that she's still improving while pushing Jirhan and giving him a hard time. She thinks she'll keep getting better, and Rayon says she'll root for her until then. The announcer interrupts, saying something unbelievable is happening. She thinks about her money, and Rayon asks if she's betting. The announcer asks if they're watching this, saying Jirhan broke the barrier. Meanwhile, Baron's burning with rage. Realizing Jirhan wasn't aiming at him, the main guy shatters the barrier completely, and his spear flies back into his hand as he catches it with total swagger. He talks to the queen, saying it's been a long time since he last saw her. The Shadow Queen starts releasing tons of shadows, which, darken the whole arena, covering everyone with that black veil. And in the middle of that darkness, the Shadow Monarch's scary eyes lock onto Jirhan, and then the system glitches for everyone watching. They lose signal, and it's clear his uncle's really screwed this time. In that darkness, he sees two eyes, and the main guy notices it's super dark, saying even the air feels cold and heavy, making it hard to breathe. It's like he's stepped into someone's domain. The queen keeps staring at him with those eyes, and he thinks she's definitely watching him. But since no notification popped up, it doesn't seem like an official challenge. That epic mission is still about provoking the queen. He says if that's the case, he activates the path of the immortal Sabo, attacking her again, throwing his attack at that shadow, but it gets sucked in, and he realizes she absorbed Kay's sword. He senses one of her attacks is about to hit him, and a shadow starts forming on his back. He freaks out, attacks behind him, dispersing the thing, and notices he didn't hit anything. But going back, an eye stays near his hand. He wonders if those shadows are like elves appearing near all the players. He asks himself what the hell is going on with some of them getting killed by those things that wipe out players super easily. But Jan manages to defend against some of them, blocking several attacks and dodging death. He notices physical attacks don't work on her, so if that's the case, he wonders where Vino's power went, throwing that energy ball right at the shadow's face, but he's freaked out when he sees it didn't do any real damage. The shadow barely faded, and he says he thinks it's really weak against light, since it's a shadow after all. Then the shadow starts pulling the protagonist's foot, and he finds himself trapped as one of them rises from the ground, grabbing his foot while the other gets ready to strike. So he starts summoning his lightning, remembering those zombies saying he'd spread lightning all around, just like he did before when he wasn't skilled with thunder space. That lightning scatters most of the shadows, and a bunch of them back off, keeping their distance. He thinks they can't get close because he's covered in light now and says this is going to be easier than he thought. But then he starts getting totally wiped out, covered by something, and a massive shadow looms over him, ready to stab a pretty crude-sized sword right into him. Seeing that, he knows he's screwed and asks if this thing's messing with him. Like, seriously, no need to go full naked, right? Okay, the protagonist's pushing his limits a bit, but dude, you're taking this way too personally. Huh? They explain about the Baronet connector, a device you gotta have to join the Baronet. It helps reduce pain during the game. Since amputations, burns, and other injuries are common in Baronet, the connector's a must-have, not just an option. The recommended model cuts pain by 80%, and most players use models that reduce pain by 90%. Obviously, that lets them play way more aggressively since they don't fear pain. But even so, Jirhan wasn't using a connector, and the reason was simple. He knew Baronet was about to become real soon, and pain reduction with a connector was just temporary. Once the real game starts in the Space League, all that won't matter, and risking your life in real battles all the time will be normal. That's why Jirhan didn't use a connector. Even when fire burned his skin and a 1,000,000-volt lightning hit his heart, he just endured the pain, something no normal person could imagine. Now, as he's about to get killed, crushed by that insane beast, he barely dodges, really risking being split in two by a 10-meter sword. He's super scared, thinking he's totally screwed. Everyone around thinks he doesn't get what's going on, wondering what the hell that thing hitting the protagonist is. Some giant shadow monster. They say that's exactly what it looks like. They're all after Jirhan, and he's trying with all he's got to escape that monster, but the shadow looks dead set on killing him. He says he knew this fight was unfair, but it's way too big, wondering what he's supposed to do against that. He doesn't have many options, realizing it's bad, saying if he keeps dodging like this, he's gonna die soon since it's not the only one after him, like all the players around. He says the attack on Baron shifted all the tension onto him, and now a lot of players want to use this chance to get rid of him. Either way, he can't just stay on defense. So he sighs, saying he has no choice, and uses strength boosted by mana and fire, saying he'll take on all of them at once, throwing fire at that shadow, raising his spear and saying if it wants to cover him in darkness, then he'll use the unnamed divine arts, the devotion of the three talents, the sky, and that insane glow. Almost all the sand on him says it'll wipe out the shadows with even brighter light. That mountain-shattering fire attack creates a massive explosion there, lighting up most of the place. He's exhausted, and when he looks ahead, he wonders if it worked, asking about the other players, but they all say it's better to move somewhere else. One of them says his dad told him avoiding loss is a way to win. So he notices they're leaving on their own. Now only the Shadow Queen remains, still camouflaged right in front of the protagonist. With that, a shadow circle forms around him. He asks if she's going to try that again, saying he's tired of it and thinks it won't end, while the original body's still intact. He's getting more and more pissed, gripping his spear tighter, and says he won't let this keep happening. Then his three dantians start resonating, and the beast's getting mad the man's fox. He says he might be able to use high-level martial arts, just like he managed to use the devotion of the three talents without the unnamed divine arts. Then he starts glowing like a Super Saiyan and says, of course it won't be perfect, considering his level, but he can use the Phoenix Arrow's power to finish her off. So the Phoenix Fire, activated when shooting the Phoenix Arrow, makes up for the lack of strength. For a long time, lightning's been seen as divine wrath, a kind of punishment a furious god brought to humanity, especially when the world's covered in darkness and chaos. So he uses thunder at the spear's tip, and a huge glow lights up the arena. But the system says that's beyond the player's capacity, and his life starts to be at risk. Still, the protagonist stubbornly endures and uses the divine martial art of the thunder god that purifies all evils and demons. The unnamed divine art, divine thunder technique, Thundershock. Hey, I know this one. That's the one some Pikachu dude used a lot. Team Rocket, I mean. Using that high-level technique, it said this move was on a whole different level. He made up for his lack of strength with the Phoenix Arrow and pulled off an unorthodox technique successfully. But even with all that, he could only use 80% of his power. Thundershock's supposed to fuse multiple lightning bolts into one, but Jirhan's lightning didn't fully merge and leaked behind the Phoenix Arrow. This incomplete technique ended up doing a lot of damage to him too, but still managed to reach the Shadow Queen, surprising her face to face. The technique quickly lost power near her and only managed to reveal the Shadow Queen's face. With his hand nearly burned to a crisp, he still got the job done. Then the spear started flying back at him hard, and he thought he got lucky since the thunder was late. It turned into a double attack. Seeing that wound, she was shocked. He said he never thought an unfinished technique would create something like that. He told her that was all he had and asked if it was enough to provoke her. Then she quickly gave a smirk. Whoa. What's with that little grin? There's definitely something going on, huh? Look at that. She's asking for it but doesn't know how to want it. Oops. Then he gets a congrats from the system and finishes the epic mission. Provoke the Shadow Queen. But the kid can't quite figure out what that smile means and starts doubting if everything went right. Then the shadows start attacking him again, charging full force at the guy, but he begins defending himself even with his busted hand, noticing he can barely hold his spear. He starts wondering if he overdid it, saying his hands are wrecked. He doesn't think he can hold on much longer, and to make things worse, she's attacking faster than before. Man, you literally set this woman on fire. You think she's not itching to tear you apart? Maybe it won't be pretty, and you'll break a little in the process, but you gotta fight. Then he gets hit. Behind him, there are people in even worse shape, several already caught by her, being trapped and tortured. He notices that instead of killing players, she's imprisoning them, wondering what her plan is. But while he's worried about the others, she grabs his legs too, and he thinks, shit, this is bad. His body starts getting swallowed by shadows, and fear creeps in. He wonders if she's trying to stop them from finishing first. Then that gigantic sword aims at the protagonist's head, and he tries to use the Thunderbird, but it doesn't do much, and he realizes he can't move. The sword gets closer to his head, and he notices the final blow is slower than it should be. So he asks if she wants to give him a slow, painful death, saying she's cute and really smiling, all happy while talking to him, but he doesn't get it. He says he's going to lose his top spot if this keeps up, but if the others die before him, he might still hold on. However, they're laughing right in his face, knowing he's going to die first and one of them will win. But he wonders if they think he'll just accept defeat, saying he might be trapped, but as long as his fingers can move, he can still do something. So they say they don't know what's going on, but that's great. They say they'll get rid of Jan and have an easy win. But then one of them starts dying, and looking at what's happening, he asks why this is happening. Then all three end up dead, leaving only the protagonist alive, who's stunned by what's going on. He says it looks like she was too slow and ends up first in the top 100 promotion that's about to be logged out soon. She's pissed about that, lowering her sword. Then he starts realizing this is gonna hurt like hell, getting totally wiped out by that thing. After the protagonist is crushed by that sword too, the queen watches what's happening, but he speaks up again, surprising her, and that arm he lost starts disappearing. He says it's a shame, because he dodged at the last second and that the Baronet's influence weakens when the game ends. Same with her shadows. He says it's a shame, hoping his arm will be enough this time. Then the game ends and he's logged out automatically. He tells her he'll see her next time, leaving her pissed off, and it looks like love turned into hate. Then an error happens with the sun shadow marking his left arm, and he wakes up in the real world saying that game was exhausting, Linga Baron and then the Shadow Queen. He beat them all, and it was one hell of a marathon. He says the side effects are still there. He says it was close, he would have died if he'd been a second late. He says before the Shadow Queen touched him, he focused all his strength in his fingers. With that, he managed to cut the heart arteries of the other three. He was worried she'd notice, but apparently, she didn't. He says it's a miracle she only took his left arm and is sure he'd have been crushed by that thing otherwise, and things wouldn't be so good. He says he doesn't want to risk that again, until he looks at this status window. He got a nice reward for winning the match, 1 million GP, plus bonus experience, and his level increasing 5 times. He says, as expected, the top 100 is insane. The rewards are on a whole different level. Then he gets a new title, Bronze King of Kings, and says he had that reward too. It's a title given to the winner of the top 100 promotion game, and all attributes will increase by 5 in the Silver League. Experience gained will be 50% higher than normal. He says it was about time to change his title, thinking he'll level up way faster in silver now. Then he checks the special achievement rewards he got, noticing it's 10,000 points per win, and he finishes the top 100. He also notices 50,000 points for getting first without a blessing. He's surprised because that's a total of 60,000 points, and says losing the Martial God actually helped him in the end. He thinks that's good, but then looks to the side and sees Alice too, since her arm is sleeveless and only a small part is covered. When he looks up seeing that, he wonders what happened, asking if her left sleeve is cut, saying before that there's something crazy, wondering if it's the Baronet's effects. He asks if that can happen since they're still in the tutorial, wondering if it happened because she's a constellation, a being from another dimension. He says there's no injury on her arm and asks what the hell is going on. Tex runs over to him noticing he's back, so he tells her not to worry, but she says she was worried because the transmission cut out suddenly. He's surprised by that, and she says yes, explaining that when he broke the barrier, the transmission ended and the media went crazy over it. He says everyone's in shock, and the main guy says he's been getting a ton of messages too. Right then, the girl remembers to ask if that was the Shadow Elf Queen, and he confirms it, saying he finished the mission because of her. She lights up, saying it was worth the effort, but then asks what's wrong with his arm. He says it's nothing, but she presses him, pointing out that his arm is turning black. Turns out, the Queen of Shadows magic is on his arm. He freaks out and asks what's going on. The system detects a curse. Yeah, guys, gotta trust the crazy ones. See? The relationship's over ended with a fight, and she just cursed his arm. Meanwhile, at the Divergent Guild's HQ, they're talking about the main guy's moves. Ron says it's insane he beat the Baron, but what shocked everyone more was what happened next. He broke the barrier. Ron says the bronze breaking the barrier has him hyped to see what he'll pull off next. Ron notices everyone's talking about him beating the Baron, top 100, even breaking the barrier. They say Jan's getting stronger every day. They gotta sign him, no matter what, but he blew up after that match. Agencies are all wondering what to make of the kid, since everyone sees he's a huge asset, and they're ordering to sign him as soon as possible in Manhattan, New York. Everyone's buzzing outside too, mentioning Japan, agreeing that what Takeda said was right. Now they think they gotta get Jirhan, but say that's their problem, wondering how they'll pull it off, since he already said he's not joining, no matter how much cash they throw at him. Then they say they have special methods and mention he said it's impossible because of the Sword King, asking who's going to control the Sword King if they don't have her. But one of them says they've got a plan, telling the others not to worry, saying there's probably a way to keep the Sword King hooked while they grab Jirhan. He asks if they're serious, saying he's sure she's on her way. Meanwhile, Rirei watches the helicopter take off. He asks if she's really not going to say where she's headed, and she tells Rirei not to get so worked up, saying it won't take long, that he just needs to be a good boy, wait, and love like always. Meanwhile, he starts feeling a little angry, veins popping on his forehead, but then he calms down, asking Zoro to take care of himself as she says goodbye. That's Zoro. The guards around her call her a goddess. She says the sky looks beautiful, saying it's a perfect day to visit someone, wondering if her Jirhan agrees. Meanwhile, he's totally screwed with his arm covered in shadows. In the middle of all those shadows, a black sun appears, revealing something. Already, sometime later, they're yelling at the main guy, telling him he should be grateful for the chance to apologize, but asking what kind of attitude that is, warning he'll regret it, but he uses his power to control a cup and smashes that orange punch into the old guy's head, who's left stunned. Then he curses Jan, asking if he's lost his mind while the main guy stays stone cold serious. So, 10 minutes ago, the silent ones say they just got there and thank him for the help. But he says it's nothing, telling them he should be the one handling all this after what he did, saying to repay all the effort, he'll make sure to pass the message to the two people who messed with Taiwan daily. Just then, both Proda and his niece arrive and say they didn't expect the head of the Baronet department to visit. He apologizes for not coming more often, asking how they're doing, and they say so-so. The main guy asks what he brought there. He says the department decided to reward him for everything he's done, asking if that's not great. He questions if it really is, thanking him, but thinking it's no big deal. Then he says something about Anne, saying he and Say officially need to apologize to Taiwan Daily. He wonders about it and says, apparently they assaulted members of the Taiwan Daily CEO's family, and if they sign a contract to be their ad model and apologize publicly, they'll let it slide. They say they're pretty generous people, but the main guy just refuses, standing up and telling him if that's why he came, he can leave now. But V starts talking, saying he's the department head, asking how he plans to leave while he's still talking, calling Jirhan, and asking if he knew Taiwan Daily's preparing an article about his sister. The main guy stops, and the guy says they're talking about Taiwan Daily, which isn't just any news company, asking if he knows they can ruin someone's future if they want, and even though they cleaned up his image with donations, people will still look down on him for being connected to the Sword King. He should be grateful for the chance to apologize. But the main guy punches him in the head, saying he and the rest use that to try and blackmail him. He asks if the main guy's lost it, saying he must not understand how serious what he just did is, saying he's made enemies of both, the South Korean government and the press. He asks if he gets it, saying the article about him will be everywhere, and he better be ready. As he leaves, the two stay behind, and he asks if she cares, but she says she couldn't care less. At Taiwan Daily's HQ, he's still pissed, saying he's never been through anything like this before and that the Baronet's win must have gone to his head. Ron says that must have been tough to deal with. The bald girl asks her dad to look, saying everyone's talking about the article on the blessing at Yoon Sejin. She says they shouldn't have waited so long to publish it, saying she got what she deserved. Ron Xian says she shouldn't be so mad about it, since they might be cocky now, but they'll learn humility once they see how it hits them. Someone comes up to talk to them. He's asking what all this chaos is about, like can't they see they were invited? That guy even apologizes but says he needs to see this now, claiming Jan is exposing his tone, and the Baronet department live on air. He plays the recording he made of that guy threatening him, asking if they heard it, saying that's exactly what his team, the Baronet department, did to him. With the Yoon Sejin and everyone, they wonder if they blackmailed a player. He says a family member of Sion from Dale attacked to publish a nasty article about the Yoon Sejin, and the Baronet department head was working with them, trying to pressure them. When that didn't work, their last move was to publish an article about the blessing Say got. Then he says he already analyzed that the Yoon Sejin's blessing can be used with an army's monocle. When the true nature of the blessing is revealed, others will see it too. He starts saying he thinks it's time to publicly announce his status window, and they see it's a late evolution blessing, a blessing of improvement, and everyone's shocked, asking if that kind of blessing even exists. Everyone thinks it's way too OP, saying she's going to turn into an SSS right next to F. Then they even notice it's solo level. The protagonist says, like you can see, the blessing isn't something you'd call useless. He hopes the misunderstanding's cleared up. He says it can actually improve his situation a lot, but thinks that even though he'd rather have screwed them over more, he's getting 100,000 GP. In that donation, the protagonist told that this guild recruiter, American face, Robert Gates, is sending it, and he thinks about America first. That guy says he was impressed by the protagonist's fights and that day's stream, saying he wants to offer him a contract and asks if he'd open his DMs. The protagonist immediately thinks this might be how he's going to mess them up even more, and says he has no choice since he sent such a big amount, so he'll accept. He asks if it's okay to show the contract on stream, then donates another 100,000, saying of course. He says he'll reveal the initial payment first, and the amount they can offer is 300 million. Everyone's shocked seeing all those zeros and says that's way too much money to turn down, saying they'd give up their Korean citizenship right away. The protagonist thinks that should do it. Then he thanks them for the offer but says, to be honest, he has a small dream of creating a guild once he hits silver rank. Since not only big shots like his team, but the Baronet department head wants to treat him like this, he can't see how he'd thrive in those conditions without being affiliated with a guild. He says he loves his country and would love it if everyone could support him, and so everyone's happy. The protagonist plays it smart, asking them to back him so he can stay in Korea. Everyone starts supporting Jan with everything they've got and the stream ends. The girl asks what he's gonna do now. The protagonist says she doesn't need to worry about that, he'll handle some problems real quick. He calls Raya, and she's already getting a headache, asking what she should wear, why he asked her to meet now, and questioning what she's even doing. She starts picking out a dress with serious focus, asking if it's a casual look. Gon asks where this crazy girl is going. She starts wondering what he wants so urgently. Meanwhile, the protagonist's in front of some weird dude and says he doesn't think they're just a bunch of ninja cosplayers, asking if the department head sent them or if it's him. Seeing they're stuck fighting, he says it must have been both, and quickly wonders if this could be a chance to use that thing. So he calls Ariel, Shadow Queen, clone, basically that spirit of the Shadow Queen, unleashing a badass move he's seen somewhere before. He's seen this shadow stuff somewhere. Huh? He's not gonna say anything. That shadow calls the protagonist an arrogant human, asking if he summoned her just to deal with some low-level parasites. He tells her to think of it as a warm-up, saying they're perfect opponents to test her skills. Plus, he mentions they happen to be in an underground parking lot that's dark enough. Now he asks if they should start while his arm's already covered in shadow. After a few seconds, everyone's on the floor hurting and the protagonist standing, saying that wasn't bad at all. That shadow says not bad is an understatement, saying he should be grateful. A mini Shadow Queen appears in front of him, saying the Black Spirit is a special trait she kindly granted him, saying he'll realize how good this trait is, saying it's on a whole different level, but he just ignores her and answers his phone. She says he just ignored her. Then they talk to Yan, saying they just arrived, asking where he is. He apologizes to Rayon and explains what happened. She's surprised it happened out of nowhere and says she's sure she understands. Gon asks if something happened and Rayon tells the girl she just got rejected. She says after all he did to prepare, she ended up like that. Meanwhile, the bald girl's dad is getting beaten by her dad and tells him to let him explain everything that happened. The calm girl gets scared about what's going on and asks her grandpa to wait, saying those bastards started it and something happened, but he slaps her across the face, something she deserved a long time ago. He says he raised her like a jewel because she's his only granddaughter and that's how she repays him. He also asks if she realizes how much her actions have fallen and if they can't fix this mess, he's gonna disown both of them, which would be just fine. She keeps trembling with rage, thinking her plan was perfect, and it's all Yoon Sejin's fault. It's not. You know it's not. Let's be honest. She keeps ranting and cursing Yoon Sejin, who's feeling it from afar, even though she has nothing to do with it. She's already wondering in her first match if she should start spamming or not, asking if she should wait, saying she didn't get the rules. And then, once again, someone's staring at a family member of the main guy while they're lost. He's wondering what the hell's going on, saying she looks confused and must be some newbie without any guild ties. And that dude? He's from Ryung-gyeon, cousin of Du-Rai from the Divergent Guild. He's a potential player blessed with an agility rank boost. He says he's super lucky to have a blessing like that. Man, I feel like I've heard this story somewhere before, right? Yeah, I think so. He's sure he's gonna break into the top 50 with a blessing like that. His first sacrifice? A girl? Exactly, just swapping skins. Same thing that happened with the main guy. He lunges at her, trying to hit her, but the girl just stops his attack with one hand, asking if that's how it works. She's rocking a rank A long-lived turtle armor, plus a rank A craftsman's iron bracer, and S-rank speed boots, and an A-rank stealth necklace. Looks like the main guy's trying to go full overgear here, huh? No way. He's loading her up with stolen gear and she just disarms him like it's nothing, leaving his hand shaking with pity. Then she grabs that sword, thanks him for the first kill, easily slaughters him, and gets all happy about it. The main guy watching that says she's not bad for a newbie. Then the queen asks how good she can really be as a lower tier species, but the main guy tells the queen to shove it, saying she's serving a lower species too as her master. She snaps at him to shut up, saying she's there to fulfill the great mission her original form entrusted her with, telling him he should be grateful she's got his back, and asking if he even realizes how huge and glorious his power really is. He looks at his hand, remembering when he noticed his arm had turned completely black. He got a notification saying, it's a curse, rank unknown, name unknown, just terminal. He absorbs the user's GP and XP until the curse is lifted and gets pissed about it. She says that's bad, while the main guy thinks the message's formula is the same as an item description. He figures it might work using urgent restoration, and bam, the hammer appears. He starts restoring the curse's shadow, and it's said the shadow of the sun's status is super severe, so only partial restoration is possible. He asks for that urgent restoration. He keeps asking over and over, getting the same warning, but with persistence, he finally gets something and the curse is broken. The true form of the curse is unlocked. It's the sun's shadow, rank SSS, terminal of the Queen of Shadows constellation, and it can be changed into a shadow sword, an eclipse. He can raise its rank through the authority of the Queen of Shadows constellation. The girl notices his arms back to normal, asking how he's doing. He says he's fine. Meanwhile, he hears a voice calling him a dramatic human. The Queen of Shadows appears at his feet. He jumps back, telling it to back off, and that shadow takes shape, turning into a tiny little queen. Both of them are shocked, and she says she's the clone of the Queen of Shadows constellation, talking to Jan, who's the original. She found his powers interesting and ordered him to help with her chores, saying from now on she'll serve as his subordinate. He's like, what the hell are you talking about? The system says the Queen of Shadows clone, Ariel Shadow Queen clone, granted him the Black Spirit attribute. He thinks about it, saying it's a power that lets him control shadows to use as weapons. Damn, Sporn, damn. He says he still needs to test her in battle, but she's definitely useful. She asks if he's listening, saying if he hears her, he should boost his Black Spirit attribute. He thinks, yeah, but now there's an annoying mosquito buzzing in his ear all the time. When he's about to eat, she says the tutorial was super tough. He says she did great, that it was really good for her first time. She's all happy, talking to her uncle, asking what he's going to do about America's offer first. He says he's going to reject it. She asks if he's serious, since they offered a ton of money. He says he can get that much later. Besides, he says he doesn't want to join a guild, that he wants to create his own and knows a shortcut. Then Rao shows up at his place. He thinks she's specialized in supporting this kind of venture. Yeah, at least she's into you, right? Kill 2 birds with 1 stone, get a girlfriend, and maybe score a badass sponsor. She stands in front of him and gets startled. The main guy says he'll say it again, asking her to become the guild master of the guild he's going to create. She asks where that came from. He said guild master, but he'd rather have her manage it. She says she's part of the Divergent Guild, but he says she's the Divergent Guild's sales manager, not a player affiliated with them. She says either way, he needs to be the master. She says the master should be a skilled player who can represent the guild, and someone like her is better suited for management, asking why he's offering her this. He says she's got a support gift, but it only gives a 10% XP bonus. He's sure she thought it was a gift, since it doesn't stack with other items of the same type. He believes if she becomes guildmaster, the true value of that gift will finally shine. She's surprised, wondering if he knows something she doesn't, asking how he can be so sure. She says maybe it's about ranking, but all the pros called her useless. She says she wants to believe him, since he's the first to value her gift so much, but becoming the Divergent Guildmaster is crazy. He says he'll reward her properly, obviously, and he'll tell her all the right bets for future Baroness matches. She's moved, and Gon notices. She just says she's in, and Gon flips out on her. The main guy asks her to sign, while Gon asks if she's really going to do this. She just agrees, thinking if her bets are right, everything will work out. Something pops up in front of her, and a status window appears. The effects of the support and aid gifts will apply to every guild member. She just goes with it, thinking if her bets are right, everything's going to work out. Then something pops up in front of her, a status window. The effects of the support and aid blessing will apply to every single guild member. And the improvement rate got boosted by 200%, plus every member's going to get an extra 30% XP boost. So, after a while, everyone's shocked when a stream starts, and the guild is officially formed. Then he complains if he was serious or not, and everyone's surprised. Ryan pops up on the stream saying it's exactly what it looks like. Everyone saw the live's title saying it's a pleasure to meet him, saying this is their first stream as the Great Vessel Guild, and that she's the guild master, Laron. Everyone's shocked, asking what kind of guild this is, and saying she's super pretty. Then the main guy says Rayon took on the guild's most important role that he set up, and she's the master just like she said. Now they're going to talk about the guild's concept and show it right now. The guild can have 10 members, and they already have 5. And that's the level buff, saying each member's attributes will get a +1. The improvement rate is at level 11. The guild's effects are that all members' attributes go up by 1, and the attribute improvement rate jumps by 200%, plus the XP gain rate for members is up by 30%. Everyone on the live thinks that's insane. Then she says the guild's concept is support, and they're proud to say they can guarantee a higher improvement rate than other guilds. But the max capacity is 10 people, so for now, they're a pretty small guild. Then they say the current members are Rand's creator, Master Ron, Diego Macide, and Yoon Sejin, who just got his blessing recently, and lastly, by a rental contract, Ling Guan. Then she asks about herself, totally disbelieving. That's 5 total, and everyone's wondering what the girl's doing there while the main guy says they can follow her progress through the streams. Those wanting to join the guild or rent a contract can contact Master Ron, and she takes the chance to ask the main guy to explain the name too. He says the reason behind the Great Vessel Guild's name comes from a Japanese phrase about late bloomers, plus the first characters mean great receptacle. That's how they came up with the name Great Receptacle. Meanwhile, in the middle of the game, Baron's happily attacking a Yan who's defending, saying this is way too annoying. He says he's going to end this once and for all, charging full force at Jirhan, but that explosion doesn't do much. Jirhan appears behind him almost attacking, then fires a lightning bolt that takes out January. But it turns out that was just training that ended, and Baron starts laughing, calling it pathetic. He says of course he won last time because of that. They say Baron did great, saying he can easily beat the 50% version of Jirhan, and next time they'll bump it up to 75%. Baron gets super pissed being faced with reality, telling that scientist to shut up and calls a Baron, saying the guild owner wants to see him. When he gets to the owner's room, he's furious, asking about the rental, if he wants him rented to Jirhan's guild, asking if the guy lost his mind. He says it's worth it because he'll understand after watching the latest stream. After seeing it, he's shocked, and everything in the room starts lifting. Baron says that guy definitely got old, saying it's clearly a scam, asking if he looks like someone who needs help from that fraud, saying he's already the strongest in the world and never wants to hear that bastard's name again in front of him. Then that guy thinks he's a pain in the ass, saying he knows he has a complex about Rand's player, but he can't even control those emotions, and says if he can't send Baron, it's better to send her instead. Then that saint from the start who was with the main guy when he went to Vasco starts thinking the kid's really cool, and that's Saint Sophia. Meanwhile, Gon's pretty annoyed. Ron talks to Garen, saying America offered a big pile of cash for the secret behind their guild buffs, and China made some offers too. He says he's telling her just in case, but asks her never to tell them. She says that's a given, asking what kind of person she thinks she is. She says she never thought her blessing was that good, and she remembers when one of her guild's execs asked if he said he needed her blessing, saying she's sure it was just a lie to cover up that he's personally interested in her, telling her to take that chance and try to seduce him. He says anyway, it's not like she's done much for her guild since then. Then she tells John she's really gonna work hard with her corporation. He says she just needs to be a member in name, but she says no, and he thinks she'll ditch the association once she gets the guild achievement and the corporation's members get good enough. But she slams her hand on the table, saying her real dream was to own a corporation. Actually, she started betting on Baron to save up funds to start a guild, asking if that's right, Gon, and she says she thinks so, saying she really can't remember. Ron says until she can create her own guild, she'll do her best to promote the Great Vessel Guild. Says they'll have to set up an office for the association first, and can use common rooms in the Sword Palace. She also asks Gon if she can post hiring notices for editors on the channel. But Gon says she's a bodyguard, not a secretary. The main guy says he's sorry to break the truth to her now. Sometime later, she's in front of people who came to introduce themselves and asks if they can say their names. One is Jung. She's the first interviewee and says she's been making commercials and other ads since high school and college. She graduated in that field, and Rayon thinks she's actually not bad at all. She looked for people in a hurry, but he's better than she expected. She thanks her and talks to the next person, then says the name's pretty obvious. Luz Dorado starts introducing himself, saying he's counting down the days until he can work for owner Seon John, saying he's Gribbet, and it's a pleasure to meet him here. He's one of those ultra-golden distant types, bragging that he can handle editing, advertising, whatever she needs, saying he's amazing. Both of them get creeped out by that weirdo. Almost sounds like a stalker. But then he says he's actually respected Jan since the very first days of streaming. His head's packed with ideas that'd be perfect for Jan's channel. If he gets hired, he'll give everything for the Guild of the Great Receptacle. Everyone's just staring, not believing this guy. Then Rayon tells him to sit down and says she called him for an interview since he's supposed to be some famous YouTube content creator. But she wonders what's up with this psycho. Next up is Gu Wong Wan, a video editor for 4 years who's already in a guild. He says he can contribute a lot. Ron says that guild sounds pretty well known. He asks why he applied there, and Gu says the Receptacle Guild is new, but Jan, as the owner, is already super popular. He figured this spot would help him level up his skills too. Luz Dorada thinks his rival has to be someone that experienced. Then Rayon says he's got solid experience and did well in the interview, asking if he has any questions. At first, he asks if Jan isn't joining the interviews, but Ron says he's in charge of management and that he's probably a fan too. Then his expression changes, and he asks what floor Jan lives on in that building. Ron's shocked, and Luz Dorada tells him to hold up, saying he's been bothering them this whole time. He grabs the guy, saying he's been waiting anxiously to meet Jan for a long time. He says he knows he's supposed to love him, but if he messes with Jan's private life, there's gonna be trouble. But as he's shaking that guy, a huge freaking knife falls out of his clothes, and Golden Light complains that he just dropped it. And that psycho, seeing he's been found out, grabs the knife and unwraps it, calling him a screwed-up lackey of Jirhan's. He asks if he really thought he could manage a guild without any trouble after ruining the Sword King's image. Then he asks where that bastard is, saying that the Sword King isn't coming back because of that guy. And they realize this psycho is definitely trouble. He says he's going to kill the two of them to teach him a lesson, but then Golden Light proves he's actually good for something by grabbing the guy by the collar and throwing him back, and he gets all pissed off. But Golden Light puts on some serious pressure. Then that guy starts attacking him, asking if he wants to be the first to die, ripping off his tie with a single slash. But Golden Light lands a huge punch right in that psycho's face, knocking him out with a single attack. And so, Rion notices that this guy was originally a Gold League player, but he was demoted on purpose, and his main content was harassing others. His personality is weird, but his skills are incredible. Then he starts acting weird again, saying he should have done that on camera, claiming he protected Jirhan. the terrorist from the Sword King's family, and says that should be the title. He says he's going to start the stream now, telling the guy to wake up. Then Rion tells Gaon to call the police, because those two are psychos. Then, he questions if this really happened, saying he was after him and not CA, questioning if that's really it, getting really pissed. But Rion says everything was resolved immediately, so he apologizes, saying he should reinforce security. He says he thinks they'll have to keep looking for an editor, but Rion says there's no need, saying there's a very good candidate, so he sent the message immediately. Meanwhile, Golden Light asks when the results will be out. However, not even a day has passed since the interview, and he wonders if he's going to be rejected, saying he totally killed it. He says he should have done an even more amazing job by taking down that heir from the Sword King's family, until he receives a message and is surprised. Meanwhile, that girl with glasses also gets her results and says she passed the interview and got the job, and Takeda says that, as expected of her, she's a total goddess. But he asks if it's really okay to infiltrate the place as an editor, saying he doesn't want to exaggerate. But video editing is tough. She tells him not to worry, saying that editing is what she's good at. And actually, she's the villain from Itaro who's going to try and charm the protagonist. Who would have thought the goody two-shoes girl would turn out to be that snake? Meanwhile, Golden Light is pretty sad, so they ask him what's wrong. He starts asking why he was rejected, since he showed how loyal he was. He's Jan. And he even exposed a spy from the Sword King and finished him off, saying everything was perfect. However, someone sends him a donation, asking why he didn't try for a bodyguard position instead, saying it'd be perfect for having stories to tell. And he says they're right, saying he must be anxious and worried that another assassin might be after him. He says he's made his decision and is going to try to become his bodyguard now, and everyone thinks he's crazy, telling him he needs to know his place, but they send more, 10,000, saying that Jan is playing right now. And so he's surprised, asking them not to leave him there as they ditch his stream to watch the protagonist's stream. He arrives at another place with two huge scythes at the entrance. They say they've never seen this map before, and so he arrives at the silver area in Gangnam, and they say the mission is an invasion. He says it's been a while since he's been there, and so Gaon asks what he means, saying this should be his first time there. Then Gaon goes with the protagonist, saying the two of them have formed a party to make this mission easier for both of them. And to be more precise, Aonki told them to play together so they'd get more exposure, saying that he should level up while he's at it. And he says he's seen this map on a stream before, but it feels new when he's playing it himself. And she doesn't really believe him, while the people on the stream are wondering if they're going to have a rematch. And the protagonist says he's excited to play with her, saying it's their second time. And she's a little hesitant, but she shakes his hand and says she ended up being recruited by the very person they tried so hard to recruit. Then he says it looks like the rest of the team has arrived too, and she says she'll use this opportunity to train. Then, they notice that it's Gaon, and that this is the prep group for the Divergent Guild's promotion. And they notice that. Everyone is surprised, because that's an illegal meeting. Then he says that group is full of members from the Divergent Guild, and they say they were surprised when they heard she was loaned to the Guild of the Receptacle. And so they notice it's Rion, and everyone is wondering what's going on. Everyone starts interacting, while that nerdy wizard stares at Gaon, completely smitten, saying she's as beautiful as ever, and says that, even though it's only been a few days, he suffered terribly after she left, and says he wanted to teach her everything once she reached silver. While he's having these absurd daydreams, she starts to feel the creeps, wondering why she's getting chills all of a sudden. Then that nerd says that Gaon left her guild because of her hatred for Rion, and that girl says it's her first time in an invasion mission, asking if they need to explain anything. Gaon says a short explanation would be good, and the girl says that invasion missions consist of a total of 10 players who will be divided into two teams, the camp of the angels and the camp of the demons. And it's a 5 versus 5 team battle. The left side of the map is called top, the middle part, mid, and the right part, bot. Oh, dude, we're playing LOL, it's over. We're so screwed. And she says the team that takes down the enemy base first wins. It's important to mention that outside of the main lanes is what they call the jungle. Bro, am I telling you they're calling this LOL? Yeah, I don't play LOL, but I played Pokemon long enough to know that. This is super dangerous. Then they say that players will be able to receive various buffs if they kill the monsters that reside there. And Jan says that for this game, they'll be the camp of the demons. And he asks if no one is going to the jungle on his team. And so they say he doesn't know much since it's his first time, explaining that the jungle monsters are at least level 65. So they really can't, since the two of them are level 40 and she's level 25 plus a 5-win bonus for being in the top 100. And the protagonist asks if that's really true, since judging by their ranks, his team should be capable, saying they're all at the top of silver. And the nerd already sees a chance to talk crap, saying that He probably wouldn't understand since he's a newbie. He tells Jan he doesn't need to worry about anything on this mission, telling the protagonist to just do what they say. Then he says he'll give him some tips, asking the two of them to go on ahead, and they say that's fine. However, the nerd thinks that Jan might be popular lately, but he's still just a newbie. He tells him to get going, saying that trying to do more than necessary in this kind of game just ruins it for the rest of the team. He's going to use this chance to show Gaon just how good he is. And so, the war of attrition begins. He asks if he sees those little guys, saying that they call them minions, and their attack patterns are pretty simple, but it's hard for a silver player to face them. And he tells Gaon that he should cooperate with his teammates to defeat them. Then he says they'll just respawn even if they die, but he says that would put them at a disadvantage, so they shouldn't be reckless. However, the protagonist says it seems easy, telling him to just fight and not die, asking if that's all there is to it. And so the nerd questions what he's talking about as the protagonist raises his all-black hand. And he says he's never used the dark spirit in Baronet and wonders how effective it will be. And so the minions look at him, and the protagonist thinks it won't even come close to the power of the Queen of Shadows. But he's still going to do something absurd. But he says that if it's against these minions, he can pull it off. And those shadows take control of the minions, and several swords appear above him, and he just lowers his hand, killing several of them with a single wave, leaving both Gaon and the nerd in disbelief. And so Gaon says she thinks he can go now, and he just agrees. And he ends up defeating 50 minions. The demon god of the demons camp praises him and grants him a blessing, and all his stats will be increased by 20% until the end of the game. And he thinks about this buff, saying he could go into the jungle alone with this. And he talks to Gaon, saying he'll be right back, asking her to give him about 10 minutes. She asks where he's going, and he says he's going to solo the lane for a bit. She even tries to talk to him, but he already bolts, and she's left shouting that he can't just leave like that. But just then, that weirdo, nerdy, creepy wizard who's after the girl simply appears behind her to attack her, so he really puts that absurdly weird hand to use. On top of the girl as the MC turns his back. As the nerd's hand goes toward Gaon, she gets scared, just like me. But unlike what we were both thinking, he simply raises his hand to cast a shield, protecting the girl from the other two aggressors who were about to attack her. Then they realize the mage did something, and Gaon looks back, noticing those guys over there. And so, 5 minutes ago, he's cursing at him mentally, calling that arrogant little bastard, saying that all his plans were ruined because of him, and that he wanted to show Gaon how cool he was. He gets really pissed, but he's just cursing under his breath, so Mortal Med won't hear him. Look, if I were him, I wouldn't want to pick a fight with that psycho either. Then he thinks of something, wondering if there's any reason for him to stay mid, looking at the whole map, and saying that he and Gaon can just stay top and let Jan handle mid. He thinks he's a genius, saying that leaving him alone is just the right thing to do, since he doesn't want to listen to him anyway. And so he heads back all excited, asking Gaon to wait for him. But as he's returning, he sees two people about to attack the girl, who's worried about Jirhan, and he realizes it's an ambush, saying that his Gaon is in danger. His? Yes. He said that Gaon is his, and so he casts his shield, protecting the girl. She's surprised, as she didn't expect another team to ambush them like that. But then she tells him to wait, asking if this guy was already expecting this to happen. The mage tells her not to worry, saying he'll protect her no matter what. But he starts coughing up blood, and those guys manage to break the shield, attacking the mage and killing him. He falls, flat on the ground, and Gaon goes to him, asking if he's okay. He says he's sorry, that he really wanted to protect her, in a totally melodramatic death. He says it's too late to say this, but he likes her a lot. He says this with a smile as he disappears. The girl is even a bit moved, but they notice the guy will revive in a minute, and all that drama wasn't necessary. The warrior from the other team says that if they're done with their little romance, they should be able to get back to the action. But his mage friend tells him not to let his guard down just because it's 2 against 1, because that's Gaon, and she's the prodigy of her guild. The girl then glares at him, full of hate, but she's really mad at Jan, wondering where he went, saying that if this is a team game, he has to work with his teammate. Then she notices something, a dark energy gathering above her, and she starts to realize something is wrong. Meanwhile, the MC is in the middle of a dense forest with a lot of fog around. He's shocked to come face to face with a wolf with 2 heads and 6 eyes, something quite incredible. And so that wolf charges at him, but the MC simply catches the wolf with his bare hands, stopping its teeth, that whole lunge. And that is the most common monster in the jungle. He says it's almost 3 meters tall and its jaws are strong enough to crush a human skull. However, the MC manages to throw the monster away easily. He says this monster is the most common in the jungle, but it normally takes 3 silver rank players to defeat it, but the MC isn't having any trouble at all, and the wolf gets in front of him again. Then he says that it startled him, jumping on him like that. The monster jumps once more, trying to bite him with one of its heads, but Jan easily dodges out of the way, jumping and raising his hand, which is already glowing with that dark energy he got in the last video, and so he uses that energy to slice the creature, and it's shown that his attack is so strong that the color of the manhwa even disappears, turning into a regular manga, and he finishes the monster off by tearing all its parts off. He thinks that this sword is actually pretty good. Then he says, the sword's name is Eclipse, that it's an SS-Rank weapon used by the Queen of Shadows in the promotional match, a shadow sword that can only be summoned by a shadow spirit user. And its form becomes unstable if his control falters, so it's hard to handle, but he thinks the power is guaranteed as he stares at that sword made entirely of the Queen's power. And with that, he gets an achievement, which is Silver League Jungler. He gets 1,000 achievement points. He reveals that he already knew he would get achievement points. That's why he's sure he'll get other achievements if he kills all the monsters in the jungle. However, he thinks he might still need to kill a few players for that. And so, the demon team gets their first kill, and they receive 100 achievement points. The MC is surprised by this, and back with Gaon, that guy who was about to attack is dead with a shadow knife in his chest, something very suspicious. And that mage is completely terrified, wondering what the hell that thing is, with that mini Queen of Shadows protecting Gaon, using those shadow daggers. He then wonders where this minion came from, and the little fairy talks to Gaon, asking what she's doing, telling her to get rid of the remaining guy, and she simply answers with a frightened yes, ma'am. And that mage tries to do something, summoning a fire spell, trying to kill Gaon in a single explosion. But from the middle of that explosion, the girl comes out jumping at him and cuts him down with a single badass attack. She then thanks the queen for helping her, but she says she doesn't need gratitude from an inferior species like hers. But Gaon asks who that is, and she says Jan told her to stay with her while he's away. She presumes he wants her to fight for him, not missing the chance to call him arrogant. And so she wonders if it was a spirit summoned by Jirhan or something, but even so, she says she's happy that he didn't just run off without a plan B. The mini-queen says she must be pretty indignant that he went alone, but Gaon asks when he'll be back, and the queen says she doesn't know and can't stay in this form for very long either, but she's sure that he won't die. And so, meanwhile, the MC finishes off a few more wolves and starts to feel sick for some reason, wondering why he's suddenly dizzy. Behind him, there's a horned, poisonous toad-type monster. The creature is pretty gnarly. Then, a status abnormality is detected in his body, and with that monster behind him, a tongue flies toward January. He wonders when that happened, and the tongue grazes his body, and the boy has to jump back, his shoulder already all burned from that acid. He says it's been a while, talking to the venomous toad. Man, they really let some freaky-ass stuff loose around here, you know? So, he says the venomous toad is a jungle monster that uses poison as its main weapon, and being a superior monster, it appears very rarely in low leagues like Silver. Because of the nature of overflow dungeons, only low-risk monsters appear in these lower leagues, and he says that this monster really doesn't belong in the Silver League. And so the system sends him a notification, telling him that a status abnormality was detected. He ends up poisoned, having all his stats reduced by 50%. He notes that it even used a tricky debuff on him, and everyone who starts joining the live stream is surprised that the MC is already in the Silver Jungle. And so the toad prepares to launch its attack on the MC again. This time, it spits a shower of acid, and the MC watches it coming and tries to dodge with everything he has. But that rain splashes everywhere, and even the smallest drop could be a problem for him. So, seeing that the rain missed, it lashes out its tongue, trying to hit the MC, but he quickly imbues his arm with shadow magic, summoning that sword. He then starts trying to deflect the toad's attack, using only his swordsmanship. He says that even the long-range attacks are fast, and that its fluids are toxic, so he needs to be careful not to touch them. But then, while he's overthinking, the toad wraps its tongue around the MC's hand, stopping him from doing anything, and starts dragging him closer, bringing him directly to its mouth. And that tongue apparently also has a lot of poison running through it. The MC doesn't have much he can do, so he raises his other hand, summons the sword there, and cuts the toad's tongue, causing it immense pain and making it start to scream. The MC saw what happened, noticing his hand all messed up from that poison. The toad, in turn, pulls back its tongue and starts to get defensive, becoming more cautious of the MC. He notices that, but besides being cautious, the toad is also very pissed and starts to summon a Biju bomb made of sludge. It launches that thing at the MC like a ball of poison. He doesn't have much he can do, besides almost being engulfed by it as it explodes towards him, making a tsunami of poison. One wonders if Jan is going to die, and the toad just watches. The MC, for his part, actually says he almost died, but they question what that thing around him is, and he's made a shield using the Force, something he definitely could have done a long time ago. and after being trapped there, he says he would have died if he hadn't used a lot of buffs. The system starts listing the times he eliminated the two-headed wolf and everything else, with his stats increasing by 30%, so he summons several gigantic swords above the toad. However, by the time it notices, it's already too late. He manages to pierce the toad all over with them, and it goes down. And the protag can't believe that he didn't die from that too, saying its defense is incredible because even after being hit, it's still not dead. He thinks he needs to kill it once and for all. However, the toad suddenly starts to grow, and everyone is wondering, what is that? Asking if he's trying to lure the toad, and the protag notices what's happening, and the toad, in turn, has its eyes start to glow like a Christmas tree and explodes in a gigantic explosion, throwing poison everywhere, and everyone thinks this is insane, that it managed to damage the protag, and even with the whole area poisoned and that poisonous mist affecting the protag, he's still alive, but he's in bad shape, saying he didn't expect it to use self-destruct. Then the system announces the abnormality, which turns out to be a mortal poison, and all his stats are decreased by 90% for a duration of 5 minutes. He says he should have damaged it immediately and gets up, stumbling, thinking that luckily the duration isn't that long. He needs to prepare himself while he waits for the mortal poison's effect to end, but he wonders why no achievement has popped up. He thought that whenever he killed a jungle monster, an achievement would appear, but nothing's showing up. And then, the toad's little blue paw appears behind him. When he looks back, the toad is back again, this time a little tougher, with more horns on its head. He then wonders why there's another one, questioning why there are two of them, and Jirhan, seeing the shitty situation he's just gotten himself into, thinks it's too dangerous to fight it while the mortal poison effect is still active, and if he dies, all the buffs he's accumulated will disappear. But he thinks it would be a waste to give up on the achievements just like that, unless he goes somewhere and gets more buffs. But then he hears something, asking what that noise was, and questions where he is now. And when he looks at his status window, he's surprised, giving a little smirk, realizing it's almost time for him to go back to the lane. He starts seeing his whole team and also the enemy team on the map. And so, meanwhile, Arkira was doing her job, and one of the team members says they're using skills unexpectedly, telling her to be careful. But then the warrior is hit by that arrow and the archer gets all happy because she got one, saying she thinks the Rona guild is finished. But then the mage tells her not to let her guard down and to keep pressing, saying they managed to push top, and since mid is an even fight, they need to pick up the pace there. But then they feel the ground shake and freeze completely, wondering what that noise was. And the protagonist, for his part, is luring that two-colored toad directly toward his enemies, and he drops down in front of them, while bringing that problem with him, and the two girls just watch. The protag says he's found them, his additional buffs, bringing a huge problem for those two. And the protag, 5 minutes earlier, was thinking that he needed to lure that guy to the bot lane first, and he thinks he'll be able to kill it in one shot if he can get the player kill buff. Then he wonders why the toad isn't doing anything. And the people on the live stream start to wonder if maybe the toad isn't seeing him as a male toad, since they have very bad eyesight. That toad is actually blushing all over, and they realize they were right, and the protag can hardly believe it. So he throws an attack at that shameless tree frog and runs off, super pissed. He says he didn't want to attack it, but he had no other choice. And so, they return to the present. And everyone is wondering why there's a jungle monster over there. And that monster starts spewing poison everywhere on top of the players, and several of them start to feel sick, all of them affected by the poison status, losing 50%. And since almost everyone is dying, the protag won't have much work to do. After all, everyone is dropping, and he's the only one left standing. She asks if he's lost his mind, wondering why he brought something like that to the lane. And he already shows his tough black blade to kill them and says, "My bad," because he's going to have to finish them all off. And so, the toad doesn't understand a thing while the protag is killing everyone. Then his status abnormality is cancelled, and he says that's finally much better, thanking it because he got more buffs thanks to that tree frog. And he gets a double kill, making his stats increase a lot. Then the toad starts to get pissed, throwing more poison at the protag, but he manages to dodge almost all of it using the martial devotion of the three calamities, Great Mountain Plateau, to cut the toad in half. Then what's left of them wonders what just happened there. The protag defeats the toad and his stats increase significantly. And the secret mission, First Jungle Clear, is completed. He obtains 10,000 achievement music points, and he starts to realize that all that work was really worth it. But he notices something strange, wondering if there's a new mission, and the mission Traces of the Disciple is unlocked. He talks to the archer, saying he really doesn't know anything that's going on because he was in the jungle, asking what the current situation is. So he says that Guyan took most of the top lane, mid is 50-50, and they were losing bot, but the protag saved them. He says they just need to get rid of those minions, and then they'll have the advantage. And the protag agrees, telling them to finish it quickly and start turning the game around. Meanwhile, that nerd is suffering once again, almost getting blown up and falling all over the place. And he tells that guy from the opposing team to stop hiding under the tower like a coward, telling him to come out and fight like a man. And he's in the mid lane, in front of the angel team's tower. So the guy says, yeah, right, calling him a psycho bastard, telling him to stay under his own tower if he's so jealous. Then the mage starts to think that he just needs to take down that tower, and there's no one to distract him. So, they're just standing there until he starts yelling that he sees Jirhan, and when the guy turns, he realizes it's a complete lie and a distraction. And the mage jumps at him, almost hitting him, but then the tower springs into action, since it has to defend its player, almost hitting the lying nerd, and he escapes by a hair, and his opponent notices that now he's even resorting to these kinds of dirty tricks. Little Flame, he thinks he can't do this alone. So, he raises his sword, saying he held on pretty well, but says it's time to die. However, the tower starts to glow, and the mage doesn't understand a thing, seeing Gaon near that glow. And the warrior, seeing him say another random name while he's about to die, questions if he thinks he'd fall for the same damn trick twice. However, Gaon really does destroy the tower behind him, leaving him surprised, because this time it was true. And with the tower gone, Gaon tells the nerd to go, that he's all his, telling him to do his thing. He then invokes a point-blank fire spell and kills the guy in one shot. Then Gaon goes to him, who's still on the ground, asking if he's okay, and says she thinks this game will be over as soon as the bot lane situation is resolved. Meanwhile, the nerd is there, all goofy, thinking that Gaon saved him, and the protag notices that she arrived first. And so the two meet, but the nerd gets pissed, asking how Jirhan dares to interrupt his one-on-one moment with her. He apologizes for being away for so long, saying he owes the girl one. However, she says there's no need for that, because the summoned spirit that he left with her was a great help. And then the queen starts to say that it's not a summoned spirit. And the protag says that it looks like the angel team has already given up and they aren't even leaving their respawn point, saying that they just need to destroy the last tower. And the protag starts to understand, then asks her to please finish the match. And so she questions what's happening, saying that that path leads to their respawn point. And the protag is apparently trying to farm a kill, standing in front of the respawn point. The warrior gets pissed, asking why they're playing the game like this, and the other girl asks if he's there, telling them to just give up and rest, saying they've already lost anyway. But then she's surprised, asking why Jirhan is going over there. However, one of them says there's nothing for the kid there, telling him to go back. But they're surprised by the protag's action as he's simply raising that giant black sword, and they wonder if he's going to attack, saying that this is funny, noting that this is such a newbie thing to do, saying the barrier will just repel the attack or else it will stop him. But apparently Jihan's attack is a little too strong. The barrier starts to give way, and they all start to realize he's crazy, asking if he isn't supposed to be prevented from attacking there. Then the protag asks if that's really so, saying he probably doesn't know the rules very well. After all, he's a newbie, and the guy is using bug after bug to get an advantage. There he goes, the damn dirty hacker. And the mission that Jirhan traces of the disciple is a chain quest. He must obtain the Archangel's sword from the Angel team's nexus and the Reaper's scythe from the Demon team's nexus to acquire fragments from both divine objects. The reward is 20,000 achievement points, and a notice states that the fragments of the divine objects can only be acquired when they are in the enemy base. And so, his progress is still at 0, and the protagonist says that when he saw the chain quest title and the reward, which was higher than the jungle achievements, he knew it had something to do with the corpse golem mission he completed on the defense map. And of course, the difficulty was the biggest problem, since the Archangel's sword and the Reaper's scythe are in the Angel team's spawn area and the Demon team's spawn area, respectively. They can't be destroyed by players due to the barriers surrounding those areas. However, he thinks that would normally be the case, but he's breaking through that barrier without much trouble. Everyone notices he's actually going to break it if he keeps this up and tells the others to do something. But they ask what they can possibly do against someone who can break the spawn area's barrier. Just then, the warrior looks back and sees something while the protagonist also gets startled, as the Archangel manifests itself above him, looking down at him with a very threatening gaze. As his eyes widen, a notification arrives saying that the Archangel is furious due to a player's attack on the spawn area, and now he's in a whole lot of trouble because the Archangel is unleashing a powerful electric energy down on the protagonist. The nerd asks himself, what is that thing? Then Gaon says that they'll destroy the main camp first, and so he just agrees, while the girl asks what Yan did, and that Archangel with 5 enormous eyes raises its hand over the boy. But then she uses her power to enhance the blessing of the spawn area, and the warrior gets all giddy because she fixed the barrier all by herself, saying that the barrier is super solid now. But that girl tells him to stop acting like that and fall back, because that psycho over there is kind of dangerous. And everyone on the live stream starts hyping up the protagonist, saying they never thought the barrier could be broken. The protagonist, for his part, just stays silent with the queen by his side, and she asks if that's his full power, saying that it's not bad for someone from a lower-ranked species, telling him not to be sad. And so he says that she's right, that this isn't easy, and says he's going all out, releasing even more dark energy into that sword, making it grow much, much larger. And he says that the nameless divine arts contain 3 different groups of techniques, each based on a different god. The god-slaying techniques seek to challenge fate. The celestial lightning techniques control lightning, and the secret shadow techniques control the energies of darkness. And it's a certain secret shadow technique that covers the entire world in darkness. Then he uses Vortex of Souls, massively increasing the size of his sword, turning it into something like a lance that knights use against each other on horseback. And with that thing in his hand, he heads towards the barrier, piercing it with the tip as if it were a drill. And so all of them start getting sucked in by that thing, and the knight tells them to hold on tight, yelling to grab onto anything they can. And the queen thinks that there's no way he's using that power. And the protagonist continues with everything he's got, piercing the barrier. He thinks that he just needs a little more. While he's giving it his all to pierce that thing, he receives a new notification, saying the Archangel has become even more enraged by the humiliation of its barrier being broken. So it releases more and more power to put it back up, while the protagonist tries to pierce through. And so the Archangel prepares to punish the arrogant player and tries to launch its power at the protagonist. And he gets scared of this, but ends up piercing the barrier in a single blow before being hit by that thing. Then, countless lightning bolts appear around him, but in the middle of all that smoke, he's still standing. It's announced that Seiji Jan got a pentakill. He just calms down, saying that was a close one, and so the demon team wins as the game ends. They're all surprised that he actually did it, saying that a pentakill at the end is totally insane, as he completely shatters that sword. Then, some people are commenting in the chat, and that nerdy girl who pretended to be a nerd, but is actually the handler for that psycho who's after Ran, is surprised that the boy managed to break the spawn area's barrier, saying that the silver player is dominating the jungle with unbelievable plays in every game, thinking that if this continues, he might actually surpass the Sword King. So she thinks that she needs to recruit him somehow, and that it'll be difficult to approach him like a normal employee. She wonders if there's a way to approach him naturally. Then she happens to hear another employee talking with Rion, getting along well with her, and upon seeing Rion, she gets an idea. And so, sometime later, the protagonist is looking at several new achievements on his screen and says the rewards are better than he expected. He says he automatically got the quest item after completing that part of it, and now all he has to do is destroy the demon team's divine object. Then the queen speaks to him, and the protagonist tells her that she was pretty useful. He thanks her for the good work, saying he'll need her help from now on. But then the queen asks who he is, and says that the power he used to destroy the barrier is kind of suspicious, and he thinks about it, realizing he can't tell her that it's a technique he learned before he regressed, thinking it could be problematic. He says he can't tell her the details. He'll just say it was a power related to his gift. While she remains quiet, he asks why she wants to know, but the queen simply summons countless black swords above him, aiming them at the protagonist. He asks what she's doing, and she demands that he tell her in detail how he possesses that power, threatening him. Then Jan starts to say that he doesn't understand why she's acting like this all of a sudden. He asks if she wants this technique so badly that she'd threaten him for it, and she says that power belonged to her main body. The technique he just used belongs to the Queen of Shadows. The protagonist is surprised by this, and she says that it's a dark magic power created by refining the demonic energy of darkness, and its wavelength was too similar to her main body's. And she says that, as far as she knows, the only way to imitate the power of other constellations is by killing them, probably. But she doesn't say that. And she says that's why he needs to properly explain how he can use that power. And the protagonist says that the secret shadow technique is one of the techniques from the nameless divine arts that he learned before he regressed, and says that if the wandering martial god's technique is exactly the same as the Queen of Shadows technique, then it means there's some connection between the two constellations. He says that even if he wanted to explain, he can't say anything, and so she starts to threaten him again. However, the protagonist says that his gift has already disappeared. After all, he isn't sure why, but a constellation tried to make a contract with him and confiscated his gift. At the moment, he's just a player who used to have a gift and had it stolen. He says that if she doesn't believe him, he can show her his status window. She becomes thoughtful, asking him what the name of that gift was, and the protagonist thinks that he can probably tell her that much, saying it's Traveler's Eye. and so she's surprised, saying that she still has her suspicions about him, but that for now, she'll let him go. And so he starts to say that he thought his house was going to be destroyed. Then his phone rings. He answers, and it turns out to be Rion. She tells him she just saw the stream and asks what happened, saying that the internet is flooded with news about him, saying that if he had told her beforehand, she would have clipped the entire stream and posted it immediately. He asks if that's so, and Rion says that thanks to him, they have more content to post on the guild's channel. But she says she's worried about the fact that they're only posting BattleNet videos, so he asks if that really matters. After all, it's a BattleNet guild's channel, and she says the more variety, the better. She asks the protagonist if he knew he has a fan cafe that calls him Mr. Song. He asks about it, and she says that's why there's something she wanted to ask him. And sometime later, some guys show up with the real Rion, who is tied up. After all, the protagonist was very surprised that Rion had called him Mr. Song. The bald guy congratulates the men for a job well done bringing her there, asking if that woman is the guild master of the Blom Guild. Then they say, yes, saying that they were told most of the major guilds are paying a lot of money for this woman and think that if they use her well, making money will just be a matter of time. And she says to all of them, asking the man if he'll be safe after doing something like this, and asking if he thinks she will cooperate with them. She says she didn't become a guild master to work for people like them. However, he just tells her to keep throwing a fit while still has the energy for this. She starts cursing him out, saying his superior attitude, even for a gangster, is a complete joke. She even asks him why he's wearing sunglasses in the middle of the night, calling him Mr. Baldy. Dude, no, not that. Damn, that's just rough. Calling him Mr. Baldy is just mean. Don't say that. You'll hurt the guy's feelings. Damn. He has a family, and she says he's so ugly it hurts her eyes to look at him, and so they tell her to shut up while he goes to the back to cry, saying his boss isn't bald, he just shaves his head. Yeah, right. Everyone knows. Yep, he went bald because he wanted to. Sure, pal, definitely. He tells her that she's completely mistaken if she thinks someone is going to save her, saying this abandoned building isn't on any map and GPS can't find this place. And that's why if she doesn't want to die, she'd better keep quiet. But the protagonist shows up, saying he found it, and they're all surprised that he managed to get to where they are, wondering how he's there and ordering them to shoot him. If he didn't have the force, he probably would have taken a bullet right between the eyes, but he stops the bullet just inches away, using only his power. He stops all of them, not letting himself get hit. The guys start calling him a monster, with the bald guy grabbing a bazooka, saying that it's not over yet. Where the hell did he get that bazooka? And what's more, this bazooka fires a missile with sunglasses. Yes, a missile with sunglasses. His power is kind of crap, isn't it? Just saying. So the protagonist sees it coming and simply uses the force once more, making that thing with sunglasses. Man, a bullet with sunglasses is so weird. Turn around and head right back at them, blowing those idiots up. And in the middle of that explosion, the protagonist strikes a movie-worthy pose, asking if Rael is okay. She then asks how he found her, saying this place doesn't show up on any GPS. Then he simply pulls his phone out of his pocket, saying it was all thanks to the Space 23, which has a GPS function that's precise and without any obstruction. And with it, he can find her anywhere. And, completely different from what I was thinking, this is just an ad. She starts asking if this is the new Space 23 that has a flexible screen with a layer that absorbs any impact. Then they go on about how it's the best foldable smartphone, doing a huge ad, and she's all happy about it while the protagonist is not happy at all. And his niece, meanwhile, is dying of laughter. She says that Song is a really good actor, and she says that he looks great on camera, telling him he could even become an actor. He tells Soya to say that after she's done wiping her tears. He says he only did it because she asked him to, but the advertisement is way too exaggerated, saying he thinks it will damage the guild's image. But she says that's not the case, explaining that Twinstar worked really hard on this phone and that a Kaka page was used during its production, and she says a Kaka page is an SS rank item that has a chance of dropping in the Platinum League and above. And during the early days of the Baronet, nobody knew what that item was for. But after a company discovered a Kaka page, way to improve their technologies with the pages, its price skyrocketed. And so the girl asks if they used a Kaka page to create a piece of junk like this, which annoys the protag, as well as Ron. So he asks Rael, and she says this is really to be expected from a lower-ranking species, to think they would waste something so valuable this way. And so he asks if the Kaka page has some function that they don't know about. She says, of course it does, and as they're talking, someone says it looks like the film crew has arrived. So they cut the chat, and the protagonist asks what kind of video she's going to film today, and she says it's a training video. She was thinking of recording a video of everyone training together in the Sword Palace's training room and says she forgot to tell him, mentioning that the Bloom Guild's editing team agreed to help with the filming, and there's that evil girl. She starts talking to Jan, introducing herself as Joe and saying she's part of the editing team. She says it's a pleasure to meet him, already unleashing her charms on the protagonist. And feeling that aura around him, he starts to get dazed. Then Ron calls his name, bringing him back to reality, and he asks if the editing team is necessary for the shoot. She explains that the girl actually asked to participate, but the girl speaks for herself, saying she's a fan of the protagonist and that she really wanted to meet him in person. So she asked the guildmaster, Rael, and now asks if she can have a handshake and holds out her hand to the protagonist. He says, of course, and touches her hand. She gives a little smile, but then she gets a huge shock, and the system tells her she doesn't have the authority to approach this target, and she can't believe what she's seeing. Then Ron calls them to the training room while the girl lets go of his hand, startled, staring intently at the protagonist's face. They ask Jan to lead the way. Then she's left wondering what that was, saying she's never seen that kind of message before when using her gift, mentioning that it even worked on the Sword King. She wonders what the hell Jan is. A little while later, someone is screaming in utter despair, and the protagonist tells her to go a little lower while she's doing squats, and she asks him to wait, saying she really can't go any further than this. And so, Ron asks if they can see her muscles, and the people on the live stream are wondering what her stats at the academy are, saying her gift is already not normal, and Ron asks the protagonist what kind of training she's doing now. He explains that she's increasing her tenacity stat, and she asks about it. The protagonist says it's a rare stat that you can get by reaching max HP before level 10, and it doubles your HP's efficiency. Everyone is surprised by this. Then she says that the effects are really simple and good, but she's never heard of this tenacity stat before. And he says there's an additional condition. You have to achieve it within 100 days of awakening. So it's very difficult, but he's sure she can do it, since she has his guild's buff and his training methods that are full of love, and he's simply making the girl continue training while he heals her. She begs him to just kill her already, since it would be less painful. And everyone is surprised by his torture method, saying there was even a disagreement about it, and that it looks more like a personal training session at a gym than training at the Baronet Academy. So she says this is torture, but the protagonist says she's not going to die. Then Ron asks Jan if he thinks he can show his training routine too. So he says he'll show them his personal training room, getting everyone excited. And when they go in, they say there's nothing there. The protagonist says that's exactly the point, explaining that he doesn't need any equipment. Then he simply calls Rael over, and she asks what he wants, wondering if he wants her to do times again. He says yes, telling her she can go all out, and she gets pissed, calling him arrogant and preparing several spears to throw at him, saying he'd better be ready this time. And with all of that coming at him, he quickly dodges all the attacks, getting close to her and almost hitting her. But she was ready for that too, giving a little smirk and pulling spears from the ground, almost hitting him. But then, he was prepared too, surprising her. He uses the force to stop them, breaking the daggers and going up to her to stick the heart-shaped sticker on that giant forehead of hers, and she gets pissed about it, calling him arrogant once again. He says that one was a close call, and Ron asks if it's over already. The protagonist says that's it, and everyone asks if something happened, since they couldn't see anything. So Rael asks if there's any other training he does, saying that was too fast for them to see. Then Rael says that's to be expected from a low-rank race, this and that, looking down on humans, saying they have terrible dynamic vision, and Ron gets pissed at her for it. And so the girl with the jinx says she can't even believe it, because the attack was aimed directly at his blind spot, but he used the force at the last second to block it. She wonders if that's even possible, saying she brought a caca page just in case, but it ended up being a great choice. And so she starts to use it while it's in her bag and goes to call Jan over, saying they need to fix his microphone again and asking if he minds. He says it's fine, and she tries to get close, using her power on that microphone and also the power of that page. It's said that Joe's gift, as a woman of unparalleled beauty, allows her to seduce other people and control their minds, and it's categorized as a support-type gift. And this caca page is an item that enhances the effects of a support gift. So, the area of effect and the power of the effect are multiplied. But even so, she's stunned that she couldn't do anything, wondering if something went wrong even with the caca page. Then she says that not even the Sword King was this difficult, questioning what she's seeing. And the protagonist calls out to her, startling the girl, but she just gives a little smile as he asks what that really was her name. And he was already blushing bright red. No way, dude. No, no, no. You didn't make me read this far just for you to start simping for this witch. And then there's that scene of the lovesick fool grabbing that girl. Seer watches from a distance, thinking she doesn't stand a chance, because he's actually asking for her number. She sees the two of them in this super romantic scene, with the girl laughing and the protagonist looking like a total dope. So she wonders, what's with that look on his face? Because she has never seen him make that face before. He didn't even care when someone like Ron was next to him. She thinks it's shocking, since she thought he had zero interest in relationships. And the person behind her thought the same thing, noticing that he actually is interested in women. But he told her he didn't even know his own number. So the guy behind her thinks this recording is going to be incredible with her dying of jealousy. And just like that, the girl gives her number to our boy, and he thanks her. He says it might have been sudden, but he's happy she was willing to give him her number, and she's like, of course. After all, she's a fan of his, so she would give it to him for sure. And she thinks about Jirhan, saying, this is pretty difficult. She thinks that if he isn't begging on his knees yet, it means the brainwashing hasn't completely worked, and the submission also didn't work on the Sword King, and these two are giving her a lot of trouble. She says she'll have to try something else, while the protagonist is acting like a happy idiot with the girl's number in his hand. A little later that night, the protagonist is getting dressed up, so Seer asks what all this is about, saying she's never seen him wear a suit before. She asks who he's meeting, if not that girl from the editing team, and the protagonist, without even looking at her, tries to talk to Seer, but tells her to forget it, asking her not to wait for him that day. He says she can go in by herself, leaving the girl behind. So she gets all down and scared, wondering why he looks like he's not planning on coming back. And the photo of her dad is clearly visible in the background, hinting that something bad might happen. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Ito is texting the protagonist, and she's already with Takeda, so he tries to talk to her, asking if it's really necessary for them to be in such a hurry that they have to show their faces. She says that a player like Jirhan can break free from the ability at any moment, and he knows full well that she needs to keep the Sword King constantly under control. He says yes, but mentions she even used a castic page, saying he's not sure if Jirhan is worth all that, but she just doesn't give a damn about what he's saying, telling him to stop worrying about unnecessary things and just follow the plan. She says that if something goes wrong, her shadow will help them, and that shadow is right there in the back, just waiting to be called. Then the two of them notice the protagonist has arrived, and he apologizes for being late to Ito, saying she must have waited a long time. But then he notices Takeda with that pissed-off look on his face and wonders why he's there. Then she tries to talk to the protagonist, but tells him not to mind that guy, saying he's just there to help her with her work. Our boy asks about her work, and she just stands up and says that taking him to Japan is her job, revealing her true colors. Then she talks to Takeda, and he agrees, taking out another castic page. He tells Jirhan that he's going to share his emotion with him, throwing his power at the protagonist. A green aura tries to get inside his head. Ito thinks to herself that Takeda's gift is useless in battle, but it's incredible when combined with hers. The sharing gift allows him to share emotions with the target, and if it's combined with a castic page, the target has no choice but to surrender to her, saying that this is the end for Jirhan. And so, when that aura gets close to the protagonist, the castic page flies out of Takeda's hand. He's startled by this and wonders why it started to fly, and the protagonist, for his part, uses his power to reshape and regain control of it, shredding the castic page into pieces right in front of a terrified Takeda. Then he says he was wondering why so many people would choose to side with someone like him, and he never thought that Ito Tesoro's ability would be so interesting. He looks at her as if he already knows everything. She gets scared and wonders if the brainwashing hadn't worked. She then asks if he was faking it from the start, thinking that he knows who she is, and that's really bad for her. Then he asks, who knows, wondering if he's obligated to satisfy her curiosity. And after that sick burn, he gets straight to the point, saying that the important part is that her ability didn't work on him one bit. He says he doesn't want to cause any trouble there, so it's better if she just keeps quiet. Whoa, what a sexist pig. She stays silent, but thinks that it's her own fault, saying she should have observed him more before trying anything. But she asks if he knew she also had a plan B, and that shadow reveals itself behind the protagonist, lunging at him, trying to kill him with two daggers in her hands. But even with her getting close to the nape of his neck without him noticing, the two of them crash through the window fighting, with the protagonist stopping her dagger using his sword of shadows. While he's falling and defending himself from her, he looks at the ground where he's about to smash into, and there's really not much he can do, other than fall in a way that kicks up a hell of a lot of dust. But incredibly, he's totally intact, and just brushes some dust off his clothes, asking, "What's this?" And when he looks forward, he notices that woman is an assassin. Her dagger is badass, okay? Man, if I had one of those, that'd be so awesome. So they watch from above while the protagonist fights this assassin, and Ito thinks it was a good thing she brought her, just in case something happened. She says that Kari specializes in ambushes and silent kills, and she's the best when it comes to handling situations secretly. And the protagonist thinks that this makes things a bit more difficult, saying that the way she moves shows she's at least gold rank, but maybe even diamond for sure. He says, He didn't expect them to be so prepared. Realizing that Ito is truly a terrifying enemy, Takeda looks surprised at something. However, the protagonist thinks to himself that it's a shame for them because he also came prepared, using his power while looking at him. And just like that, Takeda starts to freak out, talking to the goddess, saying that Jihan's perspective is being broadcast right now on BattleTube, and the girl is surprised by this? After all, it's pretty idiotic to think that the guy who live streams everything that happens in his life wouldn't be live streaming right now. And a few days earlier, when Rayon was talking about the filming with the editing guild's team, Ariel told the protagonist that something was strange, and he asked what was up. She said it was that woman, telling him that she was hiding a castic page in her bag, and the protagonist was surprised by that. Then Ariel says that the page's true purpose is to amplify the effects of a support gift, saying it's not for making electronics or anything like that. And Ariel says she doesn't know what she plans to do, but it's suspicious that she has such a rare item, telling him to be careful. So the protagonist was already on his guard with this hag. And so, when they were filming his part, the protagonist thought it was strange that some random employee had such a high-value item, wondering why she brought it. Whoa, he's calling her poor just because she works in editing. What's up with that, man? Stop it. And then she goes up to him in a very suspicious way, talking about the microphone. And when he lets her adjust it, the system sends him tons and tons of notifications, saying that Tesuro is trying to use submission over and over again, while she gives a malicious little smile, looking at him very suspiciously. And the protagonist is surprised that she is Tesuro, noting that this name is the name of the woman who seduced Seijin. While she's doing this, he almost falls for it and says he needs to focus, or else he'll get caught by her ability. So he thinks he needs to calm down, using the nameless divine arts, mental technique. Then, he uses mind over matter to get rid of all her enchantment. And he wonders how she managed to get here if the Sword King isn't with her yet. And he thinks about exposing what she's doing right now, but considering she went to the point of disguising herself, he figures it won't be that easy. So he says he'll pretend to be caught and asks for her name. A lot different from the perspective we saw. He wasn't, all red-faced with embarrassment. He was acting. He wasn't making that face for real, you know? Because you were embarrassed. You totally fell for it. So he says that the moment she shows her true face, he will make sure she can't escape this time. And so he starts a live stream on BattleTube. He says that, to be honest, he was worried she had already found him out, and he thinks his acting wasn't so bad. And everyone is wondering what's going on and if this is for real, as everyone watches the protagonist's live stream where he's being ambushed. And so someone asks what that ability is that Takeda was talking about, saying that this is the most searched moment, and they're saying that Japan just tried to brainwash Sion Jihan to take him away, but ended up failing. And so he asks Ito what she thinks about this, saying he doesn't think she was satisfied just with the Sword King and asks if he really thought his shitty little brainwashing skill would work on him too. Then Ariel tells him that if it weren't for her, it would have. And the people on the presented his whole live stream are surprised that the Sword King was brainwashed, and Takeda tries to talk to Eto, but she just speaks to Akari, telling her to do as planned. She agrees. Then she speaks to Jan, saying that by her lady's order, she will take him, even if she has to break all of his limbs. She says this while speaking in Japanese, and the protagonist says he doesn't think she's complimenting him. And Ariel questions if he's really asking that. And the protagonist tries to use the translation system, but while he's messing around, the girl starts attacking him, and he very nearly loses his head, raising his sword in front of him. Then he tries to attack her, again, and even manages to slice her in half, but she was using the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. And that shadow clone disappears into the ground after being cut, until the protagonist falls into some kind of dimensional trap, a very suspicious one set by the girl, and he notices that it's a different realm. Then Akari says he's as good as they say, but says he's an assassin. He won't be able to beat her on such a dark night, saying that the shadows are on her side, and she attacks him again from every angle. And the protagonist defends himself as best he can, not letting himself get hit by those multiple attacks from all directions, and she starts to notice that he's barely blocking her attacks, saying she'll end this quickly. But then the shadows begin to dissolve, and she wonders what's happening, because her shadows are being sucked into something, and that something is the protagonist's sword, which is destroying everything. Then he asks if the shadows are on her side, launching a diagonal attack at the girl who barely defends herself, stopping the protagonist's sword. And he says that this is an incredible coincidence, because he's just like her. He pushes his sword against the girl with all his strength, and she falls backward. Then he asks what's wrong. Why is she surprised? Because he said he was also prepared. And so, 2 hours earlier, he was thinking about something, saying this is the only one. Then the System tells him that the conquest storage has evolved to level 6. A gift slot is added, and he also has a random chest for that month added in there too. And he says that he thought about organizing this before meeting Edo, but he really didn't get anything. He wonders what this random chest is, until he opens it and realizes what it is, saying he loves a good gacha. Then Ariel asks what he's doing, and he just calls himself a former professional gambler and gets the random chest with the special of the month, increased gift chance. And so he says he can get a gift from a random chest, saying that this is incredible, and he gets the rank A dexterity gift, but he thinks he doesn't need it, getting pissed off remembering those two idiots who had this gift. Then it's announced that the constellation, Queen of Shadows, is paying a huge amount to replace the contents of the random chest, and the protagonist is surprised by this, and the dexterity gift has just been replaced by Moon Shadow. While the protagonist asks what that is, Ariel asks if the queen is going crazy, asking how she could give Moon Shadow to an inferior creature like him, saying that if she gives out such OP things so casually, it will destroy the delicate balance of power, and the protagonist gets annoyed, with her chattering in his ear. He ends up noticing that this is an SS rank gift too, and says that it seems the Queen of Shadows wants him for herself, no matter the cost. And so Ariel says that what's more, this ability was what allowed her to become a constellation. And hearing this, the protagonist questions what she just said, and she apparently doesn't want to talk much, so he says he thought constellations were already born as constellations, and he asks if that means he can also become a constellation if he gets strong enough. Then she says there's no reason to tell him about that right now, wondering what she's thinking, giving him such a powerful ability. But then he just goes to get ready, and that moment where his niece talks to him reappears, and he wonders if it's okay to tell her the truth now, with the fact that the person who killed her father is now in Korea, and thinks if everything goes wrong and he also gets brainwashed, leaving her alone could be bad. So he tells her to just forget about that moment, where he left the girl behind alone, and he says he believes Ito is trying to take her too. And despite the fact that she knows she's the only family Saya still has, she wants to do this. He gets really pissed at Ito, saying he won't let this happen no matter what. And right now, he's using that OP gift that the Queen of Shadows gave him. And everyone is surprised that a diamond rank player is losing to a silver, asking where the special forces are. And the protagonist says he didn't expect to have to use these skills, then throws a Getsuga at her. It almost hits the girl. She barely avoids losing part of her shoulder, dodging by the skin of her teeth. She grabs some shurikens, the kind that never hit anyone in Naruto. Then she prepares to throw them at the protagonist, asking why he doesn't try to absorb them too, and those shurikens fly towards him. But, just like in the anime with the yellow-haired guy, they don't hit him either, as he gets rid of all of them, rushing towards the girl, getting so close that she has to jump to get away. He tries another slash, but can't reach her. And Akari says she can't believe she's losing to a silver, saying she should be much more powerful than him. But then an explosion occurs, blocking the view for Eto and Takeda, and she thinks that all her predictions were wrong, saying he was able to stop the brainwashing even though she used a page of the husk, and even Akari is losing to him, even though she's a diamond rank player, wondering how he could ruin her plans like this. She gets even more frustrated and starts thinking about Yan like a psychopath, saying she'll have him no matter what. Then she speaks to the catgirl player Akari, saying she's removing her restriction, and so she starts to summon an even greater power, as if she were Goku in Ultra Instinct. That pressure even affects the protagonist, who wonders what's happening, and he talks about this restriction, which is a system where a player's stats are adjusted to be lower during the tutorial. This system exists to prevent players from using their powers incorrectly in real life. Edo just used a skill that allows the target to ignore this restriction for a certain amount of time. And so Akari tells the protagonist that now they're going to start for real, completely changed with a very dangerous aura. He says that this aura has changed a lot, and his guide tells him to be careful because that human's restriction has been completely removed. And the protagonist didn't know that was possible. He then realizes that Eto's ability is something that probably goes far beyond just brainwashing, and apparently now she's even glowing gold. With the protagonist saying she has no restriction, everyone starts talking about it because the restriction was put in place by the system, so no one should be able to unlock it. And they wonder what would happen if an unrestricted diamond rank player caused chaos in reality. And they question it obviously because everyone would be screwed. And so they keep asking about this restriction, and Ron can hardly believe it, talking to Guyan, asking if it makes any sense, telling the girl to step on the accelerator. And she says she's not his driver, that she's just a bodyguard, but Ryan yells at her, asking who insisted so much on picking him up and asking how she dared to deceive him. Then she thinks that even though Ron's powers are above normal, his attributes are still lower than someone in the Diamond League. So if the restriction is removed. Something terrible could happen, and this time, a bunch of kunai are pointed at the protagonist, leaving him with nowhere to run. And Akari says it won't be easy to defend against this and throws at him illusory shurikens, all heading towards the protagonist, and the only thing he can do is activate his force, creating a barrier around him, trying to stop the shurikens, but he ends up all cut up with several slashes across his body. He says that even with his force, he couldn't block it completely. He at least managed to slow down the projectiles, reducing their damage. But if things continue like this, he'll be in trouble. Then Akari starts to notice that she didn't even think he'd be able to withstand her blow, and she only has 3 minutes and 17 seconds of that state left, saying that's all the time she has, that she has to defeat him before the restriction comes back. And she starts to notice that it seems he summons his shadow sword with his left arm. So she says she'll have to cut that arm off, using Phantom Cut right on the protagonist's arm, which really goes flying, separated from his body. And there's no way it's that easy to cut someone's arm off. She said it, she looked, she was watching, she swung the sword and aimed it at your arm. There's no way you couldn't have flinched a little and just let her, open to be cut. And with the protagonist's arm already gone, she says it's not bad for a silver rank, but that nothing unexpected happened. And so, with destruction everywhere, people start to notice what's happening. And the protagonist, now armless, starts to feel the pain of having his limb cut off. The system says her restriction has returned, so she thinks that since she cut off his arm, he won't be able to fight anymore, saying that was a close call. And once again, just like at the beginning of the manhwa, the protagonist is armless again, and she tells Jirhan to speak, but ends up noticing something, realizing there are shadows on her leg, so she thinks she can't move. And the protagonist questions how many more times his arm will be cut off, saying she should have aimed for his body or his legs. After all, he can remake that arm using the shadows, and says that if she had aimed for his legs, he would have done his best to dodge. He says that, finally, to end all this, he'll take it as seriously as she is, grabbing his spear, which is actually an arrow. He says it would be rude of him not to respond in kind, and that ultra-powerful attack heads straight for the girl's head. While she wonders what's happening, amidst the huge explosion, the protagonist watches, and the girl is still alive. They wonder how she tanked that, saying it's to be expected of a diamond rank, and she's groaning in pain. And the people in the chat start to think they're about to see a murder broadcast live, and others wonder how Jirhan can deal so much damage even with a restriction. It's a restricted silver versus a restricted diamond, and it ends with the silver's victory, until he looks up and sees something. They tell player Akari Cat that she is under arrest for attempted kidnapping and terrorism, ordering them to drop their weapons and surrender. And so, the police helicopter arrives, and the protagonist starts to realize it seems his work there is done, feeling more relieved, and thinks there's just one more thing to do. Meanwhile, Takeda, along with Itesoro, says they need to escape, but then he arrives in a flash with his electric movement, appearing between the two of them. He then says they still have a lot to talk about, and Takeda starts to get scared while Ito gets really pissed off. She then starts complaining that he discovered her true identity, even after all the work she went through to fabricate it. And to make matters worse, she spent several Akashic pages saying she's already lost too much, so she has no other choice, calling for Akari to retreat, using her brainwashing. And so Akari agrees with her, using spiritualization, disappearing in a puff of smoke before their eyes. And so they realize she's fleeing, launching fire at the girl. But it doesn't do much good, since she's no longer there to take the damage. And the protagonist looks back, seeing the shots, and lets his guard down. Ito speaks to him, saying she really did want to talk, but it's a shame, adding that more opportunities will arise in the future. She tells the protagonist she'll see him next time and disappears from there. And so they realize they've lost her and order a search for her. The protagonist can hardly believe what he's seeing. He then speaks to Takeda, asking him to explain what just happened, completely pissed off. And Takeda has no choice but to agree with him by his own free pressure. And so, now at Itesoro's residence, the Sword King enters her room, breaking everything, and speaks to her. She's right there, welcoming, saying that it seems she owes him a few explanations. I'm starting to think he broke out of her mind control, but he's really pissed. And right away, the furious man asks Zuru to answer if everything that was said on Jihan's broadcast is true, about him not being good enough. So she went and tried to seduce another man. That's when she used the charm skill on him, and she simply interrupts him, asking if he's doubting her love for him. He should. You should totally be doubting her. Then she says she was just trying to recruit another talent for her country, and Jirhan is just another candidate to be a slave. He is the only person she truly loves. He's not going to fall for that. Then he thinks that once again, even if he knows something is wrong, he can't disobey her when he sees her face, just like when he first met her, and he remembers when he was down, saying that maybe he's especially down because it's the anniversary of Jia's death, thinking he needs to stop drinking. And he remembers his wife telling him that she'd already asked him to stop drinking at home, saying that Sa hates the smell of alcohol and that she was always a silly girl since she was little. Then he gives a strained smile, until IT Soro arrives and speaks to him, saying he looks quite worried, sitting down beside him, smiling. He wonders since when there was a woman there, until she touches his hand, asking if he's drinking alone, saying there are no other ways to relieve stress apart from drinking as much as you want. But she says doing it excessively isn't good and asks why. Instead of that, he doesn't get drunk with her. Already using her skill on him, he starts to be charmed until he slaps her hand away, raising his sword, putting it to Itesoro's neck. She gets a little scared. He asks who she is, and also asks what she just did to him, because the unique traits Ganja and disobedient Makia have been activated, and the submission status condition has been neutralized. The unique trait Ganja is also activated. The fanaticism status condition is neutralized, and she starts asking about this draconic trait. Noticing that the swords used by the king are called Gang and Makia, she believes that these swords possess that ability. And so she thinks he is a very complicated man, and questioning what he means, says she's just a big fan of his and wants to show her support until it starts to work. She uses dependence and also obsession, and his sword falls to the floor, the poor guy now completely enchanted. He asks her again what her name is, and she says he's too strong after all, as submission and fanaticism wouldn't work on him, so he rebels from time to time, and she thinks that her real body was there. So the Sword King's hypnosis didn't disappear, and his alter ego in a G was just incomplete. And since she wasn't able to captivate Sun Jihan, she inadvertently exposed her identity, so she needs to try harder to make her new alter ego. Akari, in turn, is there in custody after apparently getting beaten up quite a bit. Over at the Baronet department, they're interrogating Takeda, asking if G was just an alter ego, and he says that if what he's saying is true, it means there could be two Idasaurus all over the world. Then he slams the table, scaring Takeda to death. But Takeda says it's his first time being recruited by her alter ego, and says it's because she said it would be dangerous for the goddess to come on her. Own and leave the precious Sword King alone. And she says she doesn't know how she created them, or how many alter egos she can make. And he asks Jihan to believe him. So he thinks that indeed, she wouldn't just disappear like that if she were the real Zoro. And that night, the news of Zoro's identity being revealed to everyone came out. The Japanese government ended up just denying it, claiming to know nothing about a player named Itasoro, and says, as has already been mentioned, that they are trying to figure things out. They're thinking the Sword King is also involved, and he's giving his statement to avoid controversy. He says that with this level of connections, she must be considered a major figure to be connected with Japanese political and economic leaders. It's impossible to corner her through conventional means, until she comes up to him at the door of the place, asking why he took so long, saying she nearly died of boredom while she waited. And she's in a yellow car, asking if he didn't finish his testimony that night. And he says there were a few things he wanted to confirm on his own, but she's really pissed at him, asking what happened, and getting even angrier that he didn't tell her anything, saying she had to hear from someone else that he lost an arm. He tries to explain, but she stays mad, asking if he knows how surprised she was when she saw the broadcast. Then she asks if he couldn't have told her sooner, saying she's an adult now and tells him to stop. Being so overprotective, he starts to scold her, but she says he should listen to her too, asking what she'll do if he disappears just like her dad. And she starts to cry, making him worried, but she just lands a punch, right in the protagonist's stomach, sending him straight to the ground. She says she's aware she can't help even if he tells her, and says she'll get strong enough to help him, so he shouldn't push himself too hard. And seeing that, he feels for her, saying, of course, because looking at the strength of her punch, she'll get strong in no time. And she says yes, that she'll get strong fast, even though she still has a long way to go. And he asks why she's being so humble and says he ended up raising a tiger. But the girl speaks to her uncle seriously, talking about her father, asking if it's true that he's really being brainwashed by the woman from the broadcast. So he asks if there's a way to remove it, and he thinks about it, saying there's no chance she doesn't have any attachment to him, because no matter how many people hate him or Seijin, he's still a precious person to Seiya. While he was struggling to say whether it could be removed or not, Ariel shows up, saying that yes, it can be removed. They're surprised by this, questioning what she just said, and she said there's a way to remove the hypnosis. That is, if you're the first and only god of the slyest tribe. I think this is getting into weird territory, right? Us clearing the constellation is now basically turning him into a god. Let's see where this is gonna go. And the protag doesn't really get it. This girl asks, who is this arrogant species? Then Ariel says that, of course, it's the elves, and the two of them are surprised by this. And so Seiya is questioning if elves are arrogant. And the protag thinks about the elves, and Saya asks Ariel if she isn't an elf too. She says no, explaining that she's a dark elf. It's different from common elves. And the Elven Alliance is the union of the World Tree. And they're willing to do anything for the survival of their race, even in his past life. And in the end, they took all 5 of the highest ranks in the Space League. And Saya says that's unexpected, saying that in movies and novels, they're normally kind. Then she says that they're kind to each other, but they have no mercy when it comes to other species. And Ariel says that they're very cruel and quite unfair. So Saya asks about that god, and Ariel says there's a tree that is the source of all life called the World Tree. And the World Tree is basically the entire world for the elves, and their only god. And the World Tree also has the ability to cure any status effect. So your father needs to consume a leaf from the World Tree or touch one of its branches for his brainwashing to be undone. And Saya wonders if her father can go back to normal since they have this tree. Ariel says yes, but that it's very difficult. And the protag wonders why Yon Seijin was acting so strangely before his regression, remembering the past when he faced that elf. And so the girl says she's relieved, because at least there's some hope. And then she looks at the protag, until, at another moment, Ryun shows up, talking to everyone on the live stream, saying she's the leader. She says everyone must have been shocked by the last broadcast, and that Jirhan is fine, so they don't need to worry. And the Hunter Department said they will pay more attention to the security of the players. The chat says they should have paid more attention from the beginning, and that if Jihan had been kidnapped, it would also be the end of Korea. And she says she thought she'd update them on the boy and also fulfill the oath from that day's broadcast, and they ask what oath that is. And Ryun says that's right, talking about her oath to reveal Jihan's status window when he hits 1 million, and says that he's looking for a match at the moment. They'll reveal his status window during the game, and she asks them to keep watching. And so they wonder when he hit 1 million and say that it was really fast. And so the timing is perfect, because he just entered the lobby. They say that's the invasion dungeon map, and it seems Jihan is on the angel's side, and they want to see how he'll do. But someone on the stream asks if he isn't going to show the window right away. And so she gets really pissed, asking Jihan if she hadn't told him to show the window after more viewers joined. She says that if he reveals it right at the start, people might leave later, but Jihan ends up showing everyone that he's level 46, affiliated with gang, and his martial power, strength, and dark spirit are also really high, and he's a third-class martial artist on top of being an archer, support mage, with the ability Shadow of the Moon and the nickname King of Kings. With everyone seeing that, they're shocked, wondering if this martial artist class is a warrior subclass, and asking how Jihan can be a warrior, mage, and archer all at the same time. They also question why he has 2 nicknames, and everyone is freaking out about it, questioning what the hell he did. And so he explains that after the live stream exposing Shoro, he obtained an immense amount of achievement points, with a ton of stuff popping up on his screen. And so it's said that a question came to Jihan's mind as he wondered how to use all these points. So, he currently had the mage class, but if he also chose archer and warrior to have all the classes, it would be incredible. He wondered what would happen and explains that this third-class martial artist is a warrior subclass, and he chose it because he met all the requirements for it. But they ask him if he wasn't a support, asking how he can say that. And the people on the stream say they expected his status window to be insane, but this is just too much. And they ask Ryun if she can explain, but even she can't believe it, asking what these stats are. Then they ask what happened, because she knows just as much as they do. And so the protag thanks them for the donation, asking them to understand that he can't answer all the questions because they're in a match right now. And so he says it looks like the game is about to start and he's going to go solo a lane, booking it, running from everyone, until he goes directly to the enemy team. And the people there are wondering why he has to be on the enemy team, saying this is a disturbance to the silver rank ecosystem and that he's basically an invasive species. He starts to thank them for the compliment, for the 10 kills and 0 deaths in less than 5 minutes of the game. But then the swordsman on the other side says it's too early to accept defeat. He speaks to Jihan, saying he's heard a lot about him, and he prepares to draw his sword, saying that with his beautiful and powerful swordsmanship, every time he witnessed it, he could feel the black dragon inside him writhing. He tells him to come at him and show him who's the best swordsman. And the protag just says, "You talk too much," chopping his head off in a single slash, not even letting him continue his rant. And so he gets a message saying that the Reaper is aware of an aura that threatens the demon's shelter, and it says the Reaper has manifested, appearing and fortifying the demon's barrier. And so the protag says it's about time he completed this mission. But then Ariel tells Hunter to be careful, because that demon's element is darkness, so it's not good to face it with Eclipse, which will also make it difficult to fight it using dark spirit powers. And he asks her if that's so, saying that now it should be clear what he must do. She doesn't really understand until Ariel is blinded by a light. He says that darkness's weakness is light. He's going to see if hellfire can burn through it. And so he activates the divine technique of the thunder god, throwing lightning bolts down on that Shinigami, which starts to be affected, having its barrier broken by the protag's flash of lightning. And so he destroys another divine relic, acquiring a fragment of the Reapers. Scythe then completes the Disciples' Grief set mission, and he says he's moving on to the second phase. And so the second phase takes effect, and everyone is shocked. And that girl Sophia arrives in Korea, saying she finally managed to find him. She starts to wonder what she's going to do and stutters because she's too excited to see him, saying she needs to make a good first impression since she's there representing America. She says that she's finally going to meet him, until she notices something strange. And that plane she was on is enveloped by a force and starts to descend. Then that other psychopath also arrives, telling Jirhan to just wait because he's going to show him what real strength is. And so both Sophia and Baron arrive in Korea to make the protag's life, which is already not easy, a little bit more difficult. And with that, Jihan asks Ryun if she believes him now, and she finally realizes that he wasn't manipulated, but she questions how he could possibly manipulate the attributes window. Then she notes that he's a third category warrior, asking why he chose that class, since it seems pretty average, and he says that it doesn't give him extra attributes, but it increases his growth rate. It gives him more experience points, and the guild buff allows him to grow even faster. So she's shocked by this, and the protag thinks that besides all that, there's another effect that only applies to him, because the moment he got the support, mage, archer, and warrior classes together, he was given two choices. And so, two paths formed before him, and he says it's Master of All, which has an equal growth rate in all classes, and Master of One, which focuses on only one of the classes, and support and mage were just stepping stones to get strength to begin with. So, that's why his choice was obviously the Master of One, saying it deactivates 3 classes to strengthen only one. And the attributes and skills received from the deactivated classes are kept, but no new specialized skills can be learned from them. And the improved class will receive a class bonus and attribute growth 4 times greater than the original. I'm telling you, if you run an anti-hack on this dude's system, he's getting banned. For real. Believe. And he says that thanks to the effect, a third-rate warrior was improved 4 times over, and with that, he'll be able to reach gold very quickly. He says that before doing that, he needs to do the chain quest, asking what the conditions were. While he's thinking, Raon asks if there's something wrong, and he asks her if the only bronze guild members they have are Saya and Masid, and she says yes, since the majority of the other players are in silver, questioning why he's asking. And Jihan says he wants Saya and Masid to experience something, as he's going to need her ability, and she doesn't like that much, but ends up agreeing with him. Then he says he'll need to go greet the foreign visitors. Meanwhile, Baron is freaking out by himself, slamming his cup on the table, asking what's wrong with the taste of that coffee. And Sophia can't stand being next to that lunatic anymore. And he says they treat their guests very poorly, asking if everyone in the Bloom Guild drinks that horrible coffee. Then, Sophia says that he normally doesn't even drink coffee and questions why he's behaving like this, saying he suddenly changed his mind to come here and is now just making a fuss. Then he turns all red, questioning when he did that, saying it was only because Gates kept insisting. But then Masid arrives, saying the coffee is good and that he doesn't know what that rookie is talking about, so he asks what that guy's deal is. And Masid reminds him that going to someone's house and complaining about the food is just plain rude. Then Baron comes at him, asking if he's trying to defend them because he's in the guild, but then Sophia asks him to stop once again. Baron even insults Masid, saying that guy only got in through the luck of being related to Jihan. But he says he doesn't understand why they brought Masid, questioning if the rumor that he fell to level 1 again and started from scratch as a mage is true. Then he grabs Masid's ball, using his strength, saying he'll be nothing but a nuisance if he keeps messing around like that, and that he can promise him that as the strongest mage in silver. While he's making a scene, Masid doesn't even answer him. Baron starts to think he's been left speechless. However, Masid remembers to inform him that he accidentally dropped that ball in the toilet this morning. Then Baron starts freaking out, telling him to take it back and throwing the ball into Masid's hand. But he says it was just a joke. Then Rayon arrives, thanking everyone for coming and thanking Baron and Sophia for coming to the guild as rentals. Then Sophia stands up, all excited to talk to the protagonist, saying it's a pleasure to meet him and that she's his fan. But Baron cuts the girl off, telling them to forget the introductions and just get on with the details. Then Jihan says everything will be done according to procedure, telling him not to insist. While the protagonist looks at Sophia, he thinks that it's been a long time, wondering if this is the first time he's seen her since he regressed, saying he didn't expect they'd reunite like this. Then he speaks to everyone, saying that, before anything else, he has something he'd like to propose. Baron is surprised by this proposal, and just then, a monster appears on the screen, and the protagonist asks what they think about hunting Baron Nashid with him, and everyone there, really surprised. And it's said that Baron Nashid is a huge, snake-like monster that appears in the Platinum League. Baron Nashid is the strongest monster in the jungle, and the objective of Jihan's next blood mission is him, and that is the Chain Quest, Traces of the Apostle. An apostle who belongs neither to the light nor the darkness orchestrated a conflict between the two factions and is hiding at the bottom of a lake. The fearsome apostle Baron Nashid will act. When he sees that the divine weapons of the Archangel and the Reaper have been broken, he must throw both fragments into the lake to make Baron Nashid appear and then subjugate him. He will get the Void Curtain, as well as 50,000 conquest points, and it's said that this mission will not disappear when he gets promoted to the Silver League. But then, for the 10th time in this chapter alone, Baron starts freaking out again, telling the guy to say something that makes sense, asking if he's trying to catch a dinosaur with a chicken, saying that not only that, but Baron Nashid doesn't even appear in the Silver League. But then, Jihan says he doesn't need to worry about that, because he recently learned how to forcefully summon him, and he also says that for faster growth, he's going to bring Saya and Masid, and if those two, who are among the best in the Silver League, participate, he thinks they have a good chance. The two of them are in disbelief, asking if they can really hunt that thing. So Sophia says she'd like to participate, if possible, but says that if your nationality and league are different, you can't form a party. They came there as rentals, and aren't native to Korea, but then the protagonist says they don't need to worry about that, as there's a way to get around it. Because of the guild's unique effect, members of the same guild can form a party, but if the leagues are different, there can't be more than one league's difference between the members. And Round says this is her guild's unique effect, and members can form parties even if their nationalities and leagues are different. And she says that, of course, there are restrictions, but a party is possible with this. And she remembers the shell page Jihan gave her a few days ago, and after using it, her gift's rank increased. Plus, a strange effect appeared. He says he got it from Taekta, but upon getting that page, she started thinking that if she sold it, she'd make good money, but she ended up using it because there was nothing else to do. Baron, for his part, has his arm twisted, almost saying that the challenge might be possible, but starts finding fault with the two bronze players participating, saying there's no guarantee it's possible even with top-tier players. But then Jihan simply shuts him down flat, saying that if he doesn't want to participate, he doesn't have to go. Then Baron starts to freeze up, and Jihan says they have other options for members who aren't there, like some from China, besides Mikai from Russia, and also Scarlet from Israel. He says they all asked him to call them if there was an opening. He just needs to propose it to them. So Baron ends up falling for Jihan's line, saying he never said he didn't want to. Then he says that since he has two bronze players, he must be present to balance things out, telling Jihan he should thank him. Come on, man, drop the tsundere act, it doesn't suit your character type, please. And Sophia also agrees with me. Then the protagonist says they'll proceed with this party, and so Baron starts thinking that Jihan is way too annoying, because he's pretty cocky for someone who only won the promotion match thanks to a unique item. And he says that, this time, he'll definitely break the kid's nose. And now inside the game, Jihan's party, with 15 minutes of participation, is face-to-face with another group, and their opponents notice that all the towers have been broken. They question how they were cornered so quickly, asking how they even formed a party of that caliber. My friend, he's basically assembling the Korean Avengers, one guy flying, the other holding a sword, the woman who heals everything. These other two, I don't know what they do, but apparently they're broken too. And Baron, up in the sky, starts saying that with this gap in quality, people in the Silver League aren't even a good warm-up for him, and says they held out for quite a while for a bunch of insects, saying that's enough of this mess and that he's going to end them all. But then Jihan just says that they surrender, and Baron, who was in the middle of his speech of grandeur, as well as the enemy team, don't understand anything, and his own team doesn't understand what the guy wants, as he just raises his hand, surrendering in front of all of them. And so, 5 minutes before in the top lane, Masid was dribbling with this flaming ball, and it's said that the second tower has already been destroyed, and the opponents are talking about Diego, saying that bastard started trolling and dropped to level 1, asking why he's in silver, and he shoots that ball towards the tank, who tries to defend against it, but the ball makes a beautiful curve, hitting them from the side, directly in that guy's head, and so Masid and Sophia managed to clear that side very easily. And everyone says that shot was insane, asking what the hell that was and if it was thanks to Sophia. Then Sophia questions, what kind of control is that? Because she buffed him, but that's not something a bronze player should be able to do. But while she's impressed, she hears a noise from another corner. wondering what's happening over there. Noticing that it's the lane where Jirhan is, and in the bottom lane, the protagonist is once again using his black hand, saying that this is much easier than last time, and he, along with Saya, defeat their enemies very easily. And he tells the girl that if she hits them just one time, they'll die, and she just nods, and everyone asks, "What is that?" Because that auto hunt with a final blow is a really good carry. And they say her uncle is carrying the girl. While he's helping her level up, he hears Baron wanting to kill the others, on the other side, telling everyone to die. He gets bored with this, noticing that things are going well over there too. Then Saya speaks to her uncle, saying she's noticed there isn't much time left and that they need to go to hunt the Baron in the lane, because if this keeps up, the game will be over way sooner. But he tells them not to worry because he has a plan, and as he surrenders in the present, this was his plan all along. And so Sophia asks about this surrender. And Mercedes speaks to Song, apologizing for asking, but questions if he's lost his mind. Then Baron says his victory was guaranteed, questioning what the hell he's doing. He then wonders if this is his plan, and he tells everyone to calm down, saying he has one condition for his surrender, asking why don't they hunt Baron Nacid with all of them. Everyone is confused by this. Then he asks what this crap is about, and Baron grabs the MC again, asking what the hell he's saying, asking if Jirhan hadn't said they could handle it themselves, and now that he's here, he's asking for help from that bunch of trash. While he's arguing with Jirhan, the two behind them, the so-called bunch of trash, feel lower than a building's sub-basement. They then note that he was too harsh, saying that the trash will be sad to hear that. However, Jirhan speaks to Baron, saying that things won't end just by hunting Nacid. He says that if they kill their opponents, they'll just respawn in 1 minute, questioning what he would do if they ganged up on the idiots while they're busy hunting the Baron in Nacid's lane. And finally, Baron starts to see that the MC has a point. Then Sophia says that it makes sense, saying she thinks it'll be hard for them to hunt the Baron as fast as the platinum rank players. Then someone says that if Sophia's saying it, then it's all good. However, Baron is still a bit reluctant and says that Baron Nacid doesn't spawn in silver rank. But the MC says he'll make him appear, saying they just need to act according to the plan. The MC then speaks to another team that's there, saying that on the condition they participate in the subjugation of Baron Nacid, he'll give their team the victory, asking if they want to join them. So they ask how they can help. Now at the place where the Baron is supposed to spawn, Sophia thinks that it's enormous here, and the MC says it's almost the size of the points for this thing, saying that Baron Nacid appears in that lake and that he'll summon it now. Then Sophia tells him to wait, telling him to get her buff first. He remembers this, thanking the girl while getting buffed. And he says that, as expected, Sophia's buff is very efficient, and her rank SS gift is called Trinity. Thanks to this, she can stack 3 buffs, and after being buffed, he speaks to Saya, saying it's dangerous and telling her to keep a safe distance, because when he's about to kill it, he'll just call the girl, who quickly agrees. He says it's time to start, grabs 2 crystals, and goes near the water, throwing them in. When the crystals fall, they submerge until they reach a point where they start to react, and everyone outside trembles, realizing something is happening. The tattoo on the nearby rock begins to glow, and just like that, Baron Nacid is summoned near them, screaming at everyone, and all of them are completely surprised, while the Baron says that since the light and darkness have departed, the time for ascension has come, and an invasion dungeon begins. Apocalypse Valley, one boss, Baron Nacid, and everyone is shocked. The MC says they must follow the plan, explaining that the stones around the lake, when destroyed, will weaken Baron Nacid, and the stones are the Baron's source of power and regenerate over time. So they have to keep attacking, and each pair will be responsible for destroying 1 stone. And so Sophia finds something strange, as there are 9 of them in total, and 8 people will be responsible for destroying the stones. He says that's right, adding that he'll face the Baron alone. But Baron immediately refuses, saying that after bringing him all this way, he's just going to take all the spotlight for himself. He says he doesn't know about the other trash, but leaving a stone for someone as incredible as him is a waste of resources, telling him not to come crying for help later. But the Baron doesn't wait for his egocentric tantrum to end, as it already starts to attack, and Sophia yells that it's behind him. And so Baron doesn't have time to do anything, thinking he's going to get hit. In a massive explosion, its purple venom starts to appear, but it turns out they're both protected, and the one protecting them is obviously the badass himself, asking what he's doing, saying that if he has time to complain, then he should do what he was told first. He says this in the most badass way, looking down on Baron. Meanwhile, Baron has a pissed-off look on his face, and Sophia just thanks Jirhan, telling Baron to do as he said, while he trembles with hatred and envy for the MC, who is absurdly stronger than him. Then Sophia asks if he's listening, while in his mind, he sees the MC calling him a piece of trash, outshining him in every way. And this is from Baron's own point of view, who's seething with hatred, getting more and more pissed off. And the Baron once again unleashes its blast at Jirhan, who dodges it with ease. But then the mini-queen appears, talking to the boy, saying that monster has an immense amount of dark mana, and just by fighting it, the MC is already increasing his dark spirit stats. He's surprised it works like that, saying he's going to farm the hell out of it. Then, as you'd expect, the monster charges at Jirhan, almost getting him, until it looks to the side and sees the boy is about to slice it to pieces, making several cuts all over the giant centipede's body. It then takes damage from that. And the MC says he was a little worried, but because those guys are blocking the stones so well, Nacid can't use its powers. He starts to think this is going to be easier than expected. Meanwhile, Baron and the guy from the other team are watching. He thinks that Jirhan is really strong, because this won't even take 5 minutes if it continues like this. And he speaks to Baron, saying that he'll have to give up on his future title as #1 in the rankings if this keeps up. Baron asks what he's talking about, and the boy questions if he doesn't agree, saying that he may be superior when it comes to brute force. But everyone knows he's not very good without it, adding that it seems even Jihan's brute force surpasses his at the moment. Everyone in the chat starts making fun of him, saying that one definitely hurt, saying Jirhan would definitely win in a fight against him. But one of them tells him not to be sad, because Baron is definitely #1 when it comes to being a piece of trash. And that boy tells Baron that he'll still be #1 in the United States, telling him not to get down. But at this, Baron gets pissed, grabs the girl, and bursts her head with a single attack. And so, everyone around is shocked by what he just did, and he tells the girl to shut her mouth. Then Sophia yells, "Baron!" and Masid asks what's wrong with him, while the girl's partner speaks to Baron, asking what he's doing. Baron ends up killing that other guy too with his electricity. And so Jihan looks back and realizes he can't count on that idiot. He says this is what he should have done from the start, giving the MC the finger. Then he says he can also kill a monster like this on his own. If he gets buffed, he'll get a pentakill and his stats will be enhanced, and everyone wonders what the hell he's doing, saying this is definitely because of that American temper. The MC notices the P-brain messing things up, but Baron speaks to Jihan, asking how humiliating it was for him to be cast aside just to make him look better. But then, the MC asks what the hell that attention-seeking bastard is talking about. Then he says he knew his plan from the start, asking if he thought he would just sit back and accept it, and starts calling out to that worm, questioning if he isn't tired of fighting that moth-like bastard, saying he'll finish it in a single blow, drawing on his power and launching those flames at the Baron. But then, the monster actually takes some damage while caught in that whirlpool. The MC, seeing this, stands there, unable to do anything, and Baron starts to think it worked. But as he looks ahead, he realizes things aren't as he had imagined. And so it's said that there were a few things Baron didn't take into account. First, large area of effect attacks like that aren't effective against Nacid. And second, Nacid was unable to use its powers because the stones were being attacked. And third, the stones recovered because Baron killed his own teammates. It mentions something even more important, as Baron Nacid is already face-to-face with Baron, and at that moment, he has his head ripped off, and it says that a troll in a team game never gets a happy ending. Sophia and Masid see him die, and everyone thinks this is definitely karma, because he totally screwed himself over. And so Nacid starts to recover its powers and speaks to the humans, calling them insolent, saying it will turn them all to dust, beginning to emanate a totally badass electric aura. And it's said that it's activating a status abnormality, paralysis, and everyone hits the floor because of it, including the MC. Then the mini-queen asks if he's okay, and the MC thinks that Baron is a real bastard, that they were so close to finishing it, and that idiot had to screw it all up out of nowhere. But then the mini-queen says she doesn't think they were finished just yet, and the protagonist thinks that the other team won't work with them anymore because of Baron. He wonders if he'll have to try again next time, but he thinks not, because his life will be over soon, so he thinks he needs to hold on as long as he can until something happens. 2 arrows fly directly at the head of Baron Nacid, and the protagonist is surprised. He notices that's Saya, who's still managing to do something. As she gets the monster's attention, it actually turns towards the girl, and she starts to realize this wasn't such a good idea and is almost eaten by that centipede. She starts running all over the place, and the protagonist notices that while she was drawing its attention, the effect on him started to weaken, and he asks Saya what she's doing there, since he told her to stay away. He starts saying it makes no sense to attack it, telling her to just run away because he'll take care of things. But then she screams, telling him to shut up, and he's surprised by her reaction. She says she saw the chat and they were about to get wrecked, saying that he should have put someone useful on the team instead of her. She says she hates being treated like a useless teammate just because he's her uncle, and she says that's why Baron keeps underestimating her, too. And everyone starts to realize she has a point. She says she finally escaped the image of being the Sword King's daughter, and now she's being called Jihan's niece instead. And she makes sure to remind the protagonist that she also has a gift, saying she's doing her best, and then just tells him to tell her how she can help. And the protagonist starts to realize he'd been treating her the wrong way this whole time. Man, for real. Right? Bringing the girl along just to be a decorative doll? A toy? Oh, just stay there in the corner and I'll handle it in a bit. For God's sake, right? Let's put the girl to some good use. While Jihan is moved by his niece's words, she's almost hit, and he starts to think that Sophia and Masid can't fight anymore. Fortunately, the buff Sophia gave him is still active, so he can paralyze it for at least 1 minute. And so, he calls out to Soa, saying that now she's like an autumn mosquito. Both she and the monster itself don't understand what this idiot is talking about, and so he explains that mosquitoes are more dangerous in the fall, and compared to summer mosquitoes, their energy level is much lower, and they also appear out of nowhere. So, they bite you as if they're sucking out all of your strength, and the girl continues to launch her arrows, now at Baron's back. And he turns to her asking what she's doing, calling the girl an insect, and the protagonist says this is going to drive Baron crazy. It starts attacking her in every way possible while she dodges all of its attacks. And so Sophia notices that she really is running around, just like he said. However, Masid also notices something very important, asking if that monster didn't speak exactly like Baron, and the protagonist once again manages to lift his shadow sword, freeing himself from that paralysis effect. And he thinks this is great, because thanks to Saya attracting its attention, he was finally able to get up. However, as he uses the sword like a crutch, he notices something strange, realizing that it's emanating even more power, because the eclipse energy is increasing and getting stronger. And the mini-queen explains this to him, saying that the shadow sword's stats have increased drastically, and now he can cut that worm if he works hard. And the protagonist notes that if the shadow power got stronger, he should be able to use a new divine shadow technique. But then that monster starts screaming once more, getting everyone's attention and getting more and more pissed off. It calls them all inferior humans, saying that hide and seek is over, becoming even more vehement and a little bigger. And everyone in the chat wonders if it can leave its field. They even say that Saya's aggression made it leave its own base. The frightened girl misses a step and falls from up high, and the protagonist becomes desperate as she smashes into the ground. However, she's still in the game, saying she needs more time. But she thinks her stamina has already run out, but she still feels she can help her uncle and says she needs to get up no matter what, coming face to face with that giant centipede. And so the girl's stamina increases by 10, and she thinks she needs to keep running, and she ends up acquiring the rare status, Spirit. And so Baron starts to say she's noisy, telling her to stop irritating it, gathering a ball of energy to launch at the girl, telling her to disappear. But in the middle of that attack, as it starts to gloat, the protagonist questions where that ugly thing is looking. And when Baron turns its head, the protagonist attacks the girl in his arms and tells her that was definitely a close one, and so his paralysis status effect was removed. He talks to Saya, saying he should teach her about the spirit status, and the girl gets all happy. She then asks when he got it, but he just tells her to stay away. She asks if he can fight it, since half the people who were supposed to deal with the stones are already dead, asking if he'll be okay. And the protagonist keeps a smile on his face, telling her not to worry, because he has a plan for everything. And so he throws his sword toward the monster, embedding it in that lake. And the monster doesn't quite understand what is happening, and the protagonist just says he surrenders, and everyone realizes this crazy guy is doing it again. Then Saya tells her uncle to stop messing around, but Baron Nasid starts laughing, saying he understands, asking if this is his last wish. He then says he's immortal, full of surprises, talking to him and scaring Saya more and more, and an excited Baron says he wants to devour the protagonist, charging at him, but then a wave of dark energy erupts from within the lake, almost completely drowning Baron Nasid, and it doesn't understand what's happening. And the protagonist says that the one who will be devoured here is him, saying that the shadow will not disappear until it disappears. He uses the second divine shadow technique. As the shadow power in his arm only increases, he speaks of the power to defy the natural order, using the power of the shadow that swallows the darkness. Then the monster senses what it's seeing, and the protagonist uses the divine shadow technique, the divine ascension of the black shadow, to put an end to that monster once and for all. While Jihan was fighting Nasid, Baron returned to the base, then wonders when those guys will arrive, until he sees that black beam of light that Jihan shot into the sky, wondering what happened. And so it's announced that the angelic team has defeated Count Nasid, and the angelic team has received the blessing of the void. And he asks, what the hell is this? Asking if he really defeated Count Nasid without his help. He's totally shocked, saying this shit doesn't even make sense. And so the opposing team goes up to Baron, asking how he dared to abandon them, calling him a piece of shit. They then question why he reappeared alone, saying they were going to win that game for sure, telling Baron to die and calling him a fucking coward. And, apparently, he doesn't like being disrespected like that. Then that girl says he seems a little stressed, and he starts to throw a fit, shooting fire everywhere, telling Jirhan to die while he's at the base, miles away from the guy. Then they question why that crazy guy is taking it out on them. He starts saying he's the strongest player. And so it's said that Baron ended up getting the highest number of kills he's ever had in his entire history. He led his team to victory. Then, sometime later at home, Saya talks to her uncle, saying she's at level 20 now, asking if that isn't incredible, saying she was level 5 before the game started. She went up 15 levels in just one game. He says it's good that she leveled up that much before reaching level 10. She then thinks she has to choose her class quickly, asking what she should pick. He asks if she hasn't chosen yet, proposing to the girl, that maybe Archer is a good choice after all. She has great mastery of the bow and arrow, so she agrees with the protagonist, but says that when she chooses a class, she wants to be the best in it, and says her country has a lot of good archers. Then he notices she's getting ambitious and thinks she really is like him, and he continues telling the girl that he thinks Archer is the best choice for her. She asks why, and he says he'll be at the top of the warrior class after all, and she starts hitting him, saying her uncle is unbearable. And so the phone starts to ring, and she picks it up to answer while the protagonist is spitting up blood, looking like Naruto getting beaten up by his own daughter. He says that maybe she really will be a strong warrior too, and she answers, walking away from him. He says that defeating Count Nacid was really worth it, saying he's already eligible for the promotion match. He reached level 50 and said he got a ton of points from the mission reward too, but then wonders what that is. The Cloak of the Void, an S-rank item, saying it's a cloak given to the disciples of the Void, and it grants stealth by isolating the user from the world, allowing them to avoid attacks below SS rank, but the stealth effect is cancelled if the user's movements are detected. And she also says that he could get lost in the void if he uses this cloak for too long. He then notes that he was excited about getting an S-rank item as a reward for finishing the quest. But isolating the user from the world is too much. He wonders what's up with this side effect, saying it's kind of dark, and calls Ariel over, asking her if she knows what that item is. But she seems really down. He asks what's with the look on her face, since she looks like that. Then she says that the ability he used to catch the worm is bothering her. So he asks if she's talking about the divine ascension of the Black Shadow, and she says that's the one. He asks what's wrong with it, and she says that no matter how she looks at it, it's the same as the original form of the final authority. He's surprised by this, wondering what the connection is between the Shadow God's technique and the Queen of Shadows, and he again notices that she is talking about this again, saying he's already told her he knows nothing about it and that he explained it to her last time, but she keeps staring at him intently and says she'll be direct with him, saying that this is about the constellation that stole her gift, asking if it's the wandering martial god. His eyes widen, wondering how she knows. Then she tells him not to even try to deny it, because the reason her original form sent her to him is because she detected the martial god's energy on the boy. He gets more and more surprised, thinking that he just had the bad luck of fitting her weird, perverted tastes. He just wishes he'd shut his mouth, and she says it's not like it's a big secret. He admits she's right, but wonders if the wandering martial god is so incredible that even the Queen of Shadows had to send a clone to him. However, she says that for them, the constellations, the wandering martial god is the personification of disaster. And he starts to get scared as Ariel explains that normally a constellation treats the star that gave it birth as its mother and protects it, but then Jirhan tells her to wait, asking what she means by giving birth, since he thought constellations were like gods. Then she says that, to be more precise, they're more like beings who become gods by transcending the limits of their species. And she says, you can become a constellation by reaching level 777 inches, Baronet. He then says he thought 500 was the limit, asking if that's even possible. Then she says she can't explain it properly right now, saying he'll have to learn what it means when the tutorial is over. Going back to the main topic, she says that the martial god created a star that he himself called the Martial Star, and he began to hunt constellations and trap them in his star. She says the constellations had their power drained and were left trapped on the line between life and death. And that's why many constellations are afraid of the wandering martial god. And her original form was very scared that he possessed his energy. So she had Ariel keep an eye on the boy to see how he'd use the power he received from the wandering martial god. And she says that this isn't strange, since the martial god could have given him a skill he stole from another constellation. However, the Queen of Shadows was never a victim of the martial god, so he wonders how he can possibly use her powers. Then he asks himself how that information was, leaked, wondering how he's supposed to react to this. And the protagonist starts to understand what's happening because he learned the Shadow God's technique while he was in the Diamond League in his past life. So the Martial God must have absorbed the Queen of Shadows' powers back then and created the Shadow God techniques. This means the Queen of Shadows will soon be hunted by the wandering martial god. Yeah, my friend. Apparently, going back to the past and also stealing techniques from others is going to screw you over, big time. Then, Ariel says that for all she knows, she assumes the strongest skills he has came from the martial god, but the protagonist denies it, saying he has something even stronger. Ariel is surprised and asks what it is, and if he can show her. He says he can't show it to her because his level is too low right now, and he says he was only able to use the divine Ascension of the Black Shadow because he got a buff. And Ariel thinks that if she can see how strong that ability is, her original form might be able to reinforce her final authority. But while the two are talking, C runs up to him and asks if he has any free time that day, and he confirms he's free around dinner time. So he asks why, since she seems pretty excited. The girl says that her fans want to meet him, and apparently they're both really excited. He asks what's going on and who these fans of hers are. Nothing against people who like a single love interest, but so far I'm liking both of the characters who are all over. The protagonist. If it were up to me, he'd end up with both of them. The guy's gonna become the martial god himself, a constellation. So what's two suitors? And Sophia is already sitting there waiting for him. She's hoping she wasn't too hasty. Something like that. Wondering if she should order a drink. And she also starts sniffing herself, thinking she put on too much perfume. Then she gets a shock, noticing she forgot her lipstick. And on the other side of that same place, Rayon is also there, hoping her makeup isn't messed up anywhere because she did it in a hurry and now she's nervous. And so, at the same time, the two of them hear a commotion. But on the other hand, Rayon has a look on her face, like she's spaced out, wondering why the people she gets set up with on blind dates are always this type. And she's meeting a guy with really bad fashion sense, right? He looks like a pimp. It's weird. Meanwhile, the protagonist is at dinner with Sophia. She says she was surprised he accepted her sudden request for a meeting, explaining that since he knows she's his fan, she wanted to introduce herself properly. He says he thought it would be nice to have a meal with his temporary guild members, saying it's all fine. But then he asks since when she started talking with C. She says they exchanged numbers after talking about Consid. Then, she says it was good to see her, since there's no one her age in America first. And she said she asked C to talk to him about meeting her, and she handled it right away. However, the protagonist tells her not to be nervous because it may be temporary, but they're still guildmates. And she questions if she shouldn't be nervous, saying she's heard that Korean women call older men appa, asking if she can call him that too. And the protagonist gets all flustered seeing her move, wondering if this is the type of person she normally is. He says she's much more extroverted than he remembered, and that she was a bit more mature before his regression. Remembering this, he wonders how he should put it, saying that now she seems more like a young girl. He remembers that she really is much younger than she was before his regression and asks how old she is now. And she says she's the same. Age is C, 20, an adult. She says this all happily, and so he asks her to just call him Jirhan, keeping his mind totally calm about the girl. She doesn't like that at all. He says that this meal will also be on him, since she's still in her growing phase, and tells her to eat a lot, and she doesn't understand that at all, wondering why he's suddenly treating her like a child. And after the food, she asks what his level is at the moment, and he immediately finds that strange, asking why she wants to know. And she says that the Silver League promotion games are almost here. She was wondering if he might show up there too, since she's in the top 100 now. He then realizes he forgot to check the notification he received. So, while she continues daydreaming, he decides to take a quick look at it, and it says that he has reached first place in the Silver League and received the title of Ruler of Silver, and he now has the right to participate in the top 100 promotion games for the Silver League. He finally got there quite easily, and he is told that his level has surpassed the Silver League's limit, and he's confused about that. And it says that he now has the right to participate in the Gold League's promotion games, asking which promotion games he wants to participate in, the Gold League promotion or the Silver League promotion. And he wonders what this is and if it's even possible. Then Sophia asks what's wrong, while he realizes that a great penalty must mean his level is really different from the other Silver League players. He'll be a Platinum immediately if he passes the Gold League promotion, realizing that he really reached Platinum faster than anyone ever has. So he thinks about it, saying that in that case, it might be good. And as for Rayon, she's freaking out in her building, asking if the guy has gone crazy, wondering who proposes on the first date. But Gon asks her why she didn't just refuse the date in the first place, and she says that's easy for her to say, asking if she knows how much of a lecture she'd have to listen to if she hadn't gone on that blind date. She says it's much simpler to just go, and that the only things that can calm her down in life are a full schedule, ambitions, and the excitement of a good bet. Then Gao says she should only care about one of those things, and she tells the girl to be quiet, noticing an announcement on the betting site, but she can't believe what she sees. Because the rules of the promotion games have just changed, and it says that because of player Jan's choice, the map for the Silver League Top 100 promotion games will be altered, and because of this, the game will also take place on September 24th at 6 o'clock, and any bets already made will be completely voided. So, because of this, she's left wondering what the hell that crazy guy is doing. Then, he says he'll just accept the penalty and win. It's stated that Jan chose the Silver League promotion game because if he had chosen the Gold League and jumped straight to Platinum, he would have missed out on many Gold League conquest missions. And besides that, Jan needs to control his promotion speed because he's following a completely altered chart. He says the promotion games will happen at the end of September. In 3 months, the tutorial will be over, and Earth will join the Space League. He says that to prevent the disaster that will happen on that day, he'll have to put his plan into practice. And he remembers what happened when he saw those people dying in a fire right in front of him on the big screen while they cried for help. He says that he needs to stay in the Platinum League, no matter what. And back in the present, he thinks that these penalties are pretty insane, and the game map will be changed to the Tomb of the Cornered Conqueror defense map. The team split will be changed from 50-50 to 10-90. Player Jan will team up with players from the top 91 to 100, and Jirhan will face the strongest monsters. And it's said that all the players who participated in the promotion games have been notified. Byron can hardly believe it, questioning why he can't get a penalty like that, feeling jealous of the protagonist being the main event. And another guy also gets interested, and Rayon herself gets very excited, saying she'll have to bet on Jan this time, apologizing to him as she's about to lose money again, because she never learns that you don't bet against the protagonist. And it's said that because of the giant balancing updates that were made because of a single player, everyone thought this was absurd, as they had never seen a rule update like this. So everyone decides to bet on Jian, but some think this is too much, as it would be difficult even for a diamond player. Then they say since he beat a diamond, it'll be easy for him, and the opinions are quite divided. And it's said that that game had the highest number of bets and the most attention. And so time passed, and on the day of the promotion game, he's on a wall that looks like the Great Wall of China, and he's completely alone there, until he notices something strange. It's announced that the Silver League Top 100 promotion game is about to begin. As the enemies arrive, he sees that they are skeletons, and several of them shout to bring down the king. The protagonist asks, why are those guys already here? And it's said that the Undead Association, which fights for the equality of all creatures, are his enemies. So they want to kill the king. And in the middle of that whole mess, a single person focuses on Jihan, saying that he's finally 2Ts, found him. And so it's said that the special defense map being used just for this top 100 promotion game is the Tomb of the Cornered Conqueror. And unlike the original rules, where players must invade the tomb, in this setup they must protect it. But because of Jan's penalties, the North Gate, where he is, will only have 10 people, including him. So the South Gate will be protected by the 90 remaining players. And so, over there with the 90 people is Byron. He says this complexity is unnecessary, stating that ranks are decided based on their contribution during the defense, and the team that allows the enemy invasion will be eliminated. And anyway, he just has to keep the enemies away until the end to win, saying that on Jan's side, there are only 10 people, noting that it's obvious they will win. But then someone asks if he really thinks so, and that guy, Annan, appears behind him and says that he was chosen as the candidate for first place by the online betting. But then when he looks back and sees who it is, he says those stupid people don't know what they're talking about. And Annan says that he thinks he's right. After all, he was predicted to be in second place, even after that shitty trolling he did in the group match. And Byron gets all irritated. Then Annan tells him to calm down, asking if it seemed like he was insulting him, saying he thinks Byron's translation system has some problems. But he tells Byron he'd better listen carefully, saying that if he's going to keep acting like this, even being the rising star of the United States, he asks if he doesn't think Pequin will become #1 in the world real soon. Then he goes after Anin, cursing at him, asking what he's going to say. But it's announced that the game is stopping their little squabble. So, the Undead Association, Death to the King, is after the Conqueror's soul. They must prevent the invasion by death to the king until the Conqueror awakens. And all those skeletons are trying to get in, and seeing that they have work to do, they decide to focus on those monsters that none of them have seen before. And it's said that one of the main causes of Earth's end before his regression were the dungeon portals. Jan says that during the tutorial, dungeon portals only appeared in countries that were part of the bottom 10% of the league, but after that, they started appearing anywhere. So, the entire world, except for 10 nations, was conquered by the dungeons. And at the time, the monsters that appeared in Korea's dungeon portal were those exact skeletons, the Legion of the Undead, death to the king. And at the North Gate, he says he thought these guys only appeared in dungeons. He didn't expect them to appear in a promotion game, thinking this is going to be a bit complicated. But then they looked to the side, noticing that on Jihan's team, everyone there is ranked below 90th, thinking this game is already over, asking how just the 10 of them are going to stop all those monsters. And the protagonist, seeing them gossiping about him, says they could say that crap right to his face and says that judging by their attitude, they won't be of much help and thinks he'll have to do it alone. But then our little blonde with the refreshing smile appears on screen talking to Jan, and he's surprised that Sophia is there. She's all happy that they're on the same team, saying they don't have to face each other and that's great. And he questions what she's doing there, since her rank is much lower than he expected. But while they're in the middle of this, a battering ram hits the castle gate, trying to break it down. And the protagonist realizes what those skeletons are doing, and Jihan tells her they should talk later, asking her if she can use buff spells, and she agrees with him. And the protagonist says that unlike other monsters that just attack everything in sight, these guys act according to a military system, and each of them is probably as good as an average player. However, he jumps down from up there, landing on top of all of them, grabbing his spear, saying that they're still just undead. Then he uses the martial devotion of the three calamities, Great Mountain Plateau, and several of them are exorcised. Then his attack power increases by 20%, and he thinks that Sophia's buffs are really, really good. And besides, the Phoenix Arrow's element is the complete opposite of the Undead's element. So this is going to be easy. The undead are not at all happy to see him in front of them and say that he is the king, and they all point to the protagonist as the king, saying he is the man who will become king, and they must kill him. So Jan doesn't understand anything, and then one of those hands comes out from under the ground, Didara's hand, aiming for the protagonist, and no one understands what's happening, asking what the hell is that? He notes that this is the disciple of destruction from the defense map. Then that hand starts to smile, coming at the boy, probably to bite him or slap him, I don't know. The thing has a mouth on its hand. I don't know if it's gonna slap or bite, but even so, he manages to escape quickly using his electricity. And when he looks to the side, he notes that it only summoned a flesh golem last time, but this time it's going to face him on its own. But then he hears a scream, and when he looks to see where the scream is coming from, he realizes that hand has punched a huge hole in the wall. And now the skeletons are pouring in, and it's announced that 20% of the fortress walls have been destroyed. Then Sophia screams this, and it's said that all players defending the North Gate will be disqualified if the tomb is invaded by them, and the protagonist runs in there thinking they're screwed. But then the hand speaks to him, saying it sees he has the potential to surpass the current king. But then it opens up, saying it will consume him, so that potential will be its own. And with Ron watching the protagonist's live stream, she's wondering what's going on for that monster to be there. And people are saying that the walls broke with a single attack. And what the hell is that? Someone asks if Gao has ever seen a monster like that before. And she says that this monster already appeared when Jan was in bronze, and Ron thinks that with a monster like that, she doesn't think he can win. And Gon tells him not to worry, because he's sure he can do it. Then Rayon starts laughing, saying that finally, after all those lost bets, she's going to win something, and she made the stupid mistake of betting on W. Lin to win. Gon can't even believe that level of idiocy. Meanwhile, the protag and his team are still fighting those zombies, but a lot of them are getting through, and Sophia is panting. While she thinks they're just going to keep breaking through like this, she tells everyone to just hang on a little longer because Jihan will be here soon. However, she hears a huge crash next to her, getting startled by it, and notices that that hand is behind Jihan. And the hand keeps smiling, saying that he didn't dodge this time. However, the protag just used his strength to create a shield and stop the hand's attack, and so he comes face to face, looking at it, and the hand thinks he's incredible, saying that this king has a lot of cool tricks up his sleeve, adding that it would be very nice to eat him. And the protag wonders, what kind of monster is this? Because unlike last time, when it only ate zombies and is clearly after him, it even talks. He wonders if this thing is somehow part of the game's settings. Then the hand tries to hit him again, striking the protag's force shield even harder. So the shield starts to react, and Jihan notices that it's definitely determined, because Morales is in danger right now. He says it'll be bad if he keeps wasting time on that monster, and that he has to finish it off quickly, grabbing his spear and putting sacred energy into it. Then the monster senses something strange as the protag raises his spear to the sky, and a huge bolt of lightning comes down towards the boy. and Jirhan uses a technique that allows his body to embrace the lightning so that he himself can become lightning. So he gathers that energy and starts to glow as if he were a Pikachu, and the hand is affected by that glow. And the protag says he doesn't have time, using the divine arts, nameless, the divine technique of the lightning god. And he says he's going all out. Whoa. Godspeed, huh? This right here is Godspeed, if I'm not mistaken. I've seen that somewhere before, huh? He's ripping off Togashi. He imbues himself with the lightning body technique. The hand realizes what he's doing, since he looks more dangerous now, saying that this isn't good, and prepares to run away. But then the protag continues on the offensive, while the monster orders all of those skeletons to get him, but still, he just swings his spear, slamming it into the ground and splitting the earth all around. And that electricity running through the ground goes right for all the skeletons that are in the way, zapping them and heading for the hand, which also starts to get affected, its fingertips getting burned. It then realizes that it let its guard down and says it won't be able to eat him if he acts like this, telling him to just wait, because it will be back soon. And it starts to disappear in front of the protag. He's surprised by this, saying he won't let it, once again using his lightning in its direction. But he can't really hit anything, and notices that it got away before he could do anything, noting that it vanished way too fast. He wonders how that happened, since it was as if it had teleported to another dimension. But while he's thinking, the effect of his technique wears off, and he says he was wondering why that felt like deja vu. Looking at the status screen in front of him, he realizes it used the Cloak of the Void, noting that its ability is similar to the effects of that item. But he can't waste any more time. He has nothing to lose by testing this out anyway, so he puts on the Cloak of the Void and disappears. And when he enters that void, he appears in a completely different place, and that person in front of him starts to laugh and says that really hurt because he almost got fried. The protag then notices that it's a human, asking if that's the true form of the Black Hand. And that person says that this king isn't messing around, saying they've never seen anyone like him before. And then the protag notices that next to him is that guy he defeated to get the spear. And that person says that he's way stronger than the current king, asking if he doesn't agree, questioning what the tomb conqueror thinks. And the protag notes that the objective of that game was to protect the conqueror's soul, wondering why he's there. Then he says that he doesn't know who the hooded guy is, but he thinks he can't be a regular NPC, saying it'll be really bad if he gets eaten. Ayo, protag. Ayo, what's up with that, buddy? Then he says, the Phoenix arrow only has one use, left. He needs to bet everything on this single attack. So he readies his spear, but that person appears right next to him, asking what's going on while sniffing our protag's neck. He gets startled, but ends up getting caught by the neck. Then that person asks how he got in here, and the protag is wondering how the hell this guy is so strong as he trembles, grabbing at his hand. But then his cloak starts to glow, and he manages to disappear from that man's grasp, leaving only the afterimage of the cloak behind. And he's left wondering what happened. And back in reality, the protag returns, crashing to the ground and realizing he can still feel that hand on his neck. And a message says that user movement was detected, so the stealth effect has been deactivated. He gets really frustrated, but then remembers that the stealth effect is disabled if he moves, and that just ended up saving his life. And those skeletons notice that it's the king, wanting to kill the protag once again, but he's so pissed off that he just swings his spear, killing all of them. And then someone shouts, Jirhan, and Sophia asks if he's okay, because she thought he had died because he suddenly disappeared. He says he's fine, but asks about her, and she says she's sorry, because they are not okay at all. And he says he can see that, telling them he's coming, using his speed once more, and killing several nearby skeletons. And so, the skeletons that are left look at the protag. All of them turn and target the boy, and his companions notice that they're running to the other side, and they finally notice that Jirhan is back, killing everyone with murder in his eyes and making a huge mess, kicking up a cloud of dust that startles even his own allies, and the skeletons fall one by one as he kills a large part of that army. But he thinks to himself that he's sure they'll all come running back, but this has bought them a little time. However, he thinks the real problem is that guy behind him, who has once again returned, in the form of a hand. It remarks that he's still there, asking if he's not going to attack it right away this time. Then the protag says it will just run away after a few hits if he does that. And so the hand says he has a point, asking if he'll be a good boy and let it eat him. Whoa there! Not even gonna take me out for wine first? A little something? A nice dinner? And the protag doesn't even entertain the idea, just saying no, grabbing his spear and summoning more and more electricity into it. And the hand is very surprised to see it. The protag says that this time, he'll make sure it can't run away, and that he'll kill it with a single attack. And he remembers that he only has one throw left of the Phoenix arrow, which means he only has one chance to kill it. So he's going to use the Phoenix Arrow, along with Sophia's buff, the power of the lightning body, and also the divine technique of the lightning god. By combining all of that, he'll definitely be able to bring down divine punishment. But then the hand just stays quiet, dodging that attack by a hair's breadth. It says that could have been really bad, and is disappointed he thought he could kill it with just one attack, but what a shame he missed, saying it was a close call. But doesn't it see the sky? The clouds are gathering and lightning is running wild up there, until a point of energy descends from it. He says that this is the judgment given by the master of the sky, and when the hand looks up, it sees final judgment coming right for it with full force. And so, a massive explosion occurs in front of Sophia, startling the girl, and the protag sees that it finally worked, deactivating his lightning body mode, saying it's over, as he sits on the ground. A notification says the Phoenix Arrow has no uses remaining and has ceased to exist. However, Jirhan thinks that's fine because he put it to good use. He's in pain and ends up noticing that he got injured from that attack, saying that using final judgment is still a bit too much for his current self. But he thinks it's okay because he can handle the rest of those guys without a problem, even with just one arm. He thinks he should go back, but then he once again hears the voice of that guy who was on the other side when he used the cloak, a voice that's smiling and cackling. And Sophia gets scared as a hurricane forms right in front of them, lifting all of those undead into the air. And the protag realizes what's happening, trying to use his strength, but without much success. People from his own party are also being lifted up, and that voice continues to cackle, saying, "It's been a long time since it last had this much fun," saying that Jirhan is indeed worthy of being much more than just a king. It says that he has earned the right to become its new head, and the thing keeps smiling while the protag is terrified. And a system error notification appears, because the Baronet system has detected an error. It says that the Dead Star constellation has invaded the game through illegal means, and that constellation is enormous with a mouth in the proper between its pecs. And the protagonist is probably a little screwed when he realizes he was going up against a constellation. And so, they talk about that promotion game. Immense penalties were given to a single player, and something like that had never happened before. However, the moment Jirhan turned all the predictions upside down, reducing the black hand to ashes in an instant, the hope of countless spectators also turned to dust. They ask themselves, what the hell is this? Wondering if a skill like that isn't too OP, and everyone's losing money. But the boss of those guys watching the stream asks who the hell said they could watch Baronet's stream during work hours and sees how happy people are for Jirhan, saying they could count on him. Some lose everything for betting on Byron, and Rayon is one of those idiots who's crying rivers, and some other executives find it shocking, asking if Jirhan is going to win again, and one of them says he really thought he would lose this time. Meanwhile, Ling and Byron are both doing well, but that's nothing compared to what Jirhan has been doing. And it's a shame, because one of those two would have been the star of the match if it weren't for Jirhan. So they say it looks like this promotion game is basically over, but then they notice that the stream went down and the game is no longer available in the tutorial. So they wonder why it's not available, while the protagonist is facing a gigantic constellation one-on-one. And as he looks at that thing, which he can't even see fully just by looking up, he's shocked, saying he can't believe it. But if that thing really is a constellation, there's no way in hell he can win alone, let alone last for more than a few seconds, until he notices something. Electricity courses through his whole body, and the space around him begins to change. He notices the system must be trying to do something about this, because he thinks that an intervention from a constellation would definitely be treated as an error, and he's sure they're trying to fix things. And so, the guy with the mouth says that the system is really getting on his nerves, saying he doesn't have much time, raising its hand towards Jirhan and telling him to stop running away. As it raises its hand, it prepares to strike the kid, saying they will become a single being. And the protagonist is shocked looking at it because there's no way he can dodge this. But then, a massive blast of force hits the being's hand, and it wonders what the hell is going on. Then, several blasts of force hit that thing, and it is said that the constellation of the Dead Star has no right to approach the promotion game. So, the expulsion process begins, with it being hit from all sides as it starts to cry out that it hurts. And the constellation has the nerve to call the protagonist partner, telling him to stop that guy. But he asks who it's calling partner, saying the system is actually doing its job and that he's happy this situation will be resolved quickly. Then it asks the system to wait just a moment, saying it will surrender. In exchange, it wants to have a quick word with Jirhan, please, saying it really needs to talk to him. And the protagonist is surprised by this because that's the soul of the conqueror. And so the system sends him a proposal, asking if he'll accept it or not, because he will be immensely rewarded by the soul of the conqueror, among other things, if he accepts. And it says that any kind of psychological attack will be blocked by the system. The protagonist thinks that it seems the system really wants him to accept the proposal, probably because freeing the conqueror's soul is pretty important, and he says it's fine and accepts. The constellation says that's great, since he didn't even hesitate, but the protagonist says he's busy and tells it to get straight to the point, and so it says he's quite arrogant and that it's fine, stating that its point is that it wants Jirhan to become its head, and it says this while blushing completely. He, I don't know what this thing is. People. I have no idea, but this is really hard to read normally, and it uses a pun, asking if he wants to marry it, but also puts head in there, and it's horrible. And the protagonist says, hell no. The constellation asks why. Then he asks why he should want that, wondering why he should become the head of a disgusting creature like it. And so it tells him to think carefully, because the kid would become a constellation, and asks if he doesn't know how great that is. And the protagonist thinks about it, but as he looks at it, he starts to notice that, on closer inspection, it's made entirely of souls. He wonders if that's how it's been absorbing souls until now, saying that he's sure nothing good will come from getting involved with that thing. He says there's no telling what might happen to him if he becomes its head, telling that thing to get the hell out of there, and the system gets pissed off at it again. But the constellation speaks to Jirhan, sounding a bit rude, asking if he doesn't know who it is. It says it's one of the strongest constellations in the universe, but the protagonist says he doesn't know it and has never heard of a constellation with that appearance, so he asks who it is. And it says that on Earth, you could say Karl Marx and Lenin have ideals similar to its own, and that you can call it Karl Marx Lenin, and that he can call it Carlin for short. It says it's a nickname, as if they were best friends, and the protagonist immediately thinks it's a communist. So he asks the system why he has to listen to this crap, and the constellation gets increasingly surprised, asking if their conversation is over yet. The system starts attacking it once more, with the constellation insisting that the proposal is really good, while the protagonist just waves goodbye to it, and the constellation says it won't give up like this, saying it will come back to find him, no matter what, telling the protagonist to just wait as it's completely blown to bits. And after all that craziness, Jirhan notices he's back and says it must be all over. The entire army is gone because of that constellation, so there's nothing left for him to do, and he starts to feel more and more relieved. However, the soul of the conqueror appears behind him, looking very imposing with its spear at the ready, while the kid is totally exhausted. Then, the crazy conqueror guy looks like he's about to strike him, but his spear falls beside the kid and sticks into the ground, with a flag on it. Then the conqueror thanks him, his foreign savior, for freeing him, and says he will gift him the phoenix flag of the empire. He just lost one weapon, but already got another. The little guy knows what he's doing. He notices that it's a flag this time, phoenix arrow. He looks at the stats of that flag, which is SSS-Rank, then he sees its special effect. When planted on the battlefield, it will increase all stats of the party and allies by 25%, and the additional effect is that if the user is a guild owner or master, the guild's level options will increase by an additional 4. And the protagonist is surprised by this, noting that this is the conqueror's reward that the system mentioned before, saying he didn't expect it to be this good, and he thanks him for the valuable item, saying he'll definitely put it to good use. But the conqueror looks at him and asks if he's given him a reward before, and the protagonist says he gave him the phoenix arrow before, in the tomb, and he's surprised it was in the tomb, saying it must have been a copy of him. He says that it seems the copy was protecting the tomb in his place while he was with the dead star, and he says that, for starters, that place is nothing more than a false reality that looks like the real tomb. It's a fitting place for his copy, and says that either way, it doesn't matter to him. He speaks to his savior, saying that if it weren't for his help, he would have lived forever as a slave to that terrible constellation, telling him to never get involved with it, disappearing in front of the kid, while saying that no matter what it says or tries to seduce him with, he must keep refusing. The protagonist says he wouldn't do that anyway, so he doesn't need to worry, and he looks at the flag as he pulls it from the ground. And the system says that Jirhan defeated the special boss, the Black Hand. It's announced that the winner of the top 100 game has been decided, and they say Jirhan won the game. Now it's over. Later that night at home, he lies down, tired, noticing that it's finally over, with several notifications there. He receives 5 million GP as a reward, plus 5 levels. Besides that, he also obtains the title King of Silver Kings. He says, obviously, and he also gets a special achievement for facing a constellation and gets 1 million GP as a reward, and also the attacking a constellation achievement, 200 billion AP this time as a reward. He questions if that counts as an achievement too. Speaking of which, he wonders if it was broadcast, since it seems he didn't consider that the system would intervene. And so he goes to Sierra's place, asking if she watched his stream, but there's no one there. and he ends up realizing that she's in the middle of the promotion game. So in the Bronze League promotion match, the girl is giving it her all, and currently, there are only 3 people left, and that mage can't hit her since she won't stay still. So she moves to the mage's side, aims at him, and launches her arrow, killing him and leaving it a 1 versus 1. As she's thinking one left, that guy appears behind her trying to hit her, but the girl manages to duck, getting out of the way of his attack, and returns a punch, sending him flying. He's almost knocked out as she knocks an arrow and hits him while he's still in the air, giving him a little wave goodbye. And just like that, she finally manages to defeat all the enemies. The promotion is decided, and it's announced that C won, with the game ending, and she's all happy because now she's in silver and she meets all the requirements for an upgrade. Her gift has been enhanced, and she's wondering if it's a rank up now, but gets a shock, asking what this is. And it's said that to upgrade, she needs to become the sole owner of the late starter's gift, or be the first owner of this gift to reach gold. And in case of failure, the player's gift will be automatically eliminated, so she's surprised that she needs to reach gold, on top of being the first to do so. Elsewhere, a woman watches that match while 2 men are tied up and placed at her feet, suffering greatly. They then ask for her forgiveness, begging her for mercy, but she questions if they have the audacity to ask her for mercy after betraying her. She then asks what they're doing, ordering them to silence those guys, and one of them raises a weapon, chopping off both their heads, killing them right there. And so, she asks if her bodyguards know that Korean girl who won with the late starter's gift, asking if her name was Ion C, and they say, that's right. And so she notes that it seems they'll need to get rid of someone in Korea, and that is the player from the Hong Kong-China League, Jin Rua. I think you'd be better off staying in your lane and remaining silver forever. There are people in LoL who are just like that. From what I've heard, those people don't even care. You're gonna go and try to mess with this girl. You're gonna go head to head with the protagonist of this manhwa. It's not going to end well. And so Rayon is called to analyze the situation, and Rayon asks if this is the new upgrade condition. She says yes, because after she reached silver rank, the condition changed. She says this condition is a bit uncomfortable because, leaving aside the fact that she could lose her gift, her rank up is on the line. Ultimately, the condition is that they basically must compete, and the girl says she didn't even know there was another player with the late bloomer gift. And so Ron says she's right, saying that if there was another person with the same gift, that person should have become as famous as her. So she says she doesn't know who it is, but she hopes they're weaker than her. However, the protag thinks that if the owner of the gift is who he knows, it's the person who was in second place in the rankings before his regression, Xinhua, and says that she received the same upgrade condition. They should be on alert regarding her, because although everything about her, besides her strength, is hidden behind a veil, there was a rumor about her being connected to the triad. And since C is famous now, he's sure she'll think twice before trying anything, but they should be more cautious just in case. So he tells Seer that, in the meantime, she should focus on the promotion match for the Gold League in October, telling her to avoid going out. The girl agrees, saying she has no choice, and she ends up getting sad, because she had made plans to go out with Sophia next week. Rayon then tells her not to be sad, saying they should celebrate the victory of both Jihan and C. So she congratulates them both and asks if Guyon is going to win. And then the protag speaks, saying there's something that intrigues him about all this, and she asks what it is. And he says she probably bet on this promotion match, and that if she did, she must have bet her entire fortune on someone else, and lost all her money. Then asks why she seems to be in such a good mood, saying that it must be strange. She then asks what he's talking about, since she doesn't make bets like that anymore. And Gaon says that she lost, but the money was refunded. The girl gets annoyed that she bet, and she says the baronet apologized for the errors and returned the money to everyone who had bet. He questions this, saying that it explains a lot, and she says that since they touched on the subject, she talks to Jihan, asking what happened for the system to say there was an error. And she says that the broadcast was cut off in the middle of the promotion match, too, and says that a message appeared saying he won without showing anything else. That's why people were so shocked. And she asks Rayon if he has a gift that messes with live broadcasts, and he says it was nothing special, but ends up remembering that ridiculous thing in his mind and says that due to a system error, an absurdly strong opponent appeared, and he somehow ended up winning and was rewarded for it, telling her not to worry. He got +5 to all stats and 10 extra levels, and she asks if that's the reason the guild level increased, and he says that was one of them, and that the Phoenix flag was a reward given to him by the Emperor, but thinks that wasn't the only reward he received, also getting a crown in his hand. He then says he's leaving, calling for C, and she asks if he's free next week, and he asks Rayon why she wants to know, and she says that the Divergent Guild received an award. They said it was for him improving the world's view of Korea, so they asked the owner to come, as a representative to receive that award, and he asks if it's really necessary for him to receive it himself, and she says that he's registered as the guild owner and he's already achieved several things on his own, and tells the senior owner that his popularity is increasing day by day. For this to be urgent news, he has to receive it, and it will also be good for promoting the guild. And she starts forcing him to do it in every way, and he says it's okay, saying he'll try to make time, and so she says she'll send him a message with the exact date and time, but he asks who's giving the award. And a while later, at the office of the baronet's administration, he ends up face-to-face with Gyo Song. He then says that he's much more handsome in person, thanking him for coming from so far, saying he must be a very busy person and thanks him for having reserved some time to come there. Jihan then says that it wasn't necessary for him to come all the way there to greet him, but Gyo asks how he could not do that. And the protag already dislikes this, because he is overwhelmingly charismatic. Rayon then says that he's the new director, who was elected after the previous one was kicked out, and says that because of the Taiwan newspaper incident, the image of the baronet's administration office worsened a lot, and that's why they're doing their best to recover it. And if he asks, they're capable of building a sculpture of him in the middle of Gangnam. However, even the protag notes that this seems really terrible, and C, in turn, is surprised that the director came to greet him personally, saying that he's way too cool. And so Masid thinks that the protag shouldn't ignore him now just because he's famous. But he asks what he's talking about. He says he was a world star and asks everyone to stop talking and just enter. But while they're in that good mood, a guy in a black car, all in black, hooded, with a ridiculously weird cap for the middle of the day, is watching them from afar and then enters with ill intentions. And inside, they say that the award ceremony is about to begin, and Jihan is face-to-face with that leader, while everyone applauds him on stage. C says that her uncle seems cooler that day, and Rayon says it would be nice if he dressed that way more often. However, C makes a point of saying that he's improved a lot lately, asking if she didn't see how her uncle was dressed in his first match. Then she remembers it, saying that if he were still dressed that way, she would have burned his entire wardrobe. But C tells her not to worry, because he dresses well at home. But at that moment, a girl drops a tray that was there on top of C, staining the girl all over. And Rayon asks if she's okay, and she notices that her clothes were completely ruined, and the girl starts to say that she's very sorry. And the protag notices that commotion, wondering what's happening, and so C gets up, saying she's going to the bathroom to clean up, and Rayon asks if she wants her to go with her, but C says it's right there, front, so she shouldn't worry. And so she just tells her to be careful as the girl leaves with that other one he dirtied, and that guy keeps watching the two of them, and Masid notices what's happening, seeing that guy following the two of them, and finds it strange while she's cleaning herself. She says she just bought this. It's a shame. And the girl stands there saying she's really sorry, but she says it's okay and tells her not to worry. And the girl asks her to use a tissue to clean up, but then she notices something, realizing there's a bit of coffee on her neck. And so she asks if she's serious, asking how it got there. And the woman ends up taking something from her bag, asking her to wait just a little bit, pulling out a syringe with a needle from inside her bag, about to stick it in the girl's neck. And so, already walking through the hallways, Guyan finds something strange and thinks about what she talked about with Masid. He says that just now a suspicious person followed Sai, and he says it might just be a coincidence, but he still can't help but think he was waiting for her to get up. And the girl says, there's no way something happened in that short amount of time. But then she goes after Sei and sees the girl collapsed in that strange woman's arms. So she realizes things have gone south, and the woman immediately turns to try and run. And Guyan notices this and tries to go after the woman, but someone appears behind her and slams the girl's head on the ground with a massive blow, and she gets scared looking back. And that guy starts speaking Chinese to her, because he thought he had gotten rid of everyone nearby. And she notices that he's an accomplice, and the guy seems to be really strong. He tells her to stay still, because he doesn't want things to get worse. He says that from now on, until he leaves, she won't be able to move from there, using his magic to perform some kind of mind control on the girl. And she really can't move, and her body won't budge, even though she desperately wants it to. And she becomes desperate, because she can't let them escape with Sai, because things could go very wrong. Meanwhile, the protagonist is going to sit with Raon, and also Masid. He asks, where's Sai? Already getting a little worried. But just then, Guyan shows up, bursting through the door, full of rage, and speaks to Jian, apologizing to him because Sai was taken, and he gets really scared by this. And so, later that night, the girl wakes up in a completely different place, asking when she fell asleep, saying it's a pleasure to meet Ion, but in a pretty terrifying way since she's holding a knife. Are you really happy to meet someone like that? That's not the right way to do it. So she asks who they are, and the woman says that She probably doesn't know who she is. She introduces herself as Shinua, the other owner of the late start gift, and now, Sa'a finally realizes what's happening. She's shocked, because that woman is the one she needs to compete against to protect her gift. So, she gets straight to the point, telling Sa'a to hand over her gift. She says that Sa'a must have received the same notification as her, the one saying that the last one to be promoted will lose their gift. She apologizes, but says she doesn't want to lose her gift, so Sa'a has to stop playing in the Baronet tier until she's promoted to gold. And, of course, if she refuses, things won't end well. And so the girl is terrified, since she has no idea who these people are. But the thought of them kidnapping someone in broad daylight is just too much. She thinks that by the looks of it, they're used to this kind of crime. She wonders if she should lie and say she'll give up her gift, but she figures that's not the right move. If they were the type to fall for something so simple, they wouldn't have taken things this far. Then she wonders what her uncle would do in this situation. She figures that even so, it seems they can't do anything to her immediately, because it all would have been over quickly if they were just going to kill her. The fact that they kidnapped her probably means she wants to avoid a murder charge. And Shin realizes the girl is smart, telling her that if this were her own country, things might be different, since dealing with the consequences of killing a public figure like her would be a huge pain. The girl notices she only cares about dealing with the consequences and glances to the side, desperately looking for a way to escape. Then, Shin notices that it looks like she has no intention of giving up her gift. Realizing that leaves her with no choice, a guy appears behind her. Shin orders him to kill the girl, and he yanks her ponytail, making her practically double over as she gasps in shock. Then, Shin explains that her subordinate's gift is suggestion. She says that because the activation conditions are hard to meet, it's not useful in the games, but he can make her write her own will and then take her own life. And even though it's a bit of a hassle, she'll deal with the consequences anyway. The girl gets more and more nervous about the situation. Shin just wishes her Godspeed, and just like that, she falls under the suggestion and becomes completely vulnerable. But then she ends up thinking this is odd and asks, "You're his subordinate. Didn't you say you couldn't deal with her right now?" And he says yes, because a body being found here would raise suspicion. They should handle it near her house. So he tells her to start walking, but it turns out Sa'a gets back up, now wielding lightning magic, and blasts him with that completely mysterious power. And she says that, even for a brief moment, she wonders why she ever even considered giving up her gift, because that gift was a precious chance she received. She says that, as she thought, there's no way in hell she's giving this up. The girl is becoming more and more like her uncle. Meanwhile, both Gon and the protagonist are arriving by car, and he asks if this is the place. The mini-queen says it looks like it, confirming that she can definitely feel Sa'a's energy inside the building, and she senses movement in there as well. The protagonist says that luckily, it seems she's still safe. He says they don't have time and tells the mini-queen to guide him there immediately. Then Gon asks Tien to wait, saying he understands he's in a hurry, but asks if it wouldn't be better to call the police first. But the protagonist says no, arguing that they don't know what could happen to Sa'a while they're waiting. Just then, several people appear in front of him, trying to stop the protagonist from getting inside and to let the situation resolve with just the people who are already in there. Gon asks if they're the kidnappers, but at that, the protagonist speaks to go in, apologizing and saying he's leaving these guys to them as he prepares to charge straight into the center of the chaos. Back inside, that henchman is on the floor after taking that hit from Sa'a. Shin speaks in Chinese, asking what that was and questioning what kind of ability she just used. Her assistant says she's not sure. Sa'a thinks that thanks to the seal her uncle gave her, she was able to get through that crisis for the time being. She remembers asking him what that thing he gave her was. He explained that he received a special attribute called the Seal of Lightning for winning his promotion match, and it seems that as his attributes get higher, he can give the Seal of Lightning to more people. She was a bit doubtful about it, saying it didn't seem all that special and asking if it actually did anything. He told her that first, since she has the seal, she can now manipulate the power of lightning. She was surprised and happy about what her uncle had just given her. He then added that it also seems to increase her resistance to mental contamination. She asked about that. He told her it's a great ability, but it would be best if she never had a chance to use it. And she really did need it, as she was just moments away from being completely brainwashed before signing with Vasco. And that guy gets back up, even after that hit, and this time he looks seriously pissed off. Sa'a realizes that woman's subordinates are probably players, not normal bodyguards, and it's going to be tough to face them alone. She figures in that case, her best bet is to run, and she tries to make a break for it. But then that other person, a woman, man, I'm not really sure what they are, pulls a small dagger from their coat sleeve and hurls it in the girl's direction, hitting her leg and making Sa'a fall to the ground. She's in excruciating pain as that other hypnosis freak walks up to her again, grabs her by the head, and then slams her backward with absurd force, smashing the girl hard against the wall. With that, she starts coughing up blood and collapses face first onto the floor. Man, oh man, if the protagonist were to show up at that exact moment, there wouldn't be anything left of you. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. There'd be nothing left of these three to tell the tale. The girl, completely beaten on the floor, feels her consciousness slipping away. Shin walks over to her, surprised that her suggestion didn't work. She wonders if, in that case, they should just kill her. The person beside her asks if they can't just bury her in the mountains and file a missing person report. But just then, the protagonist's lightning arcs all the way up to where he is, and they're saying that they need to hurry up and kill Seiya anyway. And when the protagonist shows up, everyone locks anything that can be locked. If a door was open, it was shut when he appeared, and his overpowering energy is so blinding that it makes everyone turn their heads toward the protagonist. And seeing that scene, with the girl on the floor, he stands motionless, without saying a word. And Shin asks if he's just a Jirhan, and when he looks to the side with her at the feet of that psycho, the hypnosis guy, he becomes completely possessed. And everyone there gets a little nervous. And that bodyguard asks his lady to step back, trying to do something against the protagonist by throwing a smoke grenade at his feet. And as the smoke rises, she tries to lunge at the protagonist to hit him with her little dagger, but then he uses the force, stopping her in midair. And with that force, he smashes that guy into the ceiling, pinning him by his back. And the same blood coming out of his wounds also starts coming out of his mouth. Then, to top it off, the protagonist lets him fall face first onto the floor. And the hypnosis subordinate, thinking he's hot stuff, goes up to the protagonist and grabs his head, pushing him against the wall, trying to use his suggestion on the enraged guy, but the protagonist grabs his hand with all the hatred in his heart, almost breaking it. He then pulls him close and gives him a solid headbutt, with all his might, breaking the guy's nose. Seeing that brutality, she starts to get scared, because apparently, she's only a big shot when people are weaker than her, and with the girl trembling all over, the protagonist becomes uncontrollable, shaking with rage. That subordinate falls to the floor, and he sees this, aiming for the next one standing. And Shin finally knows true terror as the protagonist looks at her and asks if she was the one who masterminded all of this. My friends, an understanding protagonist can go understand somewhere else. I want revenge. You mess up, you have to pay. And I hope this one pays dearly. That Saya's Windows finally reboots and she sees her uncle. Pissed off again. But then, that person whose gender I still can't figure out because it changes every time they appear in a panel, tries to hit the protagonist from behind, but he dodges quite easily and punches them in the face once more. And they fall to the ground, destroyed. However, Yan goes up to them, preparing to land another punch. And just then, before he could do anything, Shin tells Jirhan to stop, ordering him not to move, using Seer as her hostage. Then she says that if he so much as moves a finger, she'll tear that bleep apart. While she's scared to death, trembling all over, she thinks she'll get out of this situation at any cost, and then kill Seer. And she certainly has no idea what she's doing or what she's getting herself into, pointing that knife at the girl's neck. And it's said that 15 years ago, in Hong Kong, at the Red Tiger Society, in the previous CEO's residence, a child starts screaming, asking their mother for help because it hurts here. And so, they ask young Shin to stop hitting that child. But just then, someone arrives calling for Yua, and it's her father. She's startled by this. He asks what happened and what all that noise is about, and the girl explains to her father that she wanted that doll, but her brother wouldn't give it to her. Then that woman apologizes to her boss, saying that her child really likes the doll, and so the father smiles at his daughter's attitude, and Yua finds this strange. And he goes to her, saying that if there's something she wants, she needs to take it for herself, and that's what she should do as his daughter. And the girl starts to notice that no matter what crap she pulls, her dad will let her get away with it. And she likes this situation. My friends, if you have a kid, don't raise them like this, man. It's gonna end badly. This is gonna end badly, okay? This here is fiction, and it already ended badly in the fiction, but it ends badly in the real world too. And she was the youngest daughter of a family that controlled the Hong Kong underworld, Shin Yua. And since birth, her family's power guaranteed that she could have everything she wanted. And so, when she was older, she heard talk of the baronet, and they said that's right, because soon all the countries would start to cultivate players, and she got interested in this, asking if S rank is the highest gift rank you can get as a player. And she says that obviously, she's going to receive a gift, yes. However, when she received her gift, it was F rank. Then, just days later, she hears her friends saying they received an S rank gift, and they ask what kind of ability it is, but she becomes consumed with envy listening to the people around her. While that super cute girl is getting a standing ovation for her S-rank gift, the girl gets so angry that she ends up killing her. And in the breaking news, they say that a missing student was found dead near the river, and the victim had drawn attention thanks to the S-rank gift she received. Many are expressing their sadness over what happened. And basically, if you stop and think about it, this girl was part of the destruction of the previous Earth, because she must have killed this same girl, who would have been a potential asset to humanity. And so she was happy with this situation, saying that the other girl should have kept her mouth shut and just kept it a secret. And the appearance of the baronet completely shook that crazy girl's whole world. And what Jan revealed about the gift being able to evolve also brought hope to that girl, because she finally discovered that hers is a growth-type gift, and she realizes that her gift is actually incredible. She says this means that one day she will become the strongest. And it's said that this became the only hope she had of recovering her fallen pride. And now, face to face with the protagonist, she thinks that since she has a hostage, the advantage is hers, and it won't take 5 seconds to kill someone like her. But just then, the protagonist continues walking calmly in the girl's direction, and she gets desperate, asking if she didn't order him to stand still, questioning if he wants to see his niece die, saying that if he takes one more step, it'll all be over. But when she looks at the protagonist again, her jaw drops at what she sees, because the guy has an absurd bloodlust that paralyzes the girl, and she gets so scared that she can't do anything. She sees him as multiple times bigger than he already is, and so she falls to the floor, dropping her dagger. She thinks that her legs won't move, while the protagonist calls upon the power of the Queen of Darkness in his hand. And so, seeing how the protagonist is acting, she calls out to her uncle, asking him to stop, but he already had his sword ready to behead that cow. And she says she's okay, asking him to calm down, calling to him so they can go home. And look, folks, I need to tell you, if this girl did what she did to the niece of an ultra-strong guy, she will definitely do the same to another person if you guys let her live. She didn't kill you because she found someone stronger, but she will kill the next person who is weaker. And she comes out with that same old speech of a character who wants to save the villain, saying that he doesn't need to dirty his hands for someone like her. And the girl gets desperate hearing these words, because she was demoted to a simple someone like her, and she asks how the girl dares to do that. And so, consumed by hatred, she pulls the piece out from inside her suit, pointing it at Jirhan. Then, when she fires, he activates the force, and she starts thinking that there's no way she's weak and there's no way she can lose, because in the end, she always wins. With this, she proves what I said, and what the protagonist was about to do, because if he had killed her, she wouldn't be making this little scene. And so she points her gun and starts shooting, but the protagonist stops all the bullets using the force. But even as they slow down, he still needs to move and cut them, using his shadow sword. And after cutting them, the girl is also cut by that attack, being sliced in two in front of Seer. Not for nothing, but if you let the person you humiliated and who wants to kill you live, the chance of them coming to kill you for real next time is pretty high. And so, a few days later, the protagonist is in his kitchen, looking at his hand, remembering when he killed that girl. And he thinks that he had no choice. Then he decides he should stop thinking about it, because after that day, Xinhua and her group disappeared without a trace, and that incident with the girl sliced in two was never reported anywhere. And he says that the crime occurred in a closed building because the Xinhua organization wanted to avoid being exposed. And when the other two arrived there and saw the girl in that state, they were terrified. And the protagonist says that even if those who supported Xinhua were angry about that incident, they couldn't do anything, because they would never dare mess with Saya again after witnessing that scene. But he says that after that day, the girl became very downcast, and he goes up to her, asking what she's thinking about, and she shyly says it's nothing, and he thinks that, as expected, it was a huge shock for the girl. Incidents like this will happen even more often once the tutorial is over, with many people dying, killing, and being killed all over the world. But while he's thinking about this, someone rings the doorbell. They wonder who it is, and it turns out to be Sophia, who comes over all happy to talk with Saya. And the girl is surprised. Then Sophia asks why she's lost so much weight since the last time she saw her, asking if she's on a diet. Then she tries to ask what brings Sophia, but the MC says he was the one who asked her to go, since she hasn't been out recently, and he wants the two of them to go out together and get some fresh air. And so, the girl finds it weird while Sophia talks to Jan, saying that she wants him to go with them, and he says he's good. But this makes her sad, since she basically planned the whole outing, and she says she'll guarantee it'll be fun. However, he goes up to the girl, full of charm, saying that Saya has been a bit down recently, so he wants her to cheer the girl up for him, telling Sophia that she's perfect for the job. So, she gets all starry-eyed for the MC, hearing only what she wants to hear. When he said she's perfect, she says of course, then tells the MC she doesn't want to go out, but then Sophia just grabs her and drags the girl out with all her might. Then the mini queen says that that girl is pretty crazy, and the MC says she wasn't originally like this. So while they're out, Sophia takes Saya all over the place, dragging the girl along and forcing her to get into the mood one way or another. And in the end, she comes out with a teddy bear in her hand, all happy, saying she always wanted to win a stuffed animal like that. Saya then asks if there aren't any claw machines in the United States. And she says, of course there are. She just didn't have any friends to go with. Then, she wonders what game they should try next, asking if Saya is any good at basketball, saying she'll let her start with a 5-point advantage. And so Saya asks what's up and says she's actually pretty good, but she ends up getting startled, as some people are shooting beside her at an arcade machine. They're playing a zombie game, but Saya, upon seeing a zombie get killed with blood gushing out of it, remembers that girl being split in half and gets scared, almost throwing up. Sophia finds this weird and sees the girl running to the bathroom to vomit in peace. And outside, a while later, when things have calmed down, Sophia asks Saya if she's okay, but the girl looks really down. She says she's fine and just felt a little sick for a moment, and so Sophia asks if she's sure, questioning if something happened. Saya even thinks about telling her, but lets it go, saying that nothing happened. But Sophia says her face is telling a different story, and that she can tell her, saying she's there to help. So the girl thinks for a bit and asks Sophia what she would feel if someone she loved did something bad. For God's sake, girl. What do you mean something bad? Did he try to kill you or something? No way, man. And Sophia doesn't really understand what the girl is trying to say. Then she says, that, for example, what if the person she looks up to and cares about so much committed murder? But she adds that he only did it to protect her, and he's someone very precious to this person, and says she feels bad, that he's becoming a bad person because of her, saying she doesn't know how to act around him after that. Then Sophia's eyes automatically start to sparkle, all inspired and cheerful, and she says that means he's willing to get his hands dirty for her, and asks what's so bad about that, since it's actually super romantic. Saya even thinks that she's not exactly wrong, but it still feels a bit weird. Then Sophia asks if she still cares about him and says what she would do in that situation. By nightfall, Saya returns home. Then the MC asks if she had fun, and the girl confirms she did. The MC then tells her to sit down, because they're going to talk, and the girl gets a little shy and doesn't sit next to him, sitting on the other sofa instead, asking what he wants to talk about. She's also wondering why he was waiting for her, as she thinks it's the first time he's made the atmosphere so tense. Then the MC gets straight to the point, asking what she thinks about quitting being a player. At this, the girl gets a huge shock, asking what her uncle is talking about, and he says that she probably doesn't know, but when the tutorial ends, the Baronet games will become reality. And if you die inside a game, you can resurrect using GP, but if you don't have enough, you'll die in real life. This also means that the people she kills in there might die in reality, and so the girl gets scared, asking how her uncle knows this, and he says that Ariel told him, since he can't tell her the truth. He questions if it's true for Ariel, and she thinks for a bit and ends up agreeing with the guy, saying he's not wrong. And as soon as the Space League opens, the games will become more cruel than she can imagine, and if she plans on quitting, it's better she does it now. So she thinks for a bit, and the MC watches her, saying she doesn't have to force herself to continue. But she denies everything he's saying, because if something so horrible is coming, that's just more of a reason for her not to quit. And the MC is surprised by the girl's words, asking what she's talking about. And she says that, exactly as her uncle said, the things she's been through still haunt her mind like a nightmare. And if the tutorial ends and the games become reality, she'll probably have to go through even worse nightmares. And the girl keeps trembling because of this. And she remembers when Sophia advised her, saying that if it were her, she thinks she would help that person, so they would never have to go through that again, and she wouldn't want someone so important to carry that whole burden alone. She says she doesn't want to leave her uncle alone in a world like that and says she'll protect him, and the MC gets very emotional because she's a very strong person. She tells him not to worry, because it's true she's a little sad, but she just needs some time to organize her thoughts. And Ariel starts thinking, remembering him flipping the entire dinner table because she wasn't eating properly. Then she realizes he's completely lost it. The girl is surprised by this, asking if he's serious. He tries to change the subject, saying you never know what might happen, so she should keep that item, and that it's the cloak of the void. Although it's a bit of a suspicious item, it will help keep her safe. And he says that if another situation like that comes up, she must use it. So she asks if she'll really need something like that. And he says the other option she has is to always take him with her when she wants to go out. Then she says it's almost like he's a stalker or something. Joking around, she suggests that maybe he followed her that day. Then the MC goes quiet, and she gets scared, asking if he's serious. He tells her he wanted to make sure she was having fun, and she says if he was going to follow her, he might as well have come with them. But he asks how he could interrupt the kids' fun. Then, a while later, on the Gold League defense map, at the single bridge, everyone is gathered, saying that this is the champion battle map, and that it's their first time playing a single match on the bridge. And some of them ask if they want a tip, but then they hear someone shouting, cursing every one out. And a guy in Chinese military clothes asks if they're just going to stand around chatting when there's a battle to be started. And this here is the allied NPC Bijong from the Cloud Empire, guardian of the gates. And he asked how they dare call themselves soldiers of the Cloud Empire with that attitude. Everyone gets pissed off, as their eardrums are about to burst. Someone asks if there's a way to lower the volume on that NPC who's screaming too much, but then he hears something and looks behind him, seeing several undead crossing the bridge. He tells everyone to prepare to fight, telling those bastards to come at him, and he starts defeating several of those skeletons with his spear, imbued with lightning, and they all start falling. The rest of the players start killing the skeletons, not letting them cross the bridge. But then Bijong starts to get tired. However, from the other side of the bridge, he hears someone calling him, and he notices it's Rojo, the captain of the Phoenix Army, an enemy NPC. And so he says it's not too late, telling him to come to the Wind Empire, just like he did. But at this, Bijong tells him to stop spouting such nonsense, because they of the Cloud Empire will never surrender, and he and his soldiers will defend this place until the end. And so Rojo asks about the soldiers. What soldiers? Are you talking about that useless little group over there that's already dead on the ground? And so Bijong is notified that more than 50% of the players have died. Then he says that since it's come to this, he has no choice, saying that this place will become their grave, and attacks everyone on that bridge. And Rojo sees that it's starting to give way, and they all fall into the abyss, and it's announced that the game is over. And everyone in the chat starts complaining, because the single bridge map ended on Phase 1 again. And they wonder if they'll ever get to see Phase 2 while still in the Gold League. However, someone else says that for someone in Gold, just being able to see Phase 1 is already impressive. And they say that if less than 50% of the players survive, it's impossible to move on to the next phase. That's not something that can be solved just by being a good player, and so they form a team, and the game restarts. And once again, Rojo speaks to Bijong, asking him to join the Wind Empire, just like he did. And everyone notices that once again they're having the same old chat. But just as Rojo was about to say that Bijong's soldiers were a bunch of crap, he can't, because the MC shoots a bolt of lightning right at that big shot's mustache, asking is he blind or something? More than 50% of the players survived, and Bijong is surprised to see them starting the second phase. And the issue here is that they're being called a useless little group, and he says this with his crew already super overpowered, behind his back. And so, the secret mission, Don't Let the NPC Bijong Die, begins, with recognition from the NPC as the reward. It's said that a long time ago, the Wind Empire and the Cloud Empire ruled the entire continent, and one day, the Wind Emperor was resurrected and declared war against the Cloud Empire so he could steal the divine creatures that symbolize the nation's power. And in that war, the commander of the Cloud Empire, a sworn brother of the Emperor, Bijong, stopped the Wind Empire's invasion 3 times with only 10 soldiers. And so, they continued that fight against those undead. And that single bridge game mode makes the players fight alongside Bijong and some very high-level monsters, since this mode only allows players from the Gold League or higher. So the rules aren't different from other defense maps, but if more than half of the players die, Bijong cuts the bridge, forcing the game to end. So he'd better be careful. Sia says they won't stop coming and asks Sophia to give her a buff, but the girl says she can't anymore, and the protagonist seems to be struggling. A little. So he says it must be time for him to slam his staff, and with that, he summons a golden phoenix over the entire field. It's announced that the battlefield has received the Phoenix's blessing, and the stats of party members and allies will be increased by 25%. He looks all smug about it, and Rojo looks up at the sky, noticing that thing is the Phoenix, the divine creature. And just like that, the rest of the players start being useful and tell Jan that the buff was incredible. And the other girl who was there now asks who would dare call Jan a mere support. And everyone in the chat goes crazy because they still had that ace up their sleeve even after reaching Phase 2. Despite only being in the Gold League, saying that Jan really is a god, and Sia is surprised. He asks her what she thought of the buff, and she says it's great, but she thinks she'll have to leave his party because she feels like her levels are being raised without her consent. The protagonist says she can just learn that kind of thing later. She says no, asking if he knows what the improvement conditions for her gift are this time, and she says they are to win the top 100 promotion match or have a win rate of over 60%. So she says she needs to win the top 100 promotion match if she wants to get stronger as fast as possible, but he won't be able to help her with that, and she wants to be useful to him too. So he says if that's what she wants, she can do it that way, and thinks it's a shame because he wanted to party up with her a few more times. And Sophia, seeing this, goes to the girl asking her to just stay in the party, because she saves her buffs just for her. So she's hesitant, and Bijang walks up to them, asking if that isn't the Phoenix, saying that powers like that can only be possessed by the captain of the Imperial Guard, asking if that's where Jan came from. He wonders what that NPC is talking about, and tries to say he just stumbled upon it by chance. But Bijang becomes curious about the protagonist, and he receives a secret mission, instructing him not to let the NPC Bijang die and to be recognized by him. And the protagonist realizes this is his chance to be recognized, and wants to seize this opportunity by any means necessary. He agrees with the general, saying that he, his subordinate from the Imperial Guard, salutes General Bijang. Sia, who can't keep her mouth shut for a minute, asks what he's doing, but then Bijang asks if he's really from the Imperial Guard, and the protagonist says he will deal with the enemy from now on, telling Bijang to rest, and he thanks him for that, but says it will be difficult to face Rojo even using the powers of a divine creature, telling him to fight alongside the soldiers behind him. But the protagonist tells him that since he swore brotherhood to his Imperial Majesty, and he received direct orders to protect him, who is basically an extension of the Emperor, he asks him to please allow him to do everything possible to protect him, even if it costs him his life. Then Bijang is moved by the boy, and so his trust in the protagonist increases greatly, and he almost cries, saying this reminds him of Din, with whom his Imperial Majesty and he swore an oath of brotherhood under the peach tree. He says it's all right, that he can't refuse this. Then he tells the protagonist to take that blade and says he will share with him the powers of his cloud lightning spear, and he tells the protagonist to go and finish Rojo off. And as soon as the protagonist touches his spear to Rojo's, he gets yet another ridiculously overpowered ability. And so, the cloud lightning spear reacts with the staff of lightning, and the unit, power of lightning, is amplified. The cloud of lightning recognizes the player as its owner, and the lightning status increases by 2. The protagonist says he didn't expect to get something like this. Then Rojo asks the two of them if they're done with their little soap opera, saying he didn't expect to find someone who controls a phoenix. Then he orders all his men to advance and take the phoenix for themselves, and the protagonist tells Sia to find higher ground and asks Sophia to please take care of the allies in the rear. But she asks what he's going to do, so he says he's going to decapitate the enemy using the martial devotion of the 3 calamities, and with a single slash, he cuts down several skeletons in his path using the fury of 1,000 warriors, and those skeletons fall apart in front of the protagonist. And so, Rojo gets scared watching from a distance. He notices his soldiers are getting wiped out, but then the protagonist charges towards him with everything he's got, in his lightning form. He tries to defend himself very quickly, but then a huge explosion occurs on the bridge. And Rojo, who is already raising his spear, taunts the protagonist, asking how about he plays with him instead of hiding behind the small fry. And Rojo gets totally pissed off at the boy for attacking him with everything and questions the part about him hiding, thinking that him, the great Rojo, hiding from someone like the protagonist would be unthinkable. As he attacks the protagonist again, the boy manages to stop the attack using his spear, and Rojo tells him to block it if he can, calling him a little rat. And the protagonist doesn't like that one bit, returning his attack and forcing his hand back. Meanwhile, one of those skeletons starts talking behind Rojo, saying that the darkness is coming, and when Sia reaches the higher ground, she starts firing her arrows. Sophia speaks to her, saying that they're coming again. And the girl says she sees them and is surprised, wondering if her uncle will be okay alone. Meanwhile, the protagonist is going at Rojo with everything, making him nervous as he has to defend against his attacks, but he manages to throw the boy back. However, the protagonist lands right away, activates the power of his lightning, and launches it directly at Rojo's body. He seems to be affected, but then he looks back at the boy again, asking if that's all he's got. Then he plants his feet on the ground, absorbing all the power, and he notices that Rojo has started to absorb the power of the lightning. And he's surprised because to think that the celestial thunder technique, even after being enhanced by the seal of lightning and by Bijang's power, would only cause that much damage. And he says, as expected, that guy really is Bijang's rival. But he looks back as Rojo prepares his attack, launching several slashes in the boy's direction, and the protagonist's vision is screwed because he's inside a whirlwind. And then Rojo emerges from the middle of that whirlwind, aiming directly at the protagonist, almost hitting him. And so he puts his arm in the way to try to hit Rojo, but the boy only manages to graze his cheek. And he says that was a close one and mentions he was aiming for his head, but the protagonist managed to dodge as expected of him, since he's not just some random guy, and says that if he surrenders, he'll make an exception. However, the protagonist's arm is reattached because he uses Ariel's power to stick it back on, and Rojo is surprised by this. He says that it seems lightning doesn't work on Rojo, but he wants to see what happens if he adds the Phoenix's fire to it. Then his spear starts producing lightning while the Phoenix aims down at him, and he uses the divine technique of the lightning god, Thundershock. Whoa, let's go with that. If a new one from Nintendo comes out, they're gonna get a little lawsuit, huh? You know how it works. And after that Thundershock, Rojo is blasted away like Team Rocket, completely wrecked, and then he falls to the ground in front of the protagonist. The boy finds it strange, because since electricity didn't work, he added a bit of the Phoenix's power. And to think that would take him down in one attack is impressive, because for a supposed leader of the Phoenix army, he is incredibly weak against a real Phoenix. And just then, Bijang appears behind the protagonist, somewhat surprised. He questions how this can be true, because he really finished off Rojo without his help, but he didn't give him an opportunity for that. And the protagonist says you wouldn't use a butcher's knife to cut the neck of a mere chicken. And so, the protagonist starts to assume that Phase 2 is over and says that the last phase must be about to start, wondering who the final boss of that map was. But then Rojo rises behind the boy like a mountain, and when he looks back, he realizes that Rojo is transforming completely, and the protagonist starts to remember as several crows emerge from his body. And so, it's revealed that the boss of the single bridge is the children of the Phoenix, and Bijang asks what happened. Meanwhile, everyone in the chat is surprised that the protagonist reached Phase 3 as a gold rank, and they even start betting on whether Jirhan will kill the boss or not. Then he notices that that guy should be appearing soon, and the skeleton that was talking behind Rojo approaches. The protagonist, talking about the darkness. Bijang is surprised that someone is still alive, but the protagonist asks him to wait a moment, saying there's something different about that guy. And so he says a bunch of NPCs showed up, the kind that appear next to the final boss. And that NPC is a soldier from the Wind Empire who broke free from brainwashing. Then he continues, saying that the darkness has come, and everyone is surprised that he's just been talking nonsense and says that he's not just some trash mob, but an NPC. And his purpose is to give hints on how to beat Phase 3. And so that monster says that because of the Dark Phoenix, they, the army of the Phoenix, are being controlled even after death. He goes up to the protagonist, saying that among the 5 children of the Phoenix, only one is real. And if he doesn't kill the real one, he won't be able to defeat them completely. And the protagonist says the game is over when the boss's real body dies. And everyone is surprised that the protagonist gave a perfect summary. Bijang is shocked that only one of them is real, asking how they're supposed to figure out which is which. And the protagonist tells the general not to worry about it, because he'll take care of the situation himself. But he starts to wonder what the method was again, and that skeleton keeps talking to him, saying he shouldn't use the power of lightning and the Phoenix together. And the protagonist finds this more than strange, because this dialogue wasn't in the script before, and he even wondered if it was an exclusive dialogue for Jirhan. And so he remembers something, as the system detected an error in the NPC's dialogue and everything starts to change around him. And it's said that an unauthorized terminal from a constellation is approaching and has infiltrated the game. And when the protagonist looks back, he asks who that is, and the skeleton mysteriously starts to smile and speaks to the protagonist, because it seems he's been discovered. And the protagonist gets really scared hearing that, realizing that a constellation has interfered with the game again. So he asks who it is this time, and it turns out to be that same bizarre creature from last time, asking if they can't just talk for a bit to that system. The protagonist is startled, and it says, "Long time no see," asking how his boss is doing, and that giant creature with the grotesque mouth. And the system simply proceeds with ejecting that thing. It gets straight to the point, speaking to the protagonist, calling him boss, saying he needs to be careful with those pigeons, telling him not to be so obvious, saying it just came to say that. See you next time, and it's over. The skeleton goes back to normal, only saying its programmed lines about the darkness, and the protagonist notices everything is back to normal, and everyone is surprised by this. And so he hears that noise again, and those gigantic pigeons start grabbing players to kill them. While one of the boys is dying of fear, he starts to scream that the phoenixes are moving again, telling everyone to be careful. The protagonist realizes he shouldn't use the divine lightning god technique along with the phoenix stigma, but he thinks that it's the best combination against undead monsters. However, he thinks he can't just ignore the advice a constellation gave him. But just then, Ariel appears beside him and, completely serious, tells him to use the Black Spirit. He questions why. And she says that those phoenixes are the ones who work with the World Tree Union to kill her people. And so he's surprised to see her so pissed off, and she says she's going to use this chance to get revenge. But he asks her to wait, saying that the World Tree Union is an elven union, asking her if it was the elves who killed them. She doesn't answer, but then one of those pigeons charges at the protagonist and he ends up having to run. She tells him she'll explain later, telling him to grab Eclipse right now. So while he's being attacked, he has no other choice and ends up using Eclipse to attack that pigeon and cut off one of its wings. And the protagonist notes that the attack worked really well, because he thought it wouldn't, since it's also a dark type. And Ariel tells him not to underestimate the power of the dark spirit. And so that creature goes straight for the barrier of one of the mages, who's defending with everything she's got. Then, just as it's breaking, she asks everyone to strengthen it, and Sophia tells her she's already strengthening it. Just then, Bijong appears to save the day, using his electricity to depict a Jianing attack that pigeon, telling them to get away from his subordinates. And so, with one of the wings breaking, he thinks it's going to work, but the wing reattaches itself in the same place. And the protagonist notices that it's not the original, and the clones regenerate very quickly, even when they're injured. But if the original gets hurt, the clones will automatically receive the same damage. So he realizes that this is the main point of the game: find the original as fast as possible. The problem is that they're losing players at a very fast rate, with those pigeons eating them directly and finishing them off by tearing the players apart. He says that this is the best the gold ranks can do, and Bijong and he are the only ones who can actually damage the phoenixes there. But then Bijong slams his staff on the ground, telling everyone that this isn't going to work, asking them to gather around him and telling those pigeons to back off because he won't let them harm his soldiers. And the protagonist is surprised because Bijong gathered the players, and now the phoenixes are gathering in one place too. And with that, he sees an opportunity because it means it's going to work. And so he runs to Bijong, climbs onto his shoulder, and leaps into the air. And with that, now side by side with the pigeons, he says there's no way to distinguish the originals from the clones, activating an even greater power of darkness, saying he'll just kill them all at once. He uses the nameless divine arts, the shadow god's technique, sweeping up all those crows together. Upon taking the damage, it turns out many of them are destroyed, and the protagonist realizes he didn't think about where he was going to land, falling straight down. But Bijong catches him by the arm, not letting the kids smash into the river that was down below. And so Bijong says he can't believe it, questioning who the protagonist even is. And so the NPC acknowledges the boy's skills. And back home, the protagonist continues training his spear arts all over the place, destroying the entire area. He's surprised by this once again, because he even held back his strength, but it still became much more powerful. He's using the SS-Rank Cloud Lightning Spear, which significantly reinforces fused equipment and imbues it with the lightning element. And only equipment of SS rank or higher can be fused with it, and he'll obtain the ability to summon lightning if he's recognized as its owner. And currently, it's fused with the Phoenix flag, and the protagonist says that when he completed the single bridge mission, he received a ton of rewards as expected, but the biggest of them all was the Cloud Lightning Spear that Bijong gave him. So he notes that it's an item that fuses with others and is very unique. He wonders if he can also use it on Eclipse and imagines that black sword with lightning coming out of it. So he asks what Ariel thinks. She says she's not sure, because the lightning element is the complete opposite of Eclipse, so she doesn't recommend it. It would probably just swallow up her powers. And the protagonist understands what she means. She says that Eclipse is strong enough without an item like that, and if she receives support from her original form, she'll become even more powerful. But then the protagonist talks about something more important, questioning why she suddenly grew up, and she acts like he's talking strangely, questioning what's wrong with this form, asking if there's a problem. He says that before she was small, and now she's the size of a human adult, but she says that this is her original appearance, and she just couldn't maintain it because his dark spirit was too weak. And the protagonist starts to understand, and she says that now she's full of energy, thanks to all the phoenixes he absorbed using the dark whirlwind of souls. And she will be able to do even more things in the future. And he gets a little scared, thinking that it's cool the black spirit status has increased too. But it's kind of uncomfortable because she looks a lot like that perverted queen, because it seems like she's going to try to cut him in half or something. And she yells at him, asking what he's talking about, saying he's gotten pretty cheeky because of the attention her original form gave him, and the protagonist says he never asked for that attention. And so she returns to her original appearance, and the protagonist says they should continue the conversation from before, and she asks which one. He says the one they had on the bridge, asking why they're fighting her elf friends. So she thinks for a bit, questioning what makes him think they are her elf friends. And the protagonist doesn't understand her question, and she notices that the protagonist, he probably doesn't know this, but she explains that all elves were born from the world tree, and only 1 in every 10 is born with the appearance that you humans imagine when you think of elves. And she, in turn, was one of the countless defective ones who were discarded for not having a satisfactory appearance. And so, the one who saved her soul was her original form, the Queen of Shadows. She explains that she collected souls filled with resentment like hers and revived them as the Shadow Elves. Then, she started a revolution on one of the planets ruled by the World Tree Union and declared it the planet of the Shadow Elves. However, due to the fact that the World Tree Elves are the most powerful organization in that universe, she is still gathering her forces to one day be able to confront the World Tree Union and get rid of them for good. The protagonist is surprised by this, realizing the resentment runs much deeper than he thought. The elves he encountered before his regression were incredibly cruel. Not only that, but the main reason for Earth's collapse was losing consecutive battles against the elves. Just then, someone shouts, and the protagonist sees it's Sa-ah. She tells her uncle to look, pointing out that the South Korean team has lost yet again. She wonders how many consecutive losses that is now. She thinks this is bad, asking if dungeons are going to start appearing there if things keep going like this. But the protagonist says that if things develop this way, he might be able to make his move sooner than he expected. The girl asks what her uncle means by that, but at that exact moment, Manager Park calls him. He apologizes for the sudden call, explaining that since the situation is so precarious, they need to move forward with the plan earlier than expected. He brings up the proposal he made last time, asking if he can give him an answer about being the national team representative. And so, sometime later, the protagonist goes to meet with him. He thanks him for responding so positively to his proposal. The protagonist says it was nothing, because even though it's a little sooner than he'd like, he already wanted to join the national team. Anyway, Park tells him that's good to hear. The protagonist says that nothing good will come from South Korea's rank continuing to drop. Although it's a bit early, he'll do his best to turn the situation around. And so, Park tells him that first, he needs to meet the other national team representatives. Upon entering the room, someone is already making a huge scene, and they're both surprised by it. That guy, with an iron bar in his hand. He's all bloody, and he's cursing at some people, asking if they did it on purpose to ruin his image. He's beating a guy on the ground and continues to hit several of them, telling them to give it their best shot. And so, Park calls Don War Go, asking what he's doing. He says he was just teaching those brats a lesson, and Park asks what kind of lesson that is. Don W is surprised, looking at the protagonist, asking if he's the new candidate for the national team representative, and extends his hand to him, saying it's a pleasure to meet Jan, adding that even though a gold ranker like him has no chance of being chosen as a representative, they'll give it their all together. But just as the protagonist thinks about shaking his hand, wanting to do his best with the guy, he laughs while preparing to punch Jan in the face, and he lands the hit. Park K is surprised at how things unfolded, and it's said that a few days ago, Park went to talk to that guy and said they were trying to recruit the player Jan for the national team. He was surprised by this, and Park said they were still just discussing it. But if the player Jirhan agrees, the department will hold an official test. And that punk asks, is Park messing with me? Even if he's a rising dod star, he's still gold rank, and says that this isn't a playground, asking if he's trying to ruin things by picking someone just because they're famous. Then Park shares some of the comments they've been receiving, asking what the hell is happening with the league's performance since the Sword King left. And so the guy gets a bit quiet, and Park reads a message saying they need better players for the league, asking why all the Korean players are so mediocre. It says it would be better to have So Jihan on the team, and that this is what the people of Korea are saying about their national team, and that the department has already received countless complaints. While he's talking, he gets really pissed off thinking about So Jihan. When they asked him what tactic he used to win that league, saying he was chosen as MVP in every round, asking if he could tell them, asking the Sword King to look at him, but he just walks away. Then someone questions if it's okay not to interview the other players, and one of the interviewers asks, why should we? The Korean team is nothing without the Sword King. They did nothing but get carried the entire match. What is there to even ask? And it's said that since that time, that guy was already really pissed off with the situation, and he hated Sejin. And he says that now that the bastard is gone, his damn brother-in-law is starting to annoy him, and he thinks that if the protagonist really wants to join the team, then he just needs to kill him. But in the present, as the guy tries to punch the protagonist in the face, he grabs his hand, asking what he thinks he's doing. He holds it in a very threatening way, with a bloodthirsty look towards that punk. Then the guy calms down a bit and laughs, saying he's good, and that he expected nothing less. Scared shitless, there's probably a river of piss running down his leg, and he says it was just a test. He knew he would be able to block it, but Park doesn't really believe him, and the protagonist looks at him, asking if that was the entire test. He says the department wants to do a separate test, saying he's a special case, so they had to create a different program. But then that tough guy speaks up again, asking why they don't do the test properly so that no one complains, and Park finds it strange. Then that player says that if a professional player who has been in the league acknowledges him, then he's sure nobody would complain about him. He says he's a special case and, as he said, the test will be different, challenging him to a duel in front of everyone, asking what the protagonist thinks. And so he speaks to Don, telling him to calm down. However, Jan agrees, saying he's right. No one will be able to complain if they do it this way. So, Jirhan seems pretty excited to solo this psycho. And Don is all wound up behind him, holding back his rage as Jirhan tells them to bring it on. Meanwhile, Raon is surprised to see news about Jirhan, as he's being tested to join the national team, and they wonder if he will be the first gold rank national representative. And other newspapers even say that the CO Jirhan syndrome has attracted him to the national team, asking for what reason. So everyone is talking about it, because the rumors are real. And they say that it makes sense, since the national team is full of trash and Jirhan has even defeated a diamond ranker before, and saying that, to be honest, if he beat an assassin in close combat, wouldn't it be the same as beating an NT7 archer? So everyone is on his side, and Rayon asks the guy if he's sure about this, saying that everyone is talking about the gold rank player being tested for the national team, but he asked for a public duel, in front of everyone and on TV. And Jan asks when it will be, and Rayon says it's a week from now, asking if he wants her to postpone it, but he says no, that this is perfect, and she just agrees, but then she talks to him, saying she believes in his victory this time too. However, the protagonist is fully aware that she never believed in his victory, and he just feels down because of it, and she tells him to call if anything happens. And the protagonist thinks about this public duel that will be broadcast, asking if he's trying to humiliate him, thinking that he probably knew he wasn't strong enough to join the national team. However, he has some cards up his sleeve, looking at his status. The system tells him he has reached a martial power of 99, asking if he would like to invest one more point in martial power. And he starts to wonder if they all think it will be the same, a week from now, as he actually raises his martial power and strength to level 100. And with that, there's a change. He's surprised because he can finally feel it. It's only a 1-point difference, but he definitely felt the change, and now he thinks he can do it. It explains that by controlling the internal energy in his body and the force around him, he will break down the walls that divide the Dantians. And so he's trying to unite the three Dantians into one and feels an incredible pain. He says his body feels like it's being torn to pieces, but he can't stop in the middle of the process and has to endure it. And with that, he finally breaks the barriers and unifies his Dantians, managing to reach a new level of power. And when he falls to his knees, the system says he has successfully unified the three Dantians, and thus, martial power and strength have been unified into a single status. He acquired martial spirit, a skill of the stars, and seeing this skill, he wonders if it might be better than a unique status, and thinks that, either way, he's happy to have achieved it. But then, a hand comes from the middle of the sky towards the boy, closing around him and taking Jirhan to the middle of nowhere. And it is said that the wielder of the martial spirit, the traveling martial god, has summoned him. It's been a while since this martial god showed up, right? I was already missing him messing with the protagonist. Last time he almost stole all of the kid's power. And in the other place where he was taken, the protagonist wakes up on the floor and looks up, seeing various weapons like constellations in the sky. He wonders where he is and what that place is. He notices the attribute window he saw said that the martial god had summoned him, and he recalls that he was summoned because his three Dantians were partially connected last time, surprised that he was summoned this time. Then the martial god appears behind him, saying it's been a while since he had a guest. And so, upon looking back, the protagonist is startled, wondering if he is the traveling martial god. And that person gives a slight smile, saying his level is too low to meet him. And he says the protagonist could die the moment he met him. So he came in place of the martial god himself, and says he is the subordinate of the god and someone who has lived for 180,000 years, and he is Don Funch Shua. And the protagonist remembers this name, because the worn brush was his, and he's someone with a connection to the martial god. And so, Don Fan is sure that he's wondering why the martial god summoned him and says he'll get straight to the point, telling him to give up the martial spirit and become a subordinate of the martial god. And the protagonist is hesitant about this. He says that the martial spirit is a power that only one being per planet can possess, and if he continues to hold on to that power, then several swords are thrown towards the protagonist to pierce him. He says that the moment he's at the right level, he will be assassinated by the martial god. However, if he gives it up and serves him, he can live forever as his subordinate, asking what the protagonist will do. And so, Jan starts to wonder what this is all about. He's doubtful about this condition that only one person per planet can possess the martial spirit. He says it means the martial god is from Earth, but he thinks that's not important right now because the choices he was given were to die or become a slave, and he feels that he won't be killed immediately, even if he refuses to become a slave. And so Don Fan speaks, that his thoughts are clear, saying he'll give him some advice since he values the life of a young man like him. He says that all those weapons and shields on that planet are all possessions of the constellations that challenged the martial god and lost. He tells him not to bet his life on a certain defeat, asking what's the point of freedom if it's going to cost him his life. And our MC is speechless for a moment, but says that he has a point. And Don Fan thinks he's going to agree, but then he says that he's not going to become a slave. He just needs to use his martial spirit to defeat the martial god in the future to protect his family, his homeland, and his planet. He can't become someone else's slave. Don Fan is surprised, but he understands, saying that he may be young, but he still possesses a martial spirit. He says he likes him, and that a man should indeed possess a spirit like that. However, he doesn't even give the kid a chance to think, going all out on Jirhan, smacking him and sending him flying, but the kid still stays on his feet and doesn't fall. And Don Fan says that the simplest and closest law to the truth in that world is the survival of the fittest. He says he's probably already aware that a martial spirit isn't enough to keep him alive, and if he wishes to challenge the martial god, someday, he'll at least need to be able to face him on equal footing. And with that, he grabs a sword and sends a slash in Jihan's direction, who is shocked to see that energy coming at him. Then, Don Fan tells him to try and take it. With that, our MC sees the attack, wondering how the hell he's supposed to block something like that. Then, someone quickly orders the attack to stop, and apparently, it's the shadow of the martial god. And so Don Fan gets on his knees, bowing in respect to that person, and our MC realizes that this is the martial god, who is totally messing with his soul and his body. And the martial god asks if he's thinking of defeating him when he's not even a constellation yet, saying that it's interesting and that it's all good, he'll be waiting for him. And just like that, the MC, who was already all messed up, starts to disappear from there as the martial god. Says that he's looking forward to the day they meet again. And with that, the kid is thrown out of there, returning to reality in the middle of all those people who were watching him lying on the ground. And he thinks his head feels like it's going to split open, as if he'd been hit with a hammer. Just looking at him had such a consequence. He wonders if that's the power difference between him and the so-called martial god. But just then, while he's thinking, some people show up, noticing it's Jirhan. They crowd around the kid, asking if he's back, where he's been this whole time, and also asking if he gave up on the test to join the REC national team. And our MC asks what they're talking about, but just then, someone appears behind him asking where their uncle has been. And the kid doesn't really understand what's going on, asking what's happening and what's with them. She asks if he really didn't know, because he disappeared for an entire week. Dude, I want to see what the MC is going to have to do to face this absurd monster. Just looking at the guy, he almost had a stroke. I want to see when they finally come face to face. And just then, Rayon arrives, shouting for Jirhan, telling him to get in the car quick. Once he's in, they peel out, leaving everyone behind. And she asks where the hell he's been this whole time, and says the entire week has been chaotic, and the police couldn't find a single trace, asking if he knows how worried she was. Then, while she keeps talking, the MC isn't hearing a thing, just thinking that so much time had passed while he was with Don Fanshu and the martial god. But then it hits him, and he asks about the national team test. He asks if it wasn't today, asking if it was canceled, and she says they haven't heard any news about that. And so, in front of the headquarters, the battle department is talking to Do 1, asking if the duel will happen as planned. He says that as long as Jirhan shows up, he'll fight, but they say Jirhan has been missing for a week, asking what he has to say about the rumors that he's hiding from the duel. And he says that our MC told him something when they first met, and says he'll crush him in front of everyone, saying it's better for him to accept his failure like a man. Then he talks about Jirhan, saying he doesn't give a damn where he is right now, telling him to take responsibility for his words, like a man. And he thinks that this is perfect, hoping he never comes back, saying things will get easier for him. But then, like a lightning bolt, literally, our MC appears right behind all of them, saying, "Sorry I'm late, everyone." And everyone is shocked by his entrance, as he's finally back, asking where he's been this whole time, and if he's going to give up on the test. And that psycho, Do 1 is trembling with rage and fear. While everyone is crowding him, Do 1 goes up to the kid, saying he's glad he made it in time, telling him to come inside so they can prepare for the duel. And everyone keeps wanting to ask questions, but they end up going inside. As Do 1 walks in front of our MC, he says he thought he'd run away in fear, asking why he had to come back. But then he notices that he's clearly in bad shape, wondering if the MC was just staying home because he was sick or something. But meanwhile, our MC is thinking to himself that he can still feel the shock from Don Fan and the martial god. And he notices that on top of that, there's this new status he got, martial spirit. He says he has no idea how to use it because this fight might be harder than usual, and both of them are on edge about what's about to happen. And so they go inside the coliseum, and everyone is watching. And Park notes that it looks like the duel will proceed as normal. And that other guy says he almost didn't make it in time, and that it gave him a scare. And so they say that the official test to select the new team representative is about to begin. And here it is, the public duel between Do-won and Seon Jihan. And so they order the fight to begin, and everyone in the chat goes wild, with someone even asking when Jihan got back. But then Do-won asks if the MC is alright, and Jihan says he doesn't need to worry. But Do-won says it's not out of concern, saying he doesn't give a damn if he's sick or something, but says it's better if he doesn't make excuses after he loses. And he charges at our MC, who just dodges. Jihan is surprised that this is the level of a national team member. And so, while the kid tries to hit him one more time, our MC says that his technique and speed still aren't enough, and if he keeps overextending like that, it'll only make it easier for him to find openings. Then he uses his lightning to try and hit Do-won, but he quickly manages to turn his sword and try to hit our MC, who gets out of the way, appears behind him once more, and hits the nape of Do-won's neck. But just then, Do-won asks what the hell that was as he turns and grabs the MC's hand, saying that his movements are too obvious. The narrator then talks a bit about Do-won's S-Rank gift, precognition, which, despite the fancy name, doesn't let him see very far into the future. So if he were playing rock, paper, scissors, he could probably win. However, they say the true value of this gift lies in the fact that it allows him to predict his opponent's next moves. And in theory, as long as the user is physically able to keep up, this gift will allow him to dodge any attack. And our MC even starts putting a ton of pressure on Do-won, but the kid keeps dodging and counterattacking perfectly, forcing our MC to defend himself. While he's defending against the sword, he ends up getting his arm cut and notices it, even while using his power. And Jihan realizes his absolute territory isn't activating like before. And Do-won likes this, thinking he's a huge idiot for facing him one-on-one without magic or a weapon. And if he keeps throwing obvious punches like that, he'll never reach him. And he keeps at it, trying to kill Jihan with his attacks, kicking up a ton of dust, with Do-won getting more and more excited. And our MC, for his part, appears in the middle of all that dust with blood dripping from his chest. With that, all the executives are surprised, asking if anyone knows what's happening, since they can't see anything. But then the dust starts to settle, and they get a bit of a view of what's going on. Then, face to face with Jihan, Do-won drops his sword and is shocked by what's happening, because his hand is completely shattered, like Midoriya's after using One for All for the first time. And he starts screaming in pain, asking what the hell that was and why his arm is like this. And Jihan realizes this is how you use his new power, farming an absurd amount of aura, and Do-won is shocked, asking what happened. He was the one attacking, so why is he the one who got hurt? Then Jihan thanks him, because thanks to him running around like a rat, he's finally gotten the hang of it, and Do-won is scared to death, pulling out his sword again, thinking that he shouldn't be intimidated and to stay calm. Then he notices our MC's next move is a right straight, and he gets out of the way. But, with that, his aura reactivates, and he ends up getting hit the same way, being thrown far away with his face all busted up. He thinks that's impossible, that he dodged it, and wonders how the protagonist did that. But Jihan lunges forward again, filled with that martial spirit. And it's said that Jihan's new martial spirit status is a combination of martial power and also strength. While martial power is used to enhance the user's physical abilities, a condensed version of strength, the source of telekinesis, is used to envelop his entire body. And if Jihan uses this ability properly, he will become untouchable in both defense and offense, and so he hits Don Wall's stomach once more, knocking him even further away. And everyone is surprised by this incredible comeback, as Jihan completely overwhelms Don Wall. As he falls, all messed up to the ground, the protagonist notices he's still conscious, noting that he really isn't a warrior for no reason, as he can take a hit very well. Then Don Wall starts laughing, saying he's much better than he expected, especially for a gold ranker, and says he certainly recognizes the kid's ability. He says that Jihan passed, acting like he had everything under control, and says he'll allow him to join the national team. But the protagonist punches him in the face again, questioning who said he has the right to acknowledge him or not. And so, the result of the duel has just been announced, and Don Wall is currently unable to continue fighting. And so the winner of the public duel is Jihan, and everyone in the chat goes wild. Even that witch who hypnotizes others is surprised, because he actually won a duel against a national representative. This means Jihan will participate in the next competition. She asks what Sane has to say about it, and he says it has nothing to do with him, with a very sour face for someone supposedly in love with her. He says he has nothing to do with him at the moment, and if he gets in his way during the match, he'll just cut him in half like anyone else. And the girl notes that he really has a very cold heart. Then a guy goes to serve Treasure some wine, and when he pours the wine, it ends up spilling on her hand, and he starts apologizing, saying he'll clean it up right away. But she slaps the kid right across the face and says it's a huge waste, claiming that he accidentally spilled the wine on the floor and asks if he can lick it up for her. He then starts smiling, saying, of course with the face of a little dog fulfilling its owner's wish, and she watches this sadistically and speaks to Sane, asking if he's sure he can defeat Jihan. He hesitates a bit and says that for now, yes, but if he continues to evolve at this pace, he probably won't be able to catch up to him. Then Treasure is surprised, because the thought of Seijin admitting something like that is unthinkable. Then she says that it's true, Jihan has gotten significantly stronger since the day he faced Arari, and it hasn't even been that long since then. Then the reporter goes up to the boy, asking how he feels now that he's been chosen for the national team. And Jihan says it has always been his goal to join the team, but he was lucky enough to achieve it sooner than expected. The reporter then says he's too humble, that his victory was well-deserved, and tells him he should now give a speech to show his resolve as a national-level athlete. And Jihan thinks for a moment, wondering if Seijin is watching right now. He says, "To my fellow citizens who are watching, I am aware of the concerns regarding my not-so-favorable results in competitions, but now you can all relax, because our country will never lose again." And he's sure he might seem less reliable for having just joined the team, but that's precisely why he's making this declaration, saying that the next time they face the Sword King in a match against Japan, he will decapitate that despicable traitor. Hearing this, Seijin is clearly shaken, as the protagonist says he will offer his head to all the Koreans who need vengeance. Later, Ryong gathers them all around a table and makes a toast to Jihan being chosen as a representative of the national team. She then says he did a great job that day, and the protagonist thanks her while she asks if he's going to the training camp. He says yes, because they told him they'd send a training schedule later. And Gaan tells him that she's also been evolving at a pretty decent pace, but it seems she'll never be able to catch up to Jihan. But she tries to cheer the girl up, saying she's sure she'll also become a national team representative soon. She says that since they've come this far, how about the two of them try to become representatives? She'll be the archer, Ryong will be the warrior, and she even thinks about mentioning Macedo, but he was born in Argentina, so the girl stays quiet. She says it's not necessary for everyone to become a national team representative, and that they'll just do their best in their own positions. The protagonist is happy seeing this, until the system sends him a message because an anomaly was detected in the skill Nameless Divine Arts. It says he has obtained the martial spirit, a pillar of the Nameless Divine Arts, and if he modifies the 3 techniques to better suit him or discovers their true names, he can fully awaken the Nameless Divine Arts. It asks if he wishes to try and guess the true name of the Nameless Divine Arts, and he realizes that in his past life, he got the Nameless Divine Arts too late, and Earth collapsed before he could discover its true name. This time, the opportunity came much faster. The 3 divine techniques are probably the Secret Shadow technique, the Divine Lightning God technique, and the God-Slaying technique. And instead of discovering the true name of the Nameless Divine Arts, he'll modify the 3 techniques, as it seems like a better option. And then someone speaks to the protagonist, asking what he's doing, because in moments like this, he should say something. The protagonist understands, thinking he'll have to think about that later, and says that to be honest, the only thing he did was recruit talented people like all of them, and yet they trusted him and followed him. So he'd like to thank all the guild members for doing their best so far, inviting them to celebrate once more. On the day South Korea ranks first in the World League, then they all toast. In another scene, a boy is opening his eyes in the Gangnam Gold League. He looks to the side, not understanding what's happening, because he ended up in an experimental zone, a new map that has a chance of appearing once you reach level 75 in the Gold League. He gets pissed, because to think he'd end up on this map right after reaching the required level. He hasn't researched it much. Then one of them starts shouting that he's in the red zone, and they all start to get down, because their level is going to drop again. And that guy asks what the red zone is, but just then it's announced that the game will begin, and the current number of survivors is 100. And from that moment on, until the number reaches 50 or less, they must continue to fight and survive. Then, several raiders pass through, killing many who were next to that boy. And with that, the bombardment continues everywhere, with several people dying at the same time, and he wonders what is happening. And it's explained that players summoned to the survival area are randomly placed in one of 3 zones: green, yellow, or red. And in the red zone, you need to survive while also dodging many traps, so it's often called the newbie graveyard. After total chaos, 3 of them survive and ask, "What the hell is this?" Because if they had landed in the green or yellow zone, they would have ranked up easily. Then the one who just woke up says it's true, because not only do they have to face other players, but they also have to be careful with the traps, and that's just too hard. But then one of them asks the others to wait and says they shouldn't fight amongst themselves, because dodging the traps is already hard enough. So what's the point of getting in each other's way? He says that after all, they just need to be among the 50 survivors, regardless of their zone, and says that people are already killing each other in the other areas, so they should cooperate. And if they do that, they'll surely get past the traps easily. And everyone there agrees, because the way things are unfolding seems very familiar. And so one of them asks if they don't agree, and asks if there's anyone there participating for the first time, since there must be some who just reached level 75. He tells them to gather around, because he'll tell them the location of the traps and how they can get past them. And so the guy who just woke up says, the atmosphere seems pretty friendly. Then the other two look at each other, and he asks the 4 newbies if they are level 75, and they confirm it. Then that mage starts to attack them, pointing his weapon at the newbies' faces. One asks what he's doing, and the mage says, who's just showing how to get through this. And they were all in on it, pretending to be surprised, because thinking they'd fall for that is pretty stupid. Even if they did nothing, they'd end up dying on their own, asking if it isn't better to just die right after learning a good method, stating that it's a fact. Then that girl asks if they're really going to do this to the newbies, and the other guy says he won't stop them. After all, they've all fallen for this at some point. The mage tells them to make sure they use that method the next time they come here, wishing them goodbye. But as he attacks, he gets a shock, because one of them is still alive. And apparently, we know this power that's deflecting them pretty well, and it starts gathering all 3. He wonders what the hell is happening. With that, the protagonist goes up to them, saying he didn't really remember what this map was like, thanking them for teaching him such an easy method to clear it. Everyone who stayed with the protagonist dies as he slices another one in half. Then everyone notices he's on a total killing spree with his classmates. At that, one of them even stays, but ends up getting sliced in half by the protagonist, too. Then he asks if it's over now, making the total number of survivors 54, but he's the only one in the red. So he gets surprised that it hasn't reached 50 yet, saying how irritating this is, since it's not like he can just go to the other zones and kill them all. But then Ariel appears behind him, telling Jan to be careful, and he's surprised by this. And she says it's no surprise. That facility looked familiar, explaining that this is a laboratory of the World Tree, and that elves always leave research labs like this on the planets they invade. And she's already investigated some of them, and a few of her kind fell and died from triggering traps they leave behind. She's never entered a laboratory as part of a game map before, so to think she'd be visiting one again like this is kind of messed up. And the protagonist says that if what she said is true, it means an elven facility has appeared as a game map, because he thought it was just a survival map with a weird concept. And just then, a siren starts to blare and the light turns red. The system announces that everyone in the red zone has been annihilated by a single individual and an irregular test subject has been found. And the system repeats this over and over again, ordering to proceed with complete annihilation, and a bunch of those laser beams come flying at the protagonist. He wonders if there was a goal like this, and everyone is shocked, saying that's why he shouldn't have wiped out everyone in the red zone, and that it looks like he didn't read the guide beforehand. But the protag is surprised because this doesn't seem avoidable, and they're just telling him to die. And so, Ariel tells Jan to head for the door in the center, and she says that if her memory is correct, there's an opening in that door, and when the trap activates, he can pass through it. But the protag says it just looks like a normal wall. But then she tells him to hurry, because the opening won't stay open for long. And the protagonist accelerates with his lightning speed, heading over there, and says she'd better be right. And so, when he touches that wall, he manages to pass right through it and is surprised, wondering what the hell is going on, because at the moment, he's in a beautiful garden. So, while he's looking at the whole landscape, that beautiful fountain, and all those trees, he asks Ariel what this place is, and she says she doesn't know, because she didn't expect him to end up in a place like this either. And then it's announced that he has completed the hidden mission, escaped the red zone, and unlocked an epic mission. And the epic mission is find the experiment subject. And he realizes that that mission seems different from the others, wondering about this so-called motive behind the experiments, until he looks ahead and a woman asks him who he is. She can't believe that a test subject escaped. Then he notices she's an elf, and Ariel says she's a real elf, telling Jan to be careful, and he says he knows, remembering that Ariel said that place is a research laboratory of this World Tree. So he realizes that Elf is the owner of the experimental zone, and that Elf finds it amusing that a test subject reached this place and says that since things turned out this way, she asks if he would like a cup of tea. saying it's time for afternoon tea. The protagonist thinks he should just finish her and get the information, but he doesn't know her strength, so he can't risk it. For now, he'll play along with her game, going over there with the elf and sitting down, getting ready to drink. She serves him tea, handing him the cup, and the protag is in disbelief, wondering if she mixed poison into it. And Ariel says that this one is way too suspicious, asking how about they just slice her to pieces. But the protagonist tells her to wait a moment and says he has to act naturally, because they're still in the tutorial period, so he can't risk that much. And he thanks that elf, who keeps looking at him with a very strange gaze. And he asks what this place is and what its purpose is, and says she doesn't seem like a normal player, questioning who she is. On top of that, he also asks what she's doing in the experimental zone map. Then she says the protag is a very curious child, telling him to calm down and ask one question at a time, because this place is just a garden she enjoys tending to. And of course, she isn't there to participate in the tutorial like him, because her job there is to analyze everyone who's in the tutorial. The protag says that for some reason she's being pretty cooperative, and he says that maybe he can get the answers more easily than he expected. So he asks why she's trying to analyze them. Then she says that it's simple. It's to make sure that if a special test subject like him appeared, they could take him as a slave. And she says this with a very sadistic look on her face, and the protagonist is stunned. Then he finally notices there really was something in the tea, and falls to the ground, feeling woozy. And he notices his body isn't responding as the elf smiles at him, because everything is going as expected. And she tells him it must be difficult to control his body, but tells him not to worry, because his breathing and his heart rate will soon calm down. And then she grabs the protagonist's hair, saying that his mind will be filled with her and the desire to become her slave. And just like that, the protagonist is sort of hypnotized. Then someone from the chat sends him 10,000 GP, asking what's wrong with Jirhan, because all of a sudden he's acting weird. Then that window opens up between the two of them, and the elf lets go of him, saying he came here while those people were watching him, and calls it irritating. So now there are only 50 survivors, and with the system announcement, it stated that the green zone has a total of 26 survivors. The yellow has a total of 23 survivors, the red zone has no survivors, and thus the game will end shortly. And the elf says she can't believe that the game is going to end so soon, calling those weaklings pathetic, but she thinks that at least she's already planted the leaf, so she just needs to wait for the next opportunity. She speaks to the protag, treating him like a slave, saying that his mistress orders him to come find her the next time he enters a game, and with that, she sends the protagonist back home. And upon arriving there, Ariel starts calling out to him, asking if he's okay. She says she should have tried to prevent this from happening because she didn't know that idiot elf would try to touch a player before the tutorial was over, and she says that pattern is definitely the leaf of the world tree. So she tells the protagonist to wake up, telling him not to let that damned man fool him. And apparently, it was a guy the whole time. What the heck, people? So she keeps hitting him until the protagonist grabs her hand, asking who would fall for those pointy ears anyway. Then Ariel is surprised, and he throws the door wide open, saying that isn't it bad enough he was brainwashed by his brother-in-law's girlfriend and almost ended his family lineage. And now he's being treated like a slave by an elf who gave him some herbal tea and told him to serve them as his master. She asks if he's okay, but when she enters the room, the protag and some random girl are wrestling on the floor. Then he asks if Ariel is his master, and she screams that she's not. And the protag explains it better, looking at the whole recording, and questions Ariel, saying that the elf planted that leaf of the world tree inside him, and she says yes, explaining that a leaf from the world tree can be used to remove status abnormalities, but it can also be used to control other people, and that even the strongest warriors can't fight against its effect. And the protag says he didn't know a single leaf from the tree could have such an effect. Then she asks why he seems normal. This reminds her that he also managed to withstand Tasuro's seduction, saying that maybe that's the reason. And Ariel says that the powers of a mere mortal can't compare to the world tree. He says he thinks it's thanks to the martial spirit, since he gained full control of his body after obtaining the martial spirit. At first, he lost control because he was caught off guard by a strange sensation, but he managed to manipulate the external energy that tried to control him fast enough. So the question for Ariel is if she understood what So she says that her uncle is basically a ripoff, but he says he still doesn't like the idea of her pitying him and asks if he can cut it off. So if Amanda doesn't say things like that, and Ariel says that barbaric methods won't work and it's fused to his body, so it won't be possible without elven technology. And the protagonist says he thinks he'll have to meet that elf again. So Sia gets a little apprehensive, asking him not to leave that flyer there if it's going to cause trouble. And she says that if anything happens to him because he went to see that elf again, she'll be completely devastated. And he talks to Sia, asking if she doesn't believe in him. He then says he's very sorry, because he doesn't want to make her worry, but it might be necessary for his plan, with him already controlling part of that power. A few days later, the protagonist is all dressed up, wearing a suit along with some security guards, and Sia asks him if he's arrived at the department yet, and he says yes. Then she says he has a bunch of companions there, noting that he even looks like someone famous. And she says he's probably the most famous person there. And he says that after joining the national representative team, they lead the training schedule. And he feels a little suspicious about having to train with the same person he beat the crap out of in front of everyone, but it was mandatory. And Sia asks if he really needs to stay in the dorm, and he says he doesn't like it either, but he has to, and says that on that day, he only got access to the schedule, and the training starts next week. Then she says she'll be at home alone and will be bored. However, the protagonist finds a way, saying he'll bring her to train too, and she doesn't really believe him. But he says he's not being overprotective, he just feels like she'll starve to death without him. So she tells him to come over right now, actually just wishing the protagonist goodbye. But as she hangs up, some guy, who's completely out of his mind, is watching her from a distance. He says that Jirhan is definitely not around. He doesn't see anyone with her either. The girl is alone. He couldn't delay any longer, saying he'll finish this as quickly as he can and thinks about approaching her first. But then Ariel appears, noticing they have a little rat there, and points all her black swords in the stalker's direction, asking who he is. And, seeing himself surrounded by all those black swords, he freezes. He wonders if it's a summoned creature that Jirhan placed on Sia, then asks how she located him, because now he needs to find an opportunity to do something. But then Sia herself sees Ariel and asks who she is, and that person is surprised. So Ariel says that Human has been following her for a while, and Sia is even more surprised and questions what she's talking about. But then that Human lunges at the girl, and Ariel says she obviously won't let her, stabbing her with her swords and throwing her into the air. And just like that, the person disappears because she was a shadow. And Ariel is surprised, telling Sia to get out of the way, and the girl is almost hit again. However, the lightning around her protects her once more. And here, the assassin is even more surprised, getting electrocuted. And Ariel once again places the swords at her neck, and she quickly gets away, fleeing the attack, and says that if she does that again, things will get ugly. But Ariel says once more that she's caught her, summoning swords above her and attacking to kill. And Sia calls for Ariel, asking if she killed her, but she says she knows how to control her strength and only paralyzed her. And the assassin is on the ground, gasping in pain. And so Sia gets excited while Ariel is feeling all high and mighty, asking if she saw that she's alive, wanting to get a look at that creep's face. And so they notice that it's the same woman who went after her uncle and the ninja who tried to kidnap him. And Ariel says she knew she looked familiar, asking why. She's there again. Sia is surprised, asking if Chizuru has appeared once more. Then Ariel says she keeps coming back even after going through all that, saying that those guys are really determined. Then the graphic Chizuru. Assassin remembers when she asked Chizuru to forgive her, saying she didn't expect a Silver League player to be so strong and that she's ashamed, asking for forgiveness once more. Then Chizuru says it's okay, saying that they can use another method to bring Jirhan there. She was confused, and Chizuru asked someone to come in. And the girl was surprised when Chizuru brought her sister, and the little sister calls out to her. So she's surprised that Ryori is there, and Chizuru comments that families help each other, and she asks if the girl's name isn't Ryori, going up behind her. And she says her entire plan was ruined because her sister is useless, planting a mental suggestion in the girl, saying they need to fix this, asking if she'll lend her body to solve it. And so she says she did it because she was ordered to, and asks who would do something like that, because she was just going to use her to lure Jirhan, saying she wasn't going to hurt her. Then Sia says that whatever the situation, she can't just pretend nothing happened, because this doesn't just involve her uncle's safety, but hers as well, and she says they should talk to them before the police. And the girl is still there, but ends up grabbing one of her daggers and using it to free herself. Meanwhile, Sia is talking to her uncle, and so, before she could do anything, the assassin breaks free and attacks Ariel, cutting her in half, and Sia is shocked while the protagonist keeps asking what happened. And she says she thought she was going to forgive her, which is why she acted all sad, but says she's colder than she thought. And so she remembers when she was with Chizuru, telling her to use her instead, saying she'll give her body, asking her to spare her sister. And Chizuru certainly liked her decision. And it's said that Akari surrendered the rights to her body, asking if she'll use it as an ingredient to create a clone. And so Akari's ego will be lost when the clone is created. And that is Chizuru herself, incarnated in the girl's body, asking if she isn't being too cruel to someone who will soon be her stepmother, basically transmuting one into the other to become a copy. This one is pure evil. And so Sia recognizes that face, because yes, that's Chizuru. Then the protagonist keeps asking what happened, but she ends up breaking the girl's phone and gets close to her, saying she's talking to her, grabbing Sia by the neck while the girl struggles. And it's said that Ito Chizuru, he's trying to put her under a submission effect, and she asks why he doesn't just hang up the phone and talk to her for a bit. The girl gets more and more surprised, the phone falls to the ground, and the protagonist gets totally pissed, looking at the call and what just happened. So, he wonders if this is the ability that almost got his uncle, thinking it's a bit strange, but that she's definitely the person who took his father away. But now, in that moment, something is happening. However, her electricity activates again, throwing the treasure far away. The lightning mark resists mental contamination, and the submission fails. So she asks, what just happened? Because there's another person who isn't affected by her power. The girl is surprised by this, looks at the mark on her hand, and tells that old woman to listen to her, ordering her not to dare touch her. Ito doesn't like being called an old woman, saying that she needs to learn to respect her elders. With that, she lunges at the girl again, but she ends up disappearing right in front of her. Ito is shocked, noticing she's vanished. She questions where she went, asking if it's a teleportation ability and demanding the girl appear right now. And she wonders, to begin with, how did the girl dispel the submission? First, it was Jirhan, and now even his niece. However, to make her already bad situation worse, Ariel appears behind Ito, questioning if she took possession of that ninja's body. Ito is even more surprised, saying she grew up so suddenly, noting that this is interesting. But then she starts to suppose that this is Ariel's true size, going up to her, grabbing her head, and saying she's right. She knows a lot about Jihan, so she tries to use her contact on her, asking, how about telling me everything you know? But Ariel simply starts laughing, and the system announces that using the gift is impossible on that target due to a massive difference in status. Then, Ariel says that it's almost comical, asking if she really thought the mind control of an inferior race would work on her. Ito then realizes she's gotten into something horrible. It's not a simple difference in species, but something the queen appears behind her, pinning the right to the ground. Then Ali says her movements are much slower compared to the body's original owner, asking if it's because she took control and her strength, and so she prepares to attack with everything she has. But then the barrier appears and Ariel is surprised, and she's happy about it, but she didn't want to waste such a valuable item. It's a single-use S-rank absolute defense talisman, and so she gets back up, and Ariel notes that she's really a cockroach that won't die, seeing that she used an item that surpasses her own abilities to compensate for that weakness, asking how long she thinks she can last using such foolish tricks. And she tells her not to worry, since she's received plenty of gifts from the people who adore him. And just like that, she realizes her plan has gone wrong and that she never thought she'd be interrupted by Jihan's summoning, thinking she needs to grab Seer and get out of there as fast as possible. But she wonders where the hell that girl got to. Meanwhile, she's still around with her invisibility cloak, watching everything, and realizes that it actually worked and neither Zoroa nor Ariel can see her. It's like she's looking at them from a different dimension. She realizes it's the item her uncle gave her and didn't think she would need to use it so soon. But for now, it's better for her to stay put. And just as she looks back, we're told he has entered the void domain and a massive hurricane forms behind the girl. The system warns her to be careful not to get lost in that place. Yep, out of the frying pan and straight into the fire. This is good, MC. This is really good. With that, he starts launching his swords at Ariel, who gets out of the way and returns the attacks. But the girl is protecting herself with that perfect shield and says his attacks don't work on her. But then, Seer quickly appears behind the two of them, throwing herself to the ground. She's surprised that Seer is back, and the girl asks, what the hell was that? Because if she hadn't removed the cloak in time, she would have been swallowed by the storm. She starts to tremble, finding it strange and wondering how she just appeared out of nowhere. But whatever. She thinks this is her chance, saying she's going to deal with that summon and do something else. But just then, Ariel notices something approaching and says it's finally happening. Ito asks what's going on, and she just says that the Angel of Death has arrived to take her, and the MC has a hand the size of a city over the woman's head. He uses that size 72 hand to give her a little swat and kill the mosquito that was near her ear, sending her flying. She splatters all over the wall, realizing in the worst way possible that the MC has arrived. He asks Seer if she's okay, and she says yes. Then he turns to look at Ito, thinking it seems he didn't beat her up enough that day, seeing as she had the nerve to show up again. But Ariel goes to him, saying she isn't the same girl from last time and that this is Aitsuro. She has taken control of that girl's body, and she's just smiling at this, thinking she's screwed, because her plan has completely failed. And now that it's come to this, she needs to at least save Arari's body, since she considers it a valuable asset. She says that it seems she really can't handle facing Jihan, The two of them just stare as she says, she's very sorry, but she's leaving, disappearing in a puff of smoke. But the MC gets to her as she's saying her goodbyes, cutting them short by grabbing her by the neck, showing a little gender equality and asking her what she thought she was doing, questioning if she really thought he'd just say, okay, and let her go. Then he starts beating the girl's face in with everything he's got, and she's left wondering how he managed to get so close to her at the exact moment she activated her spiritualization because she can't break free. She gets more and more pissed off since she made that clone with so much care. And so, while taking a beating, she starts to glow in front of the MC, speaking to Jirhan, saying that next time, it won't end like this. She starts to dematerialize, but the MC just smirks and says she's right, because there's no way in hell she's getting out of here alive again, saying that he's going to find her original body and wipe her off the fucking map, throwing what's left of the girl to the ground as she disappears. He calls out to see her, and she looks back, seeing what's happening. And back with Ito, she's frustrated. Just then, Jin arrives and notices she doesn't seem well, so he asks if something's bothering her, but she says it's nothing. He tells her not to shut him out, that she can tell him anything because he's worried about her. So she leans against him, saying her plan failed again. It would have been great if she'd managed to recruit Jihan for Japan, because he'd be a huge help, not to mention the fact that they could bring their daughter over and finally reunite the whole family. She says they don't know how she really feels and that it's so frustrating. Jin doesn't say anything and just tells her not to dwell on it, saying that she's a kind person, and if even she couldn't get them to open their hearts, then nothing will. All the while, she's being completely two-faced, rotten to the core, and cold-hearted next to him, until a notification from Baronet pops up for her. She's surprised that Jihan is live all of a sudden. She assumes he's probably going to talk about what happened that day, and bets he doesn't even have any proof, thinking how adorable that is. She asks for leave to go watch it, and Jin says, of course. So she gets ready to see what the MC has to say, but when she opens the live stream, she sees something strange. That girl on the screen. It's Akari herself, wishing good morning to all the viewers around the world. She says she's the player who used to serve Ida Soro and a survivor of that woman's mind control. Ito gets more and more furious as the girl says her name is Gato Akari and that from that moment on, she will expose all the acts of Itasoro that she saw and experienced firsthand. Then, Ito questions how Akari is still alive, asking again as she bites her nails in desperation. And with that, when Gato, Akari starts spilling the beans, she says she will expose every act of Itasoro she saw and experienced personally. At this, Ito keeps asking herself what Akari is doing there and how she's still alive, dying of nervousness from seeing the girl in that situation, questioning how this could be happening. And with that, a few hours earlier, in another location, the MC sees a golden light that catches his attention, but he doesn't know what it is. And Akari appears there screaming, being electrocuted, and she starts to feel an absurd amount of pain. The system announces that Itasero's body is being destroyed due to spiritual separation and the willpower of player Gato Akari. Destruction of her physical form. She starts going crazy, screaming her head off. The MC is startled by this, but then the destruction is cancelled, and the girl lets out one last scream. The two of them are shocked, not even believing it, so she asks Ariel what's happening to her, and Ariel herself doesn't really know. She says her energy has changed completely, and she doesn't know how, but she thinks the original owner of the body has returned, and the girl is unconscious there on the floor while they're talking. Ariel says she doesn't look too good. If they leave her like this, she won't last long. The MC gets nervous about the situation, but goes over to her, grabbing the girl by the collar, picking her up and saying he needs to save her if he wants to understand what's happening. He uses excellent heal on her to bring the girl back. After some time, back in his building, she starts to wake up, and the MC is right there in front of her, watching her every move. The girl has woken up, and when she looks forward, she sees him with a friendly face. Then he tells her to say everything she knows about Itotsoro, saying that she was a trusted companion of hers, questioning how she became nothing more than a clone, asking if she was abandoned or if she received orders from someone else. At this, the girl just watches him speak, and when he finishes, she starts to remember something and begins to stutter. She remembers when the system told her that it was using the player Gato Akari's body as material for clone creation. At this, she thinks that was great and everything went well, with both of them repeating the same thing because she had already taken over the girl's body. And player Itotsoro's clone is complete, with her now in possession of the girl's body. And Ilma arrives, calling for them. Then Ito, now in Akari's body, looks at her, and the girl asks what she did to her sister, already knowing it was nothing good. But as she looks at her little sister, the original body starts to tremble and seethe with rage, and she notices it, because the body is trying to rebel. So she thinks that this is her first time using someone of diamond rank as cloning material, thinking that it's excellent, but there's still a bit of willpower left inside, as she can feel her resisting and notes that this could be a bit problematic. And just as a precaution, she asks, "How about a little test?" The little sister already feels something bad is coming, and so Ito, in the height of her cruelty, orders Gato to go after her sister and starts strangling the girl. She trembles along with her sister, who hates what she's doing, a horrible look on her face. The girl starts losing strength as Akari keeps squeezing her neck. Then, the little sister calls out for her older sister, but Ito is enjoying what's happening and starts laughing at the situation. But then the sister keeps calling for Akari, and the real Akari inside, seeing what's going on, starts to cry even with that smile which belongs to Ito on her face. My friend, the MC has to beat the hell out of this woman, and I mean hard. Good lord, someone summon the Mario of gender equality, man, because she deserves a serious beating. And as if it wasn't enough, to have strangled the girl. Apparently, she made her go link in bio. Then she says that in the blink of an eye, she offed her own sister with her own hands. And the girl says this, trembling with hatred. And the MC thinks about Tesoro, realizing she's much worse than he imagined. At this point, he doesn't even know what to do. But the girl gets up on her own, saying she's going to kill that bitch Tesoro, that she's going to quarter her with a series of absurd revenge plots. Then she gets up to leave, but the protagonist stops her, asking who said she could just leave whenever she wanted. The girl freezes on the spot, and he asks if she really thinks she can kill or even find Tesoro with her current skills, questioning if it's even possible for her. He says that if she acts so carelessly, she'll never get her revenge. In fact, she'll just end up dying completely in vain. He tells her that she was lucky not to have lost her body already, saying that going back there would be like a cow willingly walking back into a slaughterhouse. The girl trembles with rage, knowing he's telling the truth, so she asks him what she should do, because Tesoro took everything from her body, her life, and even her only family. She has nothing left. Then she falls to her knees, crying, remembering Rior, the sister she was forced to kill. The protagonist, seeing this, tells her that there's still a much better way than dying trying, and if she really wants to risk her life, she should cooperate with him. After all, there are still many things she needs to pay for, and he appears with a light in front of her, giving the girl hope. Then he says that first, everything she just told him, she must now tell the entire world. And so, they return to the broadcast, and the girl finishes, telling the world everything, explaining that this is what Itizuru did after taking control of her body. Everyone is shocked, realizing that this has gone far beyond simply robbing players, with some saying that the Baronet International Player Administration is in urgent need of reform. Then the girl says that she hypnotized people, stole their bodies against their will, and committed murders. And yet, that wasn't all that she saw with her own eyes while she was by her side. Tesoro used her abilities to lure various people to Japan, not just people related to politics, but also financially powerful individuals. And all of it was to cover up even more heinous crimes, and she was also one of the people who did all sorts of dirty work for her. The girl can't even finish speaking and starts to cry. The protagonist tells her to take a breath, as he'll take it from here. He says that it's a very sad fact that he has to deliver such disturbing news when they should be focusing on the upcoming Asian League. However, he believes firmly that he shouldn't be the only one aware of the walking danger named Ito's Tesoro. Players all over the world also need to be careful with her, especially players who will be representing their countries in the next league. He asks them to please save and share that day's broadcast, and to take precautions to block any attempt by Tesoro to contact or approach them. And above all else, he tells them not to betray their own countries like the King of Swords did. And everyone who is apparently going to this competition is watching the protagonist's words. And Ito's Tesoro herself throws her cup on the floor, furious, thinking about killing Akar, saying she was sure she got rid of her, questioning how she survived, wondering if diamond rank players really have that much resilience. But then, the controlled King of Swords tells Tesoro to calm down, and she asks if he really thinks she can calm down right now, since she's been exposed as a criminal. She claims she only did all of it for the good of her country, saying that now all the people involved will want to save their own skins. And several messages start arriving for Tesoro, asking if everything said on the broadcast is true, telling her to answer, demanding an explanation for what was said. But then the King of Swords grabs her, hugging the girl, telling her not to take that nonsense to heart, and even if everyone else abandons her, he swears to stay by her side. But her expression isn't so good. However, she still hugs him, asking Saijin to do her a padded favor, saying that if he finds Yan during the Asian League, he must finish him off without any mercy. Meanwhile, in some kind of laboratory, an elf who is doing some experiments is surprised to learn Yan's name, saying he did very well, and that he'll be waiting for his dear test subject. Yes, while he thinks about the protagonist along with that leaf from the world tree. And this was a scene of total chaos with buildings on fire in the common background. Sayada is face to face with the Sword Emperor, and the girl sees him approaching, getting close enough to strike her, looking at her with an expression that says he's going to end it all. But just then, the other two appear. Over there, the Plum Blossom girl. Then they try to hit him, but he quickly swings his swords, dealing with both of them easily. Sayada tries to do something but realizes she's out of arrows. Then the King of Swords goes after her, trying to grab her, but the girl disappears right before he closes his hand, and his eyes widen, not knowing what's happening. Then she appears behind him, trying to strike, but when she touches his sword, he manages to deflect it, and the girl keeps trying to attack while the other one tries to flank him from the other side. Then, the Sword Emperor manages to knock her 2 daggers away, disarming the girl. But when he tries to finish her off, Sa'a appears, taking off her invisibility cloak with 3 arrows aimed at him, and those arrows are at point-blank range. He'll have no way to react to that. And with that plan of the 3 of them cooperating, she manages to blow up the King of Swords. Then, the crazy betting girl gets all happy that they succeeded, saying they successfully captured the King of Swords, adding that it was a close call. And the Plum Blossom girl, whose name I confess I don't remember, says she learned a lot from this simulated battle against the King of Swords. And the protagonist arrives, saying that was incredible, while Sa is happy he's back from his training, and he says that all of them have improved a lot. Then Maid tells Jan that the machine is weird and that it always kills her first. I think it has something to do with you being Argentinian, you know? I don't know. I think the author is Brazilian. Just guessing. And then the little tiger girl says it's because she's a long-range damage dealer, so obviously she's going to be targeted first. And the protagonist says that it may be a simulation, but it's still equivalent to 80% of the king's power model of the sword, according to official data from past matches. And the fact they can even face him is incredible on its own. That's right. He says this is all thanks to Tigrinya, saying he can't believe she got them simulation equipment. Then she says, that's right, telling them to get stronger and make more money. They find it strange that she's talking about money, and she explains that the simulation cost half of the guild's resources. I'm always shocked when I see these things because they're so expensive. I even wanted that Apple virtual reality headset, but it's pricey. I don't know if the hype died down because it's expensive or because it's bad. I honestly don't. No, but I wanted it, I really did, you know? But while they're talking and another girl is crying, the protagonist pays attention to Akari, noticing she's not well at all, with dead fish eyes and huge dark circles under them. He says she became very cooperative after the broadcast, and after she told him everything, the protagonist explains to the audience that that's all regarding Zoro for now. Then, after ending the live stream, he talks to Akari, saying he has a favor to ask her. She asks what it is, and he says he can't leave Ariel with Sa'a during the national team's match, so he wants her to guarantee Ariel's safety during the match. The girl doesn't understand at all, questioning if she's the one who has to do it, and Sa'a is watching from a distance. Then the protagonist says that in exchange, he'll do everything he can to get her revenge against Zoro. But obviously, if she tries to ask for something ridiculous, he'll kill her first. Whoa, easy there, buddy. The girl is completely fragile. What kind of ridiculous thing could she ask for? Take it easy. The girl is a bit hesitant but agrees, saying it's fine. And in the present, he's observing the interaction between the two. He says she's still feeling a bit awkward in this situation, but that's something only time can fix. Then he talks to Sa'a, asking if she liked her new class, and she asks if he's talking about the Void Archer. The protagonist says that after the attack on the treasury, Sa'a changed her class, and she says she only has one exclusive skill, but it's very strong. The protagonist then talks about this Void Arrow of hers because she fires a void arrow that's invisible to other people's eyes, since that arrow from the real world can't be seen and goes straight to the target. And he says that it actually allows the user to shoot arrows through the inner world, ignoring the distance to the target. Man, that's kind of broken, isn't it? If you really stop and think about it. Then he says that on top of that, her response speed in a crisis is enhanced because of the void cloak, and a simple skill becomes completely unbalanced in the right hands. However, it can still be blocked if the target activates a barrier before the arrows arrive. He says that, besides that, she was being very aggressive, despite her opponent being her father. But she says, with all the calm in the world, that if she ever meets her father, she wants to hit him at least once, because maybe that will make him go back to normal. And the protagonist thinks, that's right, telling her to hold on a little longer, because he'll do whatever it takes. But as he's speaking, that leaf appears on him again, and he tells her to think about the risk too, because she needs to warn him if something goes wrong. And she just tells him she knows. And after some time in the matches, a guy is going crazy, saying he'll destroy them all, claiming he can take down anyone with his bare hands, and that many have already fallen at his feet. And some NPCs from afar wonder if that isn't King Dong-woo from the national team, and another says he was reported for bad behavior and got suspended. And they wonder if he went there to blow off steam and say, yeah, that's it, because his personality is kind of, you know how it is. Meanwhile, as he's beating up others, he keeps saying he's still so pissed. Then he remembers when he called everyone over, telling them to gather there, asking who's in charge of his connector. He questions why they aren't organizing it properly, saying it's a mess, but no one there likes his attitude. One bit, so they tell him to stop. He asks what he's talking about. Then the same guy who told him to stop asks who would listen to a toothless tiger, and he gets really pissed for being looked down on. Like that, asking if the guy wants to see if he still has his teeth. But then someone arrives calling for Dong-woo and says the department received a complaint, asking if they can talk for a moment. And in the present, he's pissed because he got suspended for 2 rounds, saying he wants to see what they can do without him. But just then, Loro shows up, asking if he's the one causing a ruckus on the private server, the bastard who was part of the national team, saying he came here after hearing the rumors. At this, Dong-woo asks who he is, since he's only suspended, not kicked off the team. And Loro says he's probably nothing to them, seeing as how they'd kick him off the team without a second thought. But then Dong-woo tells him not to test his patience and tries to punch Loro. And when he lands that punch, Loro realizes it's true, saying he's weak as hell, getting ready to hit him with everything he's got. Dong-woo is scared shitless seeing the red gigantification, because apparently he knows that guy. And the one who used gigantification smashes Dong-woo in the head, saying that if this is Korea's level, then the match is going to be way too easy. And here he is, the S-rank warrior from the Russian national team, Vladimir Puentino. And from that day on, there are S days until Korea faces Russia, a top 3 team. Apparently, this psycho is the protagonist's next opponent. And after the beating Dong-woo took from that Russian, everyone starts talking about it because it was a humiliation. After all, he was the national team's representative. And everyone says they saw it because he went down with a single blow in less than a second. And they saw it live. He got beaten by Seo Jirhan, tried to take it out on others, and got beaten again. And they say that's what he deserves for messing with Jirhan. They say Vladimir must be really strong, with another saying they're afraid they'll end up opening a portal. And so, with the fear of relegation and surrounded by criticism, the Korean national team continues to train, even while trying to escape all the paparazzi surrounding them. And one of the fans says the citizens' lives are in their hands, telling them not to come in last. And so, with all the controversies involving Dong-woo, they question if Jirhan can raise the team's morale. At that point, the Korean administration of Berremof starts Jihan's first training, but they still haven't made an official announcement. And the protagonist, seeing this, thinks Dong-woo should have just kept quiet and not started anything, and he continues on his way. Then he hears someone saying Jirhan will save them from relegation, thinking that, frankly, that's not what he wants. But then someone speaks to him, saying that if they're going to do it anyway, he asks if it isn't better for them to just defeat the Sword King and get to the Champions League right away. And the protagonist is very surprised. Looking ahead, that person points out the fact that the protagonist is a gold rank player who declared war on the Sword King and says it's a pleasure to finally meet him. The protagonist says it's the first time he's seen her in person, and the girl greets him, and he seems to already know her. She is player Ranjo. The girl is acting all modest, but she's the captain of the national team, holder of the SSS-Rank gift, Precise Shot, and she says she's excited to work with him that day in the special training for the match against Russia. Then the protagonist goes all out against them in that training session, and they all team up to hold back his attack. The captain orders them into the turtle formation, imagining that Jirhan is Vladimir, and they all agree. She uses multiple curved shots while the mage moves back, and she shoots upwards. But then all her arrows head for Jirhan, who watches the shots coming at him from above. Then he uses lightning steps to dodge those things, not letting them hit him. However, the other guy uses powerful slam, gigantifying his hand and going after the protagonist. And the shield guy uses shield push, activating the skill right in front of Jirhan. Then he says he wants to see how much the nameless soul has evolved, and so he takes his spear, using it to finish off both the gigantification guy and the other shield guy, breaking his shield completely. He uses Celestial Bull's charge until he notices something, because behind the two that were defeated, Age is aiming an arrow right where he is, and seeing her from afar, he realizes the shot is coming in his direction until she launches the critical arrow that goes almost for the protagonist's eye. But then he keeps watching the arrow head on without dodging and starts to use his power. And he says the martial spirit uses absolute territory, and the point of attack is much smaller than the force, but it's much more effective. And when he catches that arrow with just 2 fingers, the girl is completely shocked because he disarmed her attack with absurd ease. And with that, he jumps over the mage, going directly for the archer, who can't do much, as she's completely destabilized. And with that, he throws his spear at the girl's head, who is dying of fear. But then he just gives her a light tap, humiliating everyone as he wiped out the entire team. With that, he throws everyone to the ground, and they finally admit they've lost. And the protagonist gets a little discouraged, noting that he thinks they're still at a pretty low level, because the Sword King is a one-man army, and if it stays this way, he won't be able to carry out his plan. But then, someone from outside starts screaming like a fangirl, and the protag, seeing that, doesn't understand. And so that girl with pink hair says she loves him and his milk-white skin, screaming for Jirhan, saying he's the best, and the girl is really fangirling over him. And after she starts to freak out, he brings the girl back down to earth, saying that he told her to wait outside and asking Yeonjo if that was really so difficult. And she says she just wanted to see him up close. The protagonist is surprised that this is Yeonjo's sister, Rei Yuri, wondering if she isn't part of a super popular group. He remembers she's actually an idol, questioning why the hell she's there, and so the girl gets up to greet the protagonist. He's a little surprised, and she introduces herself as Ruri, the vice president of his fan club, the First Ones, and says she also works as a singer, and her profession is basically being an idol. The protagonist says it's a pleasure to meet her, but is surprised that she's his fan, and the girl says yes, all excited, saying that she couldn't watch his live streams, so she had to use her contacts to meet him in person, and says she's been watching him since his first broadcast at the Sword Palace, when he defeated the twin swords. Then the girl starts freaking out, telling her little heart to calm down, and her sister is dying of embarrassment, saying this is getting awkward, and telling her to hurry up and take the picture she wanted so badly, since she already asked for permission in advance. And then, the girl starts to faint, saying she can die happy now. And the protag, seeing the girl is really falling, ends up using his power on her. The girl wonders if she's dying of happiness, surprised by this, and realizes it's his power that's levitating her. And the protagonist asks if she's okay, and Yeonjo says she's fine. It's probably just exhaustion from the schedule she had. Abroad, the girl is ecstatic that it's Jirhan's power, saying that feeling it on her skin is on the wish list of every reporter in the world. Then she tells her older sister that by being a fan, she could join the guild to see Jihan every day, but she asks what guild would accept someone with a C-rank gift. Then the protagonist, seeing this bickering between the two, thinks that now is not the time for this. And Yeonjo says that with all the effort it took to get her where she is now, she should work with a heart full of gratitude. But the girl says there's also the saying about leaving the stage while the applause is still loud, and the protagonist thinks that he finally managed to use absolute annihilation, but if this is the team's level, he won't have enough time to execute it. And the two continue talking, saying that if it's a support gift, there must be a spot on the support team, and the girl asks if she even considered the salary difference. She says that being able to see Jihan up close is worth more than any salary, and the other says no, telling her that her age is showing. Meanwhile, everyone is watching from afar. The protagonist notices this. He questions why they aren't training, and even the manager is watching from a distance, and everyone is staring at Yuri, saying she's more beautiful in person. But then, the girl questions what's wrong with her analysis gift. The protag, hearing that, is even more surprised, questioning what she just said, because analysis can even be B rank, and Yeonjo asks how the hell she's going to survive in this world with a C rank gift, and she gets pissed off at her S rank sister for looking down on her. But then the protag asks if it's true that her gift is analysis, and the girl's heart skips a beat just from hearing his voice, saying yes, that it's a C-rank gift. However, the protagonist says that if she doesn't mind, he asks if she could show him her status window. She says yes, showing him the C-rank analysis, saying that she can see through the essence of the target, and he can see the hidden characteristics of items and also the abilities of other players. The protagonist thinks that it's true. He had thought that no player in this country had that gift. But he notices something else, saying she could be useful for other things too, since everyone is drooling over her. So he talks to Yuri, using all his charm on the girl, asking if he could ask her a favor. The girl gets all flustered, but that's just in her mind, and she starts wondering if she should retire as a celebrity and join the guild, saying, of course, that she'll do anything. And so he thanks her, telling her he's going to attack her now. He hopes they protect Yuri from him, and he puts the girl in a cage, making all those useless guys save her. Yeah, I thought she'd be useful in some other way, but as bait. Bait is messed up. The guy is going to use her to motivate the crazies not to let her get hit. And with that, a few minutes earlier, the protag isn't satisfied because he had all of them analyzed just as a precaution. And everyone's stats are a complete mess. He thinks that it's disappointing. And the girl says that everyone's analysis is complete. The protagonist says that if there's any good part, it's perhaps that they still have potential for growth, and says that if things continue like this, he won't be able to guarantee a victory against Russia. And if Vladimir attacks in his final form, it'll be a complete disaster. He questions if this is really his only option, because to do this, he'll have to be a little radical. So he says he thanks everyone for allowing the use of analysis, and that based on the results, he's put together a training plan, asking if they'd like to train with him now on the training field. He says Yuri can participate too, and the girl gets all giddy and agrees, until she's simply caged and left completely confused with a goofy look on her face. And the protag says the training is simple, and all of them just need to protect Yuri from him, and so they question what he's talking about and what he means by protect. The protagonist says, from me, and that the training won't stop until they can hold him off for 5 minutes straight. Then he charges at them with full force, intending to beat the crap out of both them and the girl. And so, on the day of the match, everyone is excited, and some people think that Korea will finally get out of the lowest rank, and they are all cheering for their country. Then the announcer says that they've all waited a long time for this day, saying that today, the Northeast League of BattleNet begins. He says the curtains have finally opened, and aiming for the top of the league is the Russian team. Then he says they can enter the arena, and Vladimir comes in with all those Russians over 2 meters tall, and he's a rank 6 warrior who possesses the Berserk gift, an SS-Rank gift, Vladimir Poentino. Then they ask why they're all so buff, and say that the Russian team is composed entirely of warriors, a truly manly team, befitting the land of the brown bears. At this, Vladimir is happy that he's finally found Jirhan. Then the announcer says that his opponent, who depends on this victory to avoid relegation, is the Korean team, which makes its entrance like a tiger. And everyone has blood in their eyes, coming in with the protagonist. And all the fans are cheering that Jihan needs to win because they're betting everything on the underdog of the day. Then the announcer asks who will be victorious, and the protagonist charges forward as soon as it begins. He says he'll go first as planned, and the Russians start to attack too, all together, leaving Vladimir behind. So the protag, seeing them coming at him, thinks they should do a little check first. He grabs his spear, preparing to attack them, and uses the fury of 1,000 warriors to slash all 3 who advanced first, noting that they can withstand something of this level, and, just as he thought, they're on a higher level than the Korean players. But then, before the protagonist was ready, Vladimir appears right in front of his face, noting that he's Jihan. He speaks to him face to face, saying he wants to see what his blood tastes like. He starts attacking with his 2 axes, hitting the protag's spear first, who has to block that attack with everything he has. And he still has time to mock Vladimir. After all, for him to get stronger, the one who has to bleed is Vladimir himself. After all, he's a berserker. And so, Vladimir likes the kid's taunt and attacks again, and the two begin a clash of blows, standing face to face and stopping each other's attacks. But Vladimir starts to get cut, and his blood trickles down. And with that, his berserker side smells the blood, and his bloody fury trait is activated, and his attack and attack speed will be enhanced in proportion to his lost HP, which is 3 out of 10. He gets even bigger, preparing to attack the protagonist, and he's almost twice his size. When he attacks, the protag doesn't block it with all he has. He just dodges to the side to avoid being hit, and with that, he uses his spear to get a boost and land a huge kick on the Russian's chin, knocking his head back. And the Russian feels that attack, noting that he's being pressured even after activating his power, Berserker. But he thinks it's still too early, and he'll have to use his trump card. So he talks to his comrades, asking them to lend him their strength, and they all look back, seeing that they have to do this. And they say that for victory, for Mother Russia, they'll do it. And so the single-use nail of sacrifice makes them sacrifice themselves to provide a powerful buff to an ally for 3 minutes. And the protagonist notices that this is how he wants to play, yelling at his team, telling them to stop the Russian players from using that item, telling them to do it now. Eonju, hearing his order, obeys immediately, preparing her arrow and launching multiple curved shots at the Russians. And they're all hit and don't have time to use that nail. At that, Vladimir gets pissed at those bastards because they're ruining his whole plan without him being able to do anything. Realizing they're trying to stop his nail of sacrifice strategy, he gets desperate, thinking that if this continues, he'll lose his comrades and end up playing right into their hands. And the protagonist doesn't stop using frontal attacks on Vladimir, not letting him do a thing. And so, one of the Russians, a complete hardliner, shouts at all of them, saying they won't be able to stop warriors like them with something like this. And his body is already riddled with arrows, but even so, he grabs that nail and stabs himself with it, along with all the others, and they use the nail of sacrifice to give strength to Vladimir. When all the nails are used, a bolt of lightning strikes right on top of him, and the sacrifice's effect is applied. He tells the protagonist that he finally understands, and that he's even stronger than the rumors say. Jan immediately gets on alert, noticing how fast he is, and Vladimir appears behind him ready to strike. Then, Vladimir says that his comrade's sacrifice will not be in vain and throws the protagonist far away with a single punch. And, as Jan flies through the air, he thinks that this was exactly what he was worried about, saying that in his past life, Russia also used the nail of sacrifice tactic to pressure the Sword King. And with all those buffs stacked up, Vladimir's current combat power is that of a warrior who would be in second place in the global rankings. Vladimir says it looks like they wanted to stop this from happening, but that's a real shame for them, because now he thinks he's going to win. But the protagonist tells him that turning the tables by sacrificing his comrades is something he had already been planning. He charges in anyway. Then, Vladimir tries to hit him while the protagonist is approaching. But the kid rushes forward, not hitting him but going to another spot. But as he passes by Vladimir, part of his armor is broken just from the impact, and he thinks he can barely dodge in his current state. So he jumps near his team, and Vladimir starts shouting, questioning if he's just going to keep dodging, saying he was all confident and now he's turning into a coward. Man, that just reminds me of that one meme. You gonna be a coward? Yeah, I'm gonna be a coward, dude. Are you crazy? Look at the size of that guy. Why would I fight him head on? Hell no. I'm staying inside. And at that, the protagonist apologizes, saying he failed to suppress him before, phase 2, saying that now is the time. This time, he pulls out his shadow sword, and they all get ready for combat as the protagonist says they're starting plan B. And Vladimir keeps yelling at the protagonist, telling him to stop, hiding behind his teammates, asking if he, as a warrior, isn't ashamed to act like that. But the protagonist tells his team to surround them, exactly as they practiced, and he continues to call them tiny worms as he watches the protagonist in the back with his sword in hand and spear raised, and he says he needs a moment to activate Plan B, and that's why he's been repeating the special training to strengthen his team. Then he remembers a few days ago, when that giant was getting ready to hit him, but the protagonist simply knocked him away with his spear. The shield guy took the lead, charging at him. The protagonist threw his spear at the shield, saying that Vladimir, with all the buffs activated, will be even stronger than this. While the shield guy charges forward, Ianju fires her arrow, along with the mage who buffs the shield guy, and the protagonist tells them not to stop attacking, telling them to buy time. And back in the present match, Ianju's arrow flies past his head, almost hitting Vladimir, so he starts to freak out even more, and the protagonist starts working his magic, drawing a cross right under his feet. And Vladimir questions what that is, because from that cross comes a light that passes through all of them, going directly to Vladimir. The center of that light is the protagonist. Then Jan speaks to everyone, thanking them for buying time just as he asked. Then he stabs the spear into the ground, using the nameless divine arts, god-slaying technique, cross of blood and iron. Then he uses instant death, and that instant death passes through the entire field, going directly to its target. It says that a human has been detected and the resistance test has failed. Then Vladimir asks, "What the hell is this?" noting that this is crazy, and a flash of light starts right under his feet, and the protagonist's entire team is surprised by this instant death. And with that, they all receive a notice that they have died. And so the Korean team ends with 4 players eliminated, and the Russian team is completely annihilated. The victory for the first match goes to the Korean team. The protagonist is the last one left standing, and no one understands a thing, because the protagonist just killed 4 people from his own team. And he explains that the third of the nameless divine arts, which is completely different from the techniques of light and shadow, is the god-slaying technique, and it consists of 5 martial arts skills based on the 5 elements. And the technique that was just used is of the metal attribute, cross of blood and iron, and it starts by drawing a cross on the ground, and after establishing the base, it expands. As soon as the formation reaches its limit and the center of the cross is pierced, all humans within its range die instantly. And for those who have never seen the technique before, death is inevitable. But after experiencing it at least once, everyone chooses one of 2 options: flee the range as quickly as possible or interrupt the formation before it's complete. And so, in the second match, Vladimir rushes at the protagonist with everything he's got, and the protagonist asks if he thinks he can defeat him without his buffs. Then Vladimir says he doesn't need buffs to defeat a coward like him. And with that, everyone starts to fight while the 2 of them get into a brawl. And the announcer says that the second match has already begun. And unlike the first, they're seeing more individual battles. Everyone in the chat is still surprised, with one of them questioning this instant death ability, asking if he's playing the same game as all of them. They say if they were on the Russian team, they'd do the same thing. This isn't even unbalanced, it's straight up cheating, and one of them even jokes, saying she was in the audience and died too. And the ability can't distinguish between enemy and ally. The protagonist manages to escape Vladimir's attack, backing away and fleeing from that brute. Then he notes that their rhythm is completely different from the first match, and Vladimir once again continues to chase him with everything he's got. And the protagonist says that maybe they've gotten desperate because it's a best of 3. But still, he remembers what he told Seer, and she was surprised when he said a dungeon will appear in Korea too. And he says that if it's a fight of who's more desperate, no one will surpass him. After all, Korea is literally one step away from relegation. And with that, he starts to gather electrical energy in his spear once again. Then Vladimir, seeing this, starts to get scared, and the protagonist thinks that he can't let Seer live in a dangerous world. Then he uses Thundershock, which goes directly at Vladimir's face, who stops it with his axe, and with that, he manages to throw that lightning bolt upwards with all his strength. But as he's thrown off balance, the protagonist appears once more, jumping right on top of him, preparing to throw his spear, saying he's going to end this. He uses the sage's footwork skill, 10 strikes, and all those strikes go towards Vladimir, who tries to stop them with his axes, and with that, he gets even more irritated and starts using bloody claws, turning into a bear and lunging at him with everything. And the protagonist thinks that until now, whenever he activated the cross of blood and iron, he drew the cross on the ground, but he questions who said that always has to be the case. The activation conditions for the cross of blood and iron are, first, a vertical line of blood that connects heaven and earth, and with that, as Vladimir attacks, he dodges and shoves the butt of his spear towards Vladimir, hitting him in the eye and cutting him. And with that, he mentions the second step, saying a horizontal line of iron that crosses the ground. Then he uses his sword to make this line, and with that, he fulfills all the requirements and says that to top it off, the center of the cross must be pierced using a spear, and Vladimir's own body becomes the cross of blood and iron. When he finishes the 3 steps, he lands an instant kill. And since Vladimir has 0 resistance to it, he gets killed once again right in front of our MC. He says that in his past life, he just treated it as a skill, so he never realized it. But now that he sees it as a martial art, he's sure that the ways to use the god-slaying technique are infinite. Everyone, including the announcer, is wondering what the hell just happened because Russia has surrendered. The victory goes to South Korea with a beautiful 2-0 score. Meanwhile, somewhere else, in some kind of universe with tons of weapons floating in the sky, a person asks who would dare to imitate, or rather, steal his achievements. And the person walking up behind the man who was watching the live stream is seriously pissed off because he destroyed an entire mountain just with his presence. And so, the old man asks if he awakened on his own, or rather, if he was the one who awakened him. And that guy arrives, along with his spear. He doesn't look happy about it at all. And the old man asks if this isn't Longinus, the true god-slaying spear. Then Longinus asks, who dares to imitate, or rather, steal my achievements? Saying that a being who isn't his master had the audacity to use his technique. Then the old man says that he is the wielder of the nameless soul, and Longinus is surprised that he's the guy the master chose. But the elder says no, and if he remembers correctly, the master already took back the power he gave him. However, he's getting stronger, training in martial arts on his own. But even so, he tells Longinus not to do anything stupid, saying that the master is watching. And just like that, he sits down immediately, saying he understands. Then the elder says that maybe that boy is the one capable of killing the marshal. God. After some time, somewhere else, Rayon says she's completely exhausted, throwing herself on the sofa and asking Gaon if she can get her something to drink. The girl says, of course. Gaon is still tired, but when a drink arrives, she says that was fast. But it's actually our MC who brought her water. He asks if something happened, wondering if she lost money betting again. She's surprised he's there and asks why he's asking, shouldn't he be at the victory party? She says she didn't lose any money to him. He says that Seer is there, and they also have a guest, which makes the girl curious. But before she forgets, she congratulates the MC on today's match and says that he helped them a lot with the preparations. So she asked him to take a look at her guild as payment. Rayon says she understands, but asks the MC why he's alone. He says Seer is showing the guest the rest of the building. He asks about Rayon, and she says she just got back from a matchmaking meeting. The MC is surprised she's getting married, but then she shouts that she's not. The guild is finally growing, so why the hell would she get married right now? But the MC finds it strange, because if she isn't planning on getting married, what's with the matchmaking meeting? Then Gowan chimes in that just, for the record, she has 1 more scheduled this month and 2 more next month. Then Rayon asks why she's saying that in front of him, explaining she only goes because of pressure from her parents. But all the men she's met were kinda weird, and she's about to lose her mind. She says one of the candidates was some cool bald dude, and the other was a master of childcare who brought his 2 kids with him on the date. And she thinks that even if by some miracle she ended up finding an interesting man and marrying him, it would interfere with the guild's operations. So she's trying to postpone it as much as possible, and the MC finds that strange. Then he thinks that it's true. They can't have problems with the guild operations, so he thinks it's better if she stops going to those meetings for now. But she thinks that's easy for him to say when it's not his life, and thinking about it, she also wonders what would happen if she actually got married. So she tries to ask him something about marriage. But just then, Seer shows up, calling for both of them. Noticing they're there and telling Yuri that this is her guild master, the girl is still all happy to be there, saying she knows her, and she knows Master Raon too. And then Raon realizes that she's idol Yuri. The girl comes in all excited. Raon is surprised that she's the Yuri from Black Mamba. Then she asks if she's the guest the MC was talking about, and he says yes, adding that she's also a fan of hers. Seer tells her that Yuri is the manager of her uncle's fan club, asking if that isn't cool. Raon is then surprised that she's a fan of the MC, and the girl is also surprised that she knows her, but notices the time, telling Jirhan it's getting late and asking if they can see each other again. He says that as long as Youngsung and he are part of the national team, he thinks so. Then, the girl says that blood relations really are something else, but says it's a shame. Still, they need to rest, and she also has her own schedule, so she's leaving. The MC says that when he needs to use the analysis, again, he'll call her. The girl agrees, saying that maybe she'll be the one to call him, actually, and gives him a little wave goodbye. And so Rayon, seeing how close they are and that she's going to call the MC, doesn't like it very much, noticing she has his number. She realizes that guy already has a bunch of girls rejecting her for his number time and time again. But it's worth remembering that he really didn't have a phone. She might think she got rejected, but he wasn't lying, believe it or not. And she starts thinking the MC's type is idols, but it's definitely not. Then she thinks about her position as guildmaster, but decides to drop it, saying it seems they have no choice, and tells the MC to take a look at something. And so, a few days later, at the Shaolin Temple in China, someone says that Jihan might end up becoming a bigger obstacle than expected, and watching that fight, they think it's hard to believe he's still in the gold rank, especially since he defeated Vladimir with Berserker mode activated. And for context, the current World Warrior rankings have Vladimir in 6th place, and Jihan in 27th. China has a warrior who is in 4th place, but he asks Yi Rong if he's listening, but he's just punching a rock, screaming everything on his mind. Beer, women, while punching it. He has the SSS-Rank gift, the Shaolin Abbot, so they ask how long he's been in a state of abstinence. And one of the men there says he's been avoiding drinks and women for an incredible 2 days. As for the drinking part, that's fine, but as for the second part, I feel for the guy going crazy. Then the manager orders them to keep him like that until the match against Korea, and the assistant says his wish is his command. And so, it's explained about the S-Rank gift, the Shaolin Abbot. Yi Rong, who received this gift, wasn't originally a monk, and he loved alcohol and women more than anyone, so the restrictions he received from the gift were unbelievably severe. He was chosen by the Shaolin Abbot. His body would begin to undergo changes to adapt to the gift, and he just went bald. Power really does come at a very high price. I'm sure he's on something. He must be taking Trenbolone for it to fall out that fast. Yikes! The beard stayed though, huh? I'm starting to think that gift was created in a lab. Then it's said that this gift causes him to receive experience points, bonus stats, or avoid worldly pleasures. But it also reduces his life expectancy every time he even gets close to alcoholic beverages and women. My God, that system is laying down the law. It really has it. Out for him. Man, it totally screwed him over. And it's said that the moment the Chinese government found out about this, he was forced to become a monk. Then the assistant says that, honestly, his biggest concern is the fact that Jihan has a skill that causes instant death. The manager says he saw it, and that skill is going to be very problematic. But Yi Rong, hearing them talking too much, gets really pissed off because they're chattering in his ear, and he almost breaks that entire mountain. He tells them not to worry because he has already completed the formation of the 108 R-hats. Everyone is surprised that he managed to finish it, but then the manager asks if that isn't a trump card that should only be used on the Sword King. And he says yes, that using it on a mere gold ranker is humiliating. But before facing the Sword King, he'll use Jihan as a test subject. Then Yi Rong says they can stop worrying about the match against Korea and to prepare lots of women and many liters of beer for him. And so the manager says that's great to hear, and since that's the case, he should send people to look for weaknesses and scandals in Korea. and spread it all over the media. The advisor says they were already doing that, but a much bigger issue exploded in Korea, and their scheme was completely overshadowed. The manager asks what he's talking about, and he says it's because of a photo that was posted yesterday. That one right there. Then he projects it in front of Yi Rong, who gets even more pissed off about it, and he just starts cursing out our MC because he's stuck there punching rocks while someone else is having the time of his life. And so he really does shatter that mountain with so much rage, saying Jirhan can be damn sure he's going to kill him. And our MC is just in a photo, about to kiss Rayon. Man, I have so many questions. So many questions. And the main one is how they ended up like this. And so, a few days ago, Rayon gets the protagonist's attention, asking to talk to him, and he lets her. The girl then asks if he wants to create a scandal with her, and he doesn't understand a thing, along with the other two behind him. But Saya seems pretty excited about how this is unfolding, and the protag asks what she means. Then, a while later, she's apparently gotten the protag to agree, so he asks her if it's really okay for her to do this. She says yes, saying everything will be fine as long as the scandal is created. He asks what she means, and she says it'll be good for her because she wants to get out of these marriage meetings, and it'll also be good for him because now no one will be able to take the guildmaster position from him, asking if he understood. But he asks if she really thinks that he can stop a marriage from a rich family. And she says of course he can, with him thinking he's got her figured out, saying she only got close to David back then to recruit him for the guild. And now it seems like she wants to create some insurance, and Rayon says he's making it sound like she tried to seduce him, but inwardly she's thinking she hates that it's exactly what her brother said, and she remembers when he told her the protag needed her gift, saying he probably just liked her and used that as an excuse, and now that it's come to this, she needs to stay very close to Yan to seduce him properly. And that's why she's all embarrassed, thinking she just needs to focus on this to become independent from her father and protect the guild. So the protag says it's fine and agrees, asking what he needs to do. And so after a while, they're in front of the camera trying to act natural while everything is being monitored. But Sei asks Gaon what she thinks of those photos, and Gaon says that Rayon's face looks like it was generated by an AI, and so they make them do it again. They get closer and closer, and the girl keeps telling them to do it again, getting closer and closer. And so Seiya asks Akar what. She shows up from behind a tree, saying she thinks it'd look more natural if the photos were taken in secret. So, they have them try again, and Rayon starts to notice that they're being a little too casual about it. The official says that it's necessary to make it crystal clear, and the photo has to be undeniable. But she asks why they're trying so hard, and then she tells them to kiss, saying she'll take a picture of them kissing. But Aeon starts freaking out, asking what, saying something, trying to get her out of this. And so, Sei says it's better to make sure no rumors surface about the scandal being fake, or she'll have to keep participating in the matchmaking meetings. And so she says she understands, all nervous from the pressure. And at that moment, the protagonist, looking at her, notices her body is too tense for someone with so much determination, wondering if it's better for him to take the initiative. And so he tells Rion for her to relax, and she apologizes, saying he must be tired at this point. Then he just puts his arm around her back, cupping the girl's chin, leaving her flustered and bringing her face close to his, and with that, Sei says it's perfect, telling them to continue. Then she questions if he isn't too close, wondering if they're really going to kiss. He gets so close that they're almost touching, until they call it a wrap, telling Gon that it looks really good, asking if he can post it yet. The girl is blushing over there next to the protagonist, and he talks to Rayon. Then she opens her eyes, all tense, and the protagonist says he's excited to keep working at the guild, and she can't even answer. The protagonist asks if she's finished, saying they have to go, and she talks to her uncle, saying he must be tired from the match, so he can go, if he wants. Meanwhile, Rayon gets so red that even her ears turn pink. Then she wonders what just happened. Why is her heart beating so fast? And she thinks she must have gone crazy. And just like that, the photo gets passed around. All the newspapers and the news of the fake couple, Yan and Rayon, spreads all over the world. Everyone thinks it's insane, and the girls say they used to like Rayon, but now they're disappointed in her. And Yuri calls Sei, asking if it's true. Meanwhile, the Saintess tells Sei she's heading to Korea right now if she doesn't tell her the truth, and the girl nearly freaks out from all the calls. There were all kinds of reactions, and Maest himself started bringing letters to the protagonist. The letters were simply from the Guildmaster's fans, wanting him to die. So, the butterfly effect starts to kick in, and because of that first lie, they had to keep up the act. The protagonist, already tired of this, asks how long they have to keep this up, and Rayon apologizes, saying she didn't think about what they'd have to do after the scandal went public. And just as they stop pretending and go to the car, a paparazzo is watching everything. The protagonist senses a murderous intent, thinking about the fans Rayon mentioned. Then the guy charges at him, trying to punch him, but the protagonist easily defends himself, stopping the guy's attack. Then she asks what's going on, and the protagonist tells Rayon to get in the car. Meanwhile, that guy tries to attack him again, but the protagonist dodges the kick with incredible ease and lands another one right in that stalker's face, knocking his cap off. The stalker is left dazed, and Rayon asks the protagonist if he's okay. The protagonist says she knows he is, but she says she wasn't talking to him, asking what if that man is a civilian? Just imagine. Then someone arrives telling them to stop right there, talking to Jan, saying it seems he really is strong. That was the highest level diamond rank player in his guild, but he defeated him so easily. And at that moment, Rayon realizes what that meant. That guy is her brother. He says he would like to apologize for the disrespect. He's Sanjin, asking the protagonist to give him a moment of his time. The protagonist is surprised that's Rayon's brother. He asks why Sanjin wants to talk to him, and he says that the leader of the Ryzen Guild, who is also his and Rayon's father, would like to meet his future son-in-law. And with that, the two of them start to feel the deep crap they've gotten themselves into. Because now they have to take the lie to another level. Bro, I don't know a single story where this has worked out. Now the protagonist is totally screwed. He either lies to the old man, reveals everything, or he'll have to marry her, right? I think since the world is ending, he should marry as many as possible and make a bunch of heirs, you know? To make things look good. To make things look good. And if you want the continuation of this, which took a long time for a new chapter to come out, leave a like, subscribe, and I will definitely bring more for you guys. And I'll see you in the next video. Peace.